Others cultivate martial arts relying on talent, sweat, and risking their lives, while I rely on committing evil. As long as I make people feel pain, fear, or anger, I can obtain atrocity points. Starting bound to the dark classic of mountains and seas, drawing cards depends entirely on pay-to-win, evolution depends entirely on devouring. When the so-called school beauty Nelton begged for mercy, when the genius had his spine crushed under my foot, listening to the system's melodious ding, only then did I understand in this cannibalistic world conscience is a burden and atrocity is the highway to heaven. The moment the call ended, I couldn't help but laugh. Brother, we are destined to be people from two different worlds. Don't disturb me in the future. Those were the exact words of my biological younger brother, Lunan. Ever since he awakened a top-tier talent and was taken away by the family, the little brat who used to follow my ass died. Living now is the high and mighty genius, Lunan. Good. A clean break. My name is Lu Chen. I transmigrated to this high martial world overrun by exotic beasts 3 years ago. Reality is cruel, this body has extremely poor aptitude. In the 3rd year of high school, I'm still stuck at Tier 1 Stage 2, universally recognized as trash in the school. But they don't know that the progress bar in my brain finally reached the end today. Loading complete. Progress 100. Welcome to the dark classic of mountains and seas. Player code of conduct: atrocity is justice. Strike opponents with words and actions to gain atrocity points. Pay to win to become stronger. Looking at the ink-style black light screen before my eyes, I let out a long breath. Lu Chen, did you hear what I said? In front of me, a delicately dressed girl was frowning at me. Tang Yao, the original owner's so-called girlfriend. In the grand exam draw, you're matched against Yang Wei. I've already spoken to him. You just admit defeat directly on stage. This way he saves some strength for the next round and you suffer less physical pain. In doing this for your own good. I looked at her self-righteous face and found it laughable. Yang Wei is her male best friend, Tier 1 Stage 6. To boost her spare tire, she wants me, the official boyfriend, to be a stepping stone? In this world, once there's a stain of cowardly surrender on one's file, this life is ruined. What are you laughing at? Do you still want to get beaten? Tang Yao looked arrogant. Don't forget I'm your girlfriend. If you affect Yang Wei's ranking, he'll break up with you. The old Lu Chen might have agreed submissively long ago. But now, scram, dumbass. Tang Yao froze, as if she had heard some fantasy story. You cursed at me? You dare curse at me? Not only am I cursing at you, I'm also notifying you you're dumped. Take your trashy face and get lost. Ding. Words like knives. Critical hit on girlfriend's heart. Atrocity points 400. So this is atrocity points? Awesome. Tang Yao trembled with rage, pointing at my nose. Good. Lu Chen, you wait. Since you want to die, they'll let Yang Wei cripple you on stage. Watching her back as she stormed off in exasperation, I clicked open the system panel directly. Looking at the initial points in my account, I didn't hesitate. All in, draw for me. Ding. Congratulations, player obtained rare demonic beast dark white tiger. Ding. Congratulations, player obtained common demonic beast white-haired apex 10. A black light flashed, and a terrifying heat flow surged within my body. That was the feedback from the demonic beasts. Tier 1 Stage 3, Stage 4, Stage 8. In just a few seconds, I broke through 6 stages consecutively. Even those so-called top geniuses don't have this rocket-like speed. This is the power of pay-to-win. Martial arts arena, bustling with noise. Look quickly. That trash is on stage. Yang Wei is Tier 1 Stage 6. Fighting a Tier 1 Stage 2 trash like Lu Chen, ITLL probably end in one punch. On the arena, Yang Wei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at me playfully. Lu Chen, yeah meant well for you too. Since you don't appreciate kindness, don't blame me for disregarding classmate friendship and breaking a few of your bones as a lesson. I moved my wrists, joints cracking. So much nonsense. Was Tang Yao's seafood delicious? Ding. Sarcastic insinuation, atrocity points 200. Yang Wei's face darkened, seeking death. The moment the whistle blew, Yang Wei moved. But in my eyes, his movements were as slow as a snail. Get down. I didn't use any fancy techniques, just blasted out a punch. The passive gunmetal blade brought by the dark white tiger made my fist whine like a sharp edge. Boom. 2 fists collided, the sound of bone cracking crisp and pleasant. Yang Wei's arm bent directly into a weird shape, and his whole body flew backward like a broken sack, smashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. Dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide, as if strangled by someone. Tier 1 Stage 2 insta-killing Tier 1 Stage 6? How is this possible? Yang Wei struggled to crawl up, face full of terror. I surrender. Surrender your mom. I took a step, instantly arriving in front of him, stomping to shatter his sternum, followed closely by a punch smashing onto the bridge of his nose. Crack. Blood spurted. Since I'm going to be a villain, then be evil to the end. Ah! Screams echoed through the martial arts arena. Until the referee teacher rushed up in horror to pull me away. Yang Wei had fainted from pain, his legs twisted irregularly. Ding! Publicly abused opponent destroyed his conviction, atrocity points 1400. I shook the blood off my hand, scanned the faces below the stage that once mocked me, and grinned. A bunch of trash. The first round of the grand exam ended. Not only did I pass, but I also harvested nearly 2,000 atrocity points. Back in the rental apartment, I turned on pay-to-win mode again. Draw cards, devour, feedback. This time, I drew the precious demonic beast Waterwood Wangxiang, obtaining the passive skill Heaven and Man Unity. My realm broke directly through the barrier of Tier 1, reaching Tier 1 Great Perfection. Only one step away from Tier 2. This is the joy of a hacker. Others cultivate bitterly for 3 years, I only need 1 night. The next day, practical combat assessment outside the city. This is a true life and death arena. Besides exotic beasts, there are even more dangerous human hearts. Not long after I entered the jungle, my communicator rang. It was a strange number. Lu Chen, right? I am Qianyu from Senior Class 2. Heard you injured Yang Wei yesterday? Tang Yao is very sad now. I'll give you a chance, immediately roll over here and kneel to apologize. Qianyu? That guy rumored to rank in the top 10 of the grade, possessing Tier 1 Great Perfection strength? That woman Tang Yao really never changes. Found a new backer so quickly. Send me the location, they'll be right there, I said calmly into the microphone. The other side obviously didn't expect me to be so obedient and laughed smugly. Count yourself sensible. South District Grid 12, don't keep me waiting too long. Hanging up the phone, the killing intent in my eyes almost overflowed. Just right. The points from wild exotic beasts are too few. Killing people should give more, right? 5 minutes later, I arrived at the meeting place. Qianyu, Tang Yao, and 2 followers were standing there waiting for me. Seeing me appear, Tang Yao immediately put on the face of a villain who achieved success. Lu Chen, weren't you very arrogant yesterday? Why aren't you talking now that you see Brother Qian? Kneel down and beg me now, and maybe I can ask Brother Qian to only break your limbs and leave you a dog's life. Qianyu also put his hands behind his back, looking like an expert kid. One must be low-key. Low-key your grandpa. Too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these dead people, I kicked off and the ground cracked instantly. The explosive power of Tier 1 Great Perfection was displayed vividly at this moment. A distance of 12 meters crossed in a blink. Qianyu's pupils contracted violently. He wanted to raise his hand to block, but it was too late. I opened my hands like clapping a mosquito, closing them viciously on his head. Splatter! A muffled sound. Like a watermelon exploding, red and white matter splashed. Qianyu's headless corpse swayed twice, then fell straight down. Ding! Brutally killed Tier 1 Great Perfection, atrocity points 1900. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. The smugness on Tang Yao's face froze, and the remaining 2 followers were so scared their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. Brother Qian is dead? I shook off the filth on my hands, walking step by step toward Tang Yao. Lu Chen, listen to me explain. Tang Yao trembled all over, tears and snot flowing instantly. I love you, I just wanted to make you jealous. Don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything, I can serve you. She tried to pull my pant leg. That fawning appearance was truly disgusting. Sorry, you're too dirty. I grabbed her skull with one hand and slammed it fiercely onto the ground. Bang! The world was quiet. Ding! Killed vicious ex-girlfriend. Thoughts cleared, atrocity points 1600. The remaining 2 followers turned and ran, but in the face of absolute speed, escape was futile. 2 punches, 2 lives. 4 corpses contributed a full 7,000 plus atrocity points to me. This wasn't a practical combat assessment, this was simply my ATM. I found a hidden cave and opened the system again. Draw them all for me. 60 consecutive draws. Although all were common demonic beasts, quantity leads to quality change. As a massive amount of demonic beast essence was devoured, the bottleneck in my body was pierced like paper. Boom! Vitality like a dragon, she released externally. Tier 2 Stage 1. While all other candidates were smug about killing a few Tier 1 exotic beasts, I had already stepped into the ranks of Tier 2 powerhouses. Continuing deeper. Dispute sounds came from the jungle ahead. Lu Zhong, don't go too far. We already gave you the crystal core. 2 students were staring resentfully at a gloomy-looking youth opposite them. I recognized that youth. Lu Zhong, a genius from number 3 middle school, Tier 2 Stage 3. Famous for being ruthless. Hand over that Tier 2 crystal core too, or else, die. Lu Zhong played with the knife in his hand, his tone chilling. The 2 students were desperate and happened to see me passing by. One of them rolled his eyes and suddenly threw a crystal core at me. Brother, catch. That's our sincerity, let's team up and screw him. Trying to divert disaster? I casually caught the crystal core, somewhat amused. Lu Zhong turned his head, his gloomy gaze locking onto me. A fresh face from number 6 middle school? Hand over the crystal core, and get lost. I put the crystal core in my pocket, looking at this so-called genius. Are you talking to me? Lu Zhong laughed, laughing out of extreme anger. Good. A trash who just entered tier 2 dares to act tough with me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Fiend step. Lu Zhong shouted low, black chi winding around his feet, his figure instantly becoming erratic. This was the unique combat technique of number 3 middle school, able to confuse opponents in actual combat, very powerful. The faces of the two students who originally wanted to drag me down changed greatly. It's over. It's Earth Fiend step. This kid is dead meat. Dead meat? Under the system's heaven and man unity perception, Lu Zhong's movements were full of flaws. I stood still until his fist wind approached my face. Too slow. I raised my hand, threw a punch. This punch had no fancy moves, only pure strength and speed, and the indestructible gunmetal chi wrapped around the fist. Chi, like a hot knife cutting butter. The protective aura Lu Zhong was proud of shattered instantly. My fist pierced directly through his defense, taking his arm and half his shoulder, blasting them into fragments. Ah! Lu Zhong fell to the ground, rolling in pain. His eyes full of disbelief and fear. You can't kill me. I'm from number 3 middle school. Be careful in your next life. My 5 fingers formed a claw, several chi blades flew out, instantly slicing him into dozens of pieces. Ding! No damage, insta-kill of tier 2 genius, atrocity points 2300. The two students beside me who wanted to use me were already scared silly, staring dumbstruck at the pile of minced meat. Big brother. Leave all the crystal cores on you, then get lost. The two acted as if granted amnesty, emptying all their belongings cleanly and ran away scrambling. I picked up Lu Zhong's backpack and found a communicator inside, flashing with a message. Position confirmed. Tier 2 Great Perfection Exotic Beast Earth Splitting Bear is in the valley. Number 1 Middle School Lin Kong, Number 2 Middle School Yanghu, Number 3 Middle School Su Hong. Come assemble quickly. After success, we split the credit and aim for the top academy quota. Tier 2 Great Perfection Exotic Beast? Private hunting by the elite circle? Looking at the coordinates on the communicator, a cold sneer curled the corner of my mouth. The quota for the top academy, this group wants to fix it internally? Did they ask me? 20 minutes later, Valley entrance. Lin Kong from number 1, Yang Hu from number 2, Su Hong from number 3, and several other top experts from other schools were gathered together, waiting anxiously for Lu Zhong. Besides them, there was a familiar figure, our number 6 middle school's number 1, Xiao Wanwan. Why hasn't Lu Zhong arrived yet? Not replying to messages either, Su Hong frowned. Not waiting anymore. Being late is his own loss. Lin Kong was just about to order departure. Just then, I walked out of the woods. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on me. Su Hong saw the backpack on me, Lu Zhong's bag, and his face changed instantly. Who are you? Why is Lu Zhong's bag on you? I casually threw the bag on the ground and said calmly, picked it up on the road. Came to join the fun by the way. Heard there's a tier 2 Great Perfection Exotic Beast here, those who see it have a share, right? Picked it up? Murderous intent revealed in Su Hong's eyes. Kid, you're seeking death. Wait. Xiao Wanwan, who hadn't spoken, walked out and blocked in front of me. She was our school's beauty and a famous martial arts maniac, tier 2 stage 5 realm. She frowned at me. You're from number 6? Just broke through to tier 2? This isn't somewhere you can get involved. Leave quickly, I'm doing this for your own good. For your own good again. I hate these words the most. Legs are on my body, I go where I want. I looked at Xiao Wanwan. Besides, it doesn't say this is your private territory here, does it? Arrogant. Number 2 middle school's Young who sneered. Xiao Wanwan, this kid is from your school. If you don't act, we will. Xiao Wanwan's face was ugly. She turned to stare at me, her tone becoming severe. Lu Chen, right? I've seen plenty of newcomers who get swollen heads just because they have a little strength after breaking through tier 2. Any of these people opposite can easily crush you. I am ordering you now as a senior sister, leave immediately. Otherwise, for the greater good, I can only clear you out first. Finished speaking, her tier 2 stage 5 aura erupted, wanting to use pressure to force me to submit. If it were an ordinary tier 1 or even newly entered tier 2 person, they would probably have been scared off by this aura long ago. But I just smiled. Clear me out? Just you? I took a step forward, looking straight into Xiao Wanwan's beautiful but arrogant eyes. Although my voice wasn't loud, everyone present heard it clearly. Considering you're also from number 6, they'll give you a sentence to shut up and lead the way if you don't want to get beaten. Otherwise, I don't mind stepping on you, this so-called school beauty, along with the rest. Ding! Taunted the favored daughter of heaven. Xiao Wanwan pulled full hatred of the field, atrocity points 800. Xiao Wanwan froze. Lin Kong, Su Hong, Yang Hu also froze. Immediately after, everyone looked at me as if looking at a dead man. Xiao Wanwan laughed in extreme anger, the long sword in her hand unsheathed violently. Good, good, good. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll teach you, this idiot who doesn't know the height of the sky, a lesson on behalf of the school. The great battle was triggered at the touch of a button. Xiao Wanwan believed she was acting out of kindness, but she never expected the guy opposite her to be so rude. At that moment, the trees shook and the ground cracked continuously due to her strike. Lu Chen smiled at the sight, waiting for her to make the first move. He was a man of principles, courtesy before aggression. Since you've made your move, it's only reasonable for me to throw a punch. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he also threw a punch. Xiao Wanwan felt a terrifying force rushing towards her, and as their fists met, she felt a sharp pain in her finger bones, nearly fracturing them. What a terrifying physical body! Xiao Wanwan quickly retreated a step to dissipate the immense force, simultaneously spinning around, her aura forming a vortex around her. B-grade combat skill. Force rotation. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Xiao Wanwan's right leg became a blur as she swung it out. Under the effect of the combat skill, this strike produced a sonic boom. You do have some capital to be arrogant. I admit my physical strength is inferior, but in a Chi Master battle, it's about overall strength. Like combat skills. In this fight, you will undoubtedly lose, Xiao Wanwan said confidently. Even if Su Hong and the others came to assist, they wouldn't dare to underestimate this kick. Lu Chen's eyes grew colder, transforming his fist into a palm, then unleashing all his strength. His joints cracked like thunder, booming loudly. Then, he supported himself with one hand and grabbed her calf with the other, swinging her out violently. His body moved like a compass, drawing a semicircle. Xiao Wanwan was taken aback, feeling as if the force on her calf was like a whip striking a pile of cotton, and then she felt dizzy. Bang bang bang! Her slender figure flew through the air, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before finally stabilizing herself. Xiao Wanwan felt a sharp pain in her back and waist, a wave of confusion rising in her heart. She felt she was not fighting a person but a powerful beast with immense physical strength. In the first punch, she was slightly at a disadvantage. In the second move, she directly activated her combat skill, which at least doubled her strength. How could it be that the opponent easily countered her? But she had no time to think further. The shadow of the young man appeared before her like a ghost again, his palm aimed straight for her face. Get lost! Xiao Wanwan gritted her teeth, unleashing her chi, and then executed another combat skill. Her long black hair crystallized with icy shards, spreading rapidly, soon resembling a head full of white hair. A-grade combat skill, frost and snow for 1,000 years. Ice spread across the ground, quickly freezing all nearby trees and plants. Lu Chen, rushing in, was also affected, his shoes frozen to the ground. That's enough, Lu Chen. Forcing out my trump card is enough for you to be arrogant. Once this move is unleashed, you will undoubtedly lose. I don't want to hurt you too badly, Xiao Wanwan said coldly, believing that once her combat skill was unleashed, victory or defeat was already decided. Is it just you who has combat skills? Lu Chen sneered, raising his hand. And with a flick of his fingers, several chi blades erupted. The chi blades formed from the essence of metal were incredibly sharp, instantly slashing towards Xiao Wanwan. She never expected that Lu Chen, who had just broken through to the second tier, would master combat skills, and she could only hastily form a chi shield to defend. 1 slash. The shield cracked. 2 slashes. The shield shattered. 3 slashes, a guaranteed hit. Bang! Xiao Wanwan felt a sharp pain in her chest, followed by a violent impact that nearly knocked her unconscious. But what made her even more desperate was what came next. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Chen, whose shoes were frozen, directly pulling off his shoes and stepping barefoot towards her. His black socks were steaming from the intense movement, and his target was even her face. No, don't use your foot. I will. I have a cleanliness obsession. You have sweaty feet. Xiao Wanwan screamed internally, but it was too late. Boom! Lu Chen didn't care whether she had cleanliness issues. In his eyes, there were only people and enemies. He wouldn't worry about whether you could accept it, at least he would win first. So, this kick landed squarely on that beautiful, delicate face. Xiao Wanwan felt an irresistible force that made her head spin, and then everything went black as she flew backward. Is this all the strength you have? Come on, get up. Come and treat me. Lu Chen felt incredibly refreshed, stomping down to shatter the ice surface that lacked a combat skill to maintain it. Looking at Xiao Wanwan across from him, who had been silent for a long time, he finally pouted in boredom. Ding! The player brutally beat Xiao Wanwan in an almost humiliating manner, gaining 1,500 brutality points. Ding! The inner world of the sixth genius Xiao Wanwan gradually twisted, gaining 1,300 brutality points. Ha! So many? In the past, when beating someone without killing them. The maximum was only 1,000, but this time it actually gave so much? It seems that the amount of points awarded also depends on the degree of damage the opponent suffers, including psychological damage. Looking at Xiao Wanwan, who was sprawled on the ground in a sorry state, Lu Chen felt no guilt whatsoever. The fight was initiated by her, and she was the one who wanted to fight. The result was that she got beaten up. What a reasonable process. He couldn't just let her act all high and mighty and then hold back, could he? Not killing you is already being kind enough considering your original intentions, Lu Chen muttered, turning to look in the direction of the approaching figures. He was surprised that he, a second-tier first level, couldn't even achieve a one-hit kill against a second-tier fifth-level peak. This left him greatly dissatisfied with his combat power. At least, he felt it shouldn't be that way. With that thought, he decided to use up all the brutality points he had on him. First, there were still a few people to beat up later. On the other side, outside the small grove in the valley, Lin Kong and the others knew that the two had started fighting as soon as they heard the sudden roar from the woods. Su Hong couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really looking for death, daring to provoke us right after entering the second tier, and now he's fighting with Xiao Wanwan. There are always some who don't believe in evil, thinking they are the chosen ones, but in reality, they are just a joke. Yang Hu chimed in with a tease. How long do you think he can last? Xiao Wanwan's move means she's really angry now. 1 minute, at most. What are you thinking? At most 30 seconds, otherwise, Xiao Wanwan's training would be in vain. Lin Kong smiled faintly. Duration doesn't matter. Anyway, Wanwan will definitely win. You guys believe now that Wanwan wasn't lying, right? The person wasn't called over by her. The two fell silent at his words. This guy was actually the first to worry about the other's reputation? What a sycophant. Yes, your Wanwan wasn't lying. We misunderstood. It's just the truth. That kid was too arrogant. If he provoked Wanwan, even if she doesn't take action, I still have to step in and teach him a lesson about respect. We remember what that kid looks like. When we return to the city, we'll give him a heads up. He'll have a hard time ahead. How dare he act so cocky with us? Ha! The group remained remarkably calm, standing there chatting and laughing. The others behind them also felt that Lu Chen was in for a tough time. Daring to shout at them in the early stages of the second tier, he was bound to have an uneasy time when he returned. After all, Lin Kong and the others were the brightest geniuses in the entire Yunchang district, all of whom were guaranteed to be candidates for key universities. Time passed quickly, and the commotion in the woods gradually calmed down. Su Hang glanced at the time. It seems the battle has ended. It took 23 seconds. As expected. When Wanwan comes back, we should prepare to enter the valley. After another minute, a figure slowly walked out of the woods. The three turned their gazes over, and when they saw the figure clearly, their expressions changed uncontrollably. How could this be? Yang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is actually fine. Where's Xiao Wanwan? Lin Kong, the strongest among them, had the keenest senses. Upon closer inspection, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Wanwan is being dragged by him. While speaking, Su Hong and Yang Hu also saw the situation clearly. The young man had a carefree expression on his face. He was dragging Xiao Wanwan by her leg, walking over with big strides. The young man brought the girl in front of the group and then tossed her aside like a bag of trash. Lu Chen clapped his hands, his gaze gradually shifting to the three, finally landing on Lin Kong, the leader. This guy, could it be that he likes Xiao Wanwan? Lu Chen had some guesses in his heart. After all, the other's expression looked as if he had just pummeled his mother. Sure enough, before the others could speak, Lin Kong was the first to open his mouth. Lu Chen, don't you think you're going too far? Not really. Looking at Lu Chen's innocent face, Lin Kong could hardly contain himself from striking. Xiao Wanwan is the leader of your class, and as a student from the same class, how dare you defy her? Lu Chen glanced at Lin Kong and gradually started to smile. Defy? My fist is stronger. I am the one on top. And I don't know if I'm a person, but you are definitely a sycophant. Damn. Yang Hu thought to himself, this kid really dares to say that. Everyone knows Lin Kong is a sycophant, but knowing is one thing, saying it to someone's face is another. Sure enough, as soon as those words were spoken, Lin Kong's expression darkened even more, showing signs of an impending outburst. Lu Chen, I'll give you another chance to atone, but that doesn't mean you can continue to challenge my bottom line. You don't really think winning against Wanwan gives you the right to provoke me, do you? Stop. Lu Chen was impatient. He had really had enough. Why are there so many brainless people in this world? Do they really think the world revolves around them? Or have they read too many novels thinking they are the destined male lead? Is it really necessary to be this hypocritical? What? I said you're very hypocritical, acting like you really like Xiao Wanwan, yet she's been beaten up like this and you're still nagging, like a turtle. Shouldn't you just come at me directly? Secondly, I really have to say, this is a lawless land, and my presence here is completely justified. You all forced Xiao Wanwan to negotiate with me, and now the result of that negotiation is right here, and you start blaming me for taking action, not knowing that it was Xiao Wanwan who brought it up first. Lin Kong's mouth twitched at this, feeling a surge of anger at being hit where it hurts. At this moment, Yang Hu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to warn him. Lu Chen, you may be a genius, but who here isn't a genius? Being too arrogant will come at a cost. Seeing this, Lu Chen stepped forward, wearing an unparalleled arrogant smile. A genius? Haha, you guys are even worthy of being called geniuses? This immediately drew dissatisfaction from everyone, except for Lin Kong and his two companions. The faces of the other followers darkened. Even if they weren't as good as Lin Kong and the others, they were definitely fast-growing geniuses. Who could tolerate someone openly mocking them like this? Not to be rude, I'm not targeting any one of you, I mean everyone present. What do you all count as geniuses? Don't waste time, every single one of you. If you have the guts, come at me. Especially you three. After saying this, Lu Chen's aura erupted and his killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Kong. The three of them changed their expressions, exclaiming in unison, second stage, 6th level? No wonder he could defeat Xiao Wanwan. This guy is simply too cunning. He must have used some method to hide his cultivation. Clearly at the second stage, 6th level, yet he pretended to be just entering the second stage. Under such circumstances, Xiao Wanwan was bound to suffer from underestimating him. With this thought, Lin Kong raised his hand to stop the other two. I'll take revenge for Wanwan. Does the second stage, 6th level really think he can defy the heavens? Watch me teach him what humility is. After saying this, Lin Kong's figure moved, charging towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had finally succeeded in provoking him. He then suddenly looked up at Lin Kong. A cold, pure killing intent erupted instantly. Lin Kong felt a terrifying killing intent enveloping him, and the figure of the young man in his sight turned into an afterimage. Immediately, a fierce wind pressure swept towards his face, revealing a pair of eyes filled with killing intent and a fist. Lin Kong's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. His fist suddenly turned a golden color. A-level combat skill, Golden Fist of Soul Destruction. With the peak of the second stage, 7th level, combined with an A-level combat skill, Lin Kong was confident he could not lose to any opponent of the same level. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as Lu Chen's fist seemed to smash against a steel plate. Lin Kong felt a numbness in his fist, and then fine, dense cracks appeared between his knuckles. How is this possible? What kind of combat skills have you been practicing? But no matter what trump card you have, you're bound to lose. The gap in realms cannot be bridged by mere combat skills. After saying this, Lin Kong charged at Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen did not hold back, unleashing an attack with a momentum as fierce as a truck speeding at full throttle. Lin Kong had no time to think. He could only rely on instinct to raise his hand to counter. Boom! The moment their attacks collided, a terrifying shockwave rippled out, flattening the surrounding vegetation. Lin Kong's expression changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, he felt his chi like thin paper, easily torn apart. Before he could react, a force as heavy as a mountain pressed down again. This time, he had no chance to defend. He saw a white jade hand lightly land on his chest. Crack! The sound of his sternum shattering echoed simultaneously. The once steady Lin Kong was sent flying like trash. He then crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! The crowd was momentarily stunned. When they turned to look at Lin Kong, he was already coughing up blood, his face as pale as wax. Clearly, he was gravely injured. Lu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, suddenly beside Lin Kong, looking down at him with disdain. Your movements are full of flaws, your reactions are slower than an old lady next door snatching eggs, and even your combat skills are practiced like a lump. I really don't know how you, the top dog of Ijong, managed to pull this off. Saying this, he grabbed Lin Kong's head with his right hand and slammed it hard into the ground, creating a moderately sized pit. At this point, Lin Kong was completely dazed, having been crushed and controlled throughout the entire exchange. He couldn't understand why, as a peak second tier 7th level, he couldn't defeat a 6th level opponent. This was like cheating. You dare! Before he could finish his sentence, another punch came down, landing squarely on Lin Kong's nose, causing tears and snot to uncontrollably spill out, making him look utterly pathetic. Seeing that Lin Kong's techniques had become chaotic and he had completely lost his ability to defend, Lu Chen was unrelenting, following up with a series of heavy blows to his face. After a dozen hits, Lin Kong rolled his eyes back, and just as his consciousness was about to fade, he hazily saw the boy's cold eyes and heard a faint remark. Tell me, can you, Lin Kong, really be considered a genius? You? Before he could finish, overwhelmed by intense shame, Lin Kong's head tilted and he fainted. Yang Hu and Su Hong stood there dumbfounded, frozen in place. The two were questioning their lives at that moment. What was supposed to be a crushing victory had turned into Lin Kong being crushed instead. In other words, Lu Chen could easily crush anyone present. Goodness, how much had this guy endured in 3 silent years? What was the benefit of this? Just to beat them up during this major exam? They couldn't make sense of it. The two were utterly baffled. Just then, they noticed Lu Chen's gaze slowly shifting towards them, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gentlemen, would you like to give it a try? I strike fast, guaranteed to put you to sleep painlessly. Ding! Player severely injures Yunchang Yizhong's prodigy Lin Kong, violent points plus 1000 ding. Yizhong's prodigy Lin Kong's confidence collapses, violent points plus 1500 ding. Player intimidates Yunchang Yizhong's prodigy Yang Hu, violent points plus 600 ding. Player intimidates Yunchang Sanzhong's prodigy Su Hong, violent points plus 600 ding. Player intimidates Zhong. Except for Xiao Wanwan, 9 prompt sounds rang out in succession. Lu Chen looked at the continuously accumulating violent points and finally felt satisfied. Violent points, 6700. Lu Chen felt quite good looking at the violent points. This battle was worth it. After just having a few rounds with Xiao Wanwan in the small woods, he had used all the violent points he gained to cultivate his destined magical beast. This was how he had achieved his current strength of a second-tier 5th level. As a result, the violent points that had just been cleared shot up to 6,700 after he had just pummeled Lin Kong. Among them, a full 2,500 points were contributed solely by Lin Kong. This means that Lin Kong is definitely an experienced baby. Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk, but this smile sent a chill down the spines of others. At the same time, he also discovered some patterns regarding the points for violence. Killing was the most direct and fastest way to earn high points for violence, but if planned reasonably, a single kill could provide more points than death itself. Take Lin Kong for example. He had already accumulated 2,500 points without being killed, while a direct kill would only yield about 2,700 points. From this, it can be concluded that the points for violence do not depend on the intensity of Lu Chen's actions, but rather on the damage and impact suffered by the opponent. A second-tier, 7th-level genius being beaten by an unknown second-tier, 5th-level individual. The deep-rooted humiliation inflicted on Lin Kong caused him to suffer critical damage, not just physically, but also mentally and in terms of belief, which is why so many points were awarded. In other words, if Lin Kong were to be beaten a few more times, or even get used to being crushed by Lu Chen, perhaps the points would diminish significantly. Lu Chen felt that he should focus on defeating enemies of higher levels in the future. That way, the impact on the opponent would be greater. Once the points accumulated enough, he would just kill them directly. With this thought, Lu Chen continued to look at the unconscious Lin Kong on the ground, ultimately abandoning the idea of killing him outright. He valued sincerity and believed in being guilt-free. Lu Zhong had repeatedly claimed he wanted to kill him, so it was justified to kill him. For those who did not genuinely wish for his life, he advocated for not killing them first. One must have their own set of principles. One cannot lose their humanity for the sake of a goal, or else they would become a machine controlled by points for violence. Of course, if Lin Kong repeatedly provoked him and sought trouble, then he couldn't be blamed. Just like Tang Yao, a typical case of seeking death. Not killing would lead to endless troubles. Lu Chen's gaze shifted, noticing the previously arrogant Yang, who now looking at him with a much more cautious expression. I got distracted and forgot about you guys. Yang Hu's face changed upon hearing this, and he immediately waved his hands, saying, "Wait, brother Lu Chen. I have no intention of making a move. I just wanted to say that Lin Kong and Xiao Wanwan have sustained serious injuries. You've vented your anger, how about we help them?" "Oh, I see." Lu Chen continued to look at the others. "What about you? I just said that I was targeting all of you. Don't you have any objections?" Su Heng's face turned pale as he quickly shook his head. The other followers also shook their heads vigorously, like a rattle drum, fearing that Lu Chen would seize the opportunity to strike. TSK. Boring. After saying that, Lu Chen turned and directed his gaze toward the valley not far away. Seeing this, Yang Hu exchanged glances with Su Hong, and then the two stepped forward, with one pulling out a yellow pill from his pocket for the two to take. Lu Chen did not kill them directly, which meant he had no intention of taking their lives. Yang Hu only dared to speak up to save them after analyzing the situation. As for saving them, it wasn't out of kindness. He was purely afraid that if they died, their families would come looking for trouble. Moments later, Xiao Wanwan was the first to wake up. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately saw Lu Chen's back. There was no hatred, no anger, but rather a hint of wonder in her eyes. "He's so strong. I've never lost so thoroughly." Yang Hu squatted beside her and whispered, "So what if you lost? It's not embarrassing, just look over there." Xiao Wanwan turned her head, and her pupils dilated in shock. "Even Lin Kong. That's right, he was beaten by your little brother from class 6. 3 punches." Xiao Wanwan's expression grew even more complex as her gaze fell back on that figure. "There are heavens beyond." the heavens, and people beyond the people. Indeed, but you, Xiao Wanwan, bear a huge responsibility in this matter. When did Class 6 produce such a terrifying monster, and you didn't even know? Otherwise, you could have warned us and it wouldn't have turned out like this. Listening to Yang Hu's words, Xiao Wanwan was momentarily speechless. There really isn't such a person in our school, but I just remembered when I woke up. Lu Chen, don't you think this name sounds familiar? Lu Chen. Lu Chen, it does sound familiar. At this moment, Su Hong also chimed in. Yang Hu and Xiao Wanwan looked over and found that Lin Kong, who was, besides Su Hong, had also regained consciousness, his face pale and his expression complex as he spoke. It's Lu Nan, right? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, and then a hint of fear appeared on their faces. Lu Nan had displayed extraordinary talent in his first year of high school. His strength was terrifying. At the end of last academic year, he had crushed them, who were still in their second year, with ease. Only Xiao Wanwan, being from the 6th middle school, had not been beaten. The other talented students from different schools had basically all been beaten up. If he hadn't transferred immediately afterward, how would Lin Kong have had a chance to stand out? That's right. Lu Chen and Lu Nan, it can't be just a coincidence. These two must be brothers. Xiao Wanwan rubbed her forehead and said, no need to guess, Lu Chen is Lu Nan's older brother. Yan Hu's mouth twitched, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can this family be so abnormal? Last year, the younger brother crushed us across grades, and this year his brother has beaten me again? Is this never ending? Wrong, Lu Chen and his brother Lu Nan are completely different, otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten who he was at first. Xiao Wanwan continued, if I remember correctly, Lu Chen was originally the laughingstock of our 6th middle school, with only a first-level second-stage cultivation. After 3 years, everyone mocked him as a waste. It is said that his brother Lu Nan has already been taken away by the head of the Lu family from the Jinghai base city, preparing for a year to directly enter a top-tier academy, while his brother Lu Chen is the complete opposite, a waste among wastes, left to fend for himself by the Lu family. But who knew he had been hiding his strength all along? Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's information, the other three were left speechless. They were just short of banging their heads against the ground. Is this for real? If you have strength, why pretend to be a waste? Is it fun to play the pig to eat the tiger? If you had said you were a big shot earlier, we wouldn't have provoked you, right? And now look, we were almost crushed to the point of breaking our will. While the few of them were whispering, on the other side, Lu Chen was fully focused on the situation in the valley, his brows tightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan suddenly stood up, limping over to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen, I apologize for my arrogance just now. As she spoke, her eyes held a strange color as she looked at Lu Chen. Lin Kong and the other three exchanged glances and then followed her over. Sorry, brother. Lu, your strength is formidable. You should definitely be part of this hunting plan. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. If only they had been a little more rebellious. They were too sensible. So he turned and asked, what kind of second stage perfected exotic beast is here? It's a frost tiger. Yang Hu came over to explain, a tiger-type exotic beast that can exhale a chilling breath. Its strength is extremely terrifying, which is why so many of us are participating. Xiao Wanwan continued, Lu Chen, do you want to kill this exotic beast? If you want to kill it, we can recover a bit first, and with your strength, you should be able to take it down easily. We need an hour to recover our strength, but we can only recover to about 80% at most. Lin Kong said helplessly at this point. There was no other way, they had already been subdued. Who would have thought that after hearing the two? Lu Chen slowly shook his head. It's too late, don't you find it strange? What do you mean? Just now, we fought outside twice, and with such a huge energy disturbance, this beast didn't come out. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, clearly not having thought of this issue. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, this beast is probably a third-stage exotic beast. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, and the nearby exotic beasts all fled in panic from the valley. Meanwhile, at the center of the examination hall in the city, He Ling sat upright in the command center, flanked by the principals of 9 schools from the Yunchang district. Director He, how do you feel about our district's major exam? Our 3rd middle school has some excellent students this year, including a peak second tier 6 level prodigy. Shouldn't that secure us a spot in the top universities? Director He, we also have a second tier 6th level at our 2nd middle school, also at the peak 6th level. I estimate that in another month or two, he will break into the 7th level. Oh, come on, Lao Wang and Lao Wu, stop showing off. Who doesn't have a second tier 6th level? I have a promising student at the peak of the second tier 7th level, ready to enter the second tier 8th level at any time. As the three spoke, He Ling, sitting in the main seat, chuckled and said, all right, gentlemen, the qualifications for applying to top universities depend on strength, Since I am in charge of the major exam in Yunchang district, I naturally hope we can secure more spots. But everything still relies on strength. After He Ling finished speaking, his brow furrowed slightly. Actually, in the past, those at the second tier 5th level and above could basically qualify for top university applications, but this year is a bit different. Different? The principal of the first middle school asked, puzzled. The others also cast confused glances. Seeing this, He Ling no longer hesitated and began to explain. In previous years, what you mentioned would have been sufficient, but this year is different. Many prodigies have suddenly emerged. For example, Xiao Wei from the 3rd middle school in the Qingbu district. With second tier 9th level strength, Qi Xian from the 1st middle school in Huangpu district, at the peak of the second tier 8th level, and Wang Xian from the 2nd middle school in Baoshan district, who is rumored to have comprehended half of the martial arts talent. The key is that this information was updated 6 months ago, and now they are likely all above the 3rd tier. And this is just from a few nearby districts. There are even more second tier 5th and 6th levels than in previous years. Ah, if only Lunan from the 6th middle school hadn't transferred last year, what a pity. Upon hearing this, everyone felt awkward. Yunchang district is considered below average among the 18 districts of the Zhanghai base city. The annual key enrollment rates and qualifications for top university applications have become the focus of the education system's bigwigs. Here, so every school hopes to secure more spots for top university applications, which is crucial for a school. But according to He Ling's words, it seems that Yunchang district is indeed lagging behind this year, and it's not just the gap in top prodigies. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit disheartened. The principal of the 6th middle school, Shen Gang, felt particularly distressed. He wanted to keep Lunan too, but the Lu family from the Jinghai base city came to recruit him. How could he refuse? Otherwise, with Lunan's strength, he would definitely be able to enter a top university. Seeing that his admonition had taken effect, He Ling turned to comfort them. But don't be discouraged, I believe that the few just mentioned still have a chance. That's good, that's good. Right, let's take it step by step. The principals echoed, feeling somewhat reassured by this statement. Back to the main topic, I understand what you just said, but I suggest that after the major exam, if there are students with good results, you can try using medicinal pills to assist in their final push. The medicinal pills that we usually hesitate to use should come into play now. We need to quickly boost their strength and strive for more spots. Rest assured, we are absolutely willing to invest. Yes, we can apply for more medicinal pills. We cannot be careless about the students' futures. The principals quickly agreed. He Ling nodded and continued, in addition to these, there are also some around the 2nd tier 4th level who can give it a shot. As I just mentioned, geniuses have been emerging one after another in the past 2 years. Considering these reasons, the top universities may plan to expand their enrollment this year, so don't blame me for not reminding you. Upon hearing this, the 9 principals were all taken aback. Expansion. If the top universities expand their enrollment, it would be an opportunity for all their schools. Thinking of this, everyone exchanged glances and silently made up their minds to go back and select a batch of qualified students, even if it meant spending more on pills to ensure a few 2nd tier 5th level ones emerged. This was a matter of probability. What if they really succeeded? Even if just one more appeared, it would represent an opportunity. Just as everyone was pondering, the supervising staff suddenly exclaimed in surprise. There's been an incident. A 3rd tier beast has appeared in the examination room. What? He Ling quickly got up and rushed to a screen, where a blood-red dot appeared in the upper right corner. This indicated the presence of a 3rd tier beast. Damn it, weren't all the 3rd tier beasts cleared out? How could there be a 3rd tier one? What kind of preliminary work was done? The staff was now drenched in sweat, quickly retrieving logs before responding. Leader, all the 3rd tier beasts were indeed cleared, but during the clearing, it was reported that a 2nd tier perfect beast was inside, and according to the rules, it wasn't touched. Are you saying that this 2nd tier perfect beast broke through? Leader, it seems to be the case. He Ling felt overwhelmed. What did a 3rd tier beast represent? It was equivalent to a human chi master at the 3rd tier, having cultivated martial arts talent. And the beast would also awaken its racial talents, along with incredibly powerful close combat abilities. In this situation, a 3rd tier beast would utterly crush and slaughter 2nd tier chi masters. And at this moment, there were at least 10 green dots surrounding this 3rd tier beast. Knowing there was a 2nd tier perfect beast here and still daring to approach, the students' intentions were clear. They wanted to encircle and kill it. And those who dared to do so were definitely the top batch of students in this major examination. In other words, if the 3rd tier beast attacked, the top students from the Yunchang district would all be killed. Damn it! What do we do now? Who knows? The communicator shield can only withstand a 3rd tier beast for at most 30 seconds before it shatters. What are we still discussing? Activate the formation to save them. He Ling interrupted the staff's discussion harshly. There's no time. Now that no one is calling for help, we can only forcibly activate the formation, which takes 2 minutes. It's a few kilometers out of the city, and it's still over 20 kilometers to get there. It will take at least 7 or 8 minutes. By then, everyone will be dead. Ling felt numb. If this group of students died in the major examination, he would definitely bear the main responsibility. Even if there's no time, we have to go. Activate the formation. The staff didn't dare to delay and quickly operated on the formation's core. Everyone anxiously paced back and forth as time ticked by. 2 minutes felt as long as a century. Finally, after a series of alert sounds, the staff spoke up. It's activated. Ling immediately looked at a few people. Everyone, follow me to save them. Let's go. But just then, the staff spoke up again. Wait a moment, leader. It seems to be gone. What do you mean gone? In just 2 minutes, all 10 are gone. Impossible. Even if a third-tier beast killed 10 people, it wouldn't be that fast, right? Ling strode to the screen and then he heard the staff muttering, it's not that the students are gone. It's that the life signal of the third-tier beast is gone. For a moment, the command center fell silent, everyone plunged into an eerie quiet. The 9 high school principals exchanged puzzled glances, all showing expressions of confusion. What does this mean? Incorrect information? Otherwise, how could a third-tier beast just disappear? Director what do you think is going on? Ling shook his head, indicating he was also unsure. Could it be that the information displayed is wrong and there was never a third-tier beast? One staff member immediately retorted, the monitoring formation was set up by powerful individuals from our Ministry of Education. It has never been wrong. Ling frowned, suddenly having a thought. Could it be that the third-tier beast was killed? He looked at the 10 green dots. Just based on these 10 people surrounding it, it's unlikely. Forget it, since the life signals of these 10 students are fine and the signals of the third-tier beast have disappeared. Let's just wait and see for now. There's no other choice. Could it be that one of the students has broken through to the third tier? Old Wang, you're just dreaming. Even if there is, the most likely candidate is Lin Kong. Outside the city, in the examination array, at a certain valley, time rewinds to 2 minutes earlier. The roar of a tiger is deafening. Even Lin Kong and the others feel a surge of agitation in their blood, and the flow of qi in their bodies is forcibly halted for a few seconds. The terrifying pressure continues to spread. And even though the group does not directly see the beast, they can sense the overwhelming danger. Lin Kong's expression darkens, and he realizes that the beast has already broken through to the third tier. He looks at Lu Chen and, after hesitating for a moment, says, the Frost Tiger has broken through to the third tier. We can't possibly be its match. We need to escape quickly. Yes, Lu Chen, a third tier beast will awaken its racial talents. We definitely aren't a match before we break through to the third tier. This isn't a gap that numbers can make up for, Xiao Wanwan advises with some concern. As they speak, their gazes are fixed on the valley's exit, fearing that the beast might suddenly charge out. Only Lu Chen remains calm, saying, it's too late, that creature has already set its sights on us. What do you mean? Su Hong instinctively asks, but his expression quickly changes. The others follow his gaze and see a massive frost tiger standing atop a perilous peak. Its upside-down tiger eyes seem to carry a hint of mockery, completely unlike an uncivilized beast. 2. Actually see disdain and other emotions in the eyes of a beast. The third-tier beasts really have gained intelligence, just as you said. Lu Chen steps forward, intrigued as he observes the frost tiger. Since entering the examination area, he has killed quite a few beasts, including many second-tier ones. But without exception, the points of violence provided were minimal, even less than the insults he could hurl at Xiao Wanwan. But what about a beast that has gained intelligence? With this thought, Lu Chen feels a surge of excitement. Humans, kill. The frost tiger slowly approaches, stepping down from the peak while attempting to intimidate them using the human language it has just learned. Humans actually trap us as prey. You all must die. The learning ability of a third-tier beast is incredibly strong. At first, it struggles with the human language, but in just 2 sentences, its speaking speed increases rapidly, showcasing its intelligence. Lu Chen remains unfazed. You learn human speech quickly. For a beast to reach this level is quite an achievement. By the way, that tiger skin looks nice. I happen to need 2 winter clothes. Isn't that a coincidence? After waiting for a while and seeing no reaction, Lu Chen feels a bit disappointed. The points of violence do not appear. It seems his attempt has failed. It appears that trash-talking won't earn him points from a beast. It cannot comprehend human sarcasm, or perhaps it hasn't grasped the meaning yet. The plan to fleece the beast has failed again. His attempt leaves Lin Kong utterly speechless. The moment the frost tiger appears, he feels his calves begin to cramp. It's not that he's too cowardly, but rather a biological instinct in the face of a formidable threat. A third-tier beast could easily kill him in an instant, meaning that if this beast wanted to, he would be dead the next second. This feeling of life and death being out of control prevents him from calming down. The others are not in a much better situation. In fact, 2 second-tier, 4th level students have already begun to collapse. Only Lu Chen seems completely unaffected. Is this the gap between them? The Frost Tiger slowly approaches, unhurried and seemingly enjoying the moment. As the distance closes, Su Hong finally can't hold back and speaks. Up. This is the pressure of a 3rd-tier beast. We're doomed. Running is death. Not running is also death. We might as well fight. Yang Hu gritted his teeth and said, he was also scared. But at a time like this, where else was there a chance besides fighting? Lu Chen, why don't you run? You're the most likely to escape here. Xiao Wanwan's expression was serious, and she was speaking the truth. As the strongest among the group, if Lu Chen really wanted to run, he might just save his life. But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen interrupted with some disdain. What's the point of running at the drop of a hat? Did I come here just to beat you two up and then run away? Ding! The player inadvertently struck a nerve. Violence points plus 200*9. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan collected her emotions and revealed a determined expression. Alright, then let's fight this beast together. Even if we lose, we can't let it have an easy time. Exactly, hold on for a bit. The teachers outside should have noticed the situation here. Maybe we can hold on long enough to be rescued. Brother Lu, please take the lead in the attack. We'll try our best to hold it off so you can deal more damage. If we can injure this beast before we die, we might even become famous, and that wouldn't be a disgrace. The group became more and more excited, their morale rising significantly. There was a sense of gallantry in facing death. However, to Lu Chen, this was somewhat baffling. Why were they getting so worked up? It was all so strange. Brother Lu, let's take the initiative, shall we? I have the battle skill 1000 Mountain Shield, which can reduce damage. As he spoke, Yang Hu prepared to step forward as the front line. But just as he moved to the front to unleash his battle skill, a palm as white as jade rested on his shoulder. It looked casual, but Yang Hu felt as if he couldn't move. Your 1000 Mountain Shield probably won't block a punch from me. All of you stay back. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I might accidentally knock you out. After saying this, Lu Chen strode towards the Frost Tiger amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did this mean? Was he going to challenge the 3rd-tier beast, the Frost Tiger? No. Dude, are you crazy? You're only 2nd tier. Even if you're strong, you can't take on a 3rd-tier beast alone, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Lu Chen's momentum rising with each step. 2nd tier, peak level 6, level 7, level 8. By the time he took his last step, Lu Chen's realm had smoothly reached the complete level of 2nd tier, level 9. His figure shot forward, appearing before the Frost Tiger, and in its astonished eyes, his gaze was cold and mocking. Today, let this beast see what true tiger might is. Lu Chen fought to gain strength, converting all the violence points he had just acquired into power. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar erupted from Lu Chen's body, followed by a massive white tiger phantom appearing behind him. From the perspective of the onlookers, as Lu Chen threw a punch, the white tiger phantom also lunged forward with its claws towards the Frost Tiger. The Frost Tiger had just broken through to the 3rd tier, and after gaining intelligence, it was no different from a normal human. Ordinary beasts might not feel fear, but it was different. Having gained wisdom, it naturally understood how difficult it was to advance. From its birth as a 1st-tier beast to its current 2nd-tier completion, it had been in a state of ignorance. Now that it finally had its own intelligence, how could it willingly surrender? But now, its inner fear had reached its peak. The human it had once regarded as a toy was now exuding an overwhelming beastly might. A pure tiger pressure. In an instant, it felt an impulse to kneel and await death. No! 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 How can you, human, possess such a pure aura? The Frost Tiger roared in terror, simultaneously striking out with its claws to fend off the massive tiger phantom. Lu Chen said nothing. What was there to communicate with a beast? Moreover, the other side couldn't gain violence points. Seeing his punch blocked, he spread his arms wide, as if drawing a large bow. Then, the winds from his fists erupted wildly, striking out like a blacksmith hammering away. The Frost Tiger was unwilling to die just like that, its 2 claws striking out in succession. A fierce exchange erupted on both sides. This scene left the others dumbfounded, as the clash between fists and claws generated a powerful wind pressure that swept everything around, forcing everyone to retreat dozens of meters. How is this possible? Lu Chen is actually facing off against a 3rd-tier beast? No way. What gives him the right? What the hell? Yang Hu felt like he was about to break down. His training leaned towards physical enhancement, but even with that, combined with defensive combat skills, he could only hope to stall the Frost Tiger for a while. At most, he would be dead after 3 moves. But now, someone was directly clashing with their physical body right in front of him, and it felt absurd, like a child throwing an adult over their shoulder. Xiao Wanwan remained silent, her heart racing as she watched the seemingly frail young man clash violently with the terrifying beast. The sheer aesthetic of violence stirred a different emotion within her. However, it was no wonder the others were shocked. Even a well-informed person would be left speechless. Beasts were known for their physical strength, resilience, and endurance. This was why it was so difficult for chi masters of the same realm to kill beasts alone. But Lu Chen was different. First, the nurturing from his innate magical beast freed him from the constraints and inherent flaws of the human body. Secondly, his passive skill of physical enhancement was constantly improving him, making everything he did a form of physical training. Walking, running, climbing stairs, and so on all contributed to increasing his physical strength, accumulating over time. Moreover, the first beast he devoured was the dark white tiger, which could be considered the ancestor of tiger-type beasts, providing a natural suppression buff against lower-tier tiger beasts. With this interplay, he was able to face off against a third-tier beast with his second-tier 9th level of perfection, combined with his powerful physique and tiger might. In the center of the battlefield, as the man and beast attacked each other, a thick white mist began to envelop the frost tiger. Everything it touched was covered in a layer of ice. Lu Chen, be careful. This is the frost tiger's racial talent, the frost and snow domain. The longer a chi master fights within it, the more their strength diminishes, and eventually, it can even freeze their blood and veins, turning them into ice sculptures. Xiao Wanwan said anxiously, worried that Lu Chen would be defeated by this racial talent. A chi master who hadn't advanced to the third tier lacked martial talent, and that was something that couldn't be compensated for. At this moment, after throwing dozens of punches, Lu Chen gradually felt impatient. Usually, when fighting an opponent of the same level, it was a complete domination. Over time, even some opponents slightly above his small realm would be considered within his killing range. But today, crossing a small realm and with so many advantages, he was still unable to break through. Who could stand that? Wasn't the second tier 9th level and the third tier just a small realm apart? But this was something he could only think about himself. If others knew his thoughts, they would probably be infuriated. Could the second tier 9th level and the third tier be considered a small realm? That was a huge difference, a distinction between comprehending martial talent and not one was heaven, the other was earth. Fortunately, all of this was just Lu Chen's inner thoughts, and the more he thought about it, the more restless he became. However, after hearing Xiao Wanwan's reminder, he realized he couldn't continue to drag this out. The cold was already starting to affect his perception. He clenched his fists, and with a thought, he began to control the surrounding energy, slowly forming blades of energy. Then, the energy blades slashed wildly at the frost tiger, targeting its softer spots. For instance, its eyes, its throat, and even certain sensitive areas. Initially, the frost tiger didn't pay much attention. A mere second-tier skill was just a tickle to it, as long as it could block the terrifying punches from the human in front of it. In its view, this young human chi master had already expended countless efforts to refine their body to such a terrifying level, leaving little time to practice combat skills. As several sharp golden auras flashed by, blood suddenly spurted out, and the frost tiger couldn't help but let out a sharp howl. Ding! Player's attack is very dirty, targeting the private parts of a tier 3 beast. Violent points plus 1500. Now's the time. Lu Chen suddenly retracted his fist, placing his right fist at his waist and taking a deep breath. In the midst of his intense breathing, one could even vaguely see the wisps of white vapor he exhaled. He stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch, the terrifying force causing the ground beneath him to crack like shattered ice, spreading continuously. This punch was a guaranteed kill. Die! Whoosh! The punch was as swift as thunder, and the frost tiger, in shock, couldn't even see the afterimage, only feeling the punch suddenly appear before its eyes, piercing through its claw defense. In a panic, it could only unleash all its beastly power to form a shield for defense. But this was merely a struggle before death. No! I'm willing to be your mount. Spare my life. I am a tier 3 beast. I can definitely be your aid. The benefits of subduing me are far greater than killing me. Human, don't you want to earn high rewards? Capturing me alive will definitely help you. In just 3 seconds, the frost tiger offered countless tempting conditions. Yet Lu Chen's expression never changed. He felt a surge of power rising from his feet, transforming into a divine rainbow that erupted from the tip of his fist after passing through his spine. Boom! The energy burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, a circular gap appeared in the massive tiger head before him, penetrating through. Lu Chen retracted his fist and took a breath. Then, with a shake of his palm, the tiger's blood evaporated into blood energy. Ding! Player has defeated a tier 3 beast. Violent points plus 10,000. Fighting and talking so much, it's annoying. Lu Chen turned around, and before he could say anything, he saw Xiao Wanwan leading a few people running over. Are you okay? I'm fine. I dealt with the beast myself. Do you have any objections? Lin Kong, Yang Hu, and Su Hong shook their heads repeatedly. This person was strange, it felt like he was looking forward to them finding trouble with him. They weren't fools. If they could kill a tier 3 beast, they had no objections. It was you who killed it alone, so of course we have no objections. Yeah, and there's still time, we can hunt a few more tier 2 beasts, it won't affect our major exam. Lu Chen clicked his tongue, feeling a bit disappointed. What was up with this group? According to the plot in novels, shouldn't they be attacking him in a group to seize the credit? Why were they all so polite? Forget it, I need to find a place to allocate points. Looking at the display showing just over 10,000 points, Lu Chen couldn't wait any longer. Alright, since you say that, I won't waste any more words, I'm off. Hey, wait. Before the others could finish, Lu Chen had already turned and leaped away from there. The time for the major exam was nearing its end, and all the candidates were making their final efforts. Some only wanted a spot in an ordinary university, while others aimed for key institutions, and the top tier of students were striving for their dream prestigious schools. In a forest, Xiao Wanwan struggled to extract the crystal core from a massive pig-like beast. This should be enough to qualify for the top university assessment, right? Ever since being beaten by Lu Chen, Xiao Wanwan's mindset had subtly changed. Previously, she thought that cultivation was the only path, and only becoming stronger could bring her happiness. She had always looked down on her peers' pursuits, dismissing love and relationships as mere illusions. Even when geniuses like Lin Kong pursued her, she found it boring. So what if they were stronger? They were only after her family's connections. Moreover, those who fought her always held back, lacking any real intensity. But Lu Chen was different. His overwhelming strength, that sense of invincibility that crushed everything, and the ferocity he displayed when he struck her, that kind of ruthlessness, it felt like they were trying to beat her to death. But for some reason, after Xiao Wanwan woke up, she not only didn't feel scared, but instead felt quite excited. She thought that Lu Chen treating her like that seemed pretty good? Not just good, she even felt a bit of anticipation. Even later, whenever she heard Lu Chen's cold words, she felt happy and couldn't help but want to get closer. Afterward, she thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. The only thing she could be sure of was that she wanted to see Lu Chen often. Now that Lu Chen had already confirmed his qualifications for a top university, with his strength, it was possible for him to get in. So, if Xiao Wanwan wanted to see Lu Chen in the future, she could only work hard to get into a top university. Outside the southern part of Zhanghai Base City, He Ling led a group of principals out of the city to wait, watching the time tick closer, and finally waved his hand. Open the formation. With his command, the formation outside the city slowly opened. At the same time, a notification indicating the end of the exam appeared on the special communicators of all the students taking the major exam, and everyone began to rush towards the city. Outside the city, countless people gathered at the city gate. Some were parents of the children, while others were onlookers. Some were even more excessive, directly setting up banners. Not far away. No need to panic after failing the major exam, find a job, just go to 85 Tongcheng Network Zhanghai Base City listed company, chairman's special assistant secretary position, requirements, female. Some students returning to the city were furious upon seeing these banners, gritting their teeth. Some had already performed poorly, and now seeing this was just a direct face slap. But their protests were quickly drowned out by the crowd's discussions. Look, the major exam is over, the students are coming out. Hey, every year the major exam loses some students. The path of a chi master isn't that easy. There's no choice. Have you seen the news these past 2 days? The beast turmoil is getting more serious, and foreign forces are eyeing us. Our country needs more strong people to defend it. That makes sense. I just don't have that talent. Otherwise I'd definitely go kill a few beasts. But who do you think is the top student from our Yunchang district this year? That goes without saying. The strongest from number 1 high school, Lin Kong, is naturally the strongest in ranking. After this was said, someone expressed a different opinion. That's not certain. This realm doesn't represent combat power. The practical ranking depends on how many beasts you kill. I think number 2 high school's Yang Hu has a chance. I think number 3 high school Su Hong is also quite good. He must have killed quite a few beasts. What you're saying is expected. It's just a pity that the other schools are just there to fill the ranks. It's good if a few can make it into the top 10 each year. A group of people gathered together, continuously discussing, some supporting number 1 high school, while others supported number 2 and number 3 high schools. As more students kept coming out, everyone's attention gradually shifted. At this moment, He Ling used his chi machine to speak. Everyone, place the bags with your numbers into the verification machine. This concerns your results. Upon hearing this, the students all complied, tossing the bags containing the cores of the beasts they had killed into the machine. On the side. Soon, the machine operated, and everyone's results automatically merged together, forming a constantly updating ranking list. At first, everyone felt indifferent upon seeing it, as the key figures hadn't appeared yet. Until a name appeared. instantly leaping to the top with a significant lead. First place, Su Hong from number 3 high school. 7 second-tier initial stage cores. 2 second-tier mid-stage cores. Second place, Zhao Jiang from number 5 high school. 2 second-tier initial stage cores. Wow, Su Hong from number 3 high school killed so many. Awesome, that's incredible. At least in the top 3. I also think so. Last year's strongest student only killed 7 second-tier beasts, right? But just as they were discussing, the updated list changed again, and the top position shifted. First place, Yang Hu from number 2 high school. 8 second-tier initial stage cores. 2 second-tier late-stage cores. Second place, Su Hong from number 3 high school. 7 second-tier initial stage cores. 2 second-tier mid-stage cores. Wow, Yang Hu killed a late-stage second-tier beast. Impressive. I'm starting to look forward to Lin Kong's data. It will definitely be more stunning. The students orderly tossed their bags inside while more people continued to emerge from the formation in the distance. Time slowly passed and the top 2 spots on the leaderboard remained stable. Everyone was fixated on the rankings, anticipating even more astonishing results to appear. First place, Lin Kong from number 1 high school. 9 early-stage second-tier cores. 3 late-stage second-tier cores. Second place, Yang Hu from number 2 high school. 8 early-stage second-tier cores. 2 late-stage second-tier cores. Third place, Xiao Wanwan from number 6 high school. 8 early-stage second-tier cores. 2 mid-stage second-tier cores. Fourth place, Su Hong from number 3 high school. 7 early-stage second-tier cores. 2 mid-stage second-tier cores. Fifth place, Huang Wei from number 9 high school. 7 early-stage second-tier cores. 1 mid-stage second-tier core. As time passed, after a dozen minutes, the rankings gradually stabilized. The onlookers saw that the talented students they were watching had started to appear on the list, and they felt there was not much to see anymore, as the top 3 had already been determined and their strengths were expected. Unless there was a dark horse, the rankings were unlikely to change. However, it was somewhat surprising to see Xiao Wanwan from number 6 high school among the top 3. But once they heard she was the daughter of the Xiao family, no one was surprised anymore. It's normal for prominent families to have some safety measures. Perhaps they had been low-key before, just to shine in this major exam. Seeing this, many principals were all smiles, especially the principal of number 1 high school, who looked particularly radiant. You all admit it, once again, our number 1 high school has taken the lead. Alright, stop showing off, it's irritating just to look at. This year, number 6 high school has also made it into the top 3, Old Shin is happy. Shin Changping couldn't help but smile at the comment. It's good, it's expected. What do you mean expected? Alright everyone, the major exam is coming to an end soon. Later, we will have a meeting with the top 10 core students regarding the sudden appearance and disappearance of the third-tier beast within the formation. As soon as He Ling said this, everyone became much more serious. The breakthrough incident of the late-stage second-tier beast was too coincidental. It was an abnormal phenomenon. Traditionally, a late-stage second-tier beast would require a long time to accumulate before breaking through to the third tier, yet this time it happened just as the formation was sealed. Therefore, He Ling needed to clarify the situation, and why the beast died quickly after just breaking through to the third tier. It couldn't have been surrounded and killed by students, could it? The principal of number 1 high school nodded first. What director he said is right. I will call Lin Kong over right now. Yes, I will do the same. I will call Su Hong over. Moments later, a group of students from the top 10 rankings, led by Lin Kong, walked up to He Ling and the others. However, Lin Kong and a few others looked awkward, as if there was something hard to say. The students all bowed and said, "Greetings, Director He, and esteemed principals." He Ling nodded slightly, and the principal of number 1 high school smiled and said, "You are the top 10 students in this major exam. Director He has some matters to discuss with you." That's right, say whatever you know, and do not conceal anything. Among the 10 students, Lin Kong and the others exchanged awkward glances, and finally, with flushed faces, said, "Director He, esteemed principals, actually, there is one person who has not arrived." He Ling frowned upon hearing this. Another person? Aren't there just the 10 of you? Hearing this, Lin Kong's face turned even redder. It's like this, actually, I am not the first place. The real first place probably hasn't had the chance to submit their cores yet. What? The principals, including He Ling, were all taken aback. Lin Kong being first was something everyone could accept, but now he said it wasn't him. Could it be that a dark horse has appeared? Lin Kong, is that true? Seeing that the leaders were skeptical, Xiao Wanwan also spoke up. It's true, what Lin Kong said is all real. The principal of number 1 high school was even more anxious. Could it be that the duck he was about to catch had flown away? He simply couldn't understand what other student had the potential to defeat Lin Kong. In Yunchang district, Lin Kong's strength was well known. This kind of thing Can't be joked about. What if the other party has already died in the big exam and the first place is still? The principal of number 1 high school didn't finish his sentence when a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky from the crystal core calculation machine in the distance. Everyone's gaze turned to the leaderboard, which had quietly changed. First place, number 6 Lu Chen. 1 Tier 3 Crystal Core. 13 Tier 2 Early Stage Crystal Cores. 10 Tier 2 Mid-Stage Crystal Cores. 5 Tier 2 Late Stage Crystal Cores. The magnificent achievements directly dazzled a group of people, and Lin Kong's ranking naturally dropped to second place, with everyone else moving down one position. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the incredible scene at the top of the list. Especially the principal of number 6 high school, who had been somewhat disappointed. After all, this year Xiao Wanwan had finally managed to secure a top 3 position, and now with the first place changing hands, Xiao Wanwan had dropped to 4th. Don't underestimate the competition. For 3rd and 4th place, the changes in resources are significant. But when he saw which school the first place belonged to, his mouth dropped open. No. Number 6. Could it be that the machine malfunctioned? When did their school produce such a powerful genius? Why didn't he know? Not just him, the other school principals were also dumbfounded. If the first place changed hands and a dark horse appeared, in their understanding, it was most likely a student from the top 3. How did a student from number 6 suddenly emerge? The principal of number 2 blurted out, "The machine can't be broken, right?" Unlikely. He Ling couldn't calm down for a long time and then turned to Lin Kong and the others, asking, "Are you talking about this person?" Lin Kong nodded. "Yes, Lu Chun from number 6 independently killed a tier 3 alien beast, the Frost Tiger." Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Independently killing a tier 3 alien beast? They had been fantasizing about whether everyone had participated in the encirclement and killing, but now the person had actively admitted to independently killing it. Number 6 must have seen a ghost this year. Such a fierce dark horse? He Ling was the quickest to accept this, looking at the principal of number 6. "Principal Shen, let's contact this year's strongest dark horse in Yunchang district. We should meet him." Everyone keenly sensed the change in He Ling's tone. When it came to contacting students in the top 10 of the assessment, his attitude towards Lu Chen was clearly more equal. This is the difference. Both were first place, but the distinction between independently killing a tier 3 alien beast and killing several tier 2 alien beasts was vast. He then looked at the students below and said, "Tell me the specifics. Why did a tier 3 alien beast suddenly appear in the formation, and how did Lu Chen kill it?" A few students present exchanged glances, and finally, Lin Kong helplessly took the initiative to explain the situation. Facing Yi Ling, they didn't dare to hide anything, including the fact that they had all been beaten up. After a while, when Yi Ling heard the phrase "just," used his fists to smash the tier 3 alien beast to death, he felt his head buzzing. A Chi Master. A Chi Master who was only at the 2nd tier perfection level, killing above his level. And he did it with his fists in the area where the alien beast was most adept at physical combat. Do you want to hear what Li Zai said about gods and demons? It's no exaggeration to say that even a late-stage tier 3 Chi Master wouldn't dare to claim that their physical strength could suppress a tier 3 early-stage alien beast. That's a species inherent disadvantage. Just as He Ling maintained a certain level of skepticism and his head was in a whirl, a boy in a number 6 uniform walked over. Everyone present, except for Lin Kong and a few others who had been beaten, noticed this boy for the first time, but even though it was their first time, they felt a spark of brilliance, because the aura emanating from this boy was clearly different, like a blade unsheathed, sharp and ready to strike. "Hello, leaders and principals." He Ling seemed to be deep in thought as she stepped off the stage and walked up to Lu Chen, examining him from side to side. "Lu Chen, tell me how you killed the 3rd tier beast?" "I smashed it to death with my fists." He Ling's expression turned serious. There are indeed high school prodigies capable of killing 3rd tier beasts, and I can tell you honestly that among the strongest areas in Jianghai Base City, there are talented students who have killed 3rd tier beasts, but none of them relied solely on physical strength, especially since you are only at the peak of the 2nd tier. "So what?" Lu Chen asked, confused. "Lu Chen, I pulled up all your records a few minutes ago. Last year, you were just a 1st tier 2nd level Chi Master, but your brother, Lu Nan, is a once-in-a-million genius Chi Master. Given that you and your brother have been increasingly out of touch over the past year, I suspect your relationship isn't great. In comparison, it's inevitable that jealousy might arise, leading you down a wrong path. And now, in just 1 year, you've honed your physical strength to such a terrifying level." He Ling suddenly narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of threat. "Lu Chen, something is off with you. Based on past experiences, such a prodigy appearing out of nowhere is very likely to have been secretly contacted and supported by foreign countries, especially considering your physical strength, which resembles certain countries' gene drugs that stimulate potential for explosive growth." The atmosphere around them instantly tensed up. The principal of the 6th high school was ready to speak up for his student, but was pulled back by the principal of the 1st high school, who whispered a warning. Don't move, old Shin. This concerns foreign matters. Tread carefully. Exactly, director. He is also following regulations to eliminate potential risks. Seeing this, the principal of the 6th high school dared not act rashly. He understood the gravity of the situation. He Ling was not being alarmist. Every head of a major examination bears such responsibility. If a Chi master supported by foreign powers were to enter a key institution in Xia country, the consequences would be devastating. Countless battle techniques, secret arts. Therefore, this situation absolutely cannot occur. Thus, every prodigy that suddenly appears must go through this scrutiny. A dark horse is a dark horse. If it truly is a dark one, that would be terrifying. Other students were curious but found themselves unable to speak. He Ling's aura was too strong. They couldn't even manage to utter a word. Only Lu Chen, in the center of the vortex of pressure, remained calm, seemingly unaffected by any stress. Only Lu Chen knew that no matter how strong the opponent's aura was, it was still insufficient in the face of the terrifying might of the dark white tiger. Having devoured it, he would not be overwhelmed by such pressure. He Ling was somewhat surprised but remained silent, quietly waiting for Lu Chen to explain. A few seconds later, Lu Chen looked up at He Ling. You didn't make a move, which means you need proof. Since you say my physical strength might be a product of Western drugs, why not have a match to test it? He Ling's expression froze for a moment, then a smile crept onto her lips. You're quite clever. To ensure fairness, I will maintain the initial 3rd tier level. After one match, I will have my ways to determine the truth. If you are innocent, I will take responsibility for your treatment, ensuring it won't affect your subsequent assessments. If not, no need for treatment. If I can smash a 3rd tier beast, I can smash you too. As soon as the words left his mouth, He Ling was taken aback by the excitement in the boy's eyes. What a wild kid! But before she could respond, Lu Chen charged forward with a blur of motion. As the head of the examination, He Ling was powerful, already a 5th tier expert. Facing a student at the peak of the 2nd tier, she naturally felt confident. Even if the other party was a genius capable of cross-tier killing of 3rd tier beasts, they would not be her match. At least, that's what she thought 3 seconds ago. But when she heard the piercing sound of air being sliced, she realized she had been overly complacent. Suppressing her strength to the early 3rd tier, she felt the hair on her body stand on end, a chill rising within her. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying fist shadow, filled with killing intent, came crashing toward her. She dared not be careless and quickly sidestepped, feeling a sharp sting on her face as the opponent's fist wind grazed past. What the hell? So terrifying. Lu Chen's strike was dodged, and the energy from his fist exploded outward, instantly smashing into the ground in the distance, sending up a large cloud of dust and debris. Onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. Could this really be the destructive power of a 2nd-tier Chi master? Quick to dodge, if examiner he feels too much pressure, he can try using his 3rd-tier double strength. Ding! Player taunts high-tier Chi master, who is helpless against it, filled with impotent rage. Violent points plus 800. He Ling's expression changed slightly. He was actually mocked by a student, and his face turned a bit red. But before he could speak, a shadow lunged at him again, moving at incredible speed, and with a full momentum, threw another punch. This punch seemed even more terrifying, and He Ling could vaguely see the dim, restrained energy on the edge of the fist. Damn it! Is this kid trying to beat him to death? He Ling gritted his teeth. As the head examiner, if he was continuously chased and beaten by a candidate, wouldn't he lose all face? At this moment, he could no longer afford to dodge. He had to take this punch head-on. Tensing his right arm, he channeled his strength into a massive energy dragon. Bang! The moment their fists collided, He Ling's expression changed. Pain! An excruciating pain surged from his fist. Although he could confirm that his bones weren't broken, he almost lost all sensation at that moment. At the same time, he felt a shock. This was his first time taking a hit head-on, and he was a 5th-tier Chi master. Even if he wasn't specialized in body refinement, his realm was there. Yet now he was being struck to the point of losing sensation by a 2nd-tier brat. Wait a minute. Just then, Lu Chen spoke. Again, wait for what? Since the chief examiner doubts me, I must properly demonstrate myself to avoid any suspicion. After saying that, Lu Chen leaped into the air, spinning around, and after gathering strength, his leg whipped towards He Ling like a whip. Crack! He Ling could only barely block with his arms, and as they collided, visible ripples spread through the air. It barely paused for less than half a second, and that kick sent He Ling flying backward. Great agility, my lord. This must be the soft overcoming the hard, right? Ding! Player blooms again. He Ling's thoughts begin to spiral. Violent points plus 1000. Soft overcoming hard? What the hell? Didn't you see that I couldn't withstand the force and got sent flying? But he couldn't say that now. It would be too embarrassing. Lu Chen, however, pushed off the ground the moment he landed, chasing after him. In he Ling's somewhat dazed gaze, another punch came crashing in. Ling started to panic, his right hand was still a bit numb from the previous punch, and after taking that kick his energy was all messed up. If another punch came, he feared he would be completely beaten down. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke up. That's enough, Lu Chen, you shouldn't be supported from outside, the test is over. But Lu Chen shook his head. No, it's not enough. The Lord said there might be mistakes. How can you be so irresponsible? Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate. Next, I will combine combat skills to recreate the scene of killing the frost tiger. Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is doing it on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. He is retaliating against me. But there was no time to speak now, as Lu Chen's attack was already upon him. Boom! Ling was heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit with cracks spreading out. He didn't dare to be slow. He immediately performed a fish leap to get up and roll away, wanting to quickly escape Lu Chen's continuous attacks. But just as he raised his head, he caught a glimpse of the boy's figure appearing on his right, his dark hair framing eyes filled with a strange excitement. And then a punch came. At the same time, the punch was accompanied by a bizarre, sharp energy blade. Combat skills? Damn! Lu Chen, stop, I'm sure you're not. The wind blade mixed with the punch came crashing down like a torrential storm, and upon contact, Ling felt numb all over. He knew the opponent's punches were heavy, but why did this wind blade also carry such immense force? Each strike hurt more than a punch. If it weren't for his protective treasure, he might have really been injured. Lord you need to say everything clearly. What am I not? This suffix must be mentioned, otherwise I fear someone might misinterpret your meaning. As he spoke, Lu Chen's hands did not stop. His fists rained down like a storm, and Ling could only keep dodging and defending. In just a few seconds, he had already taken 3 punches, and his robe was torn in several places. After enduring dozens of punches, he finally couldn't contain his anger any longer, and a late-stage third-tier aura erupted from within him. The terrifying energy instantly sent the besieging Lu Chen flying. Enough! I've already said you're not a spy supported by foreign powers, and yet you keep attacking. Are you taking this opportunity to retaliate? Ling raised his hand, ready to teach Lu Chen a lesson with his late-stage third-tier strength while venting his anger. But when he looked up, he was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Chen was now 10 meters away, hands clasped together in a bow, looking like a well-behaved student, even feigning a relaxed sigh. Thank you, Lord for your hard work in verifying the student. Since you have confirmed it, I suppose I have cleared my name. This behavior left Ling unable to make a move. The student had already bowed and thanked him. How could he still attack? You damn, cough cough, still quite polite. Those who cultivate energy must first cultivate their hearts. I am indeed an exemplary student. Ding. Player's behavior is despicable and detestable. Ling's heart is filled with curses, but he is helpless. Violent points plus 1200. Lu Chen smiled slightly, gaining over 1000 points again. What a good person. And he wasn't stupid. He could bully someone at the early stage of the third tier, but now that the other party had revealed their late-stage third-tier strength, if he continued to fight, wouldn't he just be giving them a chance to teach him a lesson? So, the moment he felt something was off, he immediately stopped and bowed. He didn't believe the other party would still attack. If the student had stopped, would he continue to attack and lose face? At this moment, Ling was feeling extremely frustrated, having taken a beating for nothing, and he couldn't retaliate. It felt like spending the night with a buddy, waking up the next day feeling a bit sore. But with no evidence, you had to thank them for bringing you breakfast. Yeah, it was about that frustrating. Meanwhile, the principals watching from the side were almost unable to contain their laughter. The principal of the 6th high school quickly coughed twice to cover his laughter and said, Director are you now certain that Lu Chen has no suspicions? Hearing this, Ling tidied up his somewhat tattered robe. Yes, I am certain. There are no traces of Western gene modification, and the strength is pure. It is indeed the result of hard work and cultivation. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly from the side. Of course, adding points was also a form of cultivation. His hard work and adding points was also a kind of practice, wasn't it? With Ling's nod, everyone else naturally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he wouldn't joke about this matter, so if he said there was no suspicion, then there was most likely none. Seeing this, the principal of the 6th high school also smiled. Alright, the major exam is over. You all take your core students back. Don't forget what I said before, the joint examination of District 18 concerns the admissions of top universities. You should provide the necessary elixirs and resources for the students. We can't have a situation where our Yunchang district has no internal students from a top university. If they are all external, I can't afford to lose face. After Ling finished speaking, all the principals nodded. Rest assured, we will definitely allocate resources to our outstanding disciples this month. That's right, Lord you can trust us. With that, Ling glanced at everyone, especially at the smiling Lu Chen, before turning away with a dark face. Damn it, he had lost face big time today. Before everyone left, Su Hong looked at Lu Chen alone. Brother Lu Chen, there are some things I might have to report truthfully when I get home. Consider this a heads up. Go ahead. Lu Zhong should have been killed by you, right? Lu Chen looked at Su Hong in surprise upon hearing his words. Seeing that he did not deny it, Su Hong continued, although my Su family and his Lu family are not very close, in name, we are also cousins. So when the elders of the family ask me about this matter when I return, I can only tell the truth. Su Hong spoke sincerely as he finished. No problem. If he wants to kill me, then he should be the one to be killed. If the Lu family is not satisfied, they can come find me. Lu Chen knew that some things couldn't be hidden when he returned to hand. In the bag, the signal from the special communicator was displayed throughout, and since he killed Lu Zhong and took the communicator, others would naturally find out. With just a little effort, one could uncover this information. However, he was indeed unclear about the relationship between Su Hong and Lu Zhong. Otherwise, he would have thought carefully about whether to let the other party speak before the formation opened. Thinking of this, Lu Chen shook his head. It was pointless to think about it now. Su Hong had already come out and he couldn't continue to act. Killing him later would not hold much significance. Su Hong, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and turned to leave. The Lu family. I wonder what their strength is like. The Lu family's strength is not weak. Even though this side is just a branch family in Jianhai Base City, they can still be considered top tier. The strongest in the branch family is their head, who is at the 6th level of perfection. Lu Chen turned around and saw Xiao Wanwan approaching with a smile. However, the first person you are likely to encounter next is not another strong member of the Lu family, but someone else. Lu Chen was puzzled. Who? Lu Zhong's sister, the strongest student in the Jinghua district, Lu Xia from number 1 high school. Xiao Wanwan walked up to Lu Chen, and the two headed towards the city gate together. The Jinghua district is the top 3 districts in our Jianhai Base City, and the students there are very strong. If we go by the previous rankings, Lin Kong would only be in the top 10 of a certain school, not even ranking in the entire district. Lu Xia can be a leader, and her strength definitely surpasses ours by a lot. It's not an exaggeration to say that Lu Xia's strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire Jianhai Base City. Listening to this, Lu Chen was deep in thought about other matters. The stronger the strength, the stronger the pride. If he were to humiliate her a few times, wouldn't that yield a lot of points for violence? To exaggerate a bit, what if he could kill her? He had noticed that it seemed like every time he crossed a level, the rewards for violence would significantly increase. For example, killing Lu Zhong, a 2nd-level Qi master, only gave him over 2,000 points, but killing a 3rd-level exotic beast yielded a full 10,000. Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Lu Chen came back to his senses, looking blankly at the girl beside him. I said Lu Zhong's sister, Lu Xia, is already a 3rd-level Qi master, so if you encounter her in the upcoming assessment, you must be careful. It is said that she is also a candidate for this year's top academy's inner court students, and she even has a chance to compete for a core disciple spot. Let me ask you, if someone dies during the assessment, will there be any punishment? Xiao Wanwan was taken aback, her steps slowing down. If she understood correctly, did this mean Lu Chen still wanted to kill her? So she had just given a reminder and he hadn't listened at all? The top talents of the top 3 districts, and Lu Chen actually wanted to kill. She admitted that Lu Chen was strong, but the other party had a genuine awakening of martial arts talent, countless resources to assist, and battle experience that was fully fed. Their strength was definitely not something a newly entered 3rd-level Frost Tiger could compare to. But Lu Chen seemed very confident. It should be, such a talented individual would be protected wherever they go. It's best not to kill her. Great, it seemed like she had accepted Lu Chen's assumption. Xiao Wanwan felt a bit frustrated, but she was soon interrupted by Lu Chen's voice. Then just injure her. Oh. On the way, Xiao Wanwan tried to find topics to chat about, but Lu Chen appeared uninterested, either responding with a single word or nodding perfunctorily. This made Xiao Wanwan feel a bit deflated. The two took the school bus back to Yunchang district and then parted ways to return home to rest. The next morning, shortly after Lu Chen got out of bed and was preparing to enjoy a good game of cards, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it and saw the visitor, his expression suddenly became calm. The other party seemed a bit surprised and smiled as he spoke. You seem to have anticipated my arrival? I suppose so. After all, it was around this time last year that Lu Nan gained fame. The middle-aged man nodded and walked into the room uninvited. I heard you successfully broke through the bottleneck that was holding you back. You really stole the spotlight in this practical exam? Is there something you need? It's nothing major. Your grandfather asked me to come. Although your talent is still quite inferior compared to Xiao Nan, it's enough to catch your grandfather's attention. As a member of the Lu family, I naturally had to come and see you. Lu Chen looked at the middle-aged man, his expression unchanged. Technically, he should call this man uncle since he was the younger brother of his adoptive father, named Lu Changyang. After Lu Nan became famous last year, it was he who accompanied the old man to pick him up. Just get to the point. Lu Changyang paused for a moment and then smiled. Then I'll be direct. The old man asked me to inform you that if you have the ability to secure a spot in the top academy of Jianhai Base City, remember to choose under Director Zhong Huang. The family has arrangements for you. This statement was made without room for doubt, truly a face-saving gesture. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer at this, but he didn't rush to turn hostile. What's the reason? Xiao Nan will also be entering the top academy of Jinghai Base City this year, skipping directly from sophomore to a special admission. By the way, you probably don't know yet, but Xiao Nan has successfully broken through to the 4th ranked Chi Master these days and has begun to comprehend the forces, gaining the personal mentorship of Director Huang Mang from the top academy of Jinghai Base City. This is also a representation of the core identity of the academy, a great opportunity for the Lu family. And every director in the academy has a quota for a core disciple. The competition among core disciples is fierce. Xiaonan's current cultivation method has some flaws and requires a secret method for assistance, which is in the hands of Zhong Huang in Jianhai Base City. Of course, you won't be working for nothing. After successfully enrolling, the Lu family will provide you with monthly cultivation resources and a portion of combat skills as part of your compensation. Lu Changyang elaborated on the latter part, but Lu Chen understood it all at once. Xiaonan's cultivation method had flaws, so he couldn't maintain a strong position in the subsequent competition among core disciples. Just at this moment, Lu Chen was beginning to show his potential, and the Lu family had turned their attention to him. They hoped he could apply under Director Zhong Huang, find an opportunity to learn the secret method and then pass it on to Lu Nan to make up for the flaws. Lu Chen sneered inwardly. He had to admit the Lu family had a good plan. Secret methods, the key is to keep them confidential. If he learned it and then passed it to Lu Nan, given their relationship, it would be obvious who leaked it. The outcome for him would be predictable. As for why the Lu family didn't directly propose a trade, he didn't ask such a foolish question. The top academies in several major base cities had competitive relationships and naturally wouldn't easily exchange their outstanding disciples with rivals. The Lu family also didn't want to bear that cost, so it was most cost-effective to have Lu Chen make a sacrifice. What a clever calculation. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and decided not to refuse just yet. If given the chance, he might actually go under Director Zhong Huang, but once he learned the secret method, he wouldn't give it away. The main point was to be rebellious. It would be quite satisfying to annoy the Lu family. Even if they all shared the surname Lu, they still wouldn't be able to get their hands on it. Plus, he could use the Lu family's resources to cultivate, and in the end, the obedient pawn would rise up and slap their faces. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. So, Lu Chen responded indifferently, I understand. Lu Changyang took it as agreement and nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you understand. Xiaonan's talent is very strong. He is destined to be among the top in the future. As long as you assist him, well, your status won't be lacking. Now that we've finished discussing, you should leave. Seeing that Lu Chen was in no mood to entertain him, Lu Changyang shrugged and left without saying much. Once outside, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just a casual game, whether I pass or not is another matter. I hope it wasn't a waste of my time. Main Dark Beast, Little Black Realm, 2nd stage, 9th level, perfect skills, body enhancement, passive, Unity of Heaven and Man, passive, Blade of Metal, active, overall evaluation, initial results in cultivation, you are now qualified to leave the nest. Violence points, 17,500. Lu Chen skillfully opened the game interface and a gray-black screen immediately appeared before him. Looking at the violence points displayed below, Lu Chen felt a wave of security fill his heart. With over 17,000 points in surplus and his realm having reached the perfect 2nd stage, this was the entirety of his gains. From the recent practical exam, he still had some 1st stage beast cores that weren't very useful, which he planned to sell in the market. At least he could earn a few 100,000 from them. All in all, it was a thrilling battle. Glancing at the skill bar on the interface, Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. Body enhancement had always been his confidence in cross-level combat compared to many Chi masters who fought. Anyone who got close to him had almost no ability to resist. Of course, this premise was that the level gap wasn't too large, otherwise he wouldn't have directly conceded. After He Ling erupted into the late 3rd stage, the subsequent Unity of Heaven and Man was also a very fitting passive skill for him. Each move he made, starting as a novice in combat, allowed him to absorb experience with every fight. Although he preferred a straightforward fighting style, it didn't mean he didn't need to learn techniques. Moreover, this would greatly assist him in learning combat skills later on. After all, only he knew that he wasn't some so-called genius. Everything was achieved through cheating. Without Unity of Heaven and Man, his comprehension would become a flaw. later on, and even if he could allocate points, it would unnecessarily consume more. As for the blade of metal, it went without saying, actively killing enemies was always advantageous. These three skills combined created Lu Chen's current invincible stance among his peers. After the harvest, it's time to convert it into combat power. This should be enough for me to reach the third stage. Right? Lu Chen murmured, waving his hand to start drawing cards. Soon, he completed 100 consecutive draws. Looking at the 100 white-haired monkeys floating in the card pool, Lu Chen's face was as dark as coal. He had never seen a card game with such low odds, it was driving him crazy. Not to mention getting a rare card, at least a prized one should have appeared, right? The greedy manufacturers should be damned. Complaints aside, Lu Chen still honestly activated the devouring skill. Quickly, as the white-haired monkeys in the card pool disappeared one by one, the information on the interface updated again. Main Dark Beast, Little Black Realm, Early First Stage, Third Level Skills, Body Enhancement, Passive, Unity of Heaven and Man, Passive, Blade of Metal, Active, Overall. Evaluation, the player's cultivation has made some achievements. You can now attempt to oppress the weak. Violence points, 7, 500 goodness. It took a full 100 basic blood food to raise it this little. It seemed he barely broke through to the third stage. The consumption for a major realm increase was indeed enormous. Fortunately, after surpassing the third stage, the violence points gained from kills were also substantial, starting directly at 10,000. Otherwise, the violence points would definitely not be enough for his current rapid advancement. Ding! The player's main Dark Beast has broken through to the third stage and awakened the racial talent, Devour. Skill explanation, in battle, based on the body's major acupoints, continuously absorb various energies from the surroundings to convert them into personal energy, while also healing injuries and enhancing endurance in combat. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and he soon realized this should be the martial arts talent awakened after reaching the third stage that Xiao Wanwan and others mentioned, also known as racial talent in the context of exotic beasts, his innate dark beast. Awakened as a whale, which directly compensated for his last shortcoming, endurance in battle. This was akin to a frontline warrior continuously charging into battle with a dedicated support behind them, constantly replenishing their mana and status. It was simply exhilarating. From now on, his enemies would face a monster that was physically robust, had terrifying combat experience, sharp killing techniques, and the ability to sustain prolonged battles. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a sense of despair for his opponents. Lu Chen smiled, then activated the skill Rebirth. Feeling the energy and blood within him continuously rising, accompanied by a faint tearing sound, his realm leaped into a whole new domain. At this point, his strength was fixed at the first level of a third-tier chi. Master. The communicator vibrated wildly. Lu Chen picked it up to see a message from Xiao Wanwan. She informed him that it was time to go to school, as the principal wanted to meet with several outstanding students from the big exam, which likely meant there would be benefits. Seeing such good news, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. The 7,500 points of violent points he had deliberately saved were waiting for this opportunity, so he put on his coat and hurried towards the school. However, he didn't notice that at the bottom of the message, Xiao Wanwan mentioned she could pick him up on the way and hoped he would give her an address. But Lu Chen didn't see it. For him, such useless information was subconsciously filtered out of his mind. Upon arriving at the school, Lu Chen went straight to the principal's office. Since his rented place was quite far and he took public transport, he was the last to arrive. As soon as he entered, he saw two familiar faces. One was Xiao Wanwan, looking resentful, and the other was Principal Shen, smiling. As for the other three people, Lu Chen felt a bit unfamiliar with them, at least he hadn't interacted with them much before. When the five saw Lu Chen enter, the other four instinctively stood up, except for the principal. Sorry, I came a bit late due to the distance. Ha, no problem, everyone just arrived not long ago, the principal said with a smile. Xiao Wanwan, looking somewhat resentful, said, I could have picked you up on the way, but you didn't reply to my message. I didn't notice. Lu Chen brushed off the matter. He understood the girl's thoughts well. Not even knowing where he lived and claiming it was on the way? Wasn't that nonsense? Put. She just wanted to be close to him, thinking he didn't understand? He wasn't a fool, he just wasn't in the mood to think about such things right now. What was so good about women? Once he reached the pinnacle, he could have anything he wanted. Being immersed in this now would only affect his speed in earning violent points. However, he was a bit curious about why she was so fixated on him. Clearly, he had given her a good beating, almost knocking out her teeth, yet she was getting more attached to him? At this moment, the other three standing beside Xiao Wanwan also showed expressions of disbelief. They were all top students from the 6th school, and they had the most contact with Xiao Wanwan. Over the 3 years of high school, they had known Xiao Wanwan to be cold and aloof, uninterested in anything but cultivation. When had they ever seen her show such an expression? The three's gazes immediately shifted to Lu Chen, a hint of admiration rising in their hearts. At this time, Qi Qingfeng took the initiative to speak. Lu Chen, I am Qi Qingfeng. Lu, I am Wang Zhou. I am Li Chou. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded at the three, then turned his gaze back to the principal. Seeing that the kids were getting familiar with each other, the principal continued, in a month, you will represent your respective schools in the competition for spots at top universities. To help you achieve good results, the school will provide abundant resources. Next, the 4th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion and suitable elixirs will be open to you. You can go and choose the combat techniques that suit you. I hope you won't let the school down. Upon hearing this, the faces of the few brightened, and they immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Jinwu Pavilion is a martial arts hall that the Xia Kingdom establishes uniformly in every base city high school. Inside, there are 80% common martial arts techniques and 20% unique techniques that do not communicate with each other. The 4th floor of this Jinwu Pavilion is where B-level and above techniques are stored. Such high-level techniques are exceptionally precious to any family. This is also the first time Lu Chen has entered a floor above the 2nd. Previously, with his realm, there was no need to practice martial arts techniques, as he couldn't even guarantee the improvement of his basic realm, let alone have the time and resources to practice martial arts. At the same time, his cultivation method was the most basic universal version for Qi masters in the Xia Kingdom, which could be said to be of continental quality, completely lacking an advantage. However, now he doesn't really need any cultivation methods. With the point allocation system as an external aid, the quality of the method has become unimportant. The only thing that attracts him now is martial arts techniques. No one can have too many of those. It's worth noting that he has only managed to draw one technique that can be actively released since he started drawing cards, and his attacking methods are too singular, lacking variation. The 5 of them ascended to the 4th floor, and Lu Chen quickly separated from the others, wandering alone in this place. In less than a moment, he was dazzled by the various martial arts techniques before him. Tiangang Step, too slow. Black Rock Pounce, too flashy, not suitable for me. Xian Blade, too soft, suitable for women to practice. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the introductions of the techniques, feeling unsatisfied. None of them matched his fighting style. Practicing them would instead limit him in a roundabout way. What's wrong, Lu Chen? Didn't you find anything you like? Lu Chen glanced sideways at the girl who had unknowingly approached him and honestly replied, it's not that I don't like them, it's just that they don't suit me. I know quite a bit about martial arts techniques. Why don't you tell me your requirements? If there's something suitable, I can recommend it to you, saving you the trouble of searching slowly. Lu Chen thought about it. Indeed, the strongest person in their school before was Xiao Wanwan, and if anyone was familiar with these martial arts techniques, it would surely be her. With that in mind, Lu Chen looked at her and said, I want something more direct, focused on fierce killing. Do you know if there are any that fit here? Let me think. Xiao Wanwan pondered slightly, her beautiful brows furrowing a bit, appearing very serious. After a moment, she looked at Lu Chen and smiled. I know of 2 techniques that are quite suitable. Shall I take you to see them? Sure, thank you. No need to be so polite. After searching for about 5 minutes, Xiao Wanwan led Lu Chen to a corner where they found the desired techniques. Lu Chen picked them up and saw one called Bang Di Fist and another called Sui Shan Palm. After glancing at the brief introductions, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for choice. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan asked, not satisfied? These 2 techniques do meet some requirements. They are direct but still not fierce enough. After saying this, Lu Chen regretfully put the 2 techniques back in their original places, wondering whether he should look again. I see. Xiao Wanwan rolled her eyes, suddenly seeming to remember something, and tentatively suggested, how about I teach you a martial arts technique? Lu Chen was taken aback by her words and turned to look at the girl behind him, who seemed a bit awkward under his gaze. My Xiao family has a martial arts technique that is quite fierce and powerful, but not many of our own people practice it, so it has some drawbacks. As she spoke, Xiao Wanwan quickly added, but it's definitely not trash. Even with its drawbacks, its rating is enough to reach A-level techniques. Lu Chen remained silent, just looking at the girl with a bit of a headache. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Can you show me the introduction? I happen to have it with me. Why don't you take a look first? Thank you. Taking the slightly warm ancient scroll from the girl's hand, Lu Chen flipped to the first page. In just a moment, he was deeply moved. The demon suppression prison strength, after reaching great mastery, makes one's punches seem like the yellow springs rolling back, crashing down with the wails of vengeful spirits. It can attack the spirit while also driving the force deep into the body, causing damage from the inside out, which is extremely effective against opponents with high external defenses. At the same time, when it is unleashed, a magical mist envelopes the area, confusing the 5 senses. It's very powerful and perfectly suited for him. For someone like him, who enjoys close combat, it's simply perfect. However, he also noticed the so-called drawback: the consumption is terrifying. Generally, a Chi master would exhaust their Chi after using 5 moves, falling into a state of weakness, and a stronger Chi master could manage at most around 10 moves. This means that after using this combat technique, one must quickly end the battle, or they will find themselves in a dire situation. But for Lu Chen, this was something he didn't need to worry about. His recently awakened racial talent, Devour, perfectly compensated for this. Lu Chen returned the combat technique to Xiao Wanwan. How much? No charge, it just gathers dust at home anyway. We don't have many people practicing it. Lu Chen remains silent. From what he understood, this kind of A-grade combat technique could sell for at least 50 million, even with its flaws, it could still fetch 30 million. And now Xiao Wanwan was just giving it to him. To be honest, he was a bit tempted. This guy really is a rich girl. Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Wanwan continued, Lu Chen, you don't need to worry. My family has plenty of combat techniques and I can make the decision. Plus, I won't charge you. If my dad asks, I'll just say I lost it. He won't blame me. That won't do. No merit, no reward. Free things are the most expensive. Lu Chen had seen this trick many times in his past life. He didn't want to end up losing out. How about this? In the future, if I need your help with something and you can do it without feeling disgusted, you help me once, okay? If he could do it and didn't mind, well, that was acceptable. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, I can help you kill 3 people in the future, as long as they aren't my friends and you have sufficient reason. The offer stands as long as I'm alive. Good, then it's settled. Xiao Wanwan smiled, feeling like she was the one gaining an advantage. Little did she know, giving away a combat technique worth tens of millions like this would make even the head of the Xiao family furious if he found out. So, Lu Chen, now that you have the combat technique, can you accompany me? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen immediately said, I've given you my exchange quota here, take your time choosing. I'm going to practice the combat technique now. See you. With that, Lu Chen walked straight downstairs without looking back, as if he couldn't wait to start training. Xiao Wanwan opened her mouth, left speechless as she watched his retreating figure. She just wanted Lu Chen to accompany her to look at other combat techniques, but this guy actually ran away. This scene was witnessed by Qi Qingfeng and the other 2 behind her, who exchanged glances. It's over, it's a Sigma man. Karma, now it's Wanwan's turn to taste the hardships her pursuers have faced. That's true, but why do I feel like Lu Ji's actions are a bit cool? Women can step aside, I only feel like fighting. Wang Zhou looked at him in admiration. I want to learn from Lu Gu in the future. Cough, wake up. Don't make me pour urine on you, you need to have Lu Chen's strength or you'll always be a simp. This remark jolted Wang Zhou back to reality and he immediately looked dejected. Qi Qingfeng gazed at Lu Chen's back with some emotion. Not long ago, he was just defeating Yang Wei in the arena and now he's already a genius who can single-handedly take down a 3rd-tier beast. His patience is simply too strong. Let's go. Li Chou patted Qi Qingfeng's shoulder. Strength is fundamental. We should also choose some combat techniques to enhance our power. The assessments of top academies are not easy. Yeah, at least we need to secure a spot in the outer court first, then strive for a place in the inner court. While a few people were still selecting martial arts techniques in the Jinwu Pavilion, Lu Chen could hardly wait and had already opened the ancient scroll of combat skills in the training room provided by the school. As he opened the scroll, a prompt appeared on the light screen in front of him. Ding! New combat skill detected. Would you like to use violence points to start learning? Current violence points, 7,500. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the combat skills he obtained could indeed be enhanced in the game. This relieved the anxiety he had been holding. After all, he was just a mediocre student who had only reached the 1st level, 2nd stage after 3 years of cultivation. If he relied solely on his own training, even with the blessing of the unity of heaven and man, he would barely reach the level of an ordinary genius. Such a level was clearly not enough for him. Not to mention that he would eventually have to confront the Lu family in Jinghai City. Even the Lu family in front of him was a formidable enemy. As his strength continued to rise, the number of people he offended would inevitably increase. It was like a cycle, constantly using violence to enhance strength, then repeatedly beating up anyone he found displeasing. If one day his strength couldn't keep up, that cycle would break. This was something he absolutely could not allow. Fortunately, the game's scope was far greater than he had imagined. As long as it was related to cultivation, he could allocate points. With this thought, he clicked confirm without hesitation. Ding! Player spends 500 violence points to start learning combat skills. Ding! Player has learned the combat skill subduing demons and suppressing prisons. Fist. Ding! Player begins to deeply comprehend the combat skill. Due to the player's understanding of the unity of heaven and man skill, the training progresses as if a ghostly fire youth had hopped on a modified scooter, achieving in mere moments what others would take months to accomplish. Ding! Player has consumed 500 violence points. Ding! Combat skill subduing demons and suppressing Prison's Fist, minor achievement. Lu Chen opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. It hadn't been long and he had not only learned the combat skill but had also directly achieved a minor accomplishment. He tried to throw a punch and the energy burst forth in a spiral form, crashing into the wall of the training room. The steel-plated wall immediately showed a twisted gap, and upon closer inspection, the wall behind the steel plate had turned to dust. This is the power from within. Destruction from the inside out. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This combat skill could definitely be considered a top-tier A-grade skill. If it weren't for the excessive consumption drawback, its attack power could even rival some entry-level S-grade combat skills. And this was just a minor achievement. What if he cultivated it to a major achievement? With this thought, Lu Chen's gaze continued to focus on the light screen. Ding! Player chooses to continue cultivating the combat skill. Ding! Some flaws in the combat skill have been detected affecting its power. Would you like to spend 1000 violence points to deduce a perfect version? Ha! There's this feature too? Lu Chen naturally wouldn't hesitate to spend these violence points and directly agreed. Ding! Player consumes 1000 violence points. Ding! Combat skill deduction completed. Player has learned the perfect version of subduing demons and suppressing prisons method. Ding! Player continues to explore deeply due to obtaining the perfect version of the combat skill along with participating in the deduction process. Your understanding of the skill is incredibly profound, allowing for extremely fast training speed. Ding! Consumed 1000 violence points. Ding! Subduing demons and suppressing prisons method, major achievement. Ding! Player neglects sleep and food. Practicing the combat skill tirelessly, the level of hardship is indescribable, and through your continuous efforts, the combat skill has achieved another breakthrough. Ding! Consumed 2000 violence points. Ding! Subduing demons and suppressing prisons method, perfection. Current violence points 2500. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and realized that a full 10 minutes had passed. This showed just how hard he had worked during this training. 10 minutes. He had learned a new combat skill and directly achieved perfection. It was all sweat and effort. Indeed, heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. With this sentiment, Lu Chen stood up and walked out of the training room. As for the power of the combat skills, he wasn't planning to test them here. With a small achievement, he could already destroy steel plates. Now that he had reached perfection, he feared that a single punch might break through the training room. At that point, he wouldn't have the money to repair it. After leaving the building, he went to the school's resource window to collect his elixirs. Upon opening the container, he found 4 essence-gathering pills inside. He had heard of these things, each one was worth $1 million, yet they were hard to come by. He didn't expect to receive 4 at once. Of course, besides him, the other 4 could also collect theirs. Principal Shen aimed to elevate the other 3, excluding Xiao Wan, to at least the 2nd tier, 5th level within a month so that he could successfully submit the list and pass the entrance standards of the top academies. It seems the principal is really investing heavily this time, Lu Chen chuckled, stuffing the pills into his pocket, ready to enjoy them later. Currently, his points for violent acts were running low, and he needed to find a way to earn more. Combining them with the elixirs would likely yield better results. With that thought, Lu Chen strolled out of the gates of the 6th high school. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed a crowd gathered at the school entrance, watching something with great interest. In the middle of the crowd stood a defiant-looking boy in a white uniform from another school, glaring at everyone. Who is this guy? He's been saying he wants to find Lu Chen since earlier. I don't know, but that uniform doesn't seem to belong to our Yinchang district. Some students in the crowd were discussing. Not sure, but just now a senior from the 3rd year, 8th level, went over to chase him away, and he got knocked down with a single slap. Damn, that impressive? So this guy must be above the 2nd tier? It's likely that Lu Chen made too much of a name for himself in the big exam and offended him. That's possible. The crowd murmured. Lu Chen was no longer the useless Lu Chen they once spoke of. His reputation had turned around rapidly, and everyone was saying he was a sword honed over 3 years, biding his time with hidden strength. After all, no one could rise from a 2nd-level waste to a genius capable of single-handedly defeating 3rd-tier beasts in just 1 semester. At that moment, the defiant boy spoke again. Notify your school's Lu Chen to come out. After a while, seeing no one respond directly, he sneered, it doesn't matter if he doesn't come out, I'll be waiting here today. If he has the guts, he can be a turtle for the rest of his life. The strongest in the 6th high? Ha! I see Yunchang District's 6th high is just a bunch of trash. Shut up. At that moment, someone stepped out from the crowd and everyone parted to make way. The boy glanced at the newcomer, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Qingfeng, I know your strength. You can rank in the 6th high, but in our Jinghua District's worst school, you're nothing. Don't think too highly of yourself. Qingfeng initially didn't want to get involved. The guy had called out Lu Chen by name, and he didn't have the enthusiasm to take the blame. but insulting the entire 6th High was something he couldn't tolerate. At the same time, he recognized the other party, Wu Tian, the second strongest from Jinghua District's 2nd High. Starting at the 3rd tier, he wasn't sure how strong he really was. Their 6th High was at the bottom of the lower tier schools, completely crushed when compared to such talents from the top 3 districts. Shi Qingfeng, I advise you to go call Lu Chen out. You're not worthy to talk to me. What do you want with him? If you plan to make a move here, be careful, I tell the principal. There was no choice, Shi Qingfeng could only use the principal to intimidate him. However, the other party, used to being arrogant, felt a natural superiority here, and even the principal didn't make him flinch. He remained as brazen as ever, saying, don't try to scare me with the principal, I haven't even entered your school. And the Lu Chen you all treasure is nothing in my eyes. If it weren't for Sister Xia asking me to come, would he even be worthy of my time? Hearing such humiliating words made Shi Qingfeng's anger flare up, but he had no way to deal with someone like Wu Tian. He couldn't fight back and was blocked at the door. Moreover, Lu Chen was currently the principal's prized student, and the biggest hope for the 6th High was that he could secure a spot in the top academy's inner circle. Only Lu Chen had the best chance. He couldn't guarantee that calling Lu Chen out wouldn't lead to him getting hurt, affecting the subsequent assessment. Just say what you want to do. Who do you think you are? I already said to let Lu Chen come over himself. Wu Tian was exceptionally arrogant, completely disregarding Shi Qingfeng. But at that moment, a voice came faintly from behind. What kind of dog dares to call my name directly? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man walking over. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shi Qingfeng inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. He felt immense pressure facing Wu Tian, but he couldn't be too accommodating in front of the younger students, as it would undermine their confidence in cultivating their energy. Fortunately, Lu Chen arrived just in time, and he felt a significant reduction in the pressure on him. However, at the same time, Shi Qingfeng began to feel cautious. Brother Lu Chen, this person is very strong, has been in the 3rd tier for a long time, so avoid direct conflict. As long as you don't step out, he won't be able to do anything to you. Lu Chen nodded slightly at Shi Qingfeng, then strode up to Wu Tian, the two meeting at the boundary of the school gate. Wu Tian squinted his eyes upon seeing this. You are Lu Chen? What do you want with my father? Heh, quite arrogant. Lu Xia sent me to deliver a challenge to you. If you're a man, be prepared to fight to the end in the top university assessment, and don't show any signs of surrender before the competition. Of course, looking at you now, someone of your caliber might not even get the chance to meet Lu Xia in the assessment. You might get eliminated early. Lu Chen remained calm, showing no surprise. He had known from the moment he came out that the matter of killing Lu Zhong would definitely be exposed. Later, Su Hong had also directly mentioned it. Now that Lu Xia had sent someone to issue a challenge to him and was doing it so publicly, it was likely because she was afraid he would back down. If Lu Chen chose to attend a key university instead, giving up the opportunity for the top university assessment, Lu Xia wouldn't be able to force him to participate. At that point, if he stayed hidden in the university, the Lu family wouldn't be able to touch him. After all, compared to safety, giving up the top university assessment didn't seem so hard to accept. Better to live than to die. Unfortunately, the other party's thoughts were unnecessary. Lu Chen had never considered backing out. In fact, he was looking forward to encountering Lu Xia during the assessment. This was a ready-made point of violence, and he was more than happy. Lu Chen, if you're a man, you should accept it. If you back down, Sister Xia has prepared another path for you. Go to the Lu family and kneel to apologize for 7 days, then have your energy meridians abolished, and you can keep your life as a dog. Humiliation. This was deliberately meant to humiliate Lu Chen, trying to provoke him. Shi Qingfeng immediately thought of this and quickly looked at Lu Chen to remind him. Lu Chen, although this form of challenge doesn't have absolute constraints, if it becomes known to everyone, it would be hard to backtrack, otherwise it could cause you some trouble later. Lu Chen nodded to indicate he understood. In short, it was still a matter of character. How could someone who accepted a challenge and then fled at the last moment be trusted and reused by the higher-ups of the Xia country? Still, the same saying, if you know there's no chance of winning, then don't accept. If you do accept, don't back down. Otherwise, you'll only be looked down upon. So my advice to you is to simply not accept it now. When the assessment comes, act according to the situation. If you have confidence, then go for it. If not, decisively make an excuse that you have no strength left to fight and concede. This way, the impact is minimal, and no one will blame you. Shi Qingfeng pondered and expressed what he thought was the safest approach. However, after hearing Shi Qingfeng's words, Lu Chen just laughed. He appreciated the other party's good intentions, but unfortunately, this wasn't his way. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he turned to Wu Tian with a mocking look. Are you done talking? Wu Tian's expression froze, not expecting Lu Chen to be so composed. I'm not interested in your so-called challenge. Shi Qingfeng smiled upon hearing this. He was afraid Lu Chen would impulsively accept. Although he was a genius and the strongest in the 6th school, there was still a gap between geniuses, and the other party was one of the top 2 strong ones in the transformation area. However, Shi Qingfeng's thought hadn't lasted long when he heard Lu Chen continue to laugh. But don't rush, although I'm not interested in the challenge letter, I have another idea. Wu Tian, seeing him deliberately flaunting his mystery, felt a bit annoyed. What do you mean? He. Although I'm not interested in this so-called challenge letter, I'm very interested in killing Lu Xia. So here I, Lu Chen, set a life and death contract. In the assessment of top academies, it's not about winning or losing, but about life and death. If Lu Xia has the guts, she should accept. Wow! The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Chen actually rejected the challenge letter and directly set a life and death contract. This was no longer about winning or losing, but directly wanting the opponent's life. It could be said that Lu Chen was now openly expressing his desire to kill Lu Xia, and he was incredibly confident. Shi Qingfeng was stunned. What was the point of his earlier reminders? Did this guy really understand? Brother Lu Chen, what are you? What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm a bit petty and particularly timid. If someone has their eyes on me, I just want to kill them, otherwise, I can't sleep peacefully. Rather than beating around the bush, it's better to be straightforward and set a life and death battle. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, his expression filled with ease. Since others had already started blocking the door to issue a challenge, how could he have any reason to back down? If he didn't kill this Lu Xia, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Wu Tian was also stunned for a few seconds, unable to comprehend where this guy's courage came from. He was just the top student from Yunchang District number 6. Did he really think he was invincible? A frog in a well really thinks of himself as an invincible genius? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words, digging in his ear and showing a bored expression. Stop stalling, just say whether Lu Xia dares or not, or you can contact her and ask. Dare? What's there to be afraid of? Wu Tian replied immediately. I'll speak on behalf of Lu Xia. It's only about life and death. No winning or losing. Alright, I believe Lu Xia will definitely thank you. Lu Chen smiled happily, looking forward to the upcoming battle in the top academy assessment. However, from Wu Tian's perspective, he wasn't worried at all. After all, Lu Xia had originally wanted to find a way to kill Lu Chen, and now that he accepted the life and death contract, it could be considered an overachievement of the task. Surely, when Lu Xia found out later, she would thank him. Wu Zhong had never thought that Lu Xia would lose. This stemmed from the absolute confidence of the top students from the upper-level high schools. Wu Tian squinted his eyes, looking Lu Chen up and down, then coldly sneered, and turned to leave. I accepted the life and death contract on behalf of Lu Xia. I hope you won't regret it. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly shouted, Wait, you're just leaving like that? Wu Tian turned back in surprise, not understanding what Lu Chen meant by that. You just injured a student from our school and are leaving just like that? I thought it was something serious. Wu Tian scoffed, strength represents everything. Your strength is trash. If I lightly touch you and you get hurt, can you blame me? If you're not convinced, you can find someone to come and have a go with me. You said it. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already thrown a punch. In an instant, black mist surged, and vengeful spirits wailed. Wu Tian had never seen such a scene. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so unscrupulous, attacking without warning. Clearly, he was already prepared to leave, and both sides had set a life and death contract, yet this brat directly charged over. His pupils constricted sharply, and in the end, he could only barely raise his hand to defend. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of his arm breaking. Then his vision spun, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself smashed into a distant green belt. Lu Chen leisurely stepped forward a couple of paces, stepping on Wu Tian's chest, and laughed disdainfully. You, as fragile as a piece of paper, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Useless. What a joke. Acting tough and still wanting to leave? What a pipe dream. Ding. Player has suppressed the top student Wu Tian from the Jinghua district with one move, violent points plus 2800. After reaching the 3rd tier, the violent points for beating someone had actually increased a level. This discovery is undoubtedly a good thing, and it also strengthened Lu Chen's resolve to push through powerful opponents. Only by brutally defeating strong adversaries can he earn more points. On the other side, Wu Tian was struggling on the ground. His broken hand could only use the other to claw at Lu Chen's calf. You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Sneak attack. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, stomping his foot down hard, causing Wu Tian to cough up blood. Cough cough. Don't, let's talk this out. Talk it out? I preferred the rebellious look you had just now. Didn't you tell me to come over? Didn't you claim you could suppress me with one hand? Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation upon hearing these words. When had a genius like him ever been so insulted? I I still have combat skills I haven't used. You won unfairly. Lu Chen was utterly speechless. What kind of education produced such a brainless person? Did he think that once on the battlefield the enemy would bow to you first and say please instruct me before starting to fight? With that thought, Lu Chen suddenly found it a bit boring. He exerted a little force with his foot and kicked Wu Tian several meters away, crashing into a flower bed by the roadside. Trash is just trash, get lost. He knew very well that there were no special reasons for killing in the city, unless someone agreed to a life and death duel. Clearly, Wu Tian was not an option, so giving him a beating was already the limit. Wu Tian, filled with hatred, struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Lu Chen with obvious resentment in his eyes. He had come today intending to show off, but ended up getting beaten. This news would spread by tomorrow, and he would lose all face. A genius from the second school of the Transformation District had actually flipped in the bottom-ranked Yunchang District. This would definitely be a lifelong joke among his peers. This grudge couldn't just be left unresolved. Wu Tian silently vowed, but he didn't expect that Lu Chen, who had originally turned to leave, would charge back in, pressing his head down and smashing it into the ground. The hard concrete floor cracked from the impact. Ah! What are you doing? It hurts! Wu Tian screamed, a dent forming in his forehead, and then he heard an extremely cold voice beside his ear. Come on! If you have the guts, show me that same look again. In his blurred, blood-colored vision, Wu Tian felt his hair being yanked, and then he saw a pair of eyes filled with icy killing intent. No! I won't do it again. Ding! Player repeatedly crushes Wu Tian, the opponent's belief collapses, violent points plus 2500. At that moment, Wu Tian completely cowered. For some reason, he felt that if he provoked Lu Chen again, the consequences would be unbearable. Coward! Hearing this, Lu Chen barely suppressed his anger and casually tossed him aside by the road. He really couldn't understand why, even after being beaten to the ground, Wu Tian still dared to glare at him with such blatant resentment. What was he trying to prove? That he was unyielding? That he had willpower? This was just within the city. If it were outside, it would be a matter of life and death. The conflict erupted quickly and ended just as swiftly. After Lu Chen left, the students at the entrance of the 6th school began to discuss heatedly. Everyone was aware of the news that Lu Chen had established a life and death challenge with the genius Lu Xia from the Transformation District. Moreover, he had beaten the genius Wu Tian from the 2nd school of the Transformation District to the brink of death. And with a larger crowd, the speed of information spread naturally increased. In less than a day, the news spread like wildfire. If the previous Yunchang district exam had made Lu Chen's name known within the 1st district, this life and death challenge incident had directly made him famous in the southern 5 districts. After all, the Transformation District held a leading position in the southern 5 districts of the Zhanghai base city, and now, a student from the bottom-ranked high school was challenging Lu Xia. The focus of this conflict had suddenly shifted to, would the underdog rise against the odds, or would the talented aristocrats crush him? Some black markets even began to set up betting pools for this life and death battle. However, in the eyes of most people, this might just be a desperate struggle of a low-level student, and no one truly believes that Lu Chen can succeed in turning the tables. Therefore, less than 1 in 10 are betting on Lu Chen's comeback, while the vast majority still believe that Lu Xia will win. In a private estate in the Jinghua district, Lu Xia finished her training and walked out of the training chamber. Unlike other students, she was accustomed to returning home to train when she had free time, as the best training rooms provided by the school were no match for even half of what she had at home. The training room specially built for her by the Lu family was embedded with over 100 first and second tier crystal cores in its walls, with a 4th tier crystal core at the center forming the core of the array. Training here was twice as effective with half the effort. And this is the difference between a wealthy family and an ordinary family's chi masters. A step ahead means every step ahead. A genius from an ordinary family ultimately finds it hard to surpass the deeply rooted aristocracy. The butler saw that Lu Xia had finished her training and immediately stepped forward to hand her a towel. Miss, Wu Tian just sent a message. Where is he? Why hasn't he come to see me? Lu Xia wiped her neck and asked casually. Well, Miss, Wu Tian is currently in the medical room. He has sustained serious injuries. Lu Xia frowned. What's going on? What happened? She had merely sent Wu Tian to issue a challenge, intending to cut off Lu Chen's retreat. How could he have gotten injured on that trip? As far as she knew, there shouldn't have been anyone at the level of Yunchang District Number 6 who could hurt Wu Tian. The butler hesitated for a moment, then recounted everything in detail under Lu Xia's gaze. By the end, Lu Xia's expression darkened. To defeat Wu Tian does require some strength, but he wants to establish a life and death contract with me? That's simply courting death. The butler nodded in agreement from the side. Now everyone outside is talking about this matter, and some even set up a betting pool. Almost everyone believes that you, miss, are bound to win. Of course. If I can't even defeat some random street cat or dog, what kind of genius would? IB? What you say is true. However, this matter was ultimately taken on by Wu Tian without your consent. Do you think we should? The butler's words made Lu Xia ponder. Lu Zhong was indeed her brother, but they were not close. After the death of their father and the elders of the family during the major examination in Yuncheng district, they did not explode in the rage one might expect. With so many children in the family, losing a few was quite normal. But even if everyone was indifferent to Lu Zhong's death, he was still a member of the Lu family. No matter what, they had to show some attitude. Thus, this task fell to Lu Xia, who was about to meet Lu Chen. The family elder's meaning was also very clear. Killing a member of the Lu family would naturally come at a cost. Within the bounds of the rules, without bringing negative consequences to the Lu family, they had to demonstrate their stance as much as possible. And now that Lu Chen had requested a life and death battle himself, it aligned perfectly with Lu Xia's thoughts. Considering this, Lu Xia confidently said, since Wu Tian has already taken this on for me, then this matter will be easier to handle. You go tell my father that I will avenge that useless Lu Zhong. I was still troubled about not having a suitable opportunity to kill him, but this guy is so arrogant and conceited. He truly has the mindset of a small fry, thinking that winning against Wu Tian makes him invincible in the world. In that case, I will kill Lu Chen in front of everyone with one hand, letting him die in terror, despair, and regret, making everyone know that even geniuses have their differences. The butler, upon hearing this, dared not say more and could only flatter her with a smile. Mrs. Naturally the genius among geniuses. I will report this to the head of the family when he returns. Go ahead. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Everyone in the 18th district of Jianhai Base City gradually became lively as time progressed. The Qi Master martial examination was akin to Lu Chen's college entrance examination in his previous life. The social attention was extremely high, and even before it began, various rumors were already rampant this year. A dark horse student has emerged in a certain district whose strength may surpass all previous records. A certain school has produced an unparalleled genius. And rumors say they have already been reserved as an internal student by a top university with a noble identity, and their family has gained certain benefits because of this. In short, in this world where strength is paramount, the martial arts examination determines the future of most people, naturally attracting a lot of attention. In the past month, Lu Chen has hardly stepped outside. He took half a day to move to a new residence, and then went to school every 10 days to collect elixirs. Aside from that, he had nothing else to do. This also led to his points for violent acts being completely consumed as he practiced. Looking at the large zero displayed on the screen, he felt an immense emptiness inside. After beating up Wu Tian and with the remaining over 7,000 points of violent acts combined with the elixirs collected from school, he only managed to reach the second level of the third stage. This shows just how lacking his cultivation aptitude is without the points. Fortunately, he can still spend money to gain advantages. However, this indirectly proves the importance of violent act points. According to his estimation, it might now require over 5,000 points to raise a level, meaning he would need to kill a third-stage Qi Master, or a strange beast to increase by 2 levels. He wished more people like Wu Tian would come to trouble him, but unfortunately, after he beat the guy up last time, no one dared to provoke him again. With no other options, he thought about going out of the city to hunt some strange beasts, but the high school rule prohibiting students from leaving the city dashed that idea. However, even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just walk up to someone on the street and slap them, could he? Fortunately, the waiting time finally came to an end, and the assessment for the top university was about to begin. Just thinking about meeting all the self-proclaimed geniuses made his hands tremble with excitement. In his eyes, those were all living points for violent acts. So, on the day of the gathering, he got up early and arrived at the 6th middle school to wait. At 8 o'clock, all 5 of them had arrived, and the principal smiled and nodded at them. In a moment, we will head to the central gymnasium of Jianhai Base City for the official examination. Tomorrow. Now, please each state your cultivation level. After saying this, he looked at Qi Qingfeng and the other 3. According to past rules, the minimum standard for participating in the top university assessment is the 2nd stage, 5th level, and you must also have trained in a combat skill. Xiao Wanwan and Lu Chen don't need to say much. How have you 3 been progressing during this time? Seeing this, Qi Qingfeng clasped his fists and said, with the assistance of elixirs from the school, I am currently at the 2nd stage, 7th level. Wang Zhou followed up with a smile, me too. I just broke through to the 7th level the day before yesterday. Li Chou expressed some regret. I'm currently at the peak of the 6th level, still a bit short. The principal nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. That's good. The lower your cultivation level, the faster the effect of the Yuan Qi pill. Reaching this level in a month is quite impressive. You 3 should perform well. There's a chance to secure a spot in the external academy. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Xiao Wanwan, you should be at the peak of the 2nd stage, 8th level. The external academy should be no problem for you. It all depends on whether you can seize the opportunity for the internal academy. As for Lu Chen, upon hearing his name, Lu Chen immediately broke into a bright smile. Everyone felt it was strange. This guy rarely showed such a radiant smile. Was there some great news? Lu Chen, you should be at the third stage by now, right? Lu Chen's publicly stated level during the examination was the second stage, 9th level, complete perfection. Although a month had passed facing a major bottleneck in cultivation, even with ample resources, he couldn't confidently say he would break through. Therefore, Principal Shin was somewhat worried about his situation. If he could break through to the third stage, with his terrifying physical strength, he should be able to secure a spot in the internal academy. The 6th middle school has always been at the bottom of the Yunchang district, and if they could get an internal student in a top university this year, it would be a huge benefit. Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this. Don't worry, Principal, I've got this. That's good, that's good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Performing normally in the inner court shouldn't be a problem. As for the life and death contract between you and Lu Xia, the matter of the life and death contract had been spreading everywhere during this time, and Principal Shin naturally knew about it. However, he only learned of it the day after it happened, and by then, it was useless for him to say anything. But no matter what, he didn't want Lu Chen to really die at Lu Xia's hands. You just go all out. If it comes to a critical moment, I will ask He Ling, the person in charge, to step in and try to ensure nothing happens to you. After saying this, Principal Shin seemed to have made a firm decision, his expression extremely serious. There was no way around it. After being in charge of number 6 middle school for so many years, Lu Chen was the most promising student he had encountered, aside from his brother. The important thing was that Lu Chen was about to graduate from number 6. So, to protect Lu Chen's life, he could only give up some things. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had also thought about the life and death contract later on. When it came to the critical moment of taking lethal action, it was possible that someone would step in to stop him. Hadn't he seen this in movies and novels before? The protagonist, with no background, although powerful, would always have someone come out to violate the rules and intervene when they tried to kill a certain sex genius. In the end, they could only return empty-handed. He was worried about this. If the teachers from the transformation area and the Lu family shamelessly intervened in the life and death battle, wouldn't he be infuriated? This was entirely possible. After all, between going to college and losing one's life, anyone would choose to save their life. But now, with the principal's words, he felt relieved. When the time came, he would go all out to kill. No matter if the Lu family intervened, he just needed to kill, and the rest would be handled by the principal. Thank you, Principal, I understand your meaning. It's good that you understand. The two exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan was glancing back and forth between the two, suddenly feeling as if she had discovered something. These two, surely they weren't thinking about completely different things, right? At 10 in the morning, after everything was ready, Principal Shin personally led the team onto the school bus heading to the Zhanghai Base City Sports Center. On the bus, Xiao Wanwan felt a bit shy, but her body honestly sat next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at her in surprise but didn't say anything. After all, she had just given him a combat technique for free. It would seem a bit rude to push her away. It would be like a scumbag pulling up his pants and not acknowledging anyone. Lu Chen, did you bring anything besides your clothes? It takes 5 hours to get there. I forgot. After the outbreak of the alien beasts and the disaster, the world order changed. The vast territory of the Xia Kingdom had to alter its original plans to create 6 major base cities to protect the civilian population. However, each base city was quite large, even bigger than a previous province. Although it seemed like they were heading to the central sports arena of Zhanghai Base City, the journey was actually long, taking 5 to 6 hours, which would have been enough to cross provinces in the past. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan was very happy, opening her backpack as if presenting a treasure. It's fine, I brought plenty, you can have some of mine later. The others nearby could only facepalm, looking at this worthless display. Simp, I feel so embarrassed. Is this ham? Can I try a piece? Lu Chen was a bit hungry, since he hadn't eaten in the morning, and although he said it was embarrassing, his hand was already reaching out without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan looked blissful, then watched Lu Chen eat the ham while asking, by the way, Lu Chen, have you practiced that combat technique? I have practiced it. Noticing Lu Chen's lack of interest in answering, Xiao Wanwan silently cursed herself for not being good at chatting. That combat technique had been gathering dust at home for a long time. Aside from having flaws, it was also difficult to practice. After all, it was a combat technique with flaws that could still be rated A. Even someone with great comprehension would find it hard to master it completely in a month. Thinking of this, she felt a bit awkward. Don't worry, don't be discouraged. The demon suppression prison strength is indeed very difficult to practice. I believe that After some time, you will be able to. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had been chewing on ham, came back to his senses. You should be able to barely reach the great perfection now. Right. Xiao Wanwan's words were left unfinished, and she fell into a daze. What? She was stunned. What is this? In just a month, you tell me you've practiced an A-level combat technique to great perfection? For a moment, Xiao Wanwan's worldview collapsed. Lu Chen finished the ham in 2 or 3 bites, looking at the label on the bag that showed an amount nearly equal to his living expenses for half a month. He silently cursed the wickedness of these capitalists. No way, Lu Chen. You're not joking, are you? The girl's voice was somewhat sharp, and upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned his face, revealing a puzzled expression. What's there to joke about? You'll know when I start beating people during the assessment. Xiao Wanwan swallowed hard, struggling to calm her surging heart. What kind of monster is this guy? To be able to enter the basics of an A-level combat technique in just a month is already considered good talent. Reaching minor success is exceptional, and major success is a genius level of talent. But this guy went straight to great perfection. Could it be that Lu Chen not only has a high talent for cultivating qi but also possesses terrifying comprehension? A genius who can see through the essence of combat techniques. At a glance? Thinking of this, Xiao Wanwan's gaze changed. Lu Chen, can I ask you something? Go ahead. How much do you charge for a night? Lu Chen's movements paused, and his face darkened slightly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wanwan immediately realized that her words were full of misunderstandings, and she quickly blushed and corrected herself. No, it's not what you think. I just wanted to ask you about combat technique training. Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly shook his head, fearing that if he delayed any longer, his refusal wouldn't be timely enough. Classmate Xiao Wanwan, allow me to refuse. Are you kidding? He barely has enough time for himself, and all his thoughts are on gaining violence points. Xiao Wanwan's attitude towards him is too good right now, and he can't find an opportunity to gain violence points from her. In this situation, how could he have time to teach someone combat techniques? Isn't that nonsense? Moreover, he knows his own situation well. Combat techniques and realms are all obtained through spending money. If we're talking about talent, he's actually just a lump. I don't have time, and I won't teach anyone. You should find someone else. Don't, Lu Chen. Just teach me, okay? I'm currently stuck at a bottleneck in my combat techniques and can't break through to minor success. If I can advance further, I can achieve better results in the assessment. Of course, I won't let you teach me for free. As long as you agree, I'll do whatever you want. Lu Chen was somewhat tempted upon hearing this, such a young and beautiful girl saying this to him. Ahem. Really willing to do anything? Really, anything? Xiao Wanwan looked expectantly. Lu Chen's face turned red, feeling a bit shy for the first time. I heard your family is quite powerful. Of course. Although I'm not as impressive as you, my family has close relatives in the Jinghai base city. Then your family must have a lot of combat techniques, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan felt a bit disappointed. After all this, is that all you're after? Can't you be a bit bolder? Now that I'm here, don't you have everything? How about this? I teach you combat techniques, and then can you let me see your family's combat technique inventory? After saying this, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed himself. Thinking about someone else's background was indeed a bit thick-skinned. But what can he do? Who told him he was poor? Isn't a thick skin just for selling? Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan didn't continue to hold a grudge. Getting Lu Chen to agree was already a good step forward. Deal. I'll sneak back and get a key. As long as you teach me, I'll take you back to see the inventory. Lu Chen smiled happily upon hearing this. Let me confirm again, you really won't regret it? Really not. Alright. Come to my room tonight, I guarantee I'll train you to minor success in one night. Lu Chen saw this and didn't hesitate. The purpose of the violence points was to enhance strength. They could be used for realms and for combat skills alike. Moreover, teaching Xiao Wanwan meant he would also learn her combat skills, and then he could observe in her combat skill library. This deal was a win-win. Thinking of this, he felt even more anxious, staring at the 0 violence points, his anger flaring up. No way, he needed to think of a way to lure a few hot-headed youths to trouble him before nightfall, preferably some third-tier prodigies. That way, he could quickly earn some points to use. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the bus from Yunchang District Number 6 arrived at the sports center parking lot. As everyone got off, several other students from Yunchang District schools were already there. Unlike before, although the styles of their uniforms were different this time, each person had some cloud patterns on their cuffs. Lu Chen thought this should signify that they all came from Yunchang District. When the principals of several middle schools saw that number 6 had arrived, they immediately walked over. Old Shen, you only have 5 here? Principal Shen felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. There was no way around it. Although there was the dark horse Lu Chen, the overall strength was just this. Looking at the other schools, which had about 10 students following them, he felt a bit overwhelmed. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. I have Lu Chen. Do you have anyone like him? Your mother. Damn. As soon as these words were spoken, the other principals felt uncomfortable, almost cursing in front of the students. Fortunately, they had to maintain their image as educators, so they could only swallow the latter half of their words. After a while, after greeting each other, the principals gathered all the students together, and at that moment, a familiar face walked over. He Ling silently looked around at everyone and nodded. Not bad, 69 people, 10 more than last year. I hope you can secure 1 or 2 internal slots this year. It can't be just a few external slots every year. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of pressure. Don't worry, we will do our best. He Ling nodded, glancing at the smiling Lu Chen, suddenly feeling a bit of stomach pain. Ahem, let's go. I'll take you to check in. Rest well for tomorrow's assessment. One more thing, after you check in, don't wander around unless you have something important. Even if you go out, it should be in a group. From the moment you enter this area, it counts as part of the assessment. If any disputes arise and you get hurt, affecting tomorrow's match, no one will stand up for you. After saying this, He Ling turned and walked ahead. Only Lu Chen among the crowd felt delighted upon hearing this. Wait, I'm going to take a stroll. Remember to come to my room tonight and I'll teach you combat skills. Xiao Wanwan felt her ears turn red at the soft reminder. By the time she wanted to ask Lu Chen what he was going out for, he had already walked quite far. A few minutes later, under the arrangement of the teachers from each school, everyone settled into their rooms. Not long after, there was a knock on Lu Chen's door. He frowned. Wasn't it agreed that they would come at night? How could he personally teach combat skills in broad daylight? Opening the door, he was somewhat surprised to see several people standing outside. Lin Kong asked upon seeing Lu Chen, we're planning to look around the area. Do you want to join us? The pressure in the 3rd year is so high, we rarely go this far. Yeah, Lu Chen, I heard there's a huge stone tablet at the sports center here, with the saber intent left by a half step. Master, let's go check it out together? Lu Chen shook his head at this. He wanted to act alone. How could he find trouble with the whole group around? Seeing that he wasn't going, the others didn't press further. During this time, they had gotten to know Lu Chen's personality a bit. Then we'll go ahead. After closing the door, Lu Chen waited a moment before stepping out of his room alone. As he walked along the road, he began to plan in his mind. Since no one would manage if he fought here, it meant that the higher-ups wanted to see conflicts happen. That made his plan easier to implement. He could just directly take action against anyone he found displeasing. I just don't know where to meet the other prodigies from different districts, preferably those with a spoiled rich kid attitude. I can just imagine them pointing and mocking. You from a trash district and a trash school, how dare you come here to loiter? If I encounter someone like that, I'd be grinning from ear to ear. With such thoughts, Lu Chen wandered around for over 10 minutes, but he didn't see a single person. This left him feeling a bit frustrated. He had promised Xiao Wanwan to guide her in combat skills tonight, and if he couldn't get any points for his actions, it would be embarrassing. Just as he was feeling anxious, his communicator suddenly beeped. He opened it to find a message from Xiao Wanwan. Lu Chen, someone is looking for trouble. Can you call the principal? Upon reading the message, Lu Chen perked up. Where? Who are they? At the Yiyun Hall to the west of the exit. All of us from Yunchang District are here. Got it, I'll head over. Lu Chen put away the communicator, figured out the direction, and quickly ran off. Xiao Wanwan, you are simply my lucky star. The Yiyun Hall in the west area of the sports center. At first glance, it sounds like the name of a private room in a restaurant, but in reality, it is a large venue, a magnificently constructed independent building. At this moment, over 50 people were gathered in the center, surrounding 7 or 8 students from Yunchang District, with a few of the top-ranking ones among them. What do you mean by this? Lin Kong glared at the crowd opposite him, his tone filled with anger. They had only intended to stroll around not too far away, as He Ling had previously mentioned that if any disputes arose here, no one would come out to mediate, because entering this place marked the beginning of the assessment. With this in mind, they didn't dare to wander too far. Originally, Lin Kong didn't plan to step out, but they were all just a bunch of teenagers around 10 years old, and usually, due to academic pressure, they had no chance to come out. It was their first time away from home, and naturally, they couldn't stay put. After some coaxing, Lin Kong still came out with everyone. But who would have thought that as soon as they arrived here, they would be surrounded by a group of people? You guys are from Yunchang District, right? That's right, we are from Yunchang District, just passing through here, no other intentions. The student speaking from the opposite side sneered inwardly. He certainly knew that this group had no other intentions, but sorry, he had a purpose. A bunch of inferior students from trash schools dared to come to Yiyun Hall? Is this even a place you can come to? Hearing this, the people from Yunchang District were somewhat enraged. Although everyone was aware of their own situation and knew they wouldn't be well received outside, who could tolerate being mocked to their faces? Lin Kong's face darkened as he reached out to stop the others beside him. Don't fall for it, I know where these people are from. Yang Hu gritted his teeth and asked, Old Lin, stop holding back. Their school uniforms may look different, but they all have the starburst pattern, which indicates they are from schools in Huangpu District. The leader should be He Bing, the second strongest from Huangpu District. Huangpu District? He Bing? The crowd pondered for a moment, then information clicked in their minds. The 5 southern districts are ranked with Jinghua District as the strongest, followed by Chengbu District, Baoshang District, Huangpu District, and finally the weakest, Yunchang District. Huangpu District is the farthest from Yunchang District, so there isn't much interaction between the two. Naturally, they wouldn't recognize each other. But the key question is, why are they targeting them? Did our seniors offend them before? Lin Kong gently shook his head at Su Heng's confusion. What offense could there be? Every year we come in last in the assessments. Huangpu District is stronger than us. What could we have done to offend them? Then that's very strange. I feel like they are coming for us. Xiao Wanwan frowned as she voiced her thoughts. At this moment, Lin Kong also looked at Xiao Wanwan and asked, Wanwan, what did they say over there? Contact has been made. I'll have Lu Chen go find the principal. All right. At that moment, He Bing stepped out, and judging by the expressions on everyone's faces, he was indeed the instigator of this incident. Are you all deaf? What are you mumbling about? Lin Kong turned around and said, This is the sports center of Jianghai Bay City. We haven't received any notice that we can't come to this Heian Hall. Ha ha ha. Still putting up a front. He Bing sneered coldly, let me enlighten you, you're the bottom tier trash, so you can't come. That's the rule set for you. Who said it? I did. Just now. After He Bing finished speaking, he looked at Lin Kong with arrogance, his eyes filled with provocation. The meaning behind his words was clear. There's no rule, it's just that we from Huangpu District find you displeasing and think you're easy to bully. This was practically an open declaration of bullying, with no attempt to hide the humiliation. Lin Kong clenched his fists. I remember our Yunchang District hasn't offended your Huangpu District. Don't go too far. He Bing glanced at the people around him, and soon everyone burst into laughter. It was a derisive, dismissive laugh. Well, I'm too lazy to beat around the bush. Let's be direct. Your Yunchang District has been too arrogant this year, and there are students daring to make life and death pledges with Lu Xia. This makes the rest of us look spineless. Since your Yunchang District has such arrogant people, making everyone look bad, let's weigh things out in advance. If you can't even get past us, you might as well surrender. He. So that's it, deliberately looking for trouble. Xiao Wanwan sneered. After all this, it turned out this group was still related to Lu Xia. They spoke so grandly, but it was merely Lu Xia sending a few people over to stir up trouble. Lin Kong and the others weren't fools. They immediately understood the reasoning behind it. Alright, how do you want to weigh it? You're not thinking of using numbers to bully the few, are you? He Bing shook his head. Of course not. Here's the deal, there are 8 of you present, and we'll send over 8 people as well. Let's each have a match. Yang Hu could no longer contain himself upon hearing the other side agree to a fair one-on-one. He jumped out directly. You better keep your word. Your Huangpu District is only slightly stronger than us each year. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? He Bing felt a surge of joy inside. He thought to himself, finally, they've fallen for it. Lu Xia is the top genius of the Transformation District, destined to attend a top university. Naturally, they wouldn't let He Bing bring trouble to Lu Chen, as that would make it seem like Lu Xia was afraid to face them. So all these actions were indeed initiated by him. Since he couldn't touch Lu Chen, he turned his attention to the other students from Yunchang District. Making things difficult for Lu Chen on behalf of Lu Xia could also be seen as a way to curry favor. If he managed to enter a top university's outer court, he could have Lu Xia as a backing in the inner court, right? He then turned to a chubby guy behind him and said, I leave it to you. No problem, Binggu. I'll make sure he doesn't die while I give it my all to beat him. After saying that, the chubby guy charged towards Yang Hu, his massive frame creating an intimidating presence as he unleashed his energy, instantly overwhelming Yang Hu. Yang Hu was horrified. After a month of hard training and with the aid of pills, he had already reached the second stage, 9th level. But facing this chubby guy charging at him, he momentarily thought of turning to flee. No! If he ran now, Yunchang District and even the second high school would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Yang Hu gathered all his strongest energy, channeling it into his palm for a strike. But the next moment he was sent staggering backward with a loud explosion, his face turning pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Second stage, great perfection? The chubby guy was relentless, charging at him again. Isn't great perfection supposed to be easy? It's just you bunch of untalented people who can't break through. The chubby guy laughed heartily and made another brutal charge. Yang Hu's energy was already in disarray, and with this strike he was sent flying, collapsing to the ground. Unconscious. Defeat loomed. The fat man unexpectedly struck again, targeting Yang Hu's 2 arms. This was clearly aimed at ensuring Yang Hu would be disqualified from the assessment. Shameless. Lin Kong moved. His body, his palms emitting a faint golden glow, which instantly blocked and repelled the fat man. Don't go too far. Seeing that Lin Kong was not easy to bully, the fat man snorted coldly and retreated. At that moment, He Bing jumped over in 2 steps. You lost the first match, let me take good care of you in the second. As soon as he finished speaking, a long spear appeared in He Bing's hand, smashing towards Lin Kong. Meanwhile, outside the Yiyun Hall, a student from the Huangpu district responsible for guarding the point saw a boy in a black school uniform with white cloud patterns on the cuffs appear. The boy had no excessive decorations or styling, relying solely on his rugged handsomeness, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the same time, his eyes sparkled with excitement and his steps were hurried, appearing at the entrance in less than 3 seconds. Wait, who are you? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the guard student felt darkness envelop him, his head buzzing. Then, his remaining senses made him feel as if he were spinning continuously. Lu Chen watched the figure soaring high before him, stepping out and using the momentum to spin around. Then, with his right fist charged like a missile, he struck out, leaving a trail of afterimages. In the next moment, the Huangpu district student, already unconscious, flew out, crashing heavily against the distant entrance, raising clouds of dust. Ding! Player crushes the Huangpu district genius, violent points plus 1600. Lu Chen did not linger, his gaze fixed on the 3 large characters at the entrance, Yiyun Hall. Then, he moved his feet, and his figure vanished from the spot. Inside the Yiyun Hall, Lin Kong faced off against He Bing, who wielded a long spear, both at the 3rd level of cultivation. At this moment, Lin Kong felt utterly powerless. The opponent's raw strength was clearly much stronger than his. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of combat skills, he was no match for him. However, he also knew this was a normal situation. His level had surged due to a wealth of resources over the past month, and naturally, his combat skills had not kept pace. Judging by the opponent's momentum, it was evident that he had broken through to the 3rd level long ago. He Bing's face twisted into a sinister smile. The former number 1 of the Yunchang district has only this much strength. The others behind you are just trash. The long spear whistled, transforming into streaks of afterimages, and Lin Kong could only helplessly dodge. Each of the opponent's moves aimed to seriously injure him, intending to deprive the Yunchang district of their chance in the assessment. This would also serve to curry favor and draw closer to Lu Xia. As for Lin Kong and the others' future, it was utterly insignificant. Thinking of this, Lin Kong's inner anger could no longer be restrained. Kill! He Bing's expression changed slightly. Lin Kong's reckless and exhausting outburst brought him considerable pressure. But the gap remained. As long as he could hold on for a little while, Lin Kong would undoubtedly be defeated once his energy was exhausted. He stepped back, twirling his spear to block Lin Kong's assault. Then, he continuously retreated, unwilling to engage Lin Kong head-on. Thus, the 2 figures chased and dodged each other, and after 10 seconds, Lin Kong felt his energy gradually running low. At that moment, He Bing's gaze sharpened, noticing the opponent's sudden change. The result of an explosive effort is a lack of follow-up. Lin Kong, are you ready to beg for mercy next? He Bing smiled. His retreating steps shifting to advance, the long spear charged for a long time, thrusting violently towards Lin Kong. Lin Kong's eyes instantly filled with panic. His old strength was exhausted, and new strength had yet to arise, leaving him to barely evade. Yet even so, a trickle of blood blossomed from his shoulder under that strike. Before he could catch his breath, another gust of spear wind rushed at him. The opponent gave him no chance to breathe, forcing him to dodge again. Thus, He Bing's face was filled with relentless strikes, each blow leaving wounds on Lin Kong's body. Lin Kong found himself in a dire situation, with the possibility of a reversal at any moment. The crowd from the Yunchang district below the stage looked anxious. Although they were not as strong as the 2 on stage, Lin Kong's pale face clearly indicated he was exhausted. Su Hong, Xiao Wan, and the others could no longer hold back upon seeing the situation and wanted to step in to stop it. However, they were blocked by others from Huangpu district. We agreed on one-on-one sparring. If you break the rules, then we'll act recklessly too. Exactly. Giving you guys from Yunchang district a chance is already showing respect. Don't embarrass yourselves. If it comes to that, you can't blame us. Su Heng's face darkened as he glanced at the Huangpu district students who were approaching with malicious intent, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Xiao Wan was furious. You forced us into one-on-one. So what? Should we change it to unrestricted fighting instead? Upon hearing this, Su Hong lost his composure and shouted, shameless. You're only making a fuss. Because Lu Chen isn't here. If he were here, you wouldn't even know which way is up. Do you think we're afraid of Lu Chen? If it weren't for Lu Xia specifically wanting to humiliate him, he'd be just another nobody we could easily take down. The students from Huangpu district laughed dismissively. A so-called dark horse from a low-ranking district really thinks he can bridge the gap between us? Lu Chun isn't here, but if he were, I'd still beat him. The laughter from Huangpu district rang out mockingly. Just as the laughter faded, a sharp sound of wood splintering echoed. The door of Haiyun Hall shattered into splinters, and a figure dressed in a black uniform adorned with cloud patterns landed with a booming gust of wind. This sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention. Even He Bing on stage stopped his attack. He looked flustered, thinking that several principals from Yunchang district had arrived. If that were the case, today's incident would end without resolution. But when he focused his gaze, he realized the sudden figure was actually a boy of similar age, with black hair and cold eyes, his expression slightly exhilarated. Xiao Wanwan was the first to react excitedly upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Chen, you finally made it. Where's the principal? Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders and calmly replied, I didn't contact the principal. Ha! This statement left everyone dumbfounded. The few from Yunchang district were stunned. They had finally waited for reinforcements, only to have one person show up. Lin Kong spoke with difficulty, Lu Chen, we know you're powerful, but the other side. He trailed off, realizing that complaining was pointless now that Lu Chen had arrived. He wouldn't leave easily. Seeing this, He Bing sneered. So you're Lu Chen. I really don't know whether to call you foolish or arrogant, thinking you can settle this alone? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and directly turned to Xiao Wanwan. What's going on? Tell me the details. If it's unreasonable, then it's 3 points, if it's reasonable, even better. Xiao Wanwan quickly summarized the situation, then angrily concluded, they're just trying to please Lu Xia, actively looking for trouble, and using their numbers to fight us. They're hitting hard, aiming to injure us so that we from Yunchang district miss our assessment opportunity. Got it. Lu Chen then turned to the displeased He Bing. Fighting is great, I like fighting too. How about I join in? He Bing was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. He had been a bit nervous, fearing that the principal would find out halfway through, but now it seemed this guy was just a fool. He actually ran over alone to play the hero, a typical idiot. Not only that, but he also dared to provoke them. He Bing had never seen such a foolish genius. In his view, no matter how strong Lu Chen was, with so many people here, they could always take him down. I won't touch you because you provoked Lu Xia. She should be the one to punish you. But if you provoke me, then you can't blame anyone else. Lu Chen was speechless. You talk too much. Aren't we supposed to fight? Saying this, he jumped onto the stage and then glanced at Lin Kong beside him. Get down. Lin Kong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Lu Chen's excited eyes, he chose to remain silent. This guy is actually excited. A monster. I'm not one for trouble, so I'll announce my fighting rules now. Lu Chen looked down at the crowd, as if a deity gazing upon mere ants. Every single student from the Huangpu district, one and all. I'll take them all on by myself. The underground instantly erupted. Arrogant. What a show-off. Let's get him. I can't stand this act. In an instant, all the students from the Huangpu district were provoked. Alright, since you're seeking death, don't blame anyone else. I'll fulfill your request. He Bing laughed heartily, with this statement. Even if he beat Lu Chen to a pulp, the Yunchang district wouldn't be able to trouble him. Lu Chen didn't care about their thoughts. He felt as if countless points of violence were beckoning to him from the Huangpu district students. The moment he heard the other party's voice fall, a violent wind pressure suddenly surged around him. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted fiercely. Under He Bing's watch, Lu Chen was enveloped in dark flames, his figure starting to flicker in and out of existence. Then he saw a faint smile at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, like that of a devil. No way. He Bing's face changed drastically. The terrifying aura had already enveloped him, as if he were locked onto by a powerful beast, the killing intent palpable. At this moment, his brain couldn't keep up. From the aura, the opponent was undoubtedly above the 3rd tier, but definitely not exceeding the 3rd tier's 3rd level. Yet this terrifying aura and pressure far surpassed the early stage of the 3rd tier. In an instant, his heart was thrown into chaos. Lu Chen took a bold step forward, aiming straight for He Bing. Wait a minute, pause first. To Lu Chen, this sounded like nonsense. Is there really such a bizarre thought process in the world? They had already started fighting, and the other side actually wanted to pause? What a ridiculous joke. Lu Chen scoffed inwardly, his hand already reaching out. Seeing that speaking out was useless, He Bing could only stab forward with his spear in a panic. Whoosh, crack. The whistling sound from the spear tip was quickly forced to a halt. A long, powerful hand grasped the spear's body, and then the large hand twisted forcefully. The immense kinetic energy caused the spear to spin, and the terrifying twisting force instantly acted on He Bing's hand at the other end. With no time to let go, his wrist was snapped by the monstrous strength, and the spear slipped away. At this moment, Lu Chen turned the spear around, the terrifying black demonic flames wrapping around it. Lu Chen's energy surged. The muscles in his arm bulging like coiling dragons, and finally, he swung the spear around towards He Bing. Whoosh, an ear-piercing whistle rang out in the air, and He Bing, struck in the waist and abdomen by the spear, flew out as if hit by a truck, his body folding in on itself. After hitting the ground, apart from blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, he was already unconscious. Ding. Play air. Severely injures genius He Bing, violence points plus 3000. Brother Bing. Damn. Brother Bing, what happened to you? Don't sleep. The many students from the Huangpu district were dumbfounded, and in an instant, everyone glared at Lu Chen. What a vicious heart. Deliberately striking so hard. Brother Bing's assessment is ruined because of you. Hearing this, Xiao Wanwan was displeased. You're all talking nonsense. It's clearly you who had ill intentions. Now that you can't beat Lu Chen, you're biting back. Lu Chen directly jumped off the stage, holding the confiscated spear, and said, "Don't worry, I'm giving you a chance. For revenge. Didn't I just say I'd take all of you on? You all wouldn't dare, would you?" The many students from the Huangpu district looked conflicted upon hearing this. But soon someone shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid of him. He defeated Brother Bing so quickly just to scare us. He must have used some powerful battle technique or secret art, and now he's exhausted. If we all go together, we can definitely heavily injure him." Exactly. If the top academies find out that so many of us were driven away by just him, they will definitely deduct impression points. Look at his face, it's already pale. Lu Chen really wanted to thank this genius speaker. Indeed, a clever person's deep thoughts can't compare to a fool's sudden inspiration. Using the demon suppression prison technique at full force does consume more than normal combat, especially after the black flames erupted and defeated He Bing in an instant. But compared to his usual self, in his current state, he could still unleash the same moves another 20 or 30 times. And let's not forget he has the talent Devour. In just these few seconds of speaking, the energy within him had already returned to its peak state. Dealing with this group, most of whom were only at the second tier, 5th level, and the strongest barely at the second tier, great perfection, he could only say it was easy to handle. At this moment, Lu Chen deliberately coughed softly, and a hint of panic flashed across his arrogant expression. This change was immediately caught by the people opposite. He's also injured. It's the aftereffects of the quick attack. Go! Everyone, attack together. In an instant, all the students from Huangpu district surrounded him. Let's help Lu Chen together, Xiao Wanwan said in a crisp voice, and a few from Yunchang district were really ready to act, but in an instant, they caught a cold, warning gaze. Lu Chen, everyone, stand still. All of them froze in their tracks, some of them finding it hard to accept. No, bro. There are over 50 people on the other side. Not one of them is below the second tier, 5th level. You want to take them all on alone? Lu Chen didn't explain. After warning the people from Yunchang district, his figure wrapped in demonic flames dashed out, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged towards the attacking crowd. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the first batch of people. The terrifying black demonic flames made him look like an unparalleled demon. Then, in the moment of everyone's astonishment and shock, the unparalleled demon threw a punch, the terrifying power seemingly bursting the air, creating ripples that spread out. And the destination of this punch undoubtedly landed on the unfortunate soul in the front row. Boom! The scene instantly fell into chaos. The terrifying black demonic flames spiraled out, carving a conical void in the crowd. The students from Huangpu district in the empty area had already been sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the walls of the Heyun Hall. The students who were blasted away seemed not to notice their condition upon landing, and tried to get up. But accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, everyone immediately wailed and collapsed to the ground. Ding! The player has discovered a high-quality monster spawning point, severely injuring many school geniuses, violent points plus 1500*11. Among all the spectators, only Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with surprise. She knew this was the spiral force of the demon suppression battle technique. Appearing uninjured on the outside but with all the internal bones shattered. And to inflict such damage with one punch, Lu Chen was indeed not bragging. He had truly mastered it to perfection. So strong. Cough cough, damn. Lu Chen once again feebly leaned against the edge of the arena, his face pale as death. Seeing this, the students from Huangpu district, who were originally scared to the point of wanting to run, gritted their teeth and charged forward again. He's really at his limit this time. I can't do this kind of killer move, but he can unleash it a third time. Seeing the crowd fall for it, Lu Chen smiled. Sorry, I can indeed unleash it a third time. Whoosh, boom. The same situation played out again, accompanied by the explosion of the pitch-black demonic flames. Another 10 or so people were sent flying. Ding! The player has discovered a high-quality monster spawning point, severely injuring many school geniuses, violent points plus 1500*12. Everyone, spread out. Release energy for long-range attacks. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Oh, there's a tactic? Too bad I can do it too. He spread his hands, his 10 fingers bending before suddenly snapping out. In an instant, countless black energy blades erupted and shot out. Like a storm of sword blades, they swirled around him. All the students caught in the wave were sent flying, some who couldn't defend. In time even had gashes several centimeters long across their chests, blood gushing out. This was still Lu Chen holding back. Otherwise, with the sharpness of the gunmetal energy, this group would have been sliced to pieces upon contact without any energy. Defense. Ding. The player has discovered a high-quality monster spawning point, severely injuring many school geniuses. Violent. Points plus 1500 * 10. In an instant, the Hiyun Hall was filled with deafening screams, like a hell on earth, with wailing ghosts. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was not someone easy to fool. Facing this situation, he did not stop but continued to look at the remaining 20 students from Huangpu District. 10 at a time is too slow, let's all go together. Instantly, the remaining students from Huangpu District felt a chill run up their spines, as if a cold wave surged from their heels straight to the crown of their heads. At this moment, the more than 20 students from Huangpu District had only one thought: to run away as quickly as possible. The guy in front of them was a monster. In just 3 moves, he had shattered their morale. Even if the King of Heaven himself came and said that Lu Chen had no strength left, they wouldn't believe it. As for the impression points from the assessments of top universities, those were worthless. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even have the chance to stand and participate in the assessment. However, just when everyone was thinking the same thing, they suddenly realized that during the recent battle, their positions had unknowingly swapped. Now, Lu Chen was standing right in front of the entrance to the hall. Although he was just one person, it felt to everyone as if hundreds or thousands were guarding the door. Lu Chen noticed the gazes of the crowd and pulled the long spear out of the ground. Don't even think about running. I'm standing right here. There's only one way to leave: defeat me. Lu Chen, don't go too far. Aren't you afraid of angering the leaders of Huangpu District? That's right, Lu Chen. There's still a chance to ease the situation. If we all get seriously injured, half of the people from Huangpu District participating in the top university assessment this year will be lost. Can you handle that? That's enough, Lu Chen. We admit defeat. Consider it our mistake. Let's end it here. We will explain everything to the principal and the leaders and guarantee that we won't hold you responsible. How about that? Several students with slightly higher realms said with pale faces. Their words were half threats and half concessions. They regretted it deeply at this moment. If they ended up like the 30 or so people before them, their future would be completely ruined. Many of them still had the opportunity to compete for qualifications at top universities, which was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for ordinary people. But now, it was about to be interrupted by a peer. How could they not regret it? It's all He Bing's fault. He organized us to stir up trouble. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have anything to do with you. That's right, it's all He Bing's responsibility. He's always been second in strength in Huangpu District, and he wanted to take shortcuts to surpass Zhou Zhang. As the crowd grew more agitated, Lu Chen sighed in boredom. I'm really impressed. As he spoke, his gaze gradually turned cold. Am I here to listen to your family matters? After saying that, a surge of demonic flames erupted around his body, and the long spear was held horizontally in front of him. Either you defeat me, or you'll end up like them. In the next moment, the spear swept out, and a blade of air several meters long erupted from the tip. The faces of the Huangpu District students changed dramatically. They hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so resolute even after everything that had been said. Since you won't give us a way out, then let's fight him. Someone shouted, and everyone revealed expressions of desperation as they unleashed their strongest attacks against Lu Chen. After paying the price of several people at the front being sent flying by the black blade of air, the others finally rushed to Lu Chen's side. They succeeded. The hearts of the crowd began to race with excitement. No one had been able to breach the distance around Lu Chen before, but now so many had closed in. He was bound to lose. Perhaps seeing the dawn of victory, some even unconsciously showed surprise and smiles on their faces. But at that moment, someone noticed that Lu Chen's expression was incredibly calm, without a trace of panic or tension. For some reason, an inexplicable fear began to rise in someone's heart. Something was off. An incredibly dangerous aura suddenly enveloped everyone's hearts. In the next moment, the pitch-black demonic flames seemed to be doused in oil, instantly expanding and growing. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed more than 20 people. Suddenly, all the students from Huangpu District felt as if a layer of black mist had descended before their eyes, their energy and sensory perception plummeting. In their panic, they could only keep launching attacks, striking out at the figure before them, and this scene made the other few people outside feel as if they had collectively fallen into a trance, with some even starting to attack their own companions. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The move he just executed was the bewitching 5 senses technique from the demon suppression prison law. However, targeting so many people at once was quite exhausting, and he felt that half of his internal energy had been drained away. But it didn't matter anymore as this incident was coming to an end. He strolled effortlessly through the demonic flames, flicking his fingers to shoot out streams of energy blades. There was almost no sign of resistance. With each energy blade that flew out, a student from the Huangpu district would be struck down, severely injured and unconscious. In just 10 seconds, there was not a single Huangpu district student left standing in the entire venue. The defeat was absurd, utterly complete. What kind of combat technique was this? The #1 genius of the transformation district, Lu Xia, who could rank among the top 3 in the entire Jianghai base city, could she really defeat this monster? In the last few seconds before losing consciousness, this was the shared thought in the minds of all the Huangpu district students. Ding! Player has discovered a high-quality monster spawn point, severely injuring many school geniuses. Violent points plus 1500 * 22. Current violent points, 87100. Monkey's uncle. Instant wealth from a single battle. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan and the others were already numb. In their shocked gazes, all the demonic flames surrounding Lu Chen slowly disappeared, and finally, they saw him exhale a breath of turbid air. Was that last move also the demon suppression prison technique? Xiao Wanwan was somewhat unsure. She remembered that this combat technique had an effect on others' psychology, but it was said to be a weak influence. But how did it turn into something so terrifying in Lu Chen's hands? This group of people, after being affected, seemed to have lost their rationality and began to attack wildly. Lu Chen, just how far could this guy go? Is he really not as good as that Lu Nan? Lu Chen was unaware of Xiao Wanwan's thoughts at that moment. He gently relaxed his body and then slowly walked in front of everyone. The matter is resolved. You can report the subsequent events, right? He didn't like being surrounded by a group of leaders asking questions. It was incredibly annoying. Looking at the violent points on the screen, he just wanted to hurry back and spend some money. Oh, by the way, push all the responsibilities onto me. If there's any blame, it should fall on me. I'm tired, I'm going back to rest first. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked straight towards the door. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan instinctively shouted, "So, should I still come to your room tonight?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. "No, what I meant was, since you're so tired, can I still come tonight?" Oh no! It seemed like the more she spoke, the more awkward it became. Lin Kong, who was listening nearby, felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, his face pale. He had pursued Xiao Wanwan for so many years, but he had never seen her so proactive. It was bittersweet, helpless, yet he couldn't muster a shred of resentment. If it was Lu Chen, then he didn't feel wronged in losing. At this moment, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Come on, I recover quickly, it won't affect your experience." Hearing this, Xiao Wanwan awkwardly glanced at the people around her. Oh. Once Lu Chen's figure disappeared, everyone looked at the half-dead individuals in the Haiyun Hall, feeling a bit apprehensive. What do we do? We've really messed up. The Huangpu district is going to explode, right? More than 50 students severely injured. I heard they only brought 100 this year. Lin Kong, who was barely recovering, spoke up. Report the truth, but emphasized that Lu Chen did this to save us. It was the people from Huangpu district who wouldn't let us go. If the leaders really want to punish Lu Chen, each of us should take responsibility. Yang Hu also regained his senses and weakly added, "That's right, at least we have some justification." But at that moment, Xiao Wanwan waved her hand and said, "Humph. If they really want to punish Lu Chen, I'll call my dad. If that's not enough, I'll call my uncle from the Jinghai family. If the Xiao family wants to protect Lu Chen, even the entire leadership of Huangpu district won't be able to pressure us." At this moment, Lin Kong expressed some concern, saying, "The Xiao family certainly has that kind of power, but your family might not be willing." "Ha!" Xiao Wanwan retorted angrily, "If they don't agree, I'll make a scene. If it comes to that, I'll take all the responsibility myself. It was me who called him here, and I have the messages I sent as proof. If they have the guts, they can punish me." Looking at Xiao Wanwan's furious expression, everyone fell silent for a moment. This guy is even better at buttering up than Lin Kong, me? Jianghai Base City Sports Center Medical Department. The ward, which had originally been well budgeted, was now bustling like a market. Lu Jingjing, with a dark expression, was running around, while her little nurses were so busy they could barely keep their feet on the ground. Knowing that they would welcome injured patients from top universities tomorrow, she had received orders from her superiors to prepare early for the incoming casualties. The battles between Shi masters inevitably resulted in injuries, so she had made preparations in advance. However, since the event was only starting tomorrow, she thought no one would need to be hospitalized today, so she wasn't too anxious. But then, while she was slacking off in the afternoon, she suddenly received terrible news. A full 50 injured patients needed to be hospitalized at the same time. At that moment, she felt like the sky was falling. My God, 50 in total, and all at once. This was simply going to take her life. Moreover, she had heard that all of them were seriously injured, the kind that wouldn't get out of bed for at least half a month. This directly overloaded the medical center. After being busy for more than 3 hours and urgently reallocating over 10 medical staff, they finally managed to maintain the situation. Before she could even catch her breath, a group of grim-faced individuals walked in at the entrance. The newcomers immediately spoke to her. A batch of injured patients was sent in this afternoon. Where are they now? Lu Jingjing hesitated for a moment, then quickly pointed to an entire floor of wards, saying, "They're all here, over 50 of them are full." Upon hearing over 50, the newcomers' expressions darkened again, and their breathing became rapid. What are their injuries like? Will it affect the assessment? They're all serious injuries, even the fastest will take half a month. Is anyone awake? Bet 8, there's one named He Bing who is awake. Lu Jingjing answered honestly. Although she didn't have the talent for qi, she had a basic level of first stage triple. At this moment, she could feel how terrifying the person in front of her was. The oppressive aura nearly scared her to death. Fortunately, the man didn't make things too difficult for her and walked directly toward the inner ward after hearing the information. Lu Jingjing let out a sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest to calm herself. A bunch of violet maniacs, I wonder who they are. Their methods are a bit too ruthless. In Ward 8, He Bing stared blankly at the ceiling. His future was shrouded in darkness, and now he couldn't even participate in the assessment of top universities destined to only attend a slightly better undergraduate program. But for him, this was a disaster. Just thinking about the missed opportunity made him feel regretful enough to want to die. If he had known Lu Chen was this strong, he would never have provoked him. Just then, the ward door opened and a group of figures walked in. He Bing turned his head to see the principals from many schools in Huangpu district. Leading them was Chen Jianghe, the principal of Huangpu No. 2 High School, where he was enrolled. Principal Chen Jianghe had a grim face, but upon seeing He Bing's injuries, he nodded and said, "It's good that you're awake. We have some questions to ask you." He Bing naturally knew the reason for this. They must be here to hold him accountable. "Principal, I'm still unclear about what happened afterward. Those people from Yunchang district should be worse off than me, right?" He Bing had been knocked out first by Lu Chen, so he was mostly unaware of what happened afterward. When he woke up, he was already in the ward, and although there were a few fellow students beside him, they were all in a coma, so he couldn't ask about the details. But in his view, Lu Chen and his group definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. Even if they had used thunderous means to defeat him, there were still over 50 others. Under the tactic of overwhelming numbers, being able to injure a few of them was already remarkable. The few people sharing the hospital room with him were probably the result of the desperate resistance from Yunchang district. As for those from Yunchang district, they would likely suffer greatly, if not die. Tragic? I don't even know how to respond. Chen Jianghe had initially planned to ask calmly, but a single remark from He Bing nearly broke his composure. "Do you know how much damage your actions have caused to the many high schools in Huangpu district?" He Bing paused for a moment, then looked at the classmates on either side of him, wrapped in bandages, with an apologetic expression on his face. "It was my fault, I'm sorry to those 5. The principal was right, it was all due to his recklessness that these 5 classmates, like him, missed their qualifications." Feeling a bit guilty, He Bing decisively apologized. "You're talking nonsense. 5? There are over 50. I swear I could strangle you right now." The principal of Huangpu District's 3rd high school shouted in fury. Beside Chen Jianghe, You idiot, brought over 50 people to pick a fight, and now they're all seriously injured and hospitalized. Our regular students in Huangpu District have lost their qualifications for top university assessments. Do you know how many spots that means for students from other districts, including your own guaranteed spot? This statement shook the entire room, leaving He Bing in a daze. After a few seconds of processing the meaning behind those words, he looked bewildered and said, "Over 50? How is that possible? There were only 8 of them." "No. With Lu Chen, there were only 9. Upon hearing this, not just the principal of the 3rd high school but the other principals exploded in anger, their faces turning pale. "Impossible? Do you want to get up and take a look? The entire floor of the hospital is booked by you, and you say there were only 8 or 9? Are you suggesting that 8 or 9 people from Yunchang district managed to injure all 50 of you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Absurd!" Chen Jianghe raised his hand helplessly to stop the principal's furious outburst. "It's useless to talk about this now." After saying that, he turned to He Bing and said, "All over 50 of them are students from Huangpu district. Not a single person from Yunchang district is hospitalized." He Bing, what on earth happened? With the confirmation from his own principal, He Bing slumped onto the bed. How could this be? Over 50 elite students from Huangpu district, how could they lose against 8 or 9? Even if Lu Chen was at the 3rd tier, there were still only 8 or 9 of them. Plus, one Yang who was unconscious and one Lin Kong was rendered powerless by him. How could they possibly lose in such a situation? He Bing felt as if he had fallen into a huge absurdity, his lips trembling, unwilling to give up. Could it be a mistake? Did they really only have 8 or 9 people? Seeing this, Chen Jianghe understood as well. He fell silent for a second and said in a deep voice, I don't care how many people they had, all I know is that half of our people are now disqualified from the assessment. Now you tell me, was this a premeditated provocation from the other side, or did you all go looking for trouble yourselves? You must speak the truth. We have over 50 hospitalized, and I just asked, all of them are seriously injured. Even if we spend a huge amount to use precious medicine, it would be too late. Do you know how great a loss this is? He Bing's mind buzzed, and he could no longer hold on to any illusions. Total annihilation. He had brought over 50 hopes from Huangpu district, only to deliver them to total destruction. He felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting again. What have I gotten myself into? Instinctively, he could only mutter to himself repeatedly, Principal, I really didn't know. If I had known they were this strong, I wouldn't have gone to provoke them. Upon hearing this, the principal was so furious he nearly spat blood. He finally understood, it was indeed Huangpu district that had taken the initiative to seek trouble. This meant, even if he complained now, it would be useless as it was all self-inflicted. Moreover, he Bing kept insisting that there were only 8 or 9 people on the other side. How could he have the face to say such a thing? At this moment, he Bing finally realized the magnitude of his mistake, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Why did it turn out this way? 50 against 9. How could we possibly lose? Absolutely impossible. Not necessarily. At that moment, a male voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Zhou Zhang, the strongest genius from Huangpu district, calmly leaning against the door. He Bing looked at this old rival who had always overshadowed him, and at this moment it felt like he had grasped hope. Zhou Zhang, what do you know? Zhou Zhang's eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. To be honest, he had always looked down on someone like He Bing. Although he had some talent, he was brainless, always thinking of shortcuts, unaware that true geniuses fought their way through with sheer strength. What I mean by not necessarily is that it wasn't the 8 or 9 people from Yunchang district who defeated our 50 plus. It was only one person. This time, not just He Bing, but even the principal present showed expressions of disbelief. Ah, Zhang, don't talk nonsense. The principal of the first high school spoke up. Your news is even more outrageous than He Bing's. How could one person possibly do all this? That's right, this news is too absurd. Zhou Zhang, with a serious expression, looked at everyone and said, I arrived earlier than you all, and just now, a few more people have gradually regained consciousness. After He Bing was taken down in one move, that student from Yunchang district named Lu Chen single-handedly took down all of you. In other words, the one who truly made a move was only Lu Chen. If you don't believe it, you can ask around yourselves. The scene fell silent again, and no one knew what to say. If it were just one person saying this, it might be false, but what if everyone was saying the same thing? Zhou Zhang claimed to have asked several people, and they all said the same. Could it really be the work of just Lu Chen? How could this happen? At this moment, not only was He Bing's mindset completely shattered, but others also began to doubt their lives. A student from Yunchang district took down half of Huangpu district's hopes? Was this really the same Yunchang district that had always been at the bottom? The event has already occurred, and the process is no longer important. What matters is that I will take revenge for this humiliation of Huangpu district. Zhou Zhang, seeing everyone's expressions, said this with an air of indifference before turning to leave. But at that moment, the principal of the second high school suddenly spoke up. Zhou Zhang, if this is true, you better be cautious. This Lu Chen might really be a super dark horse. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang frowned in displeasure. What a ridiculous statement. Did this group of old fossils really think Lu Chen could be compared to him? He was already at the 3rd stage, 4th level, having entered the mid-tier ranks. Even when facing a genius like Lu Xia, he was confident he could hold his own for a few moves. Although Huangpu district's overall strength was not as strong as Jinghua, Qingbu, and Baoshan, that was overall strength. It didn't mean that the top students were weaker than those from other districts. Lu Chen had merely defeated a bunch of weaklings. Among the 50 people, aside from He Bing, who was caught off guard and defeated in an instant, there wasn't a single 3rd stage presence. In such a situation, he could still achieve victory with all his might. Only a bunch of mediocre talents would make such a fuss. With this thought, Zhou Zhang smirked coldly. You all are overthinking it. Lu Chen isn't worthy of my caution. As long as I make a slight effort, I will definitely win against him, Zhou Zhang confidently declared, then left the ward and walked towards the medical office's door. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw a figure, and upon closer inspection, his expression became much more serious. Lu Xia, why are you here? Lu Xia looked up at Zhou Zhang and said, I heard that Huangpu district has suffered severe losses even before the assessment this year, so I came to see if it's true. Are you here to watch the joke? Not entirely. Lu Xia paid no mind to Zhou Zhang's tone and instead turned to walk outside. Zhou Zhang hesitated slightly but quickly followed. Lu Xia, the top strength in Jing'oa district, ranked among the top 3 in Zhanghai base city, or to put it more directly, second in ranking. Even he felt immense pressure from such a talented woman. Not to mention the prominence of her family. The Lu family in Zhanghai base city also had a branch in Jinghai base city. Their influence was nearly on par with the Xiao family. They could be considered a super wealthy family from a prominent household. It is said that there are even masters among the family. At this moment he looked at the back of the girl in front of him and could vaguely feel the oppressive aura emanating from her, like a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, ready to sever everything once drawn. I heard it was Lu Chen from Yunchang district. To be honest, if it really is his doing, I would actually feel a bit pleased. Zhou Zhang nodded slightly at this. It's him, indeed, he has some strength, but that's about it. Oh? Zhou Zhang felt a bit displeased upon hearing this tone. Lu Xia, you underestimate me too much. Lu Chen may indeed be impressive, but it depends on who he is compared to. If he challenges me, he will undoubtedly lose. Lu Xia's gaze was serious as she scrutinized him, then she paused slightly. No wonder you're so confident. You've broken into the mid-stage of the 3rd level. If that's the case, Lu Chen indeed poses no threat to you. The two walked to a fork in the road, and then Lu Xia stopped. Zhou Zhang, I don't care who wins or loses between you and Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's life is mine, remember this. As she spoke, Lu Xia's expression was stern, an almost imperceptible aura spreading around her. Lu Chen was the first person to dare to issue a death challenge to her, and Lu Xia felt that if she didn't end it herself, what would happen to her authority in the future? Therefore, Lu Chen's life must be ended by her. Zhou Zhang instinctively tensed up, and after a few seconds of silence, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Understood, his life is yours. It's good that you understand. Let's go. After saying this, Lu Xia retracted her aura and left briskly. Only Zhou Zhang remained, his face filled with shock. This guy is still so terrifying. Student lounge in Yunchang district. After returning to his room, Lu Chen took a quick shower. In the afternoon, he had picked over 50 experienced babies and he was still a bit sweaty. After washing up, he sat on the bed and opened the light screen. Dark Beast of Destiny, Little Black Realm, 3rd level, 2nd stage skills, Body Enhancement, Passive, Unity of Heaven and Man, Passive, Blade of Metal. Active, Racial Talent, Devour Combat Technique, Demon Suppression and Prison Law. Overall evaluation. The player's cultivation has made some achievements. You can now attempt to oppress the weak. Violence. Points, 87100 ding. Detected that the player's violence points have exceeded 50,000. The game has unlocked a new feature. Treasure Chest Draw ding. Each treasure chest draw costs 10,000, guaranteed. To obtain rare combat techniques, talents, and insights into the way of heaven. Rewards are not unique and may be obtained repeatedly. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, quickly drawn in by the last few lines. Treasure chest draw for 10,000 each time. So expensive? But when he saw the subsequent treasure chest rewards, he fell silent. Rare combat techniques aside, isn't talent supposed to be unique? He remembered that most Chi masters only had one chance to awaken their martial arts talent upon breaking through to the 3rd level. Could he continuously awaken here? Moreover, there was something new at the end. Insights into the way of heaven. What was that? After pondering for a long time, Lu Chen couldn't help but dial a number on his communicator. There was no way. This thing sounded very powerful, and he really wanted to draw it out. But he was also unsure if it would enhance his current combat power, so he didn't want to waste violence points carelessly. After all, 10,000 each time was not a small amount. It was enough for him to upgrade 2 levels. A cheerful voice soon came from the communicator. Lu Chen, you looking for me? Yeah, I want to consult you about something. Do you know what insights into the way of heaven are? It seemed there was some water sound on Xiao Wanwan's side, and after a few seconds, she hurriedly said, I know about insights into the way of heaven. The genius threshold for Chi masters has 2 levels. The first 3 levels look at cultivation progress and the comprehension of combat techniques, while after the 3rd level, it involves what you mentioned. Insights into the way of heaven. Can you elaborate? Oh, actually, I only heard my family talk about it. They say insights into the way of heaven are more commonly referred to as the understanding of momentum. For example, the force of fists, the force of blades, the force of swords, and so on. If one can comprehend even a little bit, the combat power of a Chi master will greatly increase. However, true understanding of the Tao of heaven is something only a grandmaster would dare to claim to fully grasp. As low-level Chi masters, if we can comprehend just a bit, we can crush our peers who are considered geniuses. It is said that the core disciples in top academies are all prodigies who have begun to touch upon the concept of force. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen began to understand. In other words, if he could comprehend the force, he would have the chance to become a stronger genius, even potentially becoming a core disciple of the top academy. he could stand shoulder to shoulder with someone like Lu Nan. By then, the expressions of the Lu family in the Jinghai base city would surely be quite something, right? Lu Chen, why are you suddenly asking this? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask after hearing about it. Oh, I'm taking a shower right now. I'll come find you later? Yeah, in half an hour. Lu Chen hung up the phone but felt that the conversation had been a bit strange. After thinking for a while and finding no faults, he had to push aside his distractions. Being a Sigma male, that was his unwavering confidence. Shifting his gaze to the light screen in front of him, Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Driven by his desire for force, he decided to try 3 consecutive draws. Draw 3 treasure chests. Ding. The player begins to draw treasure chests, consuming 30,000 violent points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for receiving treasure chest rewards. Skill upgrade point *1, talent, weapon mastery *1, Tao of Heaven comprehension, force of power. The violent points were rapidly deducted by 30,000, but Lu Chen had no mind to feel sorry for it at that moment. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time, opening 3 treasure chests all at once, and they were all different. Just a glance made it clear that they were all good items. He quickly opened the reward details and soon understood the benefits of the 3 rewards. The skill upgrade point could allow him to upgrade a skill he had absorbed once. Weapon mastery would enable him to quickly master any weapon he picked up, which wasn't too impressive, but the last reward, the Tao of Heaven comprehension, surprised him. The force of power was simply perfect for his path, taking simple violence to the extreme. Nothing felt better than overpowering 10 with sheer strength. He decisively used all the rewards and then activated the feedback. Soon, changes occurred in his skills. Ding! The skill Body Enhancement has upgraded to Golden Body Furnace. Can be activated actively. During activation it will greatly consume energy, burning chi and blood to enhance the physical body *2, while also consuming energy to accelerate the healing speed of wounds. With endless energy, the healing effect continues. Then, before Lu Chen could continue his research, he felt a wealth of weapon-related knowledge flooding into his mind. As if it had become instinct, he could skillfully use any weapon as soon as he picked it up. Finally, an indescribable aura descended from the heavens, infusing into his body, and eventually slowly condensed into an invisible seed, resting within him. Without needing to study it, almost a second later, he clearly knew that he had initially grasped the force related to power. Lu Chen looked at the skill introduction on the light screen and the changes within himself, his heart uncontrollably racing. This was the treasure chest reward. Simply absurdly powerful. Not to mention the latter two, just the first skill upgrade point turning body enhancement from a passive skill into the actively activated golden body furnace was terrifying. After long-term accumulation of body enhancement, his physique was already more terrifying than that of other beasts of the same level, and now he could directly activate it. For a double effect, this was practically a skill explosion. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but give it a try. Golden body furnace, activate. In an instant he felt the chi and blood within him boiling and burning, the chi mechanism consuming like fuel. Under this immense consumption, his physical body was continuously swelling, muscles bulging like a coiled dragon, and his entire aura became frenzied and bloodthirsty. At the same time, Lu Chen felt his perception ability undergo a tremendous transformation. He opened his eyes, and golden flames ignited in his gaze. Looking down, he could see a blood-colored halo rising from the surface of his skin. This was the manifestation of the burning vitality after transforming into a golden body. The blood-red phenomenon faintly made the tips of his hair start to turn red. Damn, so handsome. This was simply a low-tier version of a Super Saiyan god. Which man could resist the temptation of transformation? After feeling it for a moment, Lu Chen grasped the effect of the skill. The consumption is indeed terrifying. It can't be used as a norm. The explosive skill has its pros and cons, but fortunately, I still have the ability to recover quickly. Closing the skill, Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of emptiness as the power vanished. That feeling of fullness disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming assessment at the top academy. With that state just now, combined with the boost of strength, he felt that even a late-stage Tier 3 opponent would be easily defeated. He just didn't know if the talents gathered here were enough for him to beat up. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Chen opened the door, and a small head peeked in, tilted to the side. Come in. Xiao Wanwan nodded and obediently followed Lu Chen into the room. Seeing her dazed expression, Lu Chen didn't ask much and directly sat down on the chair. Make yourself comfortable. Okay. Xiao Wanwan glanced around. The room was the same, with only a chair and a table. Since Lu Chen was already sitting in the chair, she could only sit on the edge of the bed. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanwan inexplicably felt a bit shy. Just as she sat down, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Hey, how can a girl sit on a boy's bed? Sit on the floor, there's a blanket anyway. Xiao Wanwan's little face stiffened, and she awkwardly almost buried her head in the blanket. But when she looked up and saw Lu Chen's serious expression, she could only sniffle and sit on the blanket on the floor. So, during the day, you mentioned something about combat skills, right? Yes. Yes. When it came to serious matters, Xiao Wanwan became much more focused and the strange thoughts in her head disappeared. She quickly said, Lu Chen, have you always had such good comprehension? I heard that the demon suppression technique is very difficult to practice, but you reached the perfect stage in just a month. It's not that impressive. Lu Chen rubbed his nose and continued. Besides comprehension, there's also hard work and sweat, which you haven't seen. That's still very impressive. So I have another combat skill that I want you to help me with. If I can master it, it will be very helpful for the upcoming Top Academy assessment. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded. Is it the combat skill you used before? No, that combat skill was actually overused by me. The one I really want to practice is my current trump card, an S-rank combat skill, but I've only reached the entry level so far. I didn't have the chance to use it when we fought last time. Lu Chen, an S-rank combat skill. I can only say I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can teach you. You know that understanding a combat skill yourself and teaching it to others are two different things. Of course. Xiao Wanwan nodded in understanding and then took out a scroll from her pocket. Lu Chen took it and saw a few large characters on the scroll. Fulong Xiaotian, he didn't delay and immediately opened the content, quickly becoming deeply engrossed in the scroll's contents. After a moment he took a deep breath and closed the scroll. One could only say that it truly deserved to be an S-rank combat skill. This combat skill included not just attack techniques, it contained a lot of things, including movement techniques, attack methods, defense techniques, and so on. It could be said that if she mastered this combat skill, Xiao Wanwan's overall strength would leap to a new level. With her peak strength at Tier 2, Level 8 plus this combat skill, she might really have a chance to compete for a spot as an inner academy student. Although the hope was slim, Lu Chen opened his eyes and quickly saw Xiao Wanwan's expectant gaze. He suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, he could guarantee that he would learn it because he could allocate points, but he didn't dare to say he could teach her. What if he learned it quickly and then Xiao Wanwan didn't? That would be a bit awkward. It would make it seem like he was just taking advantage of her. Even if she didn't blame him, he would still feel somewhat indebted. He didn't want to get tangled up with Xiao Wanwan over a few combat techniques and end up with a headache. Lu Chen, you don't have to feel pressured. If you teach me and I still can't learn it, then it's just that I'm too stupid, and that's okay, Xiao Wanwan said proactively upon seeing his hesitation. After all, she felt quite foolish herself, having barely grasped the basics after more than 3 months of study. Although her family told her that it usually takes normal people over 6 months to get started, she still felt a bit anxious. If she could reach a small level of proficiency, her strength wouldn't be what it was now. Hearing this, Lu Chen could only give it a try. Since she said so, he had no reason to overthink it. So he decisively opened the light screen. Ding! The player has unexpectedly acquired a new combat technique. Would you like to spend violent points to learn it? Current violent points 57,100. With a thought, Lu Chen confirmed his choice to learn. Ding! The player begins learning the combat technique Dragon's Roar. Ding! The player consumes 1,000 violent points and learns the combat technique Dragon's Roar. Ding! The player chooses to delve deeper into this combat technique. At this moment, the skill of Harmony of Heaven and Man reaches its maximum effect, and the player's training speed is as swift as when one rushes to the bathroom after eating expired seafood, grasping the essentials in a short moment. Ding! Consumed 1,000 violent points. Combat technique Dragon's Roar, entry level. Ding! The player continues to comprehend the profound content of the combat technique. Ding! Consumed 2,000 violent points. Combat technique Dragon's Roar, small success. Ding! Congratulations to the player for consuming 8,000 violent points. Combat technique Dragon's Roar, perfection. With a series of notification sounds, Lu Chen finally concluded this round of combat technique investment. He glanced at the light screen. Current violent points 41,100. He had consumed a total of 16,000 violent points. No wonder it was an S-level combat technique. Lu Chen deduced that the comprehensive content was the main reason for such high consumption. But regardless, he had successfully learned it. The next challenge was how to teach Xiao Wanwan. Thinking of this, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the eagerly waiting Xiao Wanwan. She looked nervous and expectant, wanting to speak but afraid of interrupting Lu Chen. Well, it's not difficult at all. Really? Lu Chen, you learned it so quickly? Have you grasped the basics? Lu Chen nodded vaguely. Not just the basics, I've mastered it completely, okay? The charm of having a cheat is something you, who only know how to work hard, will never understand. Seeing Lu Chen nod in confirmation, Xiao Wanwan stood up excitedly and grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen, you really are a genius. Hey, talking is one thing, but don't get all touchy. Just then, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Ding! Detected that the NPC has a very high favorability towards the player, and the NPC is practicing the same combat technique as the player. Ding! Supporting the strength of subordinates is the first step for the player to establish their own power. The player can consume violent points to activate the transmission function. Wow! It can be played like this? Lu Chen was taken aback, confirming it several times before finally accepting this new function. Transmission allows one to pass on their understanding of combat techniques, secret arts, etc. to others, enhancing their strength. He just didn't know how many violent points it would consume. Lu Chen scrolled through the light screen and found the transmission option. Ding! Would you like to activate transmission? Yes. Ding! Select the content and target for transmission. Lu Chen first chose the combat technique Dragon's Roar, then set the target as Xiao Wanwan. Moments later, the light screen changed. Ding! Given that the other party has just begun learning the combat technique, this transmission enjoys a 20% discount. It will require 8,000 violent points. Hiss. 8,000, it hurts a bit. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, but when he turned his gaze and saw Xiao Wanwan's expectant expression, he could only grit his teeth. There's no helping it, the debt of human kindness is the most expensive. Xiao Wanwan, here. Next, I will use a one-time secret technique to impart all my insights about this combat skill to you. You need to comprehend it on your own. One time? Lu Chen replied irritably, of course, otherwise, how could there be such a good thing? If everyone could just wait for me to learn the combat skill and then pass it on one by one, no one would need to practice. He certainly wouldn't mention that it could be used multiple times, otherwise, it would lead to endless trouble later. Xiao Wanwan thought about it too. Such a powerful secret technique could only be used once. The thought that Lu Chen was using this unique opportunity on her made her eyes well up with emotion. Lu Chen was too lazy to waste words, he just wanted to finish quickly and repay the favor. He placed one hand on Xiao Wanwan's shoulder and then confirmed the initiation of the transmission. Buzz! A burst of light illuminated the room, and Xiao Wanwan felt an incredibly soothing energy flowing from Lu Chen's palm into her body. That feeling was indescribable, as if some foreign entity had invaded her body, an indescribable comfort. In a moment of carelessness, Xiao Wanwan instinctively let out a sound. The moonlight rustled, and a gentle breeze blew. At this moment, some suggestive sounds echoed in Lu Chen's room. Lu Chen, is it not done yet? Is it that quick? Can you control yourself? I've tried my best to control it. Xiao Wanwan's face was flushed, and her ears were a deep red. The strange sensations roaming within her body made her gaze blur. How strange. Lu Chen's secret technique is really peculiar. Lu Chen's face was also dark. How did this transmission turn into something that felt like he was doing something else? He decided not to use this function again. If it weren't for Xiao Wanwan giving him 2 combat skills, he definitely wouldn't have used it. Not to mention the 10,000 points of violence he had to endure such an embarrassing scene. If others heard about it, he wouldn't be able to wash it clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Lu Chen, how much longer? Xiao Wanwan's voice had become sticky, as if she had just woken up. Lu Chen glanced at the progress bar in front of him, which showed it had reached 80%. About 5 more minutes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan could only bite her lip. Okay. Lin Kong opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze revealing a hint of brilliance. After the afternoon's battle, he had made some progress with his combat skills. Although he had sustained some minor injuries, he had fully recovered with the help of medicinal pills. I can't break through my realm anymore. Using pills to break through could destabilize my foundation. Right now, if I want to improve my strength, I can only focus on my combat skills. Suddenly, Lin Kong recalled the conversation he had with Xiao Wanwan in the afternoon. She had mentioned that she would seek out Lu Chen in the evening, and he couldn't help but inquire further. Fortunately, things were not as he had imagined. Xiao Wanwan had gone to consult him about combat skills. From her, he learned that Lu Chen not only had a fast cultivation speed and fierce combat power but was also terrifyingly insightful regarding combat skills. In just a month, he had perfected a very difficult A-grade combat skill. Lin Kong was dumbfounded when he heard this. If it weren't for Xiao Wanwan assuring him of its truth, he would have thought it was a joke. Cultivating to perfection in just a month made him feel like a mere roadside dog. Now it seemed that if Lin Kong wanted to take a step further, he would probably have to seek Lu Chen's guidance. With this thought, Lin Kong got up, dressed, and walked towards Lu Chen's room. Regardless of whether the other party was willing, he had to give it a try. Even if it cost him something, it would be worth it. After walking for a short while, he arrived at Lu Chen's door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard strange sounds coming from inside the room. Lu Chen, could you please go a bit faster? I feel like I can't hold on much longer. I'm already going as fast as I can. Do you think I'm not tired? Just wait one more minute, and I'll be done. Okay, shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear. Lin Kong's face stiffened, then turned pale, his pupils revealing shock. That female voice was all too familiar. It was Xiao Wanwan's voice. And the two of them were having such a conversation in Lu Chen's room. Even a fool would know what they were doing. They couldn't possibly be discussing combat techniques, could they? In an instant, Lin Kong felt his worldview shatter. Damn it! Lu Chen, you rascal! The assessment is tomorrow. Can't you hold it in for a few days? You're strong and healthy, but what if you tire yourself out and it affects Wanwan's assessment tomorrow? Ding! The player's unintentional actions have hurt Lin Kong's feelings. Violence points plus 2,800. Ha! What's going on? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The inexplicable violence points left him confused. He hadn't done anything to hurt Lin Kong, had he? No way, this guy wouldn't still be holding a grudge, would he? As he pondered, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned strange. Could it be? Ahem, Xiao Wanwan, lift your hand a bit higher. Like this? Yes. Lu Chen patted Xiao Wanwan's arm and she immediately raised her hand. Her curiosity piqued. He hadn't asked her to lift her hand before. Why was there a new request now that they were almost done? Outside the door, Lin Kong nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Lifted higher? What does that even mean? Can't the position be a bit more normal? Damn Lu Chen! Are you trying to play tricks? Ding! The player's intentional actions have hurt Lin Kong. Violence points plus 1,800. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed happening. Someone was eavesdropping at the door, but he wouldn't say who. Xiao Wanwan, lower your head. Oh, okay. Ding! The player's intentional actions have hurt Lin Kong. Violence points plus 1,600. If you turn your back to me, I can try from behind to see if it goes a bit faster. Is there a technique to this? Ahem, it's different. Let's give it a try. Ding! The player's intentional actions have hurt Lin Kong. Violence points plus 1,800. Just then, Lu Chen felt the progress bar in front of him flash, followed by a prompt indicating the transmission was complete. At the same time, Xiao Wanwan felt the strange sensation within her ebb away like a tide, leaving her feeling a bit unaccustomed. Ah, it's over. How do you feel? Lu Chen asked. Xiao Wanwan closed her eyes, carefully savoring the experience. In an instant, she felt that all her understandings of combat techniques had transformed into instinct. Many things that had previously puzzled her suddenly became clear. Although she couldn't try it here, she was sure that as long as she went back and practiced a couple of times, she would definitely succeed. No, she might even achieve great success. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanwan was incredibly excited, opening her eyes to look at Lu Chen and saying, Lu Chen, you're amazing. This feeling is simply indescribable. Ding! The player's unintentional actions have hurt Lin Kong. Violence points plus 1,800. Hey! This has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen thought secretly, and he had no intention of continuing to take advantage of the situation. He didn't want to wear the girl out. They had an assessment tomorrow. Since the guidance on combat techniques is complete, you should hurry and leave. I need to rest. He stood up and walked to the door, casually opening it. Then he feigned surprise as he looked at Lin Kong outside the door, who wore a dazed expression, and asked, Huh? What are you doing here? Xiao Wanwan also looked surprised. Lin Kong? At this time, you wouldn't also be here to seek Lu Chen's guidance on combat techniques, would you? Also? Guidance? Combat techniques? Were you just discussing combat techniques? Lu Chen shrugged. What else could it be? Thanks to Lu Chen's guidance, I feel like I should be able to practice it this time. Xiao Wanwan's face was flushed, leaving others a bit uncertain. Lin Kong glanced at the tidy bed in the room and the normal scent in the air, finally dispelling his doubts. He slowly exhaled, feeling much lighter all over. Ahem, I was just wandering around. After what had just happened, Lin Kong had long lost the desire to practice his combat skills. The ups and downs of his emotions were beyond description at this moment. Lu Chen wore a meaningful smile and then shooed Xiao Wanwan out. The assessment is tomorrow, so everyone should rest early. I won't see you off. With that, he slammed the door shut. Xiao Wanwan was already familiar with Lu Chen's style and didn't mind. She turned and walked towards her room, her heart filled with excitement. Lin Kong followed behind, sometimes pondering what had just happened and sometimes glancing at the girl in front of him. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. Wanwan, do you like Lu Chen? The girl in front didn't pause at all in response to the sudden question. Yes, I like him, but he doesn't seem like someone who would consider feelings. So what? Liking him is my business. I'm not forcing him to like me. Lin Kong stood there in a daze, and after a moment, it seemed he understood something, revealing a relieved smile. That's true. A night without conversation. Lu Chen woke up early in the morning feeling refreshed, especially when he saw the more than 40,000 points of violence displayed on the screen, feeling that this major competition assessment was a blessing for him. After a simple breakfast in the dining hall, he received the news to gather. He arrived at the gathering place unhurriedly and noticed that everyone's gaze towards him had become somewhat strange. He Ling waved him over directly, signaling him to come closer to talk. Lu Chen, what good deed did you do yesterday? Lu Chen thought for a moment. I didn't do anything, I'm very honest. Seeing him putting on an act, He Ling was somewhat speechless, but thinking about having such a strong genius under his wing this year, he felt a sense of relief. He had been in charge of the Yunchang district for many years, and apart from last year's Lunan, this was the first time encountering such a genius. Hey, be a bit more low-key. This matter has directly broken the defenses of the person in charge over at Huangpu district. If it weren't for the other side being in the wrong, I wouldn't be able to protect you this time. Thank you, leader. In short, what He Ling meant was that it was all fine now. Lu Chen smiled and saluted. He wasn't a stubborn mule who would offend everyone he met. It was a good thing that He Ling was willing to help resolve the trouble. But you still need to be careful when encountering students from Huangpu district during the assessment. There's a guy named Zhou Zhang who was very strong, at the 3rd stage, 4th level. You just entered the 3rd stage, so be cautious. Cautious? Yes, he needed to be a bit careful. After last night's treasure box enhancement, his strength had explosively increased. If he wasn't careful, he might end up killing the opponent in the arena. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked again, Leader, I want to know what happens if I go too hard during the assessment? He Ling almost cursed in anger upon hearing this. You brat are impossible to deal with. Just now, he said to be low-key, and now he's thinking about how to strike hard? Leader, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about being too harsh. If it doesn't work, I'll be more careful then. He Ling huffed in annoyance at his words, then pondered for a few seconds and said, There's no need to hold back. The new medical treatment combined with Qi has strong healing abilities. As long as you don't use lethal force, people can be saved. The standard in the arena is that as long as the opponent doesn't concede or shows obvious intent to resist, you can attack without limits. You should still be careful. Saying this, he glanced at the principal of the 6th middle school beside him, as if recalling something, and added, Also, I will communicate about the life and death battle issue with Lu Xia. If necessary, I will find a way to protect you and try to prevent you from getting into trouble. Hearing this, Lu Chen clicked his tongue. This was not the news he wanted to hear. Moreover, judging by everyone's expressions, it seemed no one thought they could win. What's going on? Is Lu Xia really that unbeatable? Don't be so unconvinced. You are indeed strong, but Lu Xia might have already grasped the concept of momentum. Do you know what momentum is? In any case, don't be stubborn. If something feels off, just admit defeat. It won't affect your impression score in the assessment. The chance of getting into the inner court is still quite high. He Ling, seeing this, reminded him a few more times just as it was time to enter. He then nodded to all the principals of Yun Chang district and said, Let's go, it's time to enter. Upon entering the massive sports center, they found countless arenas set up inside. After Lu Chen and the others took their seats, they noticed a group of uniquely dressed individuals in the central viewing area. He Ling, who had brought them in, was also among this group. In the midst of these people were 2 middle-aged individuals adorned with flame patterns, one male and one female. Judging by the reactions of those around, it was clear that these two held a high status. At that moment, an elderly man, not young anymore, stepped forward, nodded to the crowd, and began to speak. Everyone, the assessment for the top academies is about to begin. I am the head of the joint examination for the 18 districts, and we will now announce this year's assessment rules. This year, we will adopt a brand new competition format. I believe everyone has noticed the 200 arenas in the center. The top academies will provide inner court slots for the owners of these 200 arenas. In other words, as long as you can hold one of the arenas until the end, you will gain the status of an inner court student. The attacking time for the arenas is 5 hours, and those who fail can choose to challenge other arenas again. During this time, we have ways to ensure that both sides maintain peak condition for every battle, he continued. However, each person only has 5 chances to challenge. If you fail all of them, you will lose all qualifications and can only compete for outer court slots, so don't challenge blindly. Every opportunity is precious. After finishing, the old man glanced at the man and woman seated in the main position before continuing. Next is about the recruitment of core disciples. Once the inner court slots are confirmed, those talented individuals interested in core status will compete again, but it does not guarantee that the winner will become a core disciple, as it also depends on whether the 2 mentors present are willing to recruit them. In any case, the final interpretation rights belong to the mentors. As for the outer court slots, a different assessment model will be used. As long as you defeat the mechanical puppets set by the top academy mentors, it counts as a success. Lastly, I remind everyone not to think about cheating. Anyone who deliberately concedes or withdraws, if discovered by us, will have their qualifications revoked immediately. Lu Chen listened to the assessment rules from his seat. Overall, the acceptance rate wasn't too low. With over 2,000 people from the 18 districts, the acceptance rate for the inner court was nearly 1 in 10. As for the outer court, Lu Chen looked towards the other side of the examination area, where rows of pre-prepared mechanical beings stood, seemingly at the strength of second stage, 7th level. Based on past experiences, around 5 to 600 people could pass. This meant that in the end, around 7 to 800 people could enter the top academies, combining both inner and outer courts. The remaining 1,000 or so could only consider ordinary universities. Lu Chen, are you going to take an arena? Xiao Wanwan suddenly spoke up. This rule seems a bit unfair for us inner court contenders who aren't at the top level, and the earlier you go up, the more at a disadvantage you are. How about we challenge others later? Even though there are recovery methods, the mental fatigue from prolonged battles is quite hard to bear. Xiao Wanwan was right, physical recovery was one thing, but the mental exhaustion from long battles was also a critical factor. Moreover, it was particularly unfair for students like Xiao Wanwan, who had a chance to compete for the inner court but weren't exceptionally outstanding. Most people wouldn't dare challenge a renowned genius like Lu Xia. After 5 hours, managing to fight 2 or 3 matches would be considered a surprise. Who would want to waste 5 opportunities on opponents they couldn't possibly defeat? Instead, they would focus on someone like Xiao Wanwan, who was close in strength and had a chance of victory. Thus, Xiao Wanwan's idea was simple. It was best to go up later, but Lu Chen didn't think so. He preferred to be more direct, just act. Moreover, his goal wasn't to compete with the inner court students but to win the favor of the 2 mentors present and directly become a core disciple. Only in this way could he gain more resources and benefits in the future. However, it seemed that combat power wasn't the only standard. He also had to perform impressively enough. With this in mind, he stood up and said, "You can challenge later, I'll go up first." Without waiting for the reactions of those around him, he vanished from his seat. During the process of stepping onto the arena, he noticed a subtle gaze sweeping over him. With his keen senses, he quickly found the source. Not far from him stood a girl in a white uniform. Her gaze was filled with mockery, and he quickly recognized her. The strongest student from the transformation zone, Lu Xia. You are Lu Chen? I am. Zhou Zheng from the Huangpu zone seems to be looking for you. I hope you can hold on. Lu Chen smiled, and then wash your neck and wait for me. I will kill you during the core competition. Lu Xia seemed to have determined that Lu Chen would participate in the core disciple competition, thus setting a time for their life and death battle. Heh, so brazen. Lu Chen looked at her, a smile growing on his lips. He then slowly raised his hand and gestured at his neck. Hey, I just hope you can maintain this proud demeanor when the time comes. Don't beg me. Their first encounter ended just like that, and Lu Chen quickly found a platform to stand on. At that moment, the old man in the distant stands spoke again. Currently, all platforms are occupied. From now on, all contestants can freely challenge. Each person has 5 chances, and those remaining on the platform after 5 hours will receive a spot in the inner court. The challenges officially begin. With this announcement, all the students began to look for their targets to challenge. Many were reluctant to be the first to step up, fearing they would be targeted by stronger opponents. That would be tantamount to delivering their heads on a platter. As challengers, they could choose their opponents, and if luck was on their side, they might win a round or 2. This would also help with their impression points, aiding in their future selection of teachers. At this moment, many people stood in front of the platform occupied by Lu Chen, sizing him up. That cloud-patterned attire. If I'm not mistaken, he's a student from the Yunchang zone, right? Yunchang zone? Let me see. They dare to be among the first to seize the platform? What do you know? This time, Yunchang zone has produced a super dark horse. A group of students murmured in uncertainty, gathered around the edge of the platform. Super dark horse? It's normal for you guys from the southern 5 zones not to know. Does Lu Xia know? A life and death challenge has been issued. Damn, that fierce? Has a true dragon really emerged from Yunchang zone? Daring to challenge Lu Xia to a death match? You guys are so out of the loop. The latest news is that yesterday, Huangpu zone tried to set a trap for the people from Yunchang zone, but one person sent over 50 of them flying. Now those 50 unfortunate souls are still lying in the medical room. I can't believe it. So explosive? No wonder it feels like there are fewer people from Huangpu zone today than last year. Usually, there are at least 100 or so. I just saw Zhou Zhang. His face was dark, so he'll definitely seek revenge when he gets the chance. Lu Chen listened to the chatter below, feeling a bit irritated. He simply looked at the crowd and said, "Which school are you from? After all this talk, not one of you has come up?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of the crowd turned displeased. They were all young and hot-blooded students, and being provoked like this naturally ignited their tempers. Moreover, although there were many rumors about him, he wasn't like Lu Xia, a well-established prodigy whose fame was built on competitions. So someone couldn't hold back. Yunchang Zone has produced a decent Chi master this year, which is worth congratulating, but watch your mouth, you might get beaten up. After saying this, a figure jumped onto the platform. Eastern 4 Zones, Binjian District 4th Middle School. Whoosh bang, as soon as the words fell, a shadow on the arena transformed into a gust of wind, and the boy who had just jumped onto the stage was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string. With a loud crash, he hit the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Ding! Player has instantly killed a low-level NPC. Brutality points plus 1500. This is a competition, not a matchmaking corner. Who cares where you're from? Lu Chen looked down from the edge of the arena at his opponent lying on the ground, his tone relaxed and pleasant. It was as if the one who had just struck with thunder was someone else, not him. At the same time, a complex array appeared on the ground, and a beam of light enveloped the boy, quickly healing his injuries, though his face remained somewhat pale. He must have been quite frightened just now. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. A healing array? No wonder the organizers said they had means to ensure everyone was at full health for every battle. They really went all out. At this moment, the other spectators below were stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected Lu Chen to win so decisively. With a single move, he had directly killed the challenger. Moreover, this guy was brutal and domineering, inflicting serious injuries right from the start. If it weren't for the healing methods, the subsequent matches would likely be out of reach. The boy, now healed, stood up and awkwardly glanced around before saying, "I'm at the peak of 2nd tier, not 3rd tier. Don't seek your own suffering." With that, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, many people immediately dispersed, as there were quite a few who had hoped to find an opportunity to pick up the pieces. After all, Yunchang District was known for being weak. Even if a dark horse emerged, it instinctively made people feel there was a chance to seize the arena. But now it seemed that those confident enough to step onto the stage were not simple characters. Lu Chen was taken aback to see everyone leaving. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a battle of geniuses where you don't accept me and I don't accept you? Wasn't it said that the belief of the proud would forge an invincible path? Why was everyone leaving? Cough, cough, cough. I just consumed quite a bit of chi energy in that battle. As soon as he said this, a few people below rolled their eyes. Does this guy think we're fools? Everyone recovers their stamina after each battle. Who would believe him? Heh, I know someone from Huangpu district who said this guy was just pretending to be exhausted, tricking over 50 people to go up and take a beating, one by one. Let's go, let's go. This group of 3rd-tier geniuses has taken over the arena. There's no hope here. Let's find some soft persimmons to squeeze. In no time, all the observing students in front of Lu Chen had left. After all, there were a full 200 arenas, and with limited 3rd-tier chi masters, many were occupied by late-stage 2nd-tier fighters, making it unnecessary to waste time here. Seeing this, Lu Chen could only sigh helplessly. Looking around, he spotted several familiar figures. About 100 meters away, Lu Xia was sitting cross-legged on a nearby arena. Clearly, no one had returned to challenge her. Not far from her, a young man was also watching him. Judging by his attire, Lu Chen guessed he was probably Zhou Zhang, whom Lu Xia had mentioned. When Zhou Zhang noticed Lu Chen looking over, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. It was enough to beat such self-confident oddballs into submission with his fists later. Looking to the other side, he saw several people from Yunchang district gradually challenging the arenas, and Lin Kong had occupied one arena due to his injury recovery. As for Xiao Wanwan and the others, he hadn't seen them. The entire arena area was clearly divided. The earlier batch of strong fighters above 3rd tier rarely engaged in battles, while almost all the fights were concentrated in the back areas, where fighters had not yet reached 3rd tier. Soon, over 4 hours passed. During this time, healing arrays were deployed repeatedly. The losers continued to select prey to challenge, while the victors gained a brief chance to catch their breath. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Lu Chen heard a gasp. He turned to look and saw Xiao Wanwan standing on the arena, panting with exhaustion. Is this guy also from Yun Chang district? Damn, can a peak 2nd tier 8-fold realm defeat a 2nd tier full circle? The main reason is that her combat skills are a bit too strong, with powerful offense and defense combined. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting Xiao Wanwan to actually secure a spot on the arena based on the combat skills he had imparted to her last night. An S-rank combat skill truly packs a punch. Just then, a huge bell rang out from the sports center. The elder who had previously announced the rules suddenly appeared in mid-air. The 5-hour challenge time is up. All arena champions officially become inner disciples of the top academies. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen clicked his tongue, feeling a strange sensation. He had always heard how precious the spots in top academies were. For an ordinary student to become an outer disciple was already a tremendous honor. But today he had just fought on the arena and then became an inner disciple. It didn't feel that rare to him, but he didn't know that if this thought reached those who had fought for hours only to fail, they would definitely be furious. Come on, as a third-tier genius, of course, you wouldn't find it that difficult. Just like someone like Lu Xia, who didn't even have a single battle in 5 hours. Students of such strength were destined to be inner disciples. It would be strange if they weren't. The real struggle was for those late-stage second-tier chi masters, who were unwilling to see others succeed and kept challenging each other. Next, the losers will go challenge the outer disciples' assessments. Inner disciples who have aspirations for core positions can remain on the arena. Those who feel hopeless can step down now and receive their inner disciple tokens. Over 200 arenas, a full 200 people became inner disciples. But when it came to the core qualification battle, 90% of the candidates instantly vanished. Lu Chen looked around the arena and found that only 22 people remained standing. Among those who left were quite a few early-stage third-tier students who all obediently stepped down. In the scene, Lu Chen was the only one left challenging the core position among the early-stage third-tier fighters. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression was very calm. He knew that what had happened before was just an appetizer. The real battle was about to begin. Transition scene. The fight is about to start. This scene surprised many area leaders on the stage, all of them looking at Lu Chen in astonishment. Has this little guy lost his mind? A mere early-stage third-tier thinks he can touch the core position? He's got guts. I heard he has a life and death battle with Lu Xia coming up. I thought he would avoid it, but he actually went for it. If this person survives, he will definitely be a strong one in the future because he has an invincible heart. Let's wait and see. He might just go all the way. The discussions of these people reached the ears of the two mentors in flame robes at the forefront. Zhong Huang, it seems there's still a good show to watch today. A life and death battle, interesting. Many students nowadays lack the blood and vigor we had back in our day. I didn't expect someone to set up a life and death battle. It indeed has some appeal. The male mentor smiled and said, I remember you still have 2 core disciple spots available. What will you do? Are you going to take one today? Zhong Huang replied with a faint smile, you know what the core spots represent. They can't be taken lightly. At the very least, I need to see some potential before I'm interested. Time waits for no one. I think you should lower your standards a bit. I've heard there's a prodigy joining the Jinghai Bay City this year, a second-year student being admitted against the rules. So what? Better to have none than to have a poor fit. The male mentor paused for a moment, then helplessly smiled. That's true. Let's wait and see. Who knows, there might be a surprise. Their conversation was inaudible to others, and soon everyone focused their attention back on the arena. At this moment, the elder from the organizing committee waved his hand, and all the arenas began to move, eventually converging into a massive central arena. There are no requirements for the core battle. Everyone can actively challenge others or choose not to perform. The admission criteria are none. Everything depends on the personal assessment of the two mentors. After hearing the rules, everyone frowned. The seemingly arbitrary admission rules are actually the most difficult. If one does not take the initiative to challenge, they are destined to be overlooked. At this moment, only by actively demonstrating their abilities can they hope to win the favor of the mentors and secure a spot as a core disciple. Just the thought of the core position ignited a fervor in the hearts of all the students. It is important to note that core disciples are extremely rare. It is considered good if a base city produces even one in a year. Sometimes there may not be any at all. This illustrates just how high the status represented by such a position is. Alright, now you can take the initiative to showcase your abilities. If you want to challenge someone, just put it forward, the elder said before quietly stepping back, leaving the arena to the 22 outstanding students. Just as everyone hesitated to be the first to step forward, a terrifying aura suddenly rose among them. A boy in a blue and white uniform slowly walked out, then turned his gaze towards someone in the corner. Lu Chen, dare to fight me? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stepped forward. Ridiculous, what is there to be afraid of? Seeing this, the others tacitly stepped back, leaving the largest area for the two to battle. Not far away, the inner court disciples who had already completed their assessments began to enjoy the spectacle. Look, Zhou Zhang from the Huangpu district is starting his revenge. Haha, I just heard about the disgrace of the Huangpu district. No wonder Zhou Zhang had such a sour face today. It turns out he has a great grudge. I have to say, Lu Chen is too arrogant. First, he said a life and death battle with Lu Xia, and yesterday he knocked out 50 from the Huangpu district. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it either. Hey, who do you think will win? Duh, it has to be Zhou Zhang. He's at the 3rd stage, 4th level. Can they be compared? I think so too. But even if Lu Chen loses, I feel like Lu Xiao won't let him off. Once a life and death battle is set, it becomes a great grudge. Who knows? The sins one commits must be paid for, even if kneeling. Zhou Zhang, go for it. Kill Lu Chen and avenge us. Go for it. A group of students wrapped in bandages appeared in the stands. They were all victims of Lu Chen's earlier challenge against 50. At this moment, they had grown to hate Lu Chen, wishing Zhou Zhang would beat him to death. The inner court students nearby were also discussing, as nothing is more enjoyable than gossiping after an assessment. It felt genuinely pleasant, like watching second-year students still cramming after the college entrance examination. However, the outcome of the discussions was clear. No one truly believed Lu Chen could defeat Zhou Zhang. Whether it was outsiders or other students from the Huangpu district, their views were the same. One was at the early second level of the third stage, while the other was at the mid-level of the third stage, fourth level. This kind of gap in a match between geniuses left little room for suspense. Moreover, Zhou Zhang's conditions were even more favorable. His resources were not something a poor kid like Lu Chen from the Yinchang district could compare to. In the arena, Zhou Zhang slowly drew a long knife. Weapons could be used in the assessment battles, but for most students, it was difficult to integrate weapon manipulation into their combat techniques. Therefore, the vast majority were unarmed. But Zhou Zhang was clearly not one of them. He intended to use his full strength to defeat Lu Chen. He understood the principle that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Lu Chen, I will reclaim the humiliation of the Huangpu district from yesterday. Don't worry, I will make your disgrace even worse. Your words are quite impressive. Zhou Zhang tightened his grip on the long knife, his tone calm yet filled with immense confidence. But all of this is just futile struggle. As he spoke, the energy within him began to surge, and his aura erupted like a dazzling blade of light. Lu Chen, your arrogance ends here. Today, I will let you know what a genius is. You will soon realize that in front of me, all your pride will become worthless. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He couldn't understand, were these geniuses really this overly confident? All day long, they acted as if they were invincible in the world, not knowing whether they would collapse and kneel in surrender after losing. Thinking of this, Lu Chen chuckled. Well, I hope you keep your word. At that moment, the old man's voice rang out. The duel begins. Almost as soon as the words fell, a fierce wind swept across the arena. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the venue, and with this terrifying sound, Zhou Zhang's figure shot up into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning heading straight for Lu Chen. Martial talent, Thunder Blade, A-class combat skill, Thunder Light Obliteration. At the same time, Zhou Zhang activated his martial talent and combat skill, embodying the lightning as he slashed down with his blade. The power of a third-tier, fourth-level fighter was displayed to its utmost killing potential at that moment. A genius who could cultivate to this level was undoubtedly powerful, earning their reputation through their own battles. In an instant, the blade light descended like an unavoidable thread. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his internal energy surged violently, and black demonic flames instantly enveloped his body. Demon suppression prison law. Punch to the yellow springs. Almost. In an instant, the combat skill was unleashed. The opponent's realm and resources were higher than his own, and Lu Chen showed basic respect. At the same time, he wanted to end the fight quickly and crush his opponent. He threw a punch, and the terrifying force, enhanced by the combat skill, roared forth. The inherent spiral power blocked the descending blade light, producing a massive metallic clash. A blade? Under Lu Chen's full physical explosion, ordinary weapons might not break through his defenses. Boom! Seeing that his punch had blocked the blade light, Lu Chen's left hand did not pause and followed up with another punch. Zhou Zhang's pupils constricted at the sight, and he could only cross his blade to block the incoming fist. This strike sent him uncontrollably flying into the air due to the immense force. Then, in the span of half a breath, the fist wrapped in black demonic flames caught up, seeking death. Zhou Zhang shouted coldly, and then his long knife emitted a vibrating buzz. Amidst the terrifying howling, Zhou Zhang's long knife erupted with blinding light as he gripped the hilt tightly, slashing down fiercely from above. Immediately, a massive phantom of the long knife rose behind him, following the same motion to strike at the defiant Lu Chen. A-class combat skill, Overlord Blade Mirage. Unfortunately, beneath Lu Chen's demonic flames, there was a barely perceptible golden shimmer. Lu Chen's punch did not pause at all, directly colliding with the massive phantom of the long knife. Boom! The fist's energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, the internal energy spewing forth like molten lava. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the massive phantom of the long knife was forced to a halt. A second later, fine cracks began to spread from the blade, then throughout the entire knife body. Finally, it shattered into countless light particles. In an instant, the blade energy and fist energy surged wildly, and the arena began to crack, with debris flying everywhere. After a wave of wind pressure swept through, Zhou Zheng's figure was sent flying out. His long knife trembled, and the gash in his palm bled bright red blood, a stark contrast. What the hell? How is this possible? Zhou Zheng has been pushed back. Zhou Zheng's retreat left everyone present dumbfounded. Everyone had imagined the aftermath of the battle, but no one expected that Zhou Zheng would be the first to fall into a disadvantage. This defied logic. Can someone tell me what just happened? Bujita. What kind of combat skill? Is that black demonic flame? It's terrifying. Don't you think Lu Chen's physical body is too terrifying? The opponent used a blade, and he took it with his fist. A humanoid beast. This is definitely a beast, right? No one could believe what they were witnessing. They were all geniuses, yet there was a gap in realms. But now Lu Chen was attacking above his level. How is this possible? It should be noted that just moments ago, Zhou Zhang had already used 2 combat skills. This little guy has something special. Lin Jinhai, did you notice anything? Zheng Huang's words made the male mentor Lin Jinhai shake his head. To be honest, he didn't feel anything amiss at the moment. But the outcome was indeed very strange. This little guy's physical strength is far ahead of others at the same level. How did he cultivate it? Chi masters do not neglect physical strength. On the contrary, everyone knows that in battles of the same level, physical power is crucial. To give the simplest example, when everyone's chi is exhausted, whoever has the stronger physical body wins. Otherwise, how could strange beasts slaughter most chi masters of the same level? This is the benefit of having a powerful physical body. Yet, despite knowing this, there aren't many chi masters who can put effort into strengthening their bodies. It's not that they lack the willpower, but refining the body takes a long time, consumes a lot, and the results are slow to show. It's a thankless task that requires substantial financial support. But how did Lu Chen, a high school senior, manage to strengthen his body to such an extent? The two exchanged glances, unable to provide a reason. Let's keep watching. If it's just a bit of physical strength, it might not meet my expectations, Zhong Huang murmured, her tone laced with anticipation, as if she hoped Lu Chen would show even more surprises. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang, barely managing to stop his retreat, landed on the ground with a shocked expression. To dissipate the immense force, he drove his long knife into the ground, leaving 2 deep marks on the stone platform with his feet. What a terrifying punch! What terrifying strength! It must be over 10,000 pounds, and probably even more. Feeling the soreness in his arms and seeing blood flow from his tiger mouth, Zhou Zhang looked up at Lu Chen with a serious expression. This guy can take on 50 opponents and dares to challenge Lu Xia to a life and death battle. He indeed has some capital. However, this is where it ends. He's just a brute relying solely on physical strength. Lu Chen twisted his neck and wrists as if his earlier move was merely a warm-up. Hey, no way, is this your level? The boy grinned, his tone full of mockery. Just a warm-up, Zhou Zhang replied, his gaze firm and his tone calm. It was clear he maintained absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed he would definitely win. Seeing this, Lu Chen continued to smile. I'm in a good mood today, planning to collect a mount, but I won't take one that uses a knife. Zhou Zheng's expression darkened. If you anger me, you'll only die worse. Don't just talk, come on, try to kill me. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed through the arena again as Zhou Zhang transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging at Lu Chen. However, this time he didn't attack head-on. Instead, he used rapid movements to trace several strange arcs in the air. Finally, he lunged at Lu Chen from an extremely tricky angle. Hey! Lu Chen sighed. After fully enhancing his body, his dynamic vision and senses were also strengthened. The opponent's seemingly rapid attack methods appeared to him as nothing but flashy, useless efforts. With an indifferent expression, he reached out with both hands. Clang! The long knife was as if caught by an iron claw. Zhou Zheng's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to withdraw the long knife, he saw a hand suddenly looming towards his face. Lu Chen grabbed Zhou Zheng's head directly. Then, with a violent motion of his entire body, the terrifying force crashed down like a mountain, smashing his head into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, creating a perfectly round pit. From the perspective of others, it looked as if Zhou Zhang had intentionally delivered the long knife into Lu Chen's hands, only to have his head pressed down and violently slammed. Zhou Zhang's brain spun, and a furious aura erupted. He felt an immense humiliation. He forced himself to rise, breaking free from the restraint, and roaring, "Damn! You're looking for death." But who would have thought that just as he freed his head, it would be struck again? Lu Chen drove his knee forward, crashing it into his opponent's face like a beast unleashed. In an instant, Zhou Zhang's once handsome features began to deform, twist, and crack. The collision of knee bone and flesh was starkly evident. Blood sprayed from the gaping wound, and the excruciating pain caused Zhou Zhang to lose his sanity. He felt his head splitting, the world going dark, and the harsh words he wanted to unleash were stuck in his throat. Ding! The player begins to ravage the opponent, continuously striking at their beliefs. Violent points plus 3,000. Lu Chen looked at Zhou Zhang, who was rolling on the ground, and sneered, "What's wrong? Keep talking, huh? I just love listening to you so-called geniuses babble, and then trampling you underfoot." As he spoke, Lu Chen did not forget the principle of combat. When killing, one must ensure the kill. The opponent hadn't even said surrender, and he could continue to fight as long as there was breath left. With a flash, he appeared once more in front of Zhou Zhang, reaching out to grab the opponent's hair and lifting him high, forcing their gazes to meet. Seeing Zhou Zhang's bloodied and mangled face, Lu Chen clicked his tongue twice. "Come, look me in the eye, you waste." At this moment, Zhou Zhang finally regained a shred of rationality. He opened his blurry eyes, and seeing Lu Chen smile, an infinite rage surged within him. "You seek death." Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and seeing this, Lu Chen directly let go and delivered a kick, but Zhou Zhang dodged it. At this moment, Zhou Zhang seemed to have gone mad, shouting, "Lu Chen, I will kill you." Blade light descends upon the world. Whoosh! The sound of whistling erupted. Countless blades of light bursting forth, spreading from Zhou Zhang's body to the outside world. Lu Chen was caught off guard and was struck by two beams of blade light, leaving thin cuts on his skin. "Oh, broke through my defenses?" Lu Chen looked at the erupting Zhou Zhang with some surprise. Zhou Zhang suddenly raised a finger, and all the blade lights that had just erupted froze in midair. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, all the blade lights gathered behind him, pointing at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, you think you can win against me? A piece of trash from the bottom." Zhou Zhang's heart was filled with madness. What was his status, and what was Lu Chen's position? How could a waste like him possibly win against him? Recalling how Lu Chen's fist and knee had smashed into his face just moments ago, Zhou Zhang felt an immense humiliation. Soon, that feeling of humiliation transformed into boundless anger. Being slapped in the face, having his hair grabbed and lifted. He had never been treated this way in his life. Why should he, Zhou Zhang, lose to any genius, but especially to a mud-legged person like Lu Chen? "Lu Chen, you brought this upon yourself." He waved his finger, and in the next moment, all the blade lights behind him shot out rapidly, targeting Lu Chen. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the arena shook violently, dust swirling everywhere. Under this relentless and furious assault, Lu Chen's figure was quickly engulfed. It's the blade light descending upon the world. Zhou Zhang has finally begun to unleash his power. S-rank combat skill at full force. The last time he was this serious was during the friendly match with the Xinjiang district. It's settled now. Lu Chen has truly dug his own grave. Zhou Zhang is completely furious now. Still too arrogant, Lu Chen had a chance to quickly crush him, but unfortunately gave Zhou Zhang a chance to breathe. What a pity for Yunchang district's biggest hope this year. The disciples from the inner court returned to the stands, each expressing their opinions. Among them were also disciples from the Huangpu district. At this moment, their eyes were filled with excitement, as if they saw a guaranteed victory. Zhou Zhang would soon wash away yesterday's humiliation. They weren't overly confident. After all, this was an S-rank combat skill, its power incomparable. Since mastering this skill in his senior year, Zhou Zhang had used it 3 times, each time decisively determining the outcome. So in their eyes, this battle was already over. Zhou Zhang himself thought the same. It was already enough pride for Lu Chen to force him to reveal this trump card. He had suffered greatly in the previous exchanges, but now he was not prepared to give the opponent any chance. As long as he exerted his full strength, Lu Chen had no chance of winning against him. Hundreds of beams of blade light continued to slash down. This time, it was ultimately his victory. The blade energy surged, each strike bursting forth with terrifying lethality. Zhou Zhang asked himself that even if he resisted with all his might, he could not remain unscathed. "Lu Xia, I'm sorry, perhaps Lu Chen won't have the chance to engage in a life-and-death battle with you." After several breaths, the blade light disappeared, leaving only thick dust swirling. The once smooth arena was now forcibly carved out into a 2-meter-wide chasm. This is the end. Lu Chen, the humiliation of Huangpu district will be repaid in full today. Zhou Zhang retracted his pointed finger and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. The wounds on his face made him look disheveled, but in the end, he had won. As long as he received timely treatment, he still had a chance to continue fighting. The position of core disciple did not depend solely on the final results. Performance in battle was even more important. What if he actually became one? With such thoughts, Zhou Zhang's spirit suddenly tightened, and an extreme sense of danger surged within him. It was as if something was watching him. Instinctively, Zhou Zhang activated his qi, his muscles tensing up. He turned his head towards the dust, only to see a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent glowing brightly. Almost instantly, a terrifying Pressure enveloped him, as if it wanted to pin him to the ground. Lu Chen. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. Zhou Shun, you are too weak. I was so looking forward to your performance, but you are this weak. It makes me feel so bored. As he spoke, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished, transforming into a shadow that sliced through the swirling dust. Then, he reached out with a large hand, fingers clenched into a fist. Accompanied by a faint dragon roar, a black flame transformed into a dragon and thundered towards Zhou Zhang. S rank. Battle skill? Sorry, I have one too. Fulong Xiaotian. The black dragon howled, instantly piercing through Zhou Zhang's defenses and striking his chest. Boom! Put! Zhou Zhang coughed up blood, his body trembling uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. I refuse to accept this. Zhou Zhang forced a surge of qi, his long knife charged with lightning sweeping towards Lu Chen's fist. Clang! The familiar sound of metal striking once again echoed. The specially made long knife in Zhou Zhang's hand bent into a spine-chilling arc under the immense force. Following that, amidst the sounds of wailing, it shattered into pieces. Lu Chen, undeterred, used his foot as a pivot, spinning around before delivering a powerful kick with his right leg. He put all his strength into this kick, so fast that it was hard to see how he executed it. Zhou Zhang's abdomen took a direct hit, folding him in half as he flew away. At that moment, Zhou Zhang felt despair. His internal organs felt on the verge of collapse, a strange force directly damaging his insides. The intense pain overwhelmed him, leaving him on the ground with nothing but cries of anguish. His mind was blank. Ah, it hurts too much. Zhou Zhang lay on the ground, his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, the long knife he had been gripping falling to the side. Lu Chen chuckled as he strode closer, stepping on Zhou Zhang's head and pressing down hard. Zhou Zhang, where's that arrogance of yours? It hasn't been long, and you're already lying on the ground like a wild dog. Zhou Zhang's body trembled continuously. The humiliation he felt inside was even harder to bear than the physical pain. After 3 years of cultivating qi, carrying the halo of a genius, all of it had turned to dust in an instant. With a cultivation level of 3rd stage, 4th layer, he was already a standout among his peers, yet at this moment it seemed utterly ridiculous. He struggled internally, collapsing, unable to speak for a moment. Why had he given in to someone whose realm was far below his own? A person with fewer cultivation resources, a lower realm than his own. The talent he had prided himself on was trampled under Lu Chen's foot. Lu Chen looked at this scene and felt a sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, the more one flaunts at the beginning, the more embarrassing it becomes after being slapped in the face. Zhou Zhang had just been so arrogant. Thinking of this, he chuckled lightly. Zhou Zhang, you are nothing but trash. Remember, today the rules saved your life. With that, he kicked Zhou Zhang off the stage. Accompanied by this kick, Zhou Zhang completely lost consciousness, marking the end of this duel. Ding! Player has decisively defeated the top genius of Huangpu District. Violence points plus 3800. The venue fell into silence. No one had expected the outcome to happen so quickly. Originally, Zhou Zhang was in a favorable situation, and after unleashing his S-rank combat skill, it seemed to everyone that he had already secured the battle. And then there was Lu Chen, who was like an indestructible monster. He directly pinned Zhou Zhang to the ground and beat him mercilessly. A dark horse. This is the most terrifying dark horse of the year. In the stands, the face of the Huangpu district person in charge looked grim, and even the principal of Huangpu No. 1 High School beside him seemed lost in thought. This guy has too heavy a killing intent and is too arrogant in his actions. The person in charge of the Baoshang district chuckled. Decisive in killing is also a good thing. Humph. Lack of reverence is not necessarily a good thing, He Ling said with displeasure. That's called confidence. Zhou Zhang wasn't exactly low-key before his defeat. If Lu Chen lost, it wouldn't be much better, would it? The outcome is already decided. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. These words naturally reached the ears of the 2 academy mentors nearby. Everyone knew that the Huangpu district person in charge was merely feeling embarrassed and wanted to show off in front of the mentors. But who among them wasn't clever? Clearly, no one cared. Lin Zhenhai instead smiled and said, I actually quite like this temper and domineering personality. Your quota is full, don't even think about it, Zhong Huang said irritably, her eyes flickering slightly, as if she had some thoughts. On the arena, Lu Chen heard countless angry shouts from Huangpu district students accusing him of lacking martial ethics and being arrogant and conceited. Unfortunately, he thought they were just talking nonsense. What a joke. Conceited? Arrogant? Lacking martial ethics? Ridiculous. These things are only for the weak to listen to. Lu Chen had already activated his cheat. Did he still need to adhere to these grand principles? If he had a cheat, he would be arrogant to the end. He only knew that anyone who displeased him would be killed. With that thought, Lu Chen's gaze slowly shifted and then locked onto the white-clad girl not far away. Lu Xia, it's your turn, come over and die. The boy's voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone followed his gaze to the target of his words. The strongest district in the southern 5 districts. The number 1 in the Huajing district, Luxia. The students from the top academies might not have heard of Lu Chun or Zhou Zhang, but absolutely no one would say they didn't know who Luxia was. The top 2 prodigies of Jianghai Bay City. Her name was indeed well known. Even ordinary people who hadn't participated in the cultivation of qi often heard this name, not to mention that Luxia had a powerful family behind her, the Lu family. And at this moment, the proud daughter of heaven, Luxia, was being publicly challenged by a dark horse youth who had climbed up from the bottom. The shock of this scene made everyone feel it was somewhat unreal. This guy had too much guts. So arrogant. Just defeated Zhou Zhang a second ago, and the next second he starts shouting at Luxia, "This is simply the template of my dreams." Damn, if I had his strength, I would also be arrogant. But facing Luxia, I feel he's in trouble. Some tried to analyze from an objective perspective, thinking there wasn't much suspense in the battle between the two. Who can say for sure? Didn't everyone think it was uncertain when Lu Chen fought Zhou Zhang just now? What was the result? Dude, you're from Yunchang district, right? Zhou Zhang and Luxia are not on the same level. No matter how strong Lu Chen is, he can't defy the heavens. I think so too. What realm is Luxia at? I heard she's already at the 3rd stage, 6th level. That's indeed terrifying. A gap of 4 realms, with super strong martial talent, and I heard she has 2 S-rank combat skills in hand. I really don't see any suspense. The students standing with Lu Chen were somewhat speechless. They knew what the others said was true. A gap of 4 realms. Who would dare to say Lu Chen could win? Moreover, Lu Chen just used his trump card combat skill. Now that Luxia is prepared, it's even harder to fight. What a pity. If I were Lu Chen, I would just lay low for a while. How could he lay low? It was he who proposed the life and death battle. If he backed down now, the consequences would be significant. Among the crowd, many students from Yunchang district also became tense. A person's name carries weight, and Luxia's fame was definitely not just empty talk, especially the information that people were just discussing made one feel a sense of dread. 3rd stage, 6th level, super martial arts talent, mastery of 2 S-class combat techniques. The combination of these conditions was astonishingly powerful. Lu Chen was strong, but could he maintain his dominance against such a terrifying numerical monster? No one dared to say he could. Xiao Wanwan was even more anxious, her brows tightly furrowed. She glanced at the principal on the high platform, then at He Ling. Because of the distance, she couldn't go over to understand the situation. The principal had previously said he would find a way to ensure Lu Chen's safety, but it seemed there was no movement at the moment. They couldn't wait until the two were about to cause a fatality before intervening, could they? In her view, the best approach was to negate the existence of this life and death battle before it started. Adhering to the assessment rules, injuries were allowed, but death was not. If they waited until the two truly fought before stopping them, Lu Chen's reputation would definitely be affected. After waiting for a while, seeing no one intervene, Xiao Wanwan was so anxious she was stamping her feet. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Lu Chen, but Lu Xiao's paper data was just too terrifying. What should we do? If this continues, it will be hard to stop the life and death battle once it starts. Lin Kong also noticed Xiao Wanwan's expression, clearly worried about Lu Chen's safety. I'm not sure either. The principal said before, could something unexpected have happened? But it seems Lu Chen has no intention of giving up. Xiao Wanwan looked at Lu Chen, feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps this is the gap between us? Meanwhile, on the high platform, He Ling finally spoke up. According to the assessment rules, these two have privately set up a life and death battle, and I feel it's somewhat inappropriate. Brother Lian, why don't we step in together to call it off? Li En was the head of the major examination in the Economic Transformation District, and upon hearing He Ling's words, he smiled. Life and death battles, though rare, are usually determined by the thoughts of both parties involved. As long as no one is being forced, why stop it? Hearing this, He Ling became somewhat anxious. Lu Chen's achievements this year were already impressive enough, even leaving a good impression in front of top university mentors. Once he entered university, his accomplishments would definitely not be low. If he died here, it would be all for nothing. The Yunchang district hadn't encountered such an opportunity in many years. They are all talented students. Losing one is a loss for the country as well. It wouldn't be good to lose them here, would it? He Ling was unwilling to give up, trying to negotiate with kind words. But the other party understood his thoughts just as well. Lian sneered and spoke frankly, I won't sugarcoat it. Lu Xia needs this battle to hone herself. Those are her own words. Lu Chen initiated the life and death battle and has risen to this point. If she backs down now, who will be responsible for the damage to her martial heart in the future? To put it more directly, the Economic Transformation District believes this battle has only benefits and no drawbacks. Why refuse? Top-tier experts are forged through battles among their peers, who can become strong without facing danger? As he spoke, Lian turned to the two mentors and asked, "What do you think, esteemed mentors?" Lin Jinhai glanced at Zhong Huang. Seeing this, Zhong Huang waved her hand. "The life and death battle is voluntary. Why are you two making a fuss?" As soon as these words were spoken, He Ling's face turned pale. Zhong Huang's meaning was clear: if the two parties wanted to fight, then no one should meddle. Lin Jinhai softly advised, "Why don't we intervene at a critical moment? After all, they are all good seedlings. No matter how good the seedlings are, they must grow to become the pillars. We can just watch the show. It has been years since a life and death battle appeared in the assessment. It's interesting." Seeing this, Lin Jinhai fell silent. In terms of feelings and reason, Zhong Huang was right. Moreover, this time the main person in charge of the assessment was Zhong Huang, and he had no need to speak up and annoy others. Zhong Huang's gaze swept over the black-clad youth on the arena, her eyes filled with interest. "If I could win across levels, I might actually accept it." On the arena, only a minute had passed. Lu Xia stood not far away, looking at Lu Chen with a cold smile. Suddenly, a piercing sword energy erupted, and Lu Xia transformed into a sharp sword light, soaring into the air. She became a long rainbow that landed opposite Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, this is where it ends. Provoking me is your biggest mistake during this time." Lu Chen waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his grasp. This was the weapon he had confiscated after taking down a certain unlucky fellow in the Huangpu district yesterday, crossing 4 realms, and the opponent was still the rumored genius. This was enough for Lu Chen to take seriously. Zhou Zhang just said the same thing, so I hope you can do your best and not end up like him later. He. Lu Xia looked at Lu Chen with an utterly indifferent gaze, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. "You are indeed impressive, but to me, it really means nothing. Lu Chen, you are destined to regret this life and death battle. I can give you a chance now to become my battle servant and serve me in the future. I can spare your life." Hiss. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Good. Originally, he didn't have much anger in his heart. The reason for Lu Xia's intent to kill was merely the enmity between them. He was mostly acting in self-defense, while also racking up some points for his violent acts. But now, his mindset had truly changed. Lu Xia, he had to kill her. This woman was too arrogant, even more so than him. For a moment, Lu Chen actually felt a surge of anger. This woman showed him no respect at all. It was simply an insult. Anyone who didn't know would think she was the one with the cheat. Truly confident, Lu Chen gripped the long spear, the killing intent surging, stirring the black martial arts uniform. Good, a genius, huh? If he didn't beat her to a pulp today, he wouldn't be surnamed Lu. At this moment, Lu Chen truly felt the urge to kill. On the arena, the young man and woman faced off. One was a genius from a top family in the Jianghai base city, and the other was a former waste from the lower class. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The old man stood in the air, watching as the momentum of the two had reached its peak. Both sides ready, the life and death battle begins. Whoosh! Almost the instant the word begin fell, both moved simultaneously. The sound of sword energy echoed throughout, pure and sharp enough to create a wind pressure that even made the spectators feel as if their faces were being cut. Lu Xia transformed into a silver sword light, straightly charging towards Lu Chen. She knew the opponent's physical body was strong, but that was for Zhou Zhang. For her, there was no defense that couldn't be broken. This sword was the beginning of Lu Chen's death. Lu Chen's expression was indifferent, neither sad nor happy, as if he was just eating or drinking without any fluctuation. As the sword energy approached, he swung the long spear, and under the powerful acceleration, the spear's body was forced into a curved shape. At first glance, it looked like a pitch-black crescent moon slashing towards the opponent. Boom! The two attacks collided in an instant. Suddenly, the arena collapsed and shattered, with debris and energy waves turning into waves of powder. Even the ground seemed to have sunk half a meter under this tremendous force. Lu Xia felt an overwhelming force coming from the long sword, forcing her body to take a step back to counter this immense power. At the same time, she understood Zhou Zhang's previous predicament. The opponent's physical strength was indeed terrifying. After Lu Chen's strike, his body hardly paused, dragging the long spear and turning to launch another strike. This shot was not swung but thrust directly. The air immediately erupted with a deafening sonic boom. Lu Xiao's expression grew slightly serious, her demeanor no longer so indifferent, but instead tinged with a hint of anger. She saw the spear blade closing in, even causing ripples in the air. If this shot missed, Lu Xia knew her body would have a hole the size of a bowl. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed, and the sword blade in her hand erupted with a blinding light. Sword pierces the long rainbow. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, then everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The tips of guns and swords were now locked in a standoff. This is terrifying. Lu Chen is actually evenly matched with Lu Xia. This guy is still hiding his true strength. Can definitely go toe-to-toe with Lu Xia. Damn it, what the hell? With this strength, why are we in Huangpu district provoking him? Who knows, it's simply ridiculous. Although Lu Chen is indeed a bit inhuman, but this guy is really fierce, it's a fair match. Lu Chen, aside from having a slightly stronger physique, is this all you've got? I'm truly disappointed. Lu Xia held her sword against the gun's tip. With one hand, her lips curling in disdain as she mocked him leisurely. If that's all there is, then you're about to lose. In the ruins that had become the arena, Lu Chen felt a bit annoyed at her words. Evenly matched? Who is she insulting? And this foolish bird across from him was starting to show off again. He suddenly raised his hand and smashed a punch down onto the gun's tail. Boom! The long gun, after receiving tremendous force, burst forth like a black dragon breaking free from confinement. In an instant, it bent the long sword opposite him and then surged towards Lu Xia with an unstoppable momentum. Lu Xia's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected Lu Chen still had strength to spare. As the gun's light shot out wildly, she was forced to retract her sword to block the blow. The moment the gun tip touched the sword body, Lu Xia's arm trembled and then her whole body was forced to fly backward. Block? Do you really think you can block it? Lu Chen scoffed, leaping forward. Like a humanoid barbarian dragon, the gun tip moved first, slicing through the air again towards Lu Xia. Arrogant. Do you really think a strong body is invincible? Lu Xia calmed the raging blood energy within her, anger surging. She had actually been at a disadvantage. In the next moment, she pointed her long sword at Lu Chen, murmuring, "Combat technique, otherworldly sword tomb." Whoosh! Dozens of light circles opened behind her, and within each circle, dozens of long swords appeared. Some spectators recognized this move and gasped in surprise. It's Lu Xia's signature combat technique, otherworldly sword tomb. Holy crap! Now Lu Chen is going to be on the defensive. Lu Chen looked up at the sky. Isn't that golden and shiny? But unfortunately, it seems to be lacking in numbers. As the rain of swords fell, Lu Chen directly wielded the black long gun to form a shield. Each sword swept away exploded, the power expanding the area affected by the duel. Unfortunately, these moves had no direct effect on Lu Chen. After the last sword fell, Lu Chen pushed off the ground, his figure vanishing from the surface. Lu Xia instinctively turned to look back, just in time to see Lu Chen appearing behind her, swinging the gun down. Unified sword shadow. All the sword shadows seemed to be magnetically attracted, quickly combining into a massive sword shadow. Unfortunately, the moment the sword shadow solidified, the black dragon descended with overwhelming force. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor, the sword shadow held for less than 3 seconds before shattering into pieces. Bang! The gun swung down, smashing into Lu Xia's waist, instantly turning into an afterimage that crashed to the ground. When the dust settled, Lu Xia stood in the deep pit, her robes torn and disheveled. Looking at the black-clad youth who had just landed, Lu Xia felt pressure for the first time. The shock within her heart kept surging. From practicing this combat technique until now, it was the first time she had seen someone violently shatter a sword shadow. Otherworldly sword tomb was a composite combat technique. The sword rain was just the first step, and the unified sword shadow was the killing move. But just now, the sword shadow only held for 3 seconds before dissipating into energy. This was enough to show the power of that swing. If the sword shadow hadn't blocked it and it had directly hit her, she would have been dead or severely injured. Lu Chen held the long gun, his figure tall and straight like a pine tree. My physical strength. Are you sure you can withstand it? Lu Xia, you better put in some effort. Don't wait until I really knock you out with 2 shots. Facing Lu Chen's mockery, Lu Xia's expression darkened. Since the fight began, it seemed she had never held the upper hand. Did she really have to use her trump card? Lu Xia was unwilling. For a mere commoner to force her to use her trump card was simply an insult. For her, killing Lu Chen should be a piece of cake, anything less would be a disgrace, and using her trump card would be even more humiliating. After a moment, Lu Xia slowly exhaled. Well, you do have some strength. Killing you should require this move. With that, Lu Xia let out a soft shout, and a strange sword pattern appeared on her brow. Waves of energy continuously transformed into solid forms, vibrating outward, but in the next moment, all movement vanished, retracting inward. Lu Xia opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen, saying, "Forcing me to use the pure one sword body technique. Lu Chen, it's time to go." After speaking, she raised her finger, and an invisible sword energy burst forth, moving at a speed too fast to capture. Lu Chen could only rely on his instincts to barely dodge the critical areas. In the next moment, a spray of blood shot from his shoulder. Since the start of this assessment, it was the first time Lu Chen had sustained a serious injury, one that pierced through his body. The pure one sword body. This seems to be the top-tier technique of the Lu family in Jinghai. I didn't expect the branch family to have access to it. Even among the main family, very few have mastered it. Lu Xia's talent is indeed exceptional. Lu Chen is in a bit of trouble. If he hadn't given her the chance to counterattack just now, he might have had a shot. Many regional leaders in the stands discussed, some feeling regret for Lu Chen. At this moment, He Ling spoke up again. Lian, you've seen the talents of these two. Is there really no way to mediate? Lian loosened his fist, his palm slightly damp. Just now, Lu Xia's repeated setbacks had made him extremely anxious, almost thinking she would lose. Fortunately, Lu Xia had stopped holding back. With the pure one-sword body unleashed, Lu Chen would no longer have a chance. Thinking of this, he slowly shook his head. I still think it's unnecessary. He Ling's expression darkened again, glancing at the two mentors. She realized further discussion was futile and fell silent. On the other side, Zhong Huang, who had been lazily leaning back in her chair, now leaned forward straight. Lin Jinhai, also shocked and complex, said, "This girl has a powerful aura. If I'm not mistaken, there is indeed a hint of it, a kind of sword intent. Zhong Huang, aren't you going to stop this? How about you let this girl go and I'll give you a spot next year?" Zhong Huang rolled her eyes. "Do you think I'm foolish? But since the battle has progressed this far, there's no need to stop it. To be honest, I think this young boy still has some trump cards hidden. Aren't you curious?" Lin Jinhai fell silent, as he indeed felt a bit of anticipation rising. In the ruins, Lu Chen moved quickly, but even so, new wounds appeared on his body from time to time. The invisible sword energy erupted from Lu Xia's acupoints, sharp and filled with murderous intent. Lu Xia's gaze was disdainful, her posture as ethereal as a celestial sword immortal. Watching Lu Chen dodge, a cold smile crept onto her lips. "Lu Chen, at this point in the battle, you should be proud. Forcing me to use my trump card is your honor. Since I mastered this move, I've only used it twice. You are the third witness." In just 2 short sentences, her confidence and pride were evident. As the number one genius of the Lu family's branch, even the elders of the main family found her talent terrifying, which is why they taught her this technique to cultivate. If Lu Chen could survive after she used this move, it would be the greatest humiliation. Therefore, for Lu Xia, Lu Chen's defeat and death were merely a matter of time. Feeling the energy within her body depleting, Lu Xia calmed herself again. With 1/3 of her energy remaining, it was enough. With this thought, Lu Xia drew upon the sword energy contained within her acupoints and unleashed it at Lu Chen with all her might. Boom! Waves of invisible sword energy flew out, instantly filling the entire arena with smoke and dust. Lu Chen seemed to be overwhelmed, losing his ability to defend against the rapid onslaught of sword energy, engulfed in the dust. At that moment, everyone present froze. Lu Xia's move was too powerful. Area attacks. With an extremely fast attack speed and terrifying killing power, even Lu Chen's physical body couldn't withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would have long since met their demise. It's a pity that Lu Chen failed to achieve a miraculous comeback, leaving many feeling somewhat regretful. The invisible sword energy bombarded for a full minute. Lu Xia pinched her fingers together, her gaze fixed intently on the dust. She was confident that Lu Chen couldn't possibly endure it. At the very least, he would be gravely injured and on the brink of death. "Dying under my sword, you could be considered to have died a worthy death." But before she could finish her words, a terrifying killing intent suddenly emerged, enveloping her entire body like a tide. At that moment, Lu Xia's hair stood on end, the threat of death sending a chill through her heart. How could this be? She abruptly looked towards the center of the swirling dust, and the next moment, 2 golden flames illuminated eyes rose leisurely as the blood-red mist billowed. A bloodthirsty and violent aura tore through all the smoke and dust with a bang. Immediately after, an overwhelming sense of pressure, as powerful as a mountain, descended upon her. Lu Xia felt her breath constricted, her body as if pinned down by a great mountain, nearly unable to move. Then, a voice as cold as ice reached her ears. "Lu Xia, is this your so-called trump card? Truly disappointing." The boy's voice was frigid, yet beneath the violent aura lay a casual indifference. "After waiting for so long, it turns out you're just a waste." Lu Xia's eyes instantly turned red. The tone and attitude of the other party, along with the words just spoken, felt like a sharp sword piercing her heart. It was as if he was saying, "You're really too weak. This battle didn't even entertain me." What a joke! Lu Xia's anger surged, gritting her teeth, feigning mystery. "I will kill you right now." But before she could make a move, Lu Chen had already slowly emerged from the dust. To her astonishment, the wounds on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace, flesh and tissue intertwining, soon leaving no scars behind. The boy, clad in black, moved with a flourish, his black hair billowing with a surge of blood energy, his eyes like golden flames captivating all who beheld them. Domineering, arrogant. At that moment, Lu Xia felt a chill creeping up her back. Lu Chen strode forward, holding his spear at an angle, his blood energy surging like boiling water, his momentum sweeping the surroundings. Golden body transformation activate. Once activated, his physical body multiplied by 2 from the inside out. In total, his strength could even explode to about 3 times its original power in an instant. The speed of his flesh healing accelerated as long as his energy remained unceasing. And his blood energy didn't deplete, he could continuously self-heal. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's figure appeared before Lu Xia. He swung his spear, creating a circular afterimage, every muscle in his body mobilized at that moment, his originally loose clothing tightening instantly. This strike, without using any energy or combat skills, caused Lu Xia's expression to change dramatically. Unapproachable. Alarm bells rang in her mind as her body instinctively retreated. But Lu Chen was enhancing every aspect, completely overwhelming her in speed. No matter how Lu Xia retreated, she remained within the range of this spear's attack. Seeing no way to evade, Lu Xia let out a long howl, her entire body glowing with energy, countless invisible sword energies converging into a massive sword shadow aimed at the spear. Bang! A crisp, shattering sound rang out, and after feeling a slight resistance, Lu Chen exerted force once more. Boom! As the blood energy erupted, the invisible sword shadow instantly shattered. Following that, Lu Xia's sword in hand shattered inch by inch. In the end, her entire body erupted with bright red blood from her energy points, and she flew backward like a sandbag. How could this be possible? Lu Xia's heart roared in disbelief. Why was Lu Chen's strike so terrifying? The combat skills and weapons, even her energy points, couldn't withstand it and nearly collapsed. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Chen's figure vanished again. Immediately after, he closed in, the oppressive force nearly suffocating her. What to do? If this continued, she truly feared she would lose. The physical strength bestowed upon Lu Chen was simply insurmountable. Lu Xia felt that just a touch would leave her gravely injured, a mere brush would mean death. No way, I absolutely cannot lose. Especially not to someone like Lu Chen. Lu Xia screamed internally, seeing the familiar black dragon charging at her again, and she instinctively shouted, wait for your mother. I've already activated my ultimate move, and now you're scared? Lu Chen didn't give her a chance, the black spear charged and slashed down. Lu Xia could only raise her short sword to block, but it was all in vain. The remaining blade shattered, and the descending spear showed no signs of stopping, crashing heavily onto her shoulder. Lu Xia felt as if a deity-controlling power was striking her. This was the embryonic form of force. Before she could even marvel at it, the blow landed on her shoulder in an instant. It shattered her collarbone and scapula into pieces. The pain made her roll on the ground, wailing. She felt like she had been hit by a high-speed train, every cell in her body screaming in agony. Her mind was almost blank, and Lu Xia instinctively looked up at Lu Chen with a terrified expression. Haven't you eaten? Scream louder. Lu Chen stepped on Lu Xia's rosy little face, the immense force distorting her delicate features. The once beautiful face was now covered in tears and snot, looking utterly disheveled. Yes, Lu Xia was crying from this unbearable pain. At this moment, the proud and arrogant daughter of the Jinghua district had vanished, her once lofty demeanor completely gone. Lu Xia recalled everything that had just happened and suddenly realized how ridiculous she was. The talents and strength she had once prided herself on were now trampled underfoot by a country bumpkin. Lu Chen was a monster. Frustration, despair, fear, anger, countless emotions filled her heart, ultimately transforming into wails. Lu Chen twisted his foot slightly, crushing the girl's face between the ground and his soul. This feeling was exhilarating. After a moment, Lu Chen, looking down from above, said seriously, Lu Xia, you're even more useless than Zhou Zhang, don't you realize? I didn't even need any combat skills to defeat you. Lu Xia's heart shrank violently, her eyes filled with utter despair. Ding! Player has trampled the first pride of the Jinghua district and publicly humiliated her. Violent points plus 4,000. At this moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the inner court, outer court, or the eliminated students, everyone felt numb. The sky of Jianghai Base City had changed. This dark horse, Lu Chen, had trampled even Lu Xia underfoot, especially the students from the Jinghua district, who felt a sharp pain in their hearts. That was Lu Xia. In their eyes, she was a goddess-level existence. High above, just seeing her was an exhilarating event. But now she was being trampled by a boy, her face pressed against the ground as if being rubbed. What a blow! What arrogance! Some students from the inner court of the Jinghua district wanted to speak up to stop it, but under Lu Chen's gaze, they trembled and chose to remain silent. Rationality regained its foothold. Lu Chen pressed the tip of his spear against Lu Xia's heaving chest, speaking casually, alright, it's not fun to toy with you anymore, I'll give you a chance to leave a last word. Like reminding someone to come and avenge you or something. I'm Looking forward to your Lu family continuing to find me. Lu Xia's eyes were filled with despair and she had lost all sense of pride. If she could, she just wanted to survive. Lu Chen, I can buy my life, I can give you everything I have. Alright, then use your life to buy it. Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. Were these people really this absurdly confident? Was there such a good deal? If he lost, could he let them buy their lives? Lu Chen sneered. 10 seconds left. Lu Chen, I'll be your battle servant. As long as you spare my life, I'll serve you for 5 years, during which you can command me as you wish. 5 seconds. Lu Xia felt the sharpness of the spear tip charging, the threat of death, making her uncontrollably shed tears. I was wrong, Lu Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you and the Lu family will be in a never-ending feud. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk. 10 seconds to end this, I'll send you on your way. But just then, a voice came from the stands. Stop. I have something to say. Lu Chen paused, seeing the head of the Jinghua district who had been so confident now looking flustered. Young friend, how about we call off this life and death battle? I represent the Jinghua district and the Lu family, promising that this matter ends here and no one will trouble you. Additionally, I will provide all the resources you need before your promotion to the 7th tier. Lian said, sweating profusely, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation. He Ling, you quickly help me explain the stakes. He Ling snorted coldly, feeling immensely pleased. This is the saying about 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Just moments ago, he had been begging Lian, who had looked down on him. Now, the tables had turned and Lian was begging him. Brother Lian, the students set up this life and death battle themselves. Why should we interfere? The mentor just said the same, and besides, do you think Lu Chen lacks resources given his qualifications? Brother Healing, both of these individuals are rare talents. Losing even one is a loss. Which genius isn't forged through competition among peers? No one has died yet. Brother Lian, don't be so pessimistic. Lian's face darkened, inwardly lamenting that He Ling was using his own words against him. Now he had no retort. With a grim expression, Lian turned to the mentor. Lin Shanhai shrugged, remaining silent, as the decision now lay with Zhong Huang. Everyone looked to Zhong Huang for her response. They all felt that even the mentor wouldn't just stand by and watch a genius fall. Lu Xia had lost, but that only meant Lu Chen was even more extraordinary, not that Lu Xia was weak. Such a character, once grown, would definitely be enough to intimidate a region. Zhong Huang felt a headache coming on. Her nature was not to get involved in these matters. Who lives and who dies is a decision of their own making. But now, before her were two prodigies who had just touched the threshold of power. Even she would feel pain to see one die. One had just grasped the essence of power, while the other, Lu Chen, was already showing the embryonic form of it. Logically, there was no hesitation. Lu Chen should be her first choice. But to watch Lu Xia be killed, to be honest, she felt a bit reluctant. Every genius who comprehends power is an incredibly precious existence for the Xia kingdom. In the ruins below, Lu Chen saw all eyes on the female mentor who seemed reluctant to intervene yet was in a difficult position. So he smiled and spoke. Wait a moment, it seems I am the one involved. But there's no need to put the mentors in a tough spot. Everyone instinctively turned to look at him. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thrust his spear down. In the astonished and shocked gazes of everyone, Lu Xia was impaled on the spear tip. Lu Xia's eyes widened. She truly hadn't expected Lu Chen to kill her just like that. The person in charge on stage was still negotiating with the mentor. How did he suddenly take action? Was he not afraid of Lu family's revenge? Was he not afraid of the mentor's wrath? How regretful. If only she had known not to provoke him. Just like that, filled with endless questions and unwillingness. Lu Xia felt her vision darkening and her consciousness slowly faded away. Ding! Player below has slain the renowned genius of Jianghai. Base city, violent points plus 16,000. Look, now you don't have to be in a difficult position. How great! Lu Chen revealed a brilliant smile. On stage, Lian stumbled, pointing at Lu Chen. Why go this far? Why go this far? You're just asking for trouble. The Lu family won't let you off. That's a matter for the future. What does it have to do with me now? All I know is that Lu Xia must die today. Lu Chen was unconcerned, watching Lu Xia's wide-open eyes as she died without closing them, and smiled in satisfaction. Then, his energy erupted violently, the body disintegrating into remnants, the spear shaking, droplets of blood falling onto the stone, forming a line of blood. Besides, if I had lost just now, would anyone protect me? So don't try to reason with me. If you're not convinced, then speak with your fists. So arrogant. Lian trembled with rage, his hands shaking and his eyes filled with fury. Lu Chen looked up with a cold smile. Don't shout, you've only cultivated a few more years of qi than I have. If we were of the same generation, killing you would be like killing a chicken. You, not convinced? Do you dare to fight me at the same level? I won't bully you, I'm at the third stage, second level, and I can fight you at the third stage. Great. Perfection. You young one, you are too arrogant. At that moment, Zhong Huang raised her hand to stop Lian, her gaze icy. Lian, you've gone too far. Hearing this, Lian trembled all over and dared not speak further. Seeing this, Zhong Huang turned to Lu Chen. You've killed a genius who understood the concept of power. This is indeed a loss for the country. A dead genius is no longer a genius, at least now. I am more valuable than her. What if one day a stronger peer wants to kill you? If a peer can kill me, then so be it. Lu Chen stared directly at Zhong Huang, showing no signs of retreat. After a long pause, Zhong Huang smiled. She found Lu Chen very interesting, bold, and arrogant. Enough! He was the disciple she wanted. So, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Zhong Huang slowly stood up. All right, the core assessment ends here. I will officially take Lu Chen under my wing as my direct core disciple. Lian, you can inform the Lu family of this news. Before Lu Chen reports to my Huohua Academy, any Qi master under the age of 22 can act freely. If anyone over 22 acts, I, Zhong Huan, will personally visit the Lu family branch to greet them. Additionally, the core disciple waste token is considered unowned until it is registered at the academy. If any candidates who just had thoughts about the core disciple position are dissatisfied with my decision, feel free to challenge Lu Chen and seize the waste token, then you will be core disciples. Lian was shocked, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then, what happens after reporting? After? Zhong Huan laughed. As long as Lu Chen enters Huohua Academy, he will be a core disciple. At that time, who would dare to touch him? Not to mention killing a Lu Xia. Even if the entire Lu family branch were wiped out, my Huohua core disciples would not allow anyone else to act. After saying this, Zhong Huang tossed a purple waste token to Lu Chen. The reporting time is in half a month. You now enjoy the rights of a core disciple, but until you report to the academy and register, your safety depends on yourself. Lu Chen took the token and hung it at his waist, smiling with satisfaction. Alright, how does it feel? Lu Chen smiled. Exciting, I like it. Zhong Huang smiled in satisfaction and then patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Good, I'll wait for you at Huohua Academy. No one expected that the so-called core competition would conclude after just 2 battles. Even fewer anticipated that these 2 battles would create a dark horse from the lower districts. 2 battles, 2 victories. In the end, he even killed the proud daughter of heaven, Lu Xia. When this news spread, the entire Jianghai Bay city was shaken. Especially after learning that Lu Xia was killed in a life-and-death battle, many were left in shock. She was the pride of the Lu family, having reached the 3rd stage, 6th level by her 3rd year of high school. What kind of monster had emerged from the Yunchang district to defeat such a terrifying opponent? Everyone was pondering this question. If the news hadn't come from the candidates on site, some would have started to doubt its authenticity. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion of the Lu family in the Transformation District, a group of core family members gathered in the conference room, all with grim expressions. Lu Xia has been killed. She was the culmination of our branch family's efforts over the years, and now she's just gone? Lu Chen, where did this monster come from? Blame that fool Lu Zhong. If he hadn't provoked them, how could it have implicated Lu Xia? She had the potential to become a core disciple, and if she lived longer, our branch family might even produce a master. What's the use of saying this now? The mentor from Huohua Academy has already made it clear. What should we do? After this topic arose, everyone instinctively looked at the man in the main seat. He was none other than Lu Xia's biological father, Lu Hongda. At this moment, LV Hongda's eyes were already bloodshot, and if one looked closely, they could see the red veins in his eyes. What to do? If we kill the members of the LV family, there will be no one left to survive. Didn't they say we could kill anyone under 22 at will? Let's follow her rules. Lu Chen must die. But won't this continue to offend the Fire Hua Academy? LV Hongda's gaze turned cold as he fixed his stare on the speaker. Once a genius is dead, they are no longer a genius. If Lu Chen dies, can the Fire Hua Academy really deal with us? A worthless dead person won't attract their attention. Moreover, we are also following the rules. Before Lu Chen reports to the academy, we must kill him. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to exchange glances, testing each other. I agree, based on past information, Lu Chen is definitely not a magnanimous person. If we don't kill him now, it will be us who suffer later. Exactly, this kid has always been ruthless in his attacks. If it weren't for the rules, the 50 or so students from Huangpu district would probably be more than just seriously injured. Such a ruthless character must be eliminated. But who under 22 can kill him? From the current situation, to ensure his death, at least 3 third stage perfectionists with high-level combat skills must act simultaneously. At this moment, LV Hongda suddenly spoke up. I'll handle the selection of candidates. The timing, let's choose when Lu Chen is on his way. to report to the top academy. As long as he isn't a fool, he definitely won't leave the city during this time. The only opportunity to act will be when he reports. Alright, then we'll start sending people to monitor Lu Chen. The moment he moves, we can begin our action. Meanwhile, at the Zhanghai Sports Center, after the assessment of the top academy, all candidates would rest here for a night and then return home the next morning. However, after this joint examination of the 18 districts, only one place was different. It left the sports center immediately after finishing. That was Yunchang District. Mentor Zhong Huang's words undoubtedly placed Lu Chen in the spotlight, especially with the news that the core disciple's badge was now unclaimed. He Ling, upon hearing this, wasted no time and hurriedly led Lu Chen and a group of people back to Yunchang District overnight. There was no choice, Lu Chen's rise was too sudden and too stunning. To ensure safety, they had to return to their own territory. But shortly after the people from Yunchang District left, several prodigies from the Jianghu base city began to gather. In the lounge, sitting in the first position was the top figure from the northern 5 districts, Putuo District's strongest, Xing Xiai. Next to him, on either side, were the top figures from the eastern 4 districts, Jiaozhong District's strongest, Chaoli, and the western 4 districts, Pingzhou District's strongest, Sun Sai. Xing Xiai, why did you call us here? Chaoli, a girl with a delicate appearance, not particularly stunning but very easy on the eyes, couldn't help but frown and speak up. Sun Sai chuckled. In response, if I'm not mistaken, it should be related to Lu Chen, right? Hearing the two speak, Xing Xiai finally said something. LV Xia is dead, what are your thoughts? What thoughts can there be? In a life and death battle, isn't it normal for someone to die? It can only be said that Lu Chen's strength was too strong, beyond her expectations, Chaoli replied, her expression seemingly tinged with schadenfreude, showing no signs of sorrow. The Zhanghai base city is divided into 4 major districts, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, totaling 18 jurisdictions. Previously, with LV Xia included, the 4 of them were the strongest student representatives in the entire Zhanghai base city. Among them, Zhang Xiai was undoubtedly the strongest. LV Xia and Chaoli had long been competing for the second position, but with LV Xia's recent comprehension of momentum over the past 6 months, she had firmly secured the second spot. So now that LV Xia was dead, Chaoli felt much more at ease. It should be noted that every time LV Xia won against Chaoli, there were always a few taunts involved. Sun Sai, hearing this, smiled helplessly and said, Chaoli, you're being too straightforward. At least put on a facade. Ha! Hypocritical. Chaoli let out a cold laugh, then turned her gaze to Xing Xiai. Xing Xiai, what? Do you still want to take revenge for Lu Xia? If you say that, I might really feel disgusted. You're overthinking. I called you here about the core waste token in Lu Chen's hands. Zhang Xiai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his core purpose. We're all old acquaintances, so let's be straightforward. I want that waste token, and I hope both of you can help me. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them narrowed their pupils sharply. After a brief moment of surprise, Chaoli couldn't help but laugh. Why should we? Lu Chen has offended the Lu family, and he has no backing behind him. If I were the Lu family, I would do everything possible to kill Lu Chen and eliminate the threat. But whether Lu Chen lives or dies is not the point. His waste token is definitely not safe. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of the Lu family, we might as well take it ourselves. Sun Kai frowned. The Lu family will just hand it over to us? That's a core disciple's waste token. As long as the Lu family isn't foolish, they know that the waste token is useless to them. The core disciple's waste token represents identity, but more importantly, it reflects one's qualifications and strength. Even if the Lu family kills Lu Chen and obtains the waste token, do they think they can just give it to any Lu family disciple and expect to gain Zhong Huang's favor? Zhang Xiai continued confidently, by then, even if Zhong Huang acknowledges the Lu family's core disciple status, it will only be superficial. In terms of teaching, resources, and secret techniques, they will definitely not support Lu family disciples because it's simple, they only have the waste token but no corresponding qualifications or potential. In the end, it will just mean one more nominal core disciple adding to the ridicule. Unless Lu Xia is alive, perhaps her qualifications could earn her a waste token. Zhang Xi's words immediately plunged the two into deep thought. Upon reflection, it must be said that Zhang Xiai made a valid point. This core disciple waste token indeed holds little value for the Lu family unless they have another talent like Lu Xia. As for giving it to the Jinghai family, even Zhong Huang herself would not agree. At this moment, Chaoli suddenly said coldly, even if what you say is true, there is only one waste token. How do the 3 of us decide? Zhang Xiai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. You two don't really think that if you get the waste token, you will gain Zhong Huang's favor, do you? To put it bluntly, your situation is almost the same as if the Lu family got it. It's just a name without any qualifications. Because your qualifications are not impressive enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Chaoli and Sun Kai darkened. Zhang Xi's words were very direct. He clearly stated that even if Chaoli and Sun Kai obtained the core waste token, they would not receive any special treatment because their qualifications simply did not meet the standard. Zeng, CI, you're being a bit too arrogant. Arrogant? No, I just love to speak the truth. You don't need to feel hurt. Zhang Xi's expression was calm and casual. To be more direct, among the three of us, who do you think has a chance of being recognized by Mentor Zhong Huang besides me? Only I do, because my realm is high enough. I'm at the 7th level of the 3rd stage, 1 level higher than Lu Xia, and I've made progress in understanding the force. In direct combat, only I dare to say I can suppress Lu Xia. At this moment, Sun Kai couldn't help but speak. Then why didn't you choose to challenge Lu Chen on the spot? If you defeat him, the waste token might be yours. Or are you also afraid? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Xi showed an unhappy expression. He had thought about challenging Lu Chen on the spot but ultimately didn't dare to act. Lu Chen's aura at that time was too strong, having won 2 consecutive battles with great success. That kind of momentum, growing stronger with each fight, had already taken shape. At that moment, if he were to challenge, his full strength would be reduced to 70%, and with one misstep he might really end up being used as a stepping stone. In a different time and place, Zhang Xi would have dared to step up. Zhang Xi was not someone who acted on impulse, so he chose to avoid the confrontation. But who would have thought that Mentor Zhong Huang would say something later? That sparked his idea of seizing the core badge. To be safe, he didn't plan to act alone. Calling a few strong helpers was the best choice. He didn't care about fighting solo or one-on-one at all. As long as he got the badge, he would be a core disciple from then on. With his qualifications, he believed Mentor Zhong Huang would still be willing to treat him normally in terms of training. With this thought, Zhang Xi's expression returned to calm. You're right, I really didn't dare to challenge Lu Chen on the spot. It's easy to defeat Lu Xia, but killing her is almost impossible. However, Lu Chen can directly kill Lu Xia, so I didn't have the confidence, which is also why I called you two to assist me. As he spoke, Zhang Xi stood up and took out a scroll. No need for more nonsense. After helping me, once I obtain the position of core disciple, I will ensure that you can move freely within the inner court. With a core disciple looking out for you, whether it's secret realm exploration or exchanging techniques, the benefits are endless. Additionally, this is the first part of an S-rank combat technique. After succeeding, I will provide the second part as a deposit for your cooperation. Zhang Xi tossed the scroll onto the table and looked at the two. Chaoli and Sun Kai glanced at each other, feeling somewhat tempted. Not to mention, just the fact that he was offering an S-rank combat technique was indeed impressive. However, thinking about the identity of a core disciple from a top academy, they felt it was quite normal. Moreover, the conditions Zhang Xi mentioned were indeed enticing. Having a core disciple backing them in the inner court would mean extraordinary treatment in the future. In less than half a year, the gap between students who entered at the same time would widen. With this in mind, Sun Kai was the first to nod. I accept. Seeing this, Zhang Xi showed a pleased expression and then looked at Chaoli. Just missing you now. Chaoli gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Alright, count me in. Good. Even if Lu Chen is strong, he is only at the 2nd level of the 3rd stage. Unless he can break through to the mid-3rd stage in a short time, he definitely won't be our match. So when do we act? No rush, we'll just wait on the road to report to the city. What if the Lu family acts first? Chaoli worried. Isn't that even better? And even if the Lu family doesn't act, the 3 of us are more than enough. Sun Kai laughed upon hearing this. Brother, Zhang is right, we'll just wait for Lu Chen to leave the city. He has to go through the city gate to report to the academy. At that time, 3 against 1, let's see if he knows how to be sensible. On the way back to school in Yunchang district, Lu Chen sat on the bus feeling a bit bored. Xiao Wanwan, sitting next to him, curiously examined the purple badge at Lu Chen's waist. Want to see it? I'm a bit curious. Lu Chen glanced at the girl and then pulled the badge off, tossing it over. Xiao Wanwan caught it with surprise and then compared it with her silver inner court badge. She found that aside from the color difference, there seemed to be no other distinction. Lu Chen, how big is the space inside your badge? Space? Lu Chen looked over, somewhat confused. You don't know? This kind of badge is actually equivalent to a small storage space. The outer court badge is only 1 cubic size, while the inner court silver badge is like a small room. Your core disciple badge should be even bigger, right? Lu Chen was completely baffled, indicating that he really didn't know. He had kept the badge hanging at his waist since he got it and hadn't studied it much. To him, being a core disciple was just a transitional phase. He would soon surpass it and there would be basically no peers left who could match him. Now that Xiao Wanwan mentioned it, he became interested. With the storage space function, he could go into battle with less burden in the future. It's a pity. If I had known, I would have taken that long spear with me. I could have sold it for some money. Lu Chen was referring to the long spear he had seized, which he had discarded on the way back because it was too long and inconvenient to carry. After all, it was just a late-stage first level spear, and as his level increased, he wouldn't be able to use it comfortably anymore. The long spear, huh? It's okay, I have plenty. At home, just pick one when the time comes. That's too much. How much for one? No worries, my family doesn't use long spears. So it's just sitting there. You can take it and return it when you no longer need it. Alright. Oh no, why do I feel like I'm getting better at freeloading? But I have to admit, the feeling of freeloading is really nice. With that thought, Lu Chen took the purple waste token and focused his mind, and then he saw a space about 50 meters in length, width, and height. This scale could already be considered a small warehouse. How is it? Is it big? It's a bit big, probably a small warehouse. So envious. Xiao Wanwan showed an envious look and then saw Lu Chen continue to close his eyes. As he closed his eyes, the backpack beside him suddenly disappeared. Familiar with the method of use, Lu Chen opened his eyes and looked out the window. Next, he had to consider entering university, a gathering place for a group of geniuses. If he wanted to maintain his current strength, his violence points had to keep up. Thinking of this, he looked at the light screen in front of him, feeling a surge of security. Beating geniuses really gives a lot. He gained so much from just one assessment. He should raise his realm tonight, at least to the mid-stage of the third level. That way, he could handle the Lu family and all the opponents eyeing the core waste tokens with ease. For some reason, Lu Chen suddenly thought of his younger brother Lu Nan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. That guy was already a 4th level Chi master. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. I really look forward to it, brother. I hope the entire Lu family in Jinghai won't regret it by then. Lu Chen, the Lu family might cause you trouble during this time. Why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Lu Chen came back to his senses and saw the slightly blushing girl speak. Upon hearing this, he decisively refused. No need. They wouldn't dare to kill in the city, and there's also the age limit from the teachers, under 22, it's not a big deal. But the road to report is also very dangerous. Lu Chen, you must be careful. Yeah, I know. The more the better, as long as it doesn't exceed the early stage of the 4th level, he might be able to kill with all his strength. Thinking of this, Lu Chen secretly got excited. After all, those were violence points. Killing someone at the 3rd level guarantees at least 10,000 violence points. I wonder how many a 4th level Chi master would give. Lu Chen's refusal made Xiao Wanwan a bit disappointed. However, she was slowly getting used to Lu Chen's temperament. There was no need to say much about refusals. More than 5 hours quickly passed, and they returned to Yunchang district at 10 o'clock at night. Everyone got off the car and went home, while Lu Chen headed to his rental room. After a simple wash, he sat on the bed and waved his hand. Soon, a gray-black light screen opened. The exciting moment has arrived. Let's go for it. My dark beast, Little Black Realm, 3rd level, 2nd stage skills, Golden Body Transformation. Active, Unity of Heaven and Man. Passive, Blade of Metal. Active, Racial Talent, Devour. Weapon Mastery Combat Skills, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar Technique, Heavenly Dao Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's cultivation has made some achievements. You can now try to oppress the weak. Violence points, 71,200. Can draw treasure chests. The information displayed on the light screen made Lu Chen unable to control his smile. Over 70,000 violence points, enough for him to directly upgrade to the 3rd level's great perfection. Of course, he definitely wouldn't rush to raise his realm right now. As long as his strength was sufficient, he still needed to keep some violence points for emergencies. For now, let's raise it to the mid-stage of the 3rd level. With that thought, Lu Chen directly opened the lottery card pool. With a wave of his hand, he drew 300 dark beasts, and in his expectant gaze, a flurry of white appeared. Ding! White-haired ape asterisk 300. Current violence points 41200. What a waste. It seems the newbie protection period is really over. Now, after 300 consecutive draws, not even a single prize has appeared. Lu Chen lamented helplessly, but fortunately he had already seen through the essence of this pay-to-win game. He no longer held any hopes for matters of probability. With over 300 white-haired monkeys, it should be enough for him to break through to the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. With this thought, he focused his mind and began to devour. Time passed. Minute by minute, and 5 minutes later, all the white-haired monkeys in the card pool had vanished. In their place was a change. In his realm, Destined Dark Beast, Little Black Realm, 3rd stage, 6th level skills, Golden Body Transformation. Active, Unity of Heaven and Man. Passive, Blade of Metal. Active, Racial Talent, Devour. Weapon Mastery Combat Skills, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar. Heavenly Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's cultivation has made some achievements. You can now attempt to oppress the weak. Violence points 41,200. Can draw treasure chest. Sting. Skill feedback activated. Ding. Player's realm is rising too quickly. Please engage in sufficient practical training to solidify your foundation. Lu Chen's body trembled, and his internal energy surged wildly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in their depths. Third stage, 6th level. He did it. Clenching his fist, he felt the energy and vitality within him reaching new heights. Lu Chen felt that, in his current state, he could easily defeat Lu Xia without even activating the golden body transformation skill. If he fought again, if Lu Xia could last 3 moves, he would consider it being soft-hearted. Coupled with the recovery ability of his talent, Devour, and various skill bursts, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no matter who the opponent was, as long as they were within the 3rd stage, he could kill as many as came. He was that confident. The only regret was that the consumption of violence points increased significantly with the rise in realm. It took 30,000 points just to barely raise 4 realms. Moreover, with the rapid increase in realm, he began to remind himself to strengthen his practical combat experience. Lu Chen quickly retracted his imposing aura and then glanced at the remaining violence points. Should I draw a treasure chest? Nah, better play it safe. In the following time, Lu Chen remained holed up in his rental room, completely detached from all the rumors outside. However, it was undeniable that Lu Chen's name had become well known in the circles concerned with Qi master assessments. At the same time, he was revered as an idol by many ordinary students from the lower tiers. Countless people took him as their target, hoping for the day they could also make a comeback like a dark horse. That day, Lu Chen lay on his bed as usual, boredly reading a comic he had just bought. There was no helping it. Ever since he got the cheat, the little progress he made in his own cultivation was almost negligible. Instead of grinding out a bit of progress, it was better to relax. After all, they all had cheats, right? Why should he make things hard for himself? One should never make things difficult for oneself. So whenever Lu Chen didn't earn any violence points, he would let himself relax properly. But this peaceful time was soon interrupted. His communicator vibrated wildly, persistently urging him to check it. Helpless, Lu Chen picked it up and saw that Xiao Wanwan was looking for him. After reading all the messages, Lu Chen leaned back on his bed and hesitated for a moment. The Xiao family's weapon treasury. To be honest, that was very tempting. Xiao Wanwan also mentioned that she had already sought the consent of the family elders, and weapons below the 5th stage could be rented. The word rent was used very well, fully protecting Lu Chen's dignity and emphasizing that he wasn't freeloading. He could pay the rent. Who would dare say he was freeloading in the future? And even if he was freeloading, it wouldn't be much this time. He could always pass on some skills to supplement Xiao Wanwan later. Moreover, once he got to Huahua Academy, he would also take care of Xiao Wanwan appropriately. Back and forth, wasn't that just normal mutual benefit? With this thought, Lu Chen nodded reassuringly. 40 minutes later, Lu Chen still stood at the Xiao family's gate, thick-skinned. Looking at the magnificent estate, Lu Chen felt the aura of wealth. Xiao Wanwan had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when she saw Lu Chen arrive, she happily stepped forward to greet him. Lu Chen, I thought you weren't coming. How could that be? He really didn't want to come, but the tempting weapons were too hard to resist, so he had to compromise his professional integrity. Let's go, I'll take you inside. We have guests at home today, and I've already told the elders not to mind us. We can just go look and choose for ourselves. Okay. Lu followed Xiao Wanwan into the Xiao family mansion. After a few minutes, he was brought to a huge storage door. Xiao Wanwan took out a card and swiped it, and the door slowly opened. This is the weapon storage of our branch of the Xiao family. I remember there are several long spears. You can go in and pick. Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. There was no need to pretend to be polite at this point. At worst, he could compensate them later. With this thought, Lu Chen walked into the storage room. Soon, he was dazzled by the various weapons before him. It had to be said that the Xiao family was indeed powerful. Just a rough glance around the storage revealed hundreds of weapons. There were all kinds of weapons, especially swords and blades. What a wealthy family, truly rich. Lu Chen sighed while selecting weapons that suited him. Soon, his steps paused in front of a black long spear, which looked ordinary, similar to the first tier spear he had previously acquired. Dragon Scale Spear, are you interested in this one? It feels good. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan struggled a bit to take it down and then tossed it to Lu Chen. The Dragon Scale Spear was eliminated from the family storage back in the day. It's a 4th tier weapon. It's said to be made from the spine of a 4th tier dragon-type beast. If the user can exert their full strength, they can faintly see dragon scales appearing on the spear. Lu Chen weighed it in his hand. It wasn't too heavy, probably around 400 pounds. Compared to the previous 1st tier spear, it was more than twice as heavy. With such weight, combined with Lu Chen's full swing and the explosive energy, Lu Chen couldn't imagine how painful it would be to get hit. Xiao Wanwan's introduction made him even more satisfied. The idea of dragon scales appearing when swung with full force was just so cool. As a guy, who wouldn't want their weapon to look impressive? It's had that ordinary appearance but could activate its form when used. It was like the iron broken tooth, incredibly stylish. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Lu Chen held the spear with one hand, effortlessly creating beautiful patterns in the air. This is it. What's the rental fee? My dad said, a yearly rent of 1/3 tier beast core or 10 second tier beast cores. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then proactively clasped his fists and said, please thank uncle for me. Saying this, Lu Chen took out the only 3rd tier beast core from his pocket and handed it over. Xiao Wanwan's father clearly set this price to accommodate him. A quick investigation would reveal that the most valuable thing Lu Chen had was this 3rd tier beast core, which he had obtained during the big exam. The Xiao family didn't offer an overly cheap rental fee, as that would be self-deception, making Lu Chen feel awkward. But they also didn't set a rental fee that Lu Chen couldn't afford, as that would be pointless. The offer of 1/3 tier beast core in exchange for a year's usage of a 4th tier long spear was a deal that benefited Lu Chen without making him feel like he was getting something for nothing. It had to be said, this was the hardest favor Lu Chen had to repay. Xiao Wanwan waved her hand and smiled, it's fine, it would just gather dust here. Any profit is a gain. Lu Chen didn't respond. For the Xiao family, a 3rd tier core really wasn't much. This statement was more comforting than anything. The two walked out of the storage room, and after Xiao Wanwan swiped the card to close the door, she led Lu Chen outside. With the long spear stored in his waist badge space, Lu Chen was in a great mood, and after surveying his surroundings, he rarely took the initiative to speak. Is someone in your family celebrating something? I see decorations everywhere, it looks very festive. My grandfather is celebrating his birthday these days, and many people are coming to congratulate. Lu Chen's expression stiffened, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to ask such a question? Now it's fine, they brought it up, wouldn't it be appropriate for you to pay a visit? Just got a great deal, and now you're pulling up your pants and leaving? A red youth like Lu Chen, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing Xiao Wanwan with a smile on her face, Lu Chen helplessly touched his nose. How about I go visit as well? Let's go, I'll take you there. Xiao family courtyard. A group of people gathered in the courtyard, chatting and mingling in small clusters. Brother Xiao, why isn't your daughter here? I heard the assessment from the top academy went smoothly and she got a spot in the inner court? Upon hearing this, Xiao Guoming revealed a gratified smile. As the head of the Xiao family's branch, his greatest wish in life was to revitalize the branch family. Since childhood, he had hoped that the descendants of the Xiao family would become powerful chi masters. Fortunately, his daughter had made him proud by successfully obtaining a spot in the top academy's inner court. Because of this, someone from the main family had contacted them last night to express congratulations, which was quite rare in the past. Moreover, with his old man's 70th birthday banquet coming up, these two events coinciding had kept him smiling for days. Wanwan doesn't like to be constrained, she probably went off somewhere. That's true, but my young master has admired Wanwan for a long time and was hoping to meet her this time. The speaker was an elderly man with slightly graying hair and a refined demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guoming paused for a moment. I don't concern myself with young people's matters. What kind of society are we in now? It's all about freedom. The implication was clear, whether young people like each other is up to them. I won't interfere with my daughter's decisions. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and raised his cup for tea, choosing not to say more. Xiao Guoming toasted a few cups of tea to several guests before moving on to greet others. Nearby, some people overheard the conversation and began to discuss once the speaker had left. Who was that old man just now, trying to get close to the Xiao family? Shoo, they're not simple characters, not from the city, they're from the mountains. Upon hearing this, someone asked in confusion, what do you mean, from the mountains? The speaker clicked his tongue in exasperation, seemingly surprised that they didn't know. From the mountains, who else is there besides the 6 major base cities organized by the state? Of course, it's the hidden sects. Wow! Everyone gasped in surprise, not expecting that to be the case. Hidden sects are a rather unique existence within the borders of Xia country. After the Great Disaster, Xia country relocated the remaining population to the newly established 6 major base cities. Besides these 6 cities, there are also some ancient hidden sects that have survived to this day. Before the disaster began, the sites of these sects were mostly just tourist resorts, but after the disaster, the abundance of chi led to the emergence of inheritance secret realms in some areas, eventually forming self-contained hidden sections. Those sect members who couldn't evacuate gradually grew stronger using the defensive formations and cultivation resources left from ancient times, gaining enough power to protect themselves during the beast tide, and over time, their reputation grew. Of course, the Xia government had not remained silent. In the end, they tacitly acknowledged the existence of these hidden sects, but when necessary, they must also heed the orders of the higher-ups. It felt similar to the feudal lords of ancient times. Thus, in Xia country, the existence of these hidden sects represents mystery and power. Meeting someone from a hidden sect at the Shao family's banquet was indeed surprising. Back at his seat, the white-haired old man squinted his eyes, looking somewhat displeased. Beside him was a handsome young man. Old Peng, what do you think? The young man, named Luo Xiang, was the son of the sect master of the hidden sect Nine Suns Immortal Cave. Although he was an illegitimate child, his status was still noble. A few days ago, he had come to the Shao family with Peng Nantian to celebrate the birthday and had caught a glimpse of Shao Wanwan's beauty, which sparked his interest. Thinking that his status as a third-rate sect son was perfectly matched for a daughter of the Shao family's branch, he had asked Peng Nantian to probe the situation. Young master, this Shao Guoming is practicing Tai Chi, saying that young people's matters should be resolved by themselves. This, Luo Xiang's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. What does it mean? Does the Shao family look down on him? What a joke, he is the son of a hidden sect, are they blind? Although the Shao family is a large family, this is merely a branch, and the Nine Suns Immortal Cave is at least a legitimate third-rate top sect. Young master, with your status, women are plentiful, there's no need. Old Peng, you're thinking too simply. Luo Xiang frowned and explained the stakes involved. Although I am the son of the sect leader, I am still a side branch. If it were the main family of the Shao family, I really wouldn't have the qualifications to mention this, but the status of a branch family suits me just fine. At the same time, this Shao Wanwan has been admitted to the Huohua Academy in Zhanghai Bay City, with a quota from the inner court. Her future status could be quite beneficial to me. Upon hearing this, Peng Nantian immediately began to think critically, realizing the key point. Huohua Academy, the top institution. In Zhanghai Bay City, there are only 6 top academies in such a large Xia country. From the perspective of resources and status, this top academy is already comparable to the top sects in their hidden sect. Being able to study in such an academy means a different level of identity and status. If the young master can connect with a student from a top academy, his status in the sect will surely rise steadily. Who knows, with a bit of luck, there might be a chance to compete for the position of future leader. Just thinking about the good fortune of the young master he wholeheartedly supports made him unable to remain calm. Young master, do you have any thoughts? Luo Xiang shook his head and said, forget it, we both know the reasoning, but such matters cannot be rushed, it would be counterproductive, and if it annoys her, there will be no chance at all. So what do you mean? Rely purely on personal charm, you don't need to interfere, I'll handle the presentation myself. Peng Nantian looked Luo Xiang up and down, then laughed heartily. With the young master's looks and temperament, it won't be a problem at all, you will definitely charm that little girl. Right. Now, we just need an opportunity. Old Peng, see if there's any way to ensure that Shao Wanwan meets me at least once. Upon hearing this, Peng Nantian began to think carefully. Luo Xiang's request sounded simple, just to meet the daughter of the Shao family. But to him, this was the most difficult task. For no reason at all, why would they want to meet you? The two looked at each other, and for a moment, neither had a good plan. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Dad, where's Grandpa? My classmate is here for something and wants to wish Grandpa a happy birthday. Those who were a bit closer turned to look, and they saw a beautiful young girl walking in with a slightly awkward-looking boy. They walked straight up to Shao Guoming. I am Lu Chen, and I happened to visit your esteemed residence, so I thought I would wish old Mr. Shao a happy birthday. Shao Guoming originally didn't care much. He knew how few of Shao Wanwan's classmates there were. A few from the 6th middle school, or that sycophant Lin Kong from the 1st middle school. But as the boy approached, he was suddenly stunned. A new face? Named Lu Chen? Shao Guoming's expression changed, and he immediately became amiable. Young friend, you are very thoughtful, too kind. Lu Chen. This name he hadn't known before, but after the top academy assessments, it had slowly become familiar. Gaining a core position in a top academy and defeating the famous genius Lu Xia from Zhanghai Bay City. Such a young talent he naturally knew. It is no exaggeration to say that such a genius, once grown, could single-handedly establish a wealthy family. As for offending the Lu family, sorry, the Shao family is not afraid. Thinking of this, Shao Guoming's expression became even friendlier, a smile appearing on his face as he warmly invited Lu Chen to take a seat. This scene immediately broke the composure of Peng and Luo, who had been paying attention from a distance. Just now, Shao Guoming had never shown such enthusiasm. The expressions of the two changed repeatedly, and finally, they coldly looked at Lu Chen not far away. The name Hidden Sect sounds quite prestigious, but why do outsiders refer to them as mountain people? The reason is simple. The people of the hidden sect are very slow to receive news from the outside world. Sometimes, when a major event occurs outside, it takes a month for the news to circulate among the various hidden sects. This is why they are called mountain people. As for the reason behind it, it's also straightforward. There's no internet. Yes, it's as ridiculous as that. After the Great Cataclysm, the Xia Kingdom established 6 major base cities, and aside from the construction of these cities, the infrastructure of the old cities quickly collapsed. Signal towers and base stations were all abandoned and eliminated, and the network available within the 6 base cities is a luxury in the outside world. Of course, the hidden sects have sought help from the Xia Kingdom, and the response they received was that assistance could be provided, but they couldn't guarantee the effectiveness. This led to the situation where, although there was a basic network in the mountains, much of the information was limited, as the final authority on explanations rested with the Xia Kingdom. Therefore, to address this phenomenon, the hidden sects would choose potential partners within the base cities to ensure that information was transmitted quickly enough while also gaining some rights for resource exchange. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave established a relationship with the Shao family for this very purpose. At this moment, Luo Xiang and the other person looked at Lu Chen, not knowing who this young man was or why he was receiving serious attention from Xiao Guoming. However, this question was soon answered. The two gathered several pieces of information from the discussions of those around them. Lu Chen, a top genius from the Jianghai base city, was the biggest dark horse in this year's academy assessment, a designated core disciple of the prestigious Huohua Academy, and defeating him would allow one to take his place. Each piece of information was packed with significance, and together they were shocking. Luo Xiang and Pang Nantian exchanged glances, then revealed expressions of surprise. They had heard of the assessments of the top academies. They didn't necessarily focus on strength but rather on potential and talent. In other words, if you were at the mid-stage of the third level but your potential was not as good as someone at the early stage of the third level, your chances of success might be lower than the latter. So even when facing a core disciple like Lu Chen, who was likely very strong, Luo Xiang couldn't help but feel a stir of ambition. Why? Because defeating him would allow one to take his place. Disciples of the hidden sects could also participate in further studies at the top academies, but many top hidden sects were reluctant to do so. After all, their own legacies were already strong enough, why take the risk? However, there were also many sects that had reached cooperation agreements, and some disciples had gone to the academies for 1 or 2 years of further study. At this moment, Luo Xiang's thought was simple: what if he succeeded? Then he would directly obtain the position of a core disciple at the top academy of the Xia Kingdom. This was a great opportunity, not only to boost his reputation but also to gain prestige, which would significantly enhance the influence of his sect in the future. Luo Xiang looked at Pang Nantian. Pang Lao, find out more about this person. Pang Nantian naturally understood his young master's intentions and nodded before quickly disappearing from his seat. In no time, Pang Nantian returned silently. It had only been about 10 minutes, and with everyone eager to build good relations with the hidden sects, he quickly gathered the information. Lu Chen, a student from the 6th middle school in Yunchang district. A few months ago, he was considered a so-called waste, but in the last 2 months, he has risen rapidly, and most people suspect he was deliberately concealing his cultivation level before. Recently, during the assessment of the top academy, he defeated an opponent at the 6th level of the 3rd stage with his strength at the 2nd level of the 3rd stage, gaining the favor of Huohua Academy. His strength is formidable, and he may have started to make connections. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, indeed impressive. Being able to defeat someone at the 6th level of the 3rd stage with just the 2nd level is truly terrifying in terms of combat ability. Pang Lao, do you think I have a chance? If you use secret techniques to get close, the chances are quite good. Hearing this, Luo Xiang felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, although he was only at the 3rd stage, 5th level of cultivation, he had already mastered a secret technique. The so-called secret technique is one that cannot be used frequently and comes with a cost after use, typically employed as a means of life and death struggle. However, if it could be used to secure the position of a core disciple, this would undoubtedly be an incredibly worthwhile deal. After all, the secret technique he had mastered was particularly effective against traditional chi masters, especially when they were careless. With this in mind, both Luo Pang and his companion felt it was feasible. Not only could they gain the favor of the young lady from the Shao family, but they could also secure the position of core disciple, reaping numerous benefits. Lu Chen had initially planned to just say hello and leave, but unfortunately, the Shao family was too enthusiastic. Xiao Wanwan's father even personally arranged a seat for him, insisting that he stay for the banquet. Considering he had just accepted their kindness, it seemed inappropriate to leave without showing any courtesy, especially since the 4th-tier spear in his spatial pocket hadn't even warmed up yet. After going back and forth, Lu Chen couldn't refuse and had no choice but to sit down and wait. He thought to himself that it would be better to avoid such situations in the future to prevent any awkwardness. Lu Chen was just waiting for the event to conclude so he could leave. Xiao Wanwan also sat down next to Lu Chen, and when Xiao Guoming saw this, he felt as clear as a mirror in his heart. He was particularly satisfied. One was a super genius without much of a powerful background, and the other was from a deeply rooted super family branch. If the two could combine, the benefits would be immeasurable. As for Lu Chen's entanglement with the Lu family of Jinghai City, it was hardly a big deal. After all, the main branch of the Xiao family in Jinghai City was not afraid of the Lu family. The two sat at their seats, with Xiao Wanwan chatting a lot while Lu Chen responded intermittently. Finally, when the old master of the Xiao family made his appearance, everyone congratulated him, and the banquet segment began. Lu Chen quickly filled his stomach, during which he vaguely sensed a gaze continuously sizing him up. After transforming into a golden body, his passive sensory perception had become exceptionally strong. Sometimes, he could even detect a mere glance from others. Following the source of the gaze, Lu Chen asked Xiao Wanwan, "Who are the old and young ones over there? They seem quite interested in us." Xiao Wanwan glanced over, her expression turning displeased. "They are from a hidden sect that came out of the mountains. The old one is the protector Peng Nantian, and the young one is said to be the sect leader's son, Luo Xiang. They want to establish a mutual assistance relationship with us and hope to arrange a marriage alliance with my Xiao family branch." Xiao Wanwan didn't continue with her words, but Lu Chen understood enough. There was no need to elaborate on the marriage partner. Marriages between large families are always troublesome, full of twists and turns. It's much better to be alone, able to kill or leave as one pleases. Lu Chen felt a bit emotional, then thought for a moment before standing up. "Ahem, I need to use the restroom." It's over there, you can just go straight." Xiao Wanwan pointed in the direction, then sulked alone at the table. Hearing the news about the marriage alliance, Lu Chen didn't seem angry at all. Xiao Wanwan felt a bit sad for a moment. On the other side, Lu Chen entered the restroom to relieve himself. Just as he stepped out, he saw a figure standing at the door. Upon closer inspection, it was the sect disciple Luo Xiang who had just been sizing him up. Lu Chen tilted his head, revealing an expectant smile. He had indeed taken the bait. "Is there something you need?" Luo Xiang's expression was calm, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, exuding confidence. "I heard you are a core disciple of Huahua Academy?" "That's right. Actually, I'm quite interested in the strength of so-called core disciples from top academies. Coincidentally, there will be a martial arts segment at the Xiao family's birthday banquet later, and I hope you can let me witness the strength of a core disciple." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally smiled. "So you're after my core disciple badge? The winner gets the core badge. That's also the intention of Huahua Academy, isn't it?" Luo Xiang's smile widened, his gaze gradually turning cold. During their standoff, people around began to notice the situation. Those who recognized the two were all filled with curiosity. One is the young master of a hidden sect, and the other is a recently rising super prodigy. If the two were to fight, it would be quite a spectacle. Lu Chen looked at the crowd slowly gathering around him and continued, "So, are you really going to make a move against me? You could also admit defeat and hand over your waste token to settle this." Good. Finally, there's a chance to gain some points through violence." Excitement began to spark in Lu Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. "Alright, I accept your challenge." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang couldn't help but smile back. Indeed, he was still too young. A little provocation was all it took to hook him. "Good, then we'll see each other during the competition later." With that, Luo Xiang prepared to turn and leave. But before he could, a mocking and cold voice spoke up again. "Wait, wouldn't it be better for you to experience it right now?" In the next moment, Luo Xiang felt an incredibly terrifying pressure descend upon him, making his entire body tense up as if facing a formidable enemy. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, and his breath caught in his throat. Lu Chen's figure transformed into an afterimage, and in a flash, he was already in front of Luo Xiang. His silhouette glided through the air like a ghost, surrounded by terrifying black demonic flames. Lu Chen's handsome face seemed to emanate the aura of an unparalleled demon lord from the demon realm. "Wait!" Luo Xiang exclaimed in desperation. But he saw Lu Chen's icy gaze, surrounded by killing intent. Lu Chen always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked, but if someone was foolish enough to target him, he would return the favor tenfold. At this moment, Luo Xiang was inexplicably fixated on his waste token, which was no different from cutting off his future. This contradiction was a guaranteed kill. He unleashed all his strength, and with a surge of energy, a simple punch created the terrifying illusion of a meteor crashing to the ground. Luo Xiang's face changed dramatically, and in an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart as he instinctively retreated to defend himself. Watching the opponent's fist descend relentlessly, Luo Xiang felt as if he were suffocating. "You've gone too far." Knowing he couldn't dodge, Luo Xiang could only brace himself. In his hesitation, he activated his energy, and the momentum of his mid-stage third-tier cultivation erupted, finally converging in his palms. Boom! The resounding explosion interrupted everyone's attention. At that moment, whether it was the host of the Xiao family fighting on stage or the numerous guests, they all saw a terrifying burst of energy erupt, followed by the wall separating the corridor shattering, and a figure crashing in, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. Ah! Luo Xiang instinctively screamed, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. The moment they made contact, he felt the danger. The opponent's terrifying strength exploded through his hands, directly shattering his arm bones. Finally, Lu Chen's punch landed squarely on his chest without any obstruction. This punch broke his ribs, causing blood to spill from his mouth and nose, leaving him in a pitiful state. But the fight was far from over. As soon as Luo Xiang regained his senses, he stood up and roared in fury. "You're seeking death." As he spoke, he activated his secret technique, burning his vital energy, and astonishingly, his injuries began to reverse, causing his body to swell in size. Secret technique, blood treasure. Burning vital energy to exchange for a surge in physical strength. Why was Luo Xiang confident that this move could defeat 90% of his peers unexpectedly? It was precisely because this bizarre physical strength was something no one of his generation could withstand. As long as he got close, victory was assured. Die! Luo Xiang shouted, enduring the excruciating pain of his broken bones, and charged towards the wall hole from which he had just been thrown. But in the next moment, he saw a pair of golden eyes light up, and then his body felt as if it had been struck by a mountain. In almost a single breath, his body deflated like a punctured ball, and he was sent flying back to the ground, half dead. How is this possible? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This guy's so-called secret technique was actually just a way to enhance his physical strength in an attempt to launch a counterattack, but unfortunately he was the expert in physical combat. If it had been someone else, there might have been a chance. So, in order to quickly end the battle, the golden body furnace was activated for only 2 seconds before it forcefully sent Luo Xiang flying, directly shattering his secret technique. With both his realm and secret technique suppressed, Luo Xiang lasted less than 10 seconds from the start to the end of the fight. You think you deserve to covet my waste token? Useless. The two had only exchanged blows for a moment, but the impact was significant, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone present was startled by the sudden outbreak of battle, and the guards of the Xiao family quickly appeared to protect the others in the courtyard. At the Xiao family's birthday banquet, someone actually made a move? Xiao Guoming's face darkened as he stood up and stared ahead. There, in the shattered wall, the figure of a young man in black appeared. Everyone was momentarily stunned at the sight. Xiao Guoming's expression changed several times before he finally spoke gently. "Young friend, what on earth happened?" Xiao Wanwan's eyes lit up as her mind raced with thoughts. Lu Chen, was he acting on her behalf? Well, she had just said that Lu Chen had no reaction, and yet this guy was quietly making big moves, directly confronting the opponent. Looking at it this way, Lu Chen really cared about her. If she did a simple calculation, wasn't this just a jealous act? The more Xiao Wanwan thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, her reasoning completely valid. The only conclusion left in her mind was, he likes me. On Lu Chen's side, his thoughts were much simpler. He just felt it was great that someone had come to him to take a beating. However, since the host had spoken, he had to stand firm on the reasoning. So he clasped his hands and explained, this person was following me, claiming he wanted to borrow my core disciple's waste token to take a look. At this point, the onlookers understood. Borrowing the waste token to take a look? He probably wanted to take it for himself, right? Sure enough, someone had their eyes on Lu Chen's identity as a core disciple, but they clearly underestimated his strength. Meanwhile, Peng Nantian, who was socializing and drinking from a distance, was startled, and, upon realizing that the person lying on the ground was actually his own young master, became furious. "You dare to lay a hand on my young master?" Hearing this, Lu Chen unleashed his energy, directly gripping the barely conscious Luo Xiang in his hand, as if he could crush him at any moment. "What now? You dare, Junior? The young master is the son of our 9 Sons Immortal Cave sect. Master, killing him is just asking for trouble. Ha, what a joke. I'm also a core disciple of the top academy, Huahua Academy. Am I afraid of you? Who's high and who's low?" Peng Nantian was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling the other party's identity. But even so, he couldn't just watch Luo Xiang die at Lu Chen's hands. Huahua Academy can't protect you for a lifetime. You will eventually graduate and leave school. Junior, you better think this through. Lu Chen's expression froze, and his face gradually became much more serious. Just when everyone thought he would ponder carefully, he said with utmost seriousness, "You're right, I need to think this through. I dislike being threatened the most, and I tend to be more rebellious than others. If you provoke me, I just can't stand it." As he spoke, under Peng Nantian's increasingly terrified gaze, Lu Chen tightened his grip, and Luo Xiang's groans abruptly ceased, his round head turning into a puddle of blood and bone in Lu Chen's hand. "So now that he's dead, what can you do about it?" Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. No one expected Lu Chen would actually dare to kill. Xiao Guoming was directly Stunned, cultivators weren't that superstitious, and seeing blood at a birthday banquet was secondary. But offending a second-rate hidden sect and publicly killing someone in the city, how would Lu Chen wrap this up? Peng Nantian was furious, his eyes seemingly about to burst with rage, wishing he could strike Lu Chen dead on the spot. Alright, you have guts, Junior. But this is the city, and the rule against killing in the city hasn't changed for many years. I will now act in accordance with the rules and take you into custody. After saying that, he stepped forward, and the pressure belonging to a fifth-tier Chi master enveloped Lu Chen in an instant. He reached out with a hand, and a terrifying hand of condensed Chi grasped towards Lu Chen. This was not an attempt to capture him. It was clearly meant to kill him in one blow. But just then, before Lu Chen could react, Xiao Guoming, who was standing aside, suddenly made his move. It seemed he had been on guard all along, raising his hand to deflect the attack from Peng Nantian in an instant. He immediately had people surround Lu Chen, but deliberately spoke up, saying, "Wait a moment, Brother Peng. This incident occurred at my Xiao family's banquet, and it should be managed by my Xiao family while we wait for the management bureau to arrive." "What do you mean?" Peng Nantian glared at Xiao Guoming with a dark expression. "Killing is not allowed within the city. Are you saying the Xiao family intends to shelter a criminal?" This was using the rules of the Xia country to pressure Xiao Guoming. Everyone knew that the rule against killing in the city was not to be defied. Anyone who killed within the city would disrupt social stability. After all, while Chi masters had exaggerated combat power, the vast majority of people were ordinary individuals without any Chi cultivation talent. Without these protective rules, the safety of ordinary people could not be guaranteed, who would ensure the basic functioning of society. Therefore, killing within the city was a serious crime under the current laws. Although Peng Nantian was a mountain man, he still understood these basic rules. At this moment, Xiao Guoming calmly replied, "Brother Peng, you've misunderstood me. Who said I want to shelter this young friend? I only guarantee that there is no bias at the scene while we wait for the management bureau to handle the case. Until then, anyone who makes a move would be violating the law." After saying this, Xiao Guoming glanced at Lu Chen, only to see that he showed no signs of panic, which sparked a hint of appreciation in his heart. This guy, although ruthless in action and decisive in killing, indeed had a resilient character. Even at this moment he remained so composed. He must have a backup plan. Seeing this, Peng Nantian was both angry and anxious, but he couldn't find a way to argue. Xiao Guoming's reasoning was impeccable and aligned with the laws of the Xia country. Thus, a few minutes later, a group of personnel in Special Management Bureau uniforms appeared at the scene. "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Peng Nantian immediately summarized the situation, which boiled down to one sentence: their young master had been killed, and it happened right here in the city. The Management Bureau personnel's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Killing within the city was simply a blatant disregard for the law. They turned to the young man in black, their eyes serious. Do you plead guilty?" Xiao Guoming was taken aback, thinking to himself, "What the hell?" He wondered if his daughter really liked a reckless fool. He had originally thought the other party had a backup plan, that whatever method it was would eventually be revealed. But now, seeing the Management Bureau's attitude, it was clear he didn't recognize him at all. "I plead guilty? I'm afraid you're not qualified." Lu Chen spoke calmly at this moment. Just as the other party was about to put handcuffs on him, he leisurely took off the purple waist token and tossed it out. The management personnel instinctively fumbled to catch it, and then their pupils constricted sharply. "Core disciple waist token from a top-tier academy?" The man's tone was somewhat excited yet hesitant to confirm. "Don't believe me? You can verify it, although my name hasn't been registered. Yet, you can ask who gave it to me." This immediately made the man break out in a cold sweat. He also realized the identity of the young man in front of him. Damn it! No one told him that the killer was a core disciple. Killing is not allowed in the city, but this rule applies to ordinary Chi masters. There will always be special individuals in society who hold privileges, and the core disciples of top-tier academies are among them. The purple waist token is privately referred to as a killing token in certain areas, because the core disciples of the 6 top-tier academies hold positions equivalent to deputy heads of the local management bureau. As long as they display their waist tokens, it represents their status. During missions, they can even mobilize local personnel. Killing within the city is merely a trivial matter. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the man respectfully returned the waist token to Lu Chen. It really is the core disciple's badge. In special circumstances within the city, one can act according to the situation at hand, and after killing someone, a report must be submitted to the local management bureau. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. A core disciple's badge, it has such authority? What special circumstances allow for murder, followed by a written explanation? Isn't that just nonsense? Once someone is dead, how can you say anything other than what you want? Peng Nantian clearly couldn't accept this outcome and shouted loudly, "You are covering for him. If this right exists, why does no one know about it?" The man from the management bureau looked at Lu Chen with a mocking expression, already hating Peng Nantian. A core disciple. Who wouldn't want to curry favor? What do you know? A core disciple's presence is equivalent to the deputy director of our regional management bureau. The right to kill within the city under special circumstances is inherently legal. It's just that previous core disciples usually reported to the academy quickly, and no one has ever used this right outside the academy. Moreover, no one would be foolish enough to deliberately offend a core disciple, which is why this rule has remained unknown for years. How is that possible? Seeing that Peng Nantian didn't believe him, the man's expression grew even darker. I have already reached a conclusion. Lu Chen is innocent. If you are dissatisfied with the specifics, feel free to appeal. After saying this, he continued to look at Lu Chen, his face full of humility. At the same time, he secretly lamented his bad luck. There was only one core disciple in the entire Jianghai base city, and he just happened to encounter him. Lu Chen noticed that he no longer had the previous arrogant demeanor and smirked slightly. So, does that mean I have nothing to do with this? There is one more small matter, the report after the killing. Lu Chen turned back, his gaze fixed directly on the man. The pressure instantly made the air fall silent, and seeing this, the man's tone immediately shifted. But speaking of which, the killing report can also be omitted. We can resolve it ourselves. At this point, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, casually taking the badge from the man's hand and strolling towards the exit. You're quite understanding. Before leaving, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wanwan and her father, apologetically clasping his fist. I'm sorry for causing trouble for your esteemed household. Xiao Guoming signaled that it was no concern, while Xiao Wanwan looked deeply moved, thinking that Lu Chen must have acted for her sake. The conflict caused by the core disciple's badge was probably just an excuse Lu Chen found. At that moment, Peng Nantian, who was seething with anger, silently released his killing intent. Junior, remember what happened today at the Nine Suns Immortal Cave? You dare to kill the son of our sect leader. Lu Chen was not one to back down. Seeing this, he laughed and said, there's no need for threats. If you have the ability, just make a move. I, Lu Chen, welcome you from the Nine Suns Immortal Cave to come for revenge. At any time. After saying this, Lu Chen leisurely left under the gazes of the crowd. On the bus, Lu Chen sat in the back row by the window. Reflecting on the recent killing process, he found it even more exhilarating than killing outside the city. Unlike the life and death battles in the arena, this time it was purely about killing outside the rules and then using the rules to protect himself. Killing under such circumstances actually felt quite interesting. This is a bit troubling. At this rate, it feels like I'm really becoming a villain. The thrill of killing certainly doesn't fit the hero's narrative. Lu Chen tidied up his emotions, focusing his mind on the fourth-tier sphere in the core badge space, feeling a bit excited. In a few days, it will be time to report. With this, there shouldn't be any major issues. Lu Chen murmured to himself, looking forward to the journey of reporting outside the city in a few days. He clearly knew what he would face after leaving the city, as this would be the last opportunity for all those harboring hidden grudges to take revenge. Once he successfully entered the top academy to report, how many would dare to make a move against him? I hope more people come. It certainly won't be enough for me to kill. Early in the morning, after finishing his wash, Lu Chen began packing his luggage. After confirming that nothing was left behind, he stood up, grabbed his packed backpack, and walked out of the room. As for why he was leaving, the reason was simple. The agreed-upon reporting time had arrived. He was about to leave the city, heading to the location of the prestigious Huahua Academy to register. This trip out of the city would also be his greatest challenge before registration. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manor in the economic district of Jianghai Base City, the head of the Lu family, who was also Lu Xiao's father, sat in a chair while someone beside him reported in a low voice. Head of the family. Lu Chen has set off. He left the city without any hesitation and without any protective personnel. Lu Hongda tightened his grip and the white porcelain in his hand turned to ashes. He's finally out. Lu Hongda's face was incredibly frenzied. The death of his daughter Lu Xia was something he couldn't accept at the moment. One must know how many resources he had consumed to raise such a proud daughter. Now, all of it had been destroyed by Lu Chen. Moreover, the other party had trampled the entire Lu family's reputation into the ground. How could he endure such a thing? If it weren't for the immense power and rigid rules of Huahua Academy, Lu Hongda would have loved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Lu Chen himself. However, compared to Lu Chen's life, dragging the entire Lu family down was clearly irrational. For this reason, he thought of a complete strategy. Notify Tianyajian, we can take action now. As long as the final payment is successful, I'll transfer it. Upon hearing this, his subordinate's body trembled and he immediately bowed and retreated. Tianyajian, this was the method Lu Hongda had thought of. The mentors of Huahua Academy restricted Chi masters under the age of 22 from taking action freely. But how many of those under 22 could guarantee a stable kill against Lu Chen? Based on his understanding of his daughter's strength, Lu Chen, who could easily kill her, must at least possess the strength to compete with a third-tier peak master. This didn't even guarantee that he hadn't made a breakthrough or had other hidden cards during this time. Therefore, to kill Lu Chen, the best approach was to act quickly, directly find a fourth-tier Chi master to come over and crush him to death. That was the right way. However, breaking through to the fourth tier before the age of 22 was no small feat. Even ordinary martial arts university students might not break through to the fourth tier upon graduation. Not to mention the entire Lu family, even the whole Jianghai base city had almost no one who could meet the conditions to kill Lu Chen. But Lu Hongda was furious with Lu Chen, and for this reason, he spared no expense to contact Tianyajian. And this so-called Tianyajian was actually a hidden sect which, after the disaster, revealed its inheritance and was found to be entirely composed of ancient assassination techniques. Relying on the mountains to eat from the mountains, relying on the water to eat from the water. After 100 years of development, the entire Tianyajian sect had become the top assassin organization of the time. They undertook all assassination tasks. As long as you could pay a sufficient price, they would dare to kill anyone. Lu Hongda was putting in a lot of resources this time because Lu Chen had to die. As for whether Tianyajian would abide by Huahua Academy's regulations, that was none of his concern. Moments later, a subordinate reported, "Head of the family, Tianyajian has replied, they will take action." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongda grinned maliciously, murmuring, "Lu Chen, you killed my daughter. What right do you have to live?" On the other side, in a small courtyard in Jianghai Base City, Zheng Xiai, Xiaoli, and Sun Sai met again. Today is the day for reporting to the prestigious academy. All students from our internal and external factions will set off sooner or later, and Lu Chen is no exception. My informant has already notified me that Lu Chen has left his home and is heading towards the city gate without any personnel accompanying him. Xiaoli couldn't help but sneer. This guy doesn't know if he's arrogant or foolish. He actually dares to leave the city alone, really thinking no one would dare to touch him? Who knows? Maybe he's overconfident. After all, he's been in the spotlight lately, Sun Sai added with a mocking tone. Clearly, the three of them were not impressed by Lu Chen's current achievements. Among them, Zheng Xiai was particularly obvious. He was originally recognized as the #1 prodigy in Jianghai Base City. Even Lu Xia had suffered a defeat at his hands, and now he was being overshadowed by a second-tier Lu Chen. How could he not be jealous? During the battle of the core disciples, he missed his chance. This time would be his last opportunity, and he must seize the waste token. Therefore, Zheng Xiai was particularly happy at this moment. As long as he successfully obtained the waste token, his future path would be completely different. It's like this when things go too smoothly. Lu Xia's death has inflated his confidence too much, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, I will take action to make him see reality. You? Aren't there three of us? Zheng Xiai smiled slightly and said, "You are my insurance. When it comes to actually taking action, I will personally weigh him." So confident? Xiaoli looked at him in surprise. Then she saw Zhang Xi's calm expression. "I might have been a bit worried before, but after accidentally breaking through to perfection in the battle skills I've been training for the past 3 years, my realm has also reached the 3rd stage, 8th level. It's not a big problem." Both of them were taken aback upon hearing this, then felt relieved. No wonder he suddenly became so confident and arrogant. It turned out he had broken through. But the plan remains unchanged. Regardless of whether I am the one to suppress him in the end, the promised rewards will not change. If you two encounter any difficulties in the inner court in the future, I will step in to resolve them. Zheng Xiai spoke as if he had already envisioned himself becoming a core disciple. But this was not surprising. After all, he had always thought so before the dark horse Lu Chen appeared in the assessment. He had even fantasized many times that after becoming a core disciple, everyone would kneel and submit at his feet. But that fantasy was shattered by Lu Chen. In his eyes, Lu Chen had stolen what originally belonged to him. The most important point is that with me backing you up, your resources will definitely be more than others. This is my promise, and it won't change. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Chen is doomed this time. Xiaoli and Sun Kai both smiled upon hearing this, and for a moment, the atmosphere was harmonious. Meanwhile, as various demons and monsters in the city plotted their schemes, Lu Chen had already left the city boldly. Looking back at the city walls behind him, Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. Come on, the more the better. After saying this, he donned his black attire and set off towards his destination. Behind him, on the city walls, He Ling wore a worried expression, accompanied by other principals from the Yunchang district. This kid, do we really not need to follow and protect him? I see that other inner and outer court disciples have security personnel accompanying them. He Ling sighed and slowly shook his head. What he said makes sense. Those over 22 cannot lay a hand on him, but it doesn't mean they can't lay a hand on us. So the significance of protection is minimal. Those who want to take action will definitely be prepared, and there will be specific people to deal with him then. Rather than that, it would be better for one person to leave the city to avoid implicating other students from Yunchang district. As for those coveting him, he will handle it. The key is, can he handle it? He Ling shook his head. That depends on him, and this is also a test from mentor Zhong Huang of Huahua Academy for him. Successfully passing it will surely be beneficial. The other showed a look of realization upon hearing this, then sighed. This kid is decisive enough. I just hope everything goes smoothly. According to the map, Huahua Academy is located in a mountain area 500 kilometers outside the Zhonghai base city. The two locations are connected by a road that is regularly maintained to ensure that there are no overly high-level exotic beasts in the vicinity. One reason is to prevent the road from being damaged by exotic beasts, and the other is to ensure that students do not encounter accidents when reporting. This distance is generally sufficient for students who have been admitted with an average strength of late second stage to reach in about 2 days. If it weren't for the need to conserve energy for unexpected situations, they could actually arrive in a day. At this moment, Lu Chen had already traveled for more than 3 hours and was over 100 kilometers away from the city. This was still in controlling his speed, deliberately taking it slow, fearing that those behind him wouldn't catch up if he went too fast. Along the way, apart from encountering a few early stage second-level exotic beasts, nothing much happened. However, the situation of nothing happening changed once he entered a forest. Lu Chen felt his speed gradually slow down as he sensed unfamiliar gazes watching him. Their strength was not weak, but it didn't bring him much pressure. A surge of joy uncontrollably filled his heart, knowing that someone was eager to make a move. He just didn't know if it was members of the Lu family or others coveting his core identity. At that moment, 3 figures appeared, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, quietly surrounding Lu Chen from 3 directions. Lu Chen, long time no see. The leader was a young man dressed in a yellow and black martial arts uniform, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, quite handsome. Lu Chen recognized him at a glance. This person was among the 22 during the core assessment competition. According to the information he learned afterward, this man was once the top of Zhonghai City, Zhang Ci, who had always overshadowed Lu Xia. Beside him were a man and a woman, one named Chaoli and the other Sun Sai. They were leaders from various regions, just like Lu Xia was once the top in the southern 5 districts. At this moment, Zhang Ci spoke again, his tone calm and collected, as if he had already secured Lu Chen. Lu Chen, we 3 are here, and you must know why. I'll give you a chance, hand over your waist token, and we can swap identities without any issues. Otherwise. As he spoke, the 3 exchanged subtle glances, and their gazes toward Lu Chen turned cold. However, their words did not put any pressure on Lu Chen. Otherwise what? To be honest, I'm quite curious. Lu Chen's attitude immediately provoked the 3. Seeing this, Chaoli sneered. I advise you not to be too arrogant, Lu Chen. You do have some strength, but we are not Lu Xia, and we are not alone. This is still outside the city, dying here. No one will collect your body. Chaoli is right. Perhaps you are stronger than Lu Xia, but can you surpass the 3 of us? Even if you use secret techniques to kill Lu Xia, how long can you maintain those techniques? Can you withstand our 3 attacks? Sun Sai confidently smiled, trying to appear as if he was looking out for Lu Chen. We don't want your life, that's what the Lu family wants. As long as you hand over your waist token, this matter ends here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being heartless. At this moment, Zhang Ci showed a hint of displeasure, raising his hand to interrupt the other 2. It was agreed that you would only hold the line to prevent him from escaping. The one who will defeat him is me. Zhang Ci spoke firmly, as if to assert something. If the last time they contacted each other was to cooperate against Lu Chen out of genuine concern for his own strength, now he truly felt he would win. Lu Chen, at the 2nd level of the 3rd stage, could defeat Lu Xia at the 6th stage, but he was now at the 8th stage. He was a full 6 minor realms higher, with perfected combat skills and advancements in momentum. How could he lose? Therefore, to compensate for his previous retreat, he now displayed even more arrogance and confidence. The other 2, upon hearing this, immediately reacted. Well then, let's see your performance. With us here, he won't escape. Exactly, Brother Zhang, enjoy the battle. Hearing this, Zhang Ci felt even more satisfied, a smirk appearing on his lips. Don't worry, the battle will end soon. He can't possibly. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, in an instant, Zhang Ci's heart tightened, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Just by raising his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricted as a black spear appeared, its tip vibrating through the air as it closed in. Lu Chen held the spear in one hand, taking a light step forward, but the terrifying power of his physical body transformed him into an afterimage in an instant. The next moment, his figure appeared like a ghost, a handsome face within 2 meters of Zhang Ci. Alarm! Alarm! Zhang Ci never expected that his safe distance would be breached in the blink of an eye. The smile at the corner of his mouth hadn't even had time to fade before he could only quickly sidestep and raise his hand to deflect the spear, altering its trajectory. Sizzle, when the palm made contact with the spear, a puff of smoke erupted and the sharp pain caused Zhang Xiai to reflexively retract his hand, only to see blood already pooling in his palm. What terrifying speed, what terrifying force. Zhang Xiai narrowly avoided the blow, but his heart was filled with shock. Just a light tap on the spear shaft had resulted in an injury? This was a bit too exaggerated. Although he knew that Lu Chen was famous for his physical prowess, he never expected that an actual confrontation would bring such immense pressure. Lu Chen's missed strike felt normal. After all, if he could suppress Lu Xia for 3 years, it would be too easy for him to die from just one spear thrust. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength, which was entirely reasonable. Can you stop being so foolish? If you want to fight, just fight. What's with all the chatter? Lu Chen held the spear at an angle, its tip resting on the ground. You better actually have some skills, otherwise the beasts here tonight will have a feast. After saying this, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and his figure vanished, darting through space. Zhang Xiai quickly regained his composure and seeing Lu Chen's arrogance, he shouted in anger, looking for death? I'll grant you that. Boom! The aura of his 3rd tier 8th level was fully revealed and a long sword appeared in his hand, glowing with a green light. Perfect combat skill. Sword light flowing wings. Buzz. The sword energy resonated, as if it had come to life, and then Zhang Xiai, wielding the long sword, transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Lu Chen. What will you use to block this sword? Zhang Xiai roared, determined to kill Lu Chen with one strike and restore his earlier humiliation. Lu Chen, upon seeing this, remained indifferent, as if he felt no pressure at all. In an instant, his energy erupted, muscles bulging, and the spear was enveloped in black flames, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black dragon that danced wildly, soaring against the heavens. Combat skill, Dragon's Roar. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated, causing the eardrums of the onlookers to throb, while the expressions of the 2 spectators turned lively. The biological form of the combat skill let out a howl. Wasn't this the hallmark of a perfected combat skill? Moreover, judging from the momentum Lu Chen had just unleashed, this opportunity was clearly not at the 3rd tier 2nd level. This guy was evidently at the 3rd tier 6th level. As the 2 combat skills were unleashed, they instantly transformed into 2 beams of light colliding with each other. At the moment of impact, the sword light wings shattered inch by inch, quickly dissipating into energy light points. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's black dragon merely paused briefly before charging again at Zhang Xiai. At this moment, Zhang Xi's face had drastically changed. No way. This is not right. The script wasn't written this way. It was supposed to be a 3rd tier 8th level against a 2nd level, right? How did you suddenly jump to the 3rd tier 6th level? If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. After all, Lu Chen could kill a 6th level with just his 3rd tier 2nd level before. Now that he was at the 6th level, what could he use to fight back? Zhang Xi's eyes filled with terror as he watched the black dragon approach, and he could only grit his teeth and gather his final strike. For defense. At the same time, he no longer cared about his pride and shouted, "Come help me. If I die, none of you will escape." Lu Chen wielded his spear, swinging it in black arcs. Buy 1, get 2 free, what a conscience. Chao Li and Sun Kai's expressions changed upon seeing this, and they immediately took action. Having already offended Lu Chen by ambushing him, even if they ran now, where could they escape to within the Fire Hua Academy later? With Lu Chen's core identity and his vengeful nature, they would definitely not have a good outcome. Rather than that, it was better for the 3 of them to reasonably keep him here. Chao Li's slender hand brushed against her waist, and a red whip appeared, transforming into a dragon that coiled towards Lu Chen. Then, it skillfully wrapped around one end of the spear and pulled tightly. Move quickly. Sun Kai, understanding the cue, turned into an afterimage, a dagger appearing in his hand, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. The 2 attacked with the intent to kill, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Ridiculous. Lu Chen scoffed, his energy erupting, causing the spear to tremble. In Chao Li's incredulous gaze, he forcefully broke free from the bindings, and then the spear swung towards Sun Kai like a full moon bow. Whoosh! The air whistled, and the violent friction caused the black spear to faintly reveal golden dragon scales. Sun Kai's expression changed drastically, realizing he could only retract his killing move, and hurriedly shifted his position. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and the ground directly formed a deep pit several meters wide under the swing of the spear. Damn! If that hit, would he really survive? Sun Kai's face turned pale, instinctively stepping back. Watching the spear fall beside him, it extinguished most of his fighting spirit. He swore, if he didn't dodge the spear, he would probably be in 2 pieces right now. Fortunately, the 2's actions gave Zhang Xiai a moment to breathe. Seeing them attack, he pushed off the ground with his toes and charged at Lu Chen again with his charged sword. Let's go together. With the 3 of us attacking, he will undoubtedly die. Chao Li and Sun Kai, realizing there was no way to retreat, gritted their teeth and joined the encirclement. In an instant, the three top talents of Jianhai Base City united. Like never before, unleashing their killing moves. Battle technique, sword light flowing wings. Battle technique, fire python kill. Battle technique, shadow thrust. The three of them, from three different angles, sealed off all of Lu Chen's escape routes, forming a lethal momentum. Lu Chen stood still, gripping the spear without making any evasive moves. In a moment, all three revealed expressions of astonishment. What does this mean? Is this guy really going to take on the combined attack of three people? What a joke! Who does he think he is? Does he really believe he is invincible? Arrogant fool, to take our full force attack head on, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Xing Xi's face twisted, feeling insulted. But just as the three thought they were about to succeed, in a daze, they saw two golden pupils light up, and in those cold eyes, it seemed as if golden flames were burning. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged. Violent, bloodthirsty, ferocious, insane. Waves of aura swept across the field, and fiery red steam began to rise from Lu Chen's body. Yapping mutts, do you think you can challenge me? Boom! The attack ceased, and a thunderous roar suddenly struck. In an instant, the black spear was covered in golden scales, finally transforming into a golden lightning bolt that streaked through the air. Even the air was compressed by this terrifying violence, producing a sonic boom. Bang bang bang! Three muffled sounds echoed, and then the three figures were sent flying. They barely stopped after crashing through dozens of sturdy trees, falling to the ground. A sweet taste surged in Zhang Xi's throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? This guy actually shattered the battle techniques unleashed with all their strength in one strike. Not to mention the other two, he was using a perfected S-rank battle technique. To be shattered by a single spear, is there any justice in this world? Ugh, damn, it hurts, ugh. Nearby, the cries of the two could be heard, and compared to the stronger Zhang Xi, Chao Li and Sun Kai's situation was even more tragic. Chao Li's right hand, which wielded the whip, was now limp, clearly having all its bones and tendons shattered. Sun Kai's dagger was broken, and his chest visibly caved in. Yet, compared to the physical pain, the shock in their hearts was even more intense. Why is there such a huge gap, even though they are all at the third stage, 6th level? Is this guy really a human chi master? Without giving the three any chance to catch their breath, Lu Chen's blood energy surged as he strode closer. The piercing golden pupils made the three feel as if their livers and gallbladders were being torn apart. Ding! Player defeats the three top talents in one strike, gaining a large amount of fear emotion, violent points plus 9,400. Lu Chen slowly walked up to Zhang Xi, gently tapping the black spear tip on his face. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you talking now? Zhang Xi's eyes were complex, filled with a mix of regret, fear, and resentment. Seeing this, Lu Chen sneered, thrusting the spear tip into Zhang Xi's mouth and then twisting it forcefully. Instantly, screams filled the air. If you don't like to talk, then don't say anything anymore. After saying that, Lu Chen pushed the spear, piercing it through Zhang Xi's throat. Xing Xi struggled with her hands and feet, but eventually fell back into silence. Chao Li and Sun Sai trembled in fear, forced to bow their heads in the face of death. Lu Chen turned around, smiling at the two. Come on, tell me how you want to die? Chao Li's delicate body shook, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Lu Chen, this was all Zhang Xi's plan, we were just deceived by him. How about this? I can be your loyal servant from now on. You need someone to do your bidding at the Firehua Academy, right? I can also provide you with money and resources. Or I can be of use in other ways. Just as the words left her mouth, the long spear whistled through the air, piercing flesh with a clean and crisp sound that echoed around them. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Did I give you face? You didn't choose, so I'll choose for you. With that, he struck the spear blade. Crack! Red and white splattered everywhere, and the headless body slowly fell to the ground. Sun Sai was gradually numbed. At this point, he knew Lu Chen would not let him off easily. Yet, his instinct for survival compelled him to beg for mercy, his forehead banging against the ground with a thud. Lu Tianjiao, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I really made a mistake. Very good. It's good that you know you were wrong. Lu Chen's response left Sun Sai momentarily stunned, then filled with wild joy. Did this mean there was a chance for him? He felt anxious and was about to continue, flattering when he looked up and saw the spear tip rapidly approaching his face. Hiss! The spear tip pierced his forehead, light shining through from front to back. Lu Chen retracted the long spear, shaking off the blood. If you're wrong, you have to admit it. After all, I never thought you would let me go if I lost, right? In life, one must be fair. Lu Chen firmly believed that every step he took was extreme. As long as it was within the permissible range, his enemies had to die. From another perspective, if one day he lost, surely no one would let him off either. Next should be the Lu family. He just didn't know which unfortunate soul would come to their demise. With that thought, Lu Chen stored the long spear in his waistband space, then skillfully searched the 3 corpses for valuables before continuing on his way to the Firehua Academy. Not long after Lu Chen left, a figure resembling smoke slowly appeared. The newcomer scanned the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on the 3 dead bodies. What brutality! Luckily the organization raised the task rating, otherwise, the assassin sent might not have been able to subdue them. A hoarse, male voice murmured, looking up in the direction Lu Chen had vanished. He was a silver-ranked killer from Tianya, his strength having reached the 4th tier. Receiving a sudden assassination task to kill a high school student initially made him disdainful. A silver-ranked killer like him, with 4th tier strength, was actually tasked with assassinating a high school student. Wasn't that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? But complaints aside, the task reward was substantial, so he quickly accepted the mission to intercept. Following a killer's professional ethics, Leah adhered to the process of observing first, then deciding, and finally executing. Upon observing, he was taken aback, watching Lu Chen single-handedly slaughter 3 talented individuals, which dispelled his earlier underestimation. He was also relieved that he had taken on the task, otherwise, someone else might have ended up in a dire situation. It's a pity. These 3 were weak, otherwise, if I could have disturbed Lu Chen's mind a bit, perhaps there would have been a chance to strike. But there's no rush, there's still a long way to go, and there are more formidable opponents waiting for him. Leah felt a twinge of regret, his gaze towards the direction Lu Chen had left filled with a hint of cruelty and anticipation. A talent capable of fighting above his level, if he were to die at his hands, it would surely be exhilarating, right? But then again, that old fellow's strength was terrifying. If Lu Chen were killed by him, he would still gain credit for nothing. With that thought, Leah's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Lu Chen maintained a moderate speed, fearing that if he went too fast, those with ill intentions might not keep up, and that would be a terrible loss. As long as he followed his plan, this trip to register at the Firehua Academy would be the one where he gained the most violence points since he started his cheat. Such an opportunity must be cherished. Fortunately, the heavens do not disappoint those who are determined. Less than 10 miles into his journey, a roadblock appeared before him once again. An elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor. When Lu Chen recognized the man's face, he was somewhat surprised. You little bastard, I've finally caught up with you. This was the guardian of the Sect's son from the hidden Sect's 9 Sons Immortal Cave, whom he had killed not long ago. Lu Chen truly hadn't expected this group to be waiting to ambush him on the road. The key was that the opponent was a 5th tier expert, which made things a bit tricky. Lu Chen's expression turned serious, his body tense. The confrontation across 2 major realms made his skin feel as if it were being pricked by needles. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Pang Nantian revealed a satisfied smile of revenge. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant? You can't be killed in the city, so what if I kill you outside the city? Can the Shao family still protect you? Old man, the 9 Sons Immortal Cave should really thank you. But I wonder if your sect can withstand the wrath of the Firehua Academy. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on Pang Nantian, observing his surface changes. To his surprise, Pang Nantian showed no hesitation at all, his expression even turned somewhat frenzied. That's a matter for the main family. Right now, I just want to take revenge for the young master. Under 22? That rule doesn't apply to me. I just want you dead. After saying this, the white-haired old man unleashed his 5th tier Chi Master Realm, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Chen. Then, Lu Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and when he could see clearly again, Pang Nantian had lunged at him like a giant flying bear. Not daring to delay for a moment, Lu Chen had no reservations in the face of life and death danger. His golden pupils ignited once more, and a long spear appeared in his hand, smashing toward Pang Nantian. Boom! The air pressure lowered all. The surrounding trees, and dust, and stones flew everywhere. However, unlike before, this time Lu Chen was sent flying, his body tumbling in the air before barely landing. So strong. Even with full firepower, I might not be able to defeat this old man. Lu Chen thought to himself, his gaze beginning to scan the surroundings as he plotted an escape route. He had no so-called invincible heart or anything like that. Facing an opponent with such a vast difference in strength, was he supposed to wait for death? Moreover, this old man had gone mad. In his desire for revenge, he didn't even care about what the 9 Sons Immortal Cave would face next. There was no need to confront someone like him head-on. As long as he was alive, he would eventually find a way to settle the score. With this in mind, Lu Chen took the initiative to strike, swinging his spear, the golden shaft transforming into a dragon as it surged toward Pang Nantian. Seeing this scene, Pang Nantian was also incredulous. He was a 5th tier expert. To kill a 3rd tier brat, he actually had to use a second move. This was simply an insult. More importantly, this kid not only seemed unscathed but was also charging at him with a spear? What did that mean? Was he trying to defy the heavens? Thinking of this, Pang Nantian's anger surged, and he immediately unleashed his chi, striking out with a powerful palm. The momentum of this palm was particularly terrifying. The wind it generated uprooting the trees. Boom! With a loud bang, blood spurted from Lu Chen's mouth and his body was propelled into the distant jungle by the immense recoil. Seeing this, Peng Nantian was furious and began to chase him while floating in the air. Shameless. If you have the guts, don't run. Ridiculous, a 5th tier bullying a 3rd tier like me. If you hadn't been born decades earlier, killing you would be no different from killing a chicken. Lu Chen retorted coldly, his feet constantly pushing against the ground to maintain his speed. At this moment, his face showed paleness, as he utilized the effects of whale swallow and golden body transformation to heal himself while remaining vigilant of the pursuing movements behind him. However, the power of that palm was even more terrifying than he had imagined. His internal organs shifted, and several ribs broke. The pain felt like waves, continuously eroding his sanity, fueling his anger. Since he started using cheats, this was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. This old bastard has no sense of martial ethics, shamelessly bullying the weak with his strength. Fortunately, his physical body far exceeds that of his peers, allowing him to withstand 2 strikes before using the momentum to escape. A few seconds later, Lu Chen burned a full third of his vital energy to stabilize his internal injuries. Feeling the relentless pursuit of Peng Nantian behind him, he dared not linger for a moment. You young one, you will undoubtedly die today. Hearing the taunts from behind, Lu Chen's expression darkened, and he increased his speed even further. The opponent was a 5th tier expert, capable of flight. Such an adversary had a significant advantage in chasing him down. If it weren't for the numerous obstacles in the forest, he might not have been able to escape. Unless he could exhaust all of the opponent's energy, he might have a chance to survive. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen began to deliberately change directions in the jungle, using his agility to evade. Old man, I'm just walking my dog, what are you doing? Peng Nantian shouted angrily, don't be in such a hurry, once I catch you, you'll regret it. Yes, talking so much while chasing me, catch up first. After saying this, dozens of ranged attacks erupted behind him. However, Lu Chen's agile movements in the chaotic trees allowed him to easily dodge all the attacks. Look at you, getting anxious, your 5th tier cultivation is wasted. If it were me, I could extinguish you with just a finger. Shut up and die. Boom, boom, boom. Thus, one fled and the other pursued, and time slowly passed for over an hour. It was only when Peng Nantian landed with an extremely ugly expression that Lu Chen finally managed to escape. Peng Nantian glared at the black-clad youth slowly disappearing into the woods, gritting his teeth in anger. Pursuing in the air as a 5th tier expert consumed a lot of energy. If it weren't for his years of experience in this realm, he wouldn't have been able to sustain the chase for so long. He had thought that Lu Chen, being injured, would definitely collapse under such speed while fleeing. But who would have thought that while his own energy was nearly exhausted, the other party seemed to be getting more vigorous, as if unaffected at all? This endurance was likely greater than that of any beast. Watching the retreating figure, he glanced at his own nearly depleted energy. Peng Nantian could only vent his frustration by smashing dozens of giant trees with a palm strike. I'll just wait here on the main road, let's see how long you can hide. In a beast lair deep in the mountains, Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the cave, recuperating. The recent chase had burned through more than half of his vital energy, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of weakness. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong physical body and the skill to absorb energy continuously, he might have been in real danger. After more than half an hour, Lu Chen finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes regaining their brightness. Old bastard, you really hit hard. Lu Chen thought he had been cautious enough, but he still underestimated the complexity of human nature. Peng Nantian was actually willing to disregard the bottom line of the Firehua Academy for revenge, bullying a 3rd tier like him with his 5th tier status, and even violating the age restriction for those under 22. With Peng Nantian's appearance, Lu Chen would never believe he was just in his 20s. It was only because of his strong foundation and the game cheat by his side. If it were an ordinary 3rd tier chi master, they would have been dead without a doubt. However, this also indicated another point. The existence of hidden sects was not harmonious with the various organizations within the Xia kingdom. At the very least, there was a facade of peace but a heart of discord. Otherwise, how could he so brazenly treat the rules set by the Firehua Academy as nothing? Lu Chen reached out and tore off the thigh of a pig-like beast that had collapsed, transforming its energy into black flames to roast it until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After taking a few bites, he resolved his hunger. Then he turned his gaze to the opened gray-black light screen, his eyes fixated on the points of violence below. Main dark beast, little black realm, 3rd stage, 6th layer skills, golden body transformation, active, unity of heaven and man, passive, blade of metal, active, racial talent, devour. Weapon mastery, combat techniques, demon suppression technique, dragon roar, understanding of the heavenly path, force of might. Overall evaluation, the player's cultivation has made some achievements, and now you can try to oppress the weak. Violence points, 118,800. Can draw treasure chest sting. The player has fought fiercely and the foundation is solid. Please improve your strength as soon as possible. A full 11,000 violence points. Moreover, after this period of multiple battles, the system's restrictions have finally been lifted and I can continue to spend money. Lu Chen waved his hand and directly consumed 60,000 violence points. Ding. White-haired ape * 599. Ding. Congratulations to the player for drawing a rare dark beast, the nine-tailed demon fox. Did I get something good? Lu Chen was a bit surprised, but thinking about how he only got one good draw after 600 attempts, he felt the game was quite greedy. But anyway, getting one is still good. With good luck, he could devour it to gain skills. Ding. Skill Devour activated. The progress bar slowly increased, and a few minutes later, the panel in front of Lu Chen was updated. Main Dark Beast, Little Black Realm, 3rd stage, 9th layer, Great Perfection Skills, Golden Body Transformation, active, Unity of Heaven and Man, passive, Blade of Metal, active, Charm, active, Racial Talent, Devour, Weapon Mastery Combat Techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar Understanding of the Heavenly Path, Force of Might. Overall evaluation, the player's cultivation has made some achievements and now you can try to oppress the weak. Violence points 58,800, can draw treasure chest. Sting. The player has fought fiercely and the foundation is solid. Please improve your strength as soon as possible. Lu Chen's heart throbbed violently, gritting his teeth in anger. This game is getting more and more outrageous. In the early stages of the 3rd realm, it took 6 to 7,000 violence points to upgrade a layer, around 10,000 in the mid stage, and now in the late stage, it actually takes over 60,000 just to upgrade 3 layers to reach great perfection. Is this trying to kill me? What if I reach the 4th stage? Will my violence points keep up? With such resentment, he continued to look at the skills section. Sure enough, having devoured the rare dark beast, he obtained a new skill charm, which was expected. After all, it's a nine-tailed fox, so getting a charm skill makes sense. Just don't know how effective this thing is. With this thought, Lu Chen focused his mind and activated the charm skill. Just then, a black-purple halo spread out, and the next moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the beast cave, attacking Lu Chen. Damn! Lu Chen was startled. He was just trying to test the skill and didn't expect to actually lure out an old silver coin. He had no idea how it was hidden, managing to evade his sensory detection, lurking right at the entrance. If he hadn't happened to use the skill, he would have been ambushed from behind as soon as he stepped out. At this moment, it wasn't just Lu Chen who was shocked. The black shadow, Liya, was also thinking 1,000 curses in his heart. He had been following Lu Chen from a distance, planning to ambush him to complete his task. But who would have thought that Lu Chen's speed was just too fast, and he didn't have a chance to strike until Lu Chen entered this cave. Standing at the entrance, Liya didn't dare to rush in, fearing the dangers of such a cornered place. After careful consideration, he decided to use his unique hidden technique to quietly wait at the entrance for an opportunity. He originally thought this plan was flawless, but unexpectedly, a black-purple halo suddenly spread out. After the halo passed through his body, he inexplicably charged into the cave. It was completely uncontrollable, as if his body was being manipulated. Only then did he realize that Lu Chen had already discovered him and was planning to counter-ambush him all along. However, with things having come to this point, he could only go with the flow. The poisoned short sword in his hand was drawn, and he ruthlessly slashed towards Lu Chen's throat, aiming for a one-hit kill. On the other side, after a brief moment of confusion, Lu Chen immediately reacted. To put it bluntly, the charm was just a forced taunt, right? Other targets within range would be compelled to attack him. He just didn't expect that there was really someone hiding here. With this thought, Lu Chen's gaze turned cold and he unleashed a strike with his spear. Liya felt an ominous premonition. The terrifying killing intent pierced through his heart like a needle, forcing him to abandon his attack and change his position. He sensed that while he might severely injure Lu Chen with this strike, he would undoubtedly die in the process. As Lu Chen thrust out with his spear, the power erupted, directly penetrating the cave and allowing light from outside to shine through the dozens of meters of rock. Liya dodged this attack and instinctively turned to look back, his hair standing on end. Damn it! Is this guy even human? Moreover, wasn't he just severely injured while being chased by a 5th-tier old man? How could he still have the strength to launch such a devastating attack on the mountain? Lu Chen, not one to waste words after missing his strike, swung his spear like a dragon, carving a golden arc through the air. In an instant, he pounced towards Liya's landing spot. Liya didn't even have time to react before he saw a spear shaft covered in golden scales crashing down. Stop! I mean you no harm. As he spoke, Liya's hands transformed his chi into a ball of light, wrapping around the spear shaft to hold it back. Boom! The immense force directly bent his knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground, the surface cracking under the pressure. Seeing the spear being restrained, Lu Chen immediately let go and slid forward, throwing a punch to the side. The movement was so fluid it seemed premeditated. Under the weight and power of his punch, Liya's figure turned into a shadow and crashed against the cave wall, creating a hole. Lu Chen lifted his foot, the spear returning to his hand. You mean me no harm? But I do. Lu Chen considered himself no fool, yet someone was treating him like one. He didn't know who the other party was, but given that they had been lurking at the entrance for so long, it was clear they had ill intentions. Could Lu Chen give him a way out? Was that a joke? Leah stumbled out of the cave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking towards the young man not far away. At that moment, the young man in black resembled the Grim Reaper, slowly approaching with his spear in hand. His entire being radiated an imposing aura, showing no trace of the earlier desperate escape. It was impossible. How did this guy manage to do that? In such a short time, how did he recover? No, he not only regained his combat power, but his realm had also become even more terrifying. Leah sensed carefully, and his heart raced. The young man opposite him actually displayed the aura of a third-tier great perfection. Impossible. You were at most mid-third tier just now. How did you become great perfection? Leah's doubts only confirmed Lu Chen's suspicions. This guy had been following him all along. Idiot, how else could my realm have improved? Of course, I broke through. As soon as these words were spoken, Leah was so enraged he almost laughed. In just a short time inside the cave, breaking through 3 small realms, did he really think he was fooling me? But at this point, with the 2 of them at a standoff, one of them would surely perish. Leah was skilled in assassination, but every assassin had their life-saving techniques. That was the secret technique every assassin in the world would know, the surest strike. Gathering 90% of his chi, he unleashed an attack with 5 times the power of his realm as the core. Leah's secret technique slowly activated within him, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he coldly said, I can guarantee I won't follow you anymore as long as you let me go. You can live, and I can live too. Otherwise, if I unleash this move, you will undoubtedly die, and I will fall in realm. You better think carefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled up. It seemed he was ready to fight for his life. Looking at the other party's attire, it didn't resemble the decorations of some families from the Summer Kingdom, but rather akin to the sects like Peng Nanshan's. He must have mastered some secret techniques, just like Luo Xiang, whom he had killed Dai in the early stages of the 4th rank. The Chi Master was prepared to use life-threatening secret techniques. A few minutes ago, he might have compromised. But now, having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, why would he fear a mere early 4th rank? Did he really think his death was a trivial matter? Ridiculous. Whether I live or die is not for you to decide, but this next strike of mine. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. You better give it your all and try to grasp that slim chance of survival under my attack. Leah never expected Lu Chen to be so resolute. A 3rd rank pinnacle against his 4th rank. Though a prodigy could fight above their rank, shouldn't he show at least a bit of hesitation when fighting for his life? Yet this guy actually wanted him to put in effort, otherwise he wouldn't even have a glimmer of hope. Arrogant, overbearing, self-assured. These words could all describe Lu Chen at this moment. Seeing this, Leah accelerated his chi manipulation and then unleashed his secret technique. In that case, you shall die. With a surge of blood and energy, all of Leah's chi converged into a single point and erupted. Instantly, a terrifying pressure emerged, swirling within the cave and forming a whirlwind that continuously expanded it. Before long, even the corpses of the exotic beasts on the ground were reduced to powder. Die, Li! He shouted decisively, as a short sword hovered and spun between his hands, with burning blood and all his chi converging into this one strike. Whoosh! Almost imperceptibly, the short sword traced a faint line through the air before shooting towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's golden body furnace instantly activated, and in the moment his golden pupils lit up, it was as if a divine king had descended. An aura of authority, dominance, and bloodlust exploded forth. Immediately, all his muscles tensed, and the muscle patterns on his back even formed a ghostly face, ultimately channeling into the spear in his hand, aimed straight at the short sword. Boom! The moment the 2 attacks collided, a violent aura rampaged. Lu Chen's strength was immense, gathering the full chi of a 4th rank master and half of his blood energy into a single strike, which was already terrifyingly powerful and grand. Yet even so, it was still not enough against Lu Chen's fully unleashed spear. The spear, with its black base and golden scales, surged forward like a dragon, its force seemingly as unstoppable as Mount Tai crashing down. Accompanied by a continuous roar of explosions, the light emitted by the short sword actually began to crack, and finally, under Lia's incredulous gaze, the crack spread across the entire blade. In an instant, sword energy and spear light crisscrossed, piercing through the rocky cave. The entire cave trembled violently under the clash of the 2. Buzz! Lu Chen's remaining strength surged forward, and the spear emitted a buzzing sound as if responding to him. Under extreme pressure, the short sword was reduced to powder and vanished. Impossible! My 4th rank weapon! Leah exclaimed in disbelief, but he quickly realized his mistake. After the short sword was obliterated, the spear still had the strength to continue its assault. The spear tip glinting coldly, rushed towards his face. The threat of death loomed, and Leah could only unleash all his remaining chi and blood energy to form a defense. Sizzle! Boom! With a sound that tore through flesh and bone, the black spear, carrying Leah's figure, slammed against the cave wall, then pierced through the mountain, tearing through dozens of giant trees outside before finally pinning him to one of them. Ha, why? Leah, with all his bones shattered, hung on by a thread, unwilling to accept his fate. Bright red blood flowed from his toes, quickly forming a small stream on the ground. Lu Chen leaped out of the cave and landed in front of Leah. Practice more. If you're this weak, remember to work harder in your next life. Don't be so pathetic, it's no fun killing you. After saying this, Lu Chen shook the spear in his hand. With a clatter, Leah was shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering everywhere, not knowing which exotic beast would benefit from it. Ding! Player. Below defeats above, crossing great realms to kill enemies, violent points plus 21,000. A 4th rank Chi Master could provide at least 20,000 violent points. Lu Chen silently noted this number, and after some calculation he felt a surge of pressure. It seemed that after reaching the 4th rank, the speed of breaking through would significantly decrease. The violent points required for breakthroughs were increasing, but the points gained from killing were not as plentiful as he had imagined. It seems I need to shift my focus to the exotic beasts. Not only are they easy to kill, but there are also plenty of them. Lu Chen remembered that Xiao Wanwan had explained to him that once he entered university he could freely come and go from the academy as long as he accepted tasks. At that time, finding a task to hunt exotic beasts would likely go unnoticed. No one would care how many he killed. While pondering, Lu Chen noticed a piece of flesh from a beast with a waist token tied to it. With a wave of his hand he summoned the token back to him, seeing 3 large characters on it. Tianya Jian? Is this the name of a sect? Lu Chen mused, thinking that if it was indeed the name of a sect, it seemed quite prestigious. It couldn't possibly compare to a third-rate place like the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. But the problem was, he had no ties to such a sect. Was it brought by Peng Nantian? That didn't make sense either. If that were the case, why was Peng Nantian still pursuing him? If that wasn't it, could it be the Lu family? After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen ultimately found himself at a loss and had to give up. His gaze then shifted to a scroll, and upon opening it he felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't the secret technique he had just used, but rather a technique for concealing one's aura. After looking at it for a while, Lu Chen tossed it along with the Tianya Jin waist token into his space, then stood up and looked into the distance. Old bastard is still a bit tricky. I need to think of a way. On the road to Huahua Academy, the gray-haired Peng Nantian had been lying in wait for the entire afternoon. The time for reporting to Huahua Academy was drawing near, and he couldn't believe that Lu Chen would willingly give up his position as a core disciple and not report to the academy. Moreover, he had already made a deadly enemy of Lu Chen, so he decided to block him here. But as the sky darkened, Peng Nantian still hadn't seen Lu Chen's figure. Instead, some ordinary inner court students passed by one after another, casting him puzzled glances. That little bastard still hasn't shown up. Could he really be willing to give up? Peng Nantian murmured softly, beginning to have second thoughts. During the day outside the city, it was fine. Previously, a large number of human Chi masters had swept through this essential route, so there weren't many exotic beasts around. But at night, it was different. In the darkness, the lurking ability and vision of the exotic beasts were much stronger, so even near this official road, powerful exotic beasts would start to appear. Even with his 5th-tier cultivation, he felt a sense of unease. Peng Nantian estimated the speed at which night was falling, then gritted his teeth. I'll wait for another hour. If I still don't see him, I'll find a cave to rest. Time passed slowly. He didn't know how long it had been, but just as Peng Nantian was about to give up waiting, a black chi blade erupted from the jungle, swiftly slashing towards the back of his head. Peng Nantian's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a sinister smile. You little brat, I've finally caught you. With that, his robust body flipped to evade the chi blade, naturally turning in midair to charge towards the direction from which the blade had come. Old bastard, today I will definitely kill you. Lu Chen coldly responded, seeing Peng Nantian flying towards him and immediately turning to run deeper into the forest. This time, Peng Nantian had learned to be clever. He kept his body close to the ground, lightly pushing off obstacles to change direction. In an instant, the distance between the two was slowly closing. Do you really think you can escape me by running around? This time, I will kill you to vent my anger. You talk too much. If you have the guts, then try it. Even if I don't report to the academy, I will play with you to the end today. The two of them ran off into the distance, just like the first chase, with the only difference being that this time Lu Chen was slower, while Peng Nantian was a bit faster. Seeing this, Peng Nantian had no doubts. After all, Lu Chen had been injured by him before, and it was normal for his speed to decrease without fully recovering. As the distance closed, he couldn't help but feel excited. If he killed Lu Chen, he would never admit it. Huahua Academy would surely find it hard to pin the blame on him. Otherwise, if the sect master's son was killed under his watch without him taking any action, he would be dead meat upon returning. But just as Pang Nantian was about to catch Lu Chen, he witnessed an incomprehensible scene. Liu Chen's spear gathered power in his hand, and a terrifying spear light swung directly towards a cave not far away. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion, Lu Chen's figure disappeared into the dust after bouncing off the ground several times. Pang Nantian was momentarily stunned, not understanding the significance of the other party's actions. Could Lu Chen really think he could escape with such a trick? If that were the case, wouldn't his decades of effort be in vain? But just as he was lost in thought, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying aura surged out from the cave shrouded in dust. Roar! Who? Accompanied by an angry roar, Pang Nantian's face turned pale. A late-stage fifth-tier beast, the Bloodhorned Bull. Damn it, was this kid looking for death? Deliberately provoking a fifth-tier beast, neither of them would be able to escape. One must know that beasts of the same level almost crush human chi masters. Unless one is among the top talents, there is no chance of victory at the same realm. And he, having become a guard, was naturally not a top talent. Let alone facing a late-stage fifth-tier beast, he wouldn't even stand a chance against an early-stage one. Run, run, run. The only way to survive was to run. While the Bloodhorned Bull attacked Lu Chen, he still had a chance to escape. But this thought was quickly shattered. In Pang Nantian's terrified gaze, he saw that the Bloodhorned Bull's attack target had immediately locked onto him. Not me. But the beast wouldn't listen. To his explanation, it transformed into a shadow and instantly pounced in front of him. Boom! The massive beast stood 7 to 8 meters tall, and its sturdy iron hooves stomped down, causing the ground to ripple like water. Pang Nantian barely dodged and was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth filled with dread. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been turned into meat paste. At the same time, Pang Nantian was filled with confusion and fear. No, why? Was this creature fixated on him? Shouldn't it kill whoever provoked it first? Why was it targeting him as soon as it appeared? Instinctively, Pang Nantian's features moved, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. Because under his probing, Lu Chen had completely vanished. How long had it been? At Lu Chen's speed, he definitely wouldn't have run out of probing range, yet now he couldn't even find where the other party was. Roar! Before he could process this, the killing intent of the Bloodhorned Bull surged again. The blood-red horns transformed into lightning, tracing several arcs in the air as they stabbed directly towards Pang Nantian's chest and abdomen. Kill! Seeing this, Pang Nantian knew that the only way to survive was to fight to the death. Otherwise, given the nature of the beast, he would never escape. Pang Nantian mobilized his chi and continuously unleashed combat techniques. In an instant, the forest was filled with flying sand and stones, the momentum of the fifth-tier battle sweeping the nearby area flat for hundreds of meters. Wherever the man and beast passed, not a blade of grass remained. Lu Chen, hiding not far away, felt the danger just by watching the battlefield. Fortunately, he hadn't been overconfident. Otherwise, even if he had broken through to the third-tier perfection, he wouldn't have been enough to withstand a fifth-tier chi master. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, the battle was nearing its end. The Bloodhorned Bull unleashed its front hoof stomp skill again, forcing Pang Nantian to dodge in a panic. After all, anyone would know that it was a foolish decision to clash physically with a beast. But just then, the Bloodhorned Bull seemed to have already predicted Pang Nantian's dodging trajectory, and directly turned to sweep its tail. The massive bull's tail was no thinner than the surrounding trees, and with terrifying force, it struck Pang Nantian's chest. Crack! Even from a distance, Lu Chen could hear the sound of bones breaking. Then he saw Pang Nantian crash to the ground, coughing up blood mixed with internal organs. This appearance clearly indicated he wouldn't survive. Human! You provoked me, you must die. The Bloodhorned Bull raised its hoof, about to stomp heavily down on Pang Nantian. I won't accept this. Lu Chen, I won't let you go even as a ghost. The shrill curse abruptly stopped, and when the Bloodhorned Bull lifted its hoof, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. At this moment, the Bloodhorned Bull seemed to sense something and began to observe its surroundings continuously. Liu Chen's heart sank at the sight, and he made every effort to remain hidden, even pausing his breath. He was terrified of being discovered by the terrifying beast, otherwise he feared he would meet the same fate as Pang Nantian. Fortunately, after the Bloodhorned Bull checked the area and found no trace of Lu Chen, it finally gulped down the blood-soaked mud from the ground and leisurely returned to its cave. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed that Lu Chen dared to move away from the spot. After covering a distance of several dozen kilometers, he finally felt safe enough to stop the operation of his concealment technique. 500 kilometers southwest of the Jianghai base city in the Xia country, there was a massive cluster of buildings established within a super canyon surrounded by perilous peaks. Those familiar with the geography of Xia country after the Great Catastrophe could guess that this was the location of the top academy corresponding to the Jianghai base city among the 6 major base cities, Huahua Academy. At this moment, 2 figures stood on the cliffside bell tower outside the academy, gazing at the only entrance to the canyon, which was also the entrance for students to report to the academy. That kid didn't come? If that's the case, it would be a waste of a position under your name, Lin Junhai said with a hint of regret as he glanced at Zhong Huang. For students, obtaining a core disciple position at a top academy was extremely precious, but little did they know that this was also a significant position for the mentor themselves. Therefore, it was a considerable loss for Zhong Huang, who had finally managed to recruit a core disciple, only to find that the person did not report. Zhong Huang frowned slightly, retracting his gaze from the canyon entrance and looking at Lin Junhai beside him. I can still bear the loss of 1 core disciple position, Lin Junhai replied. Each mentor director has a limited number of core disciple slots. Identifying talent is also a test. In our selection of disciples, losing one is just losing one, no need to dwell on it afterward. Seeing Zhong Huang's beautiful brows relax, it seemed he truly didn't mind much, which eased Lin Junhai's worries and guilt somewhat. After all, he had played a part in giving out the core disciple badge, but he hadn't expected that the promising young man he had favored would not show up. Reflecting on Lu Chan's outstanding performance during the assessment, Lin Junhai felt a twinge of regret. He didn't know if the young man had met with misfortune on the way or if it was a revenge from enemies. In any case, he had failed this last hurdle. You should just keep promising candidates by your side next time you see one worthy of a badge. There's no need to create a rule that allows for badge snatching, Lin Junhai kindly reminded him. Other mentor directors would immediately take in promising students to cultivate them in the academy. Only Zhong Huang liked to create a competition period, having suffered losses several times already. Zhong Huang turned and walked toward the academy, saying, without bloodshed and pressure, one cannot achieve greatness. This is my standard, and besides, it is also the student's own choice. If you lose, you must accept it. After saying this, Zhong Huang lightly stepped and leaped into the air. Let's go, the opening ceremony is about to start. I truly don't care about losing one badge. Lin Junhai could only sigh helplessly at the sight. At the entrance registration area of Huahua Academy, according to the academy's past rules, the registration would close at noon. By that time, even if someone came to register, they would be persuaded to leave. The senior students responsible for the registration stood at the door, watching the few students trickling in, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Those who arrived just before the closing of the door were indeed fortunate. This year's number of registrants has increased by over 400 compared to last year. It seems our academy has expanded quite a bit, one student said, slightly bored, and then started chatting. With all 6 top academies expanding their enrollment, do you think a new S-level secret realm is about to open? That's unlikely, right? The last time an S-level secret realm opened was said to be just over 10 years ago. It shouldn't be so frequent, right? That's hard to say. After all, many fourth-year seniors are increasingly frequent in their attendance for guarding missions, and there have been reports of disturbances in various secret realms. The current situation is uncertain, the students said, their eyes revealing a hint of worry, not to mention anything else. In recent years, the secret realm riots have had seniors guarding them, but in a few years, they will become seniors themselves and will have to go as well. It is said that the secret realms contain opportunities, but they are also fraught with dangers. The secret realms that have riots are even more perilous, and no one dares to claim they can return safely. Hey, stop thinking about it. By the time we go on a mission, it will be 2 years from now. Maybe there won't be so many issues then. That's true. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared at the entrance of the academy, and the badge at their waist made the guards' expressions tense. I've met with the inner court senior. The newcomer nodded lightly upon seeing this, then spoke. My name is Yang Qi. I entered the academy yesterday, and I'm here today to inquire about something. I heard that this year, your Jianghai base city has a core disciple entering. Have you seen them? The group was taken aback, then realized that the inner court student before them was not from Jianghai base city but had come from other major base cities. This situation is generally quite common. Some students' cultivation methods are more suited to the top academies of other base cities and they can apply there. As long as they pass, they can enroll normally. In terms of competitiveness, the pressure is even a bit less than that of their own base city. At this moment, an outer court student shook his head and said, I haven't seen them. Currently, there are no purple core badges entering the academy. Yang Qi showed dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, they haven't come? It's almost time. Did they die on the way? Well, we don't know, but we really haven't seen anyone. Yang Qi coldly nodded and said nothing more. He and his sister, Yang Miao, were originally the pride of Dongfu base city. The reason they didn't choose the top academy of their own base city was that they were aiming for the core spots at Huahua Academy. Their family had pulled many strings and learned that this year's main Examiner, Mentor Zhong Huang, still had 2 core spots available. Moreover, the cultivation methods of the Yang family were similar to those of Mentor Zhong Huang, and with his 3rd tier 8th level cultivation and his sister Yang Miao's 3rd tier 9th level cultivation, they had a good chance of competing. After all, their family had inquired, and Jianghai Base City had been lacking in talent these past 2 years, with hardly any particularly outstanding individuals. If the 2 siblings applied across cities, their chances of securing core positions were quite significant. Just right, with 2 core spots, it would be a wonderful thing for the siblings to secure them together. But things often do not go as planned. Just when he was filled with joy and anticipation after applying for the assessment at Huahua Academy, he was informed that Mentor Zhong Huang had already accepted a core disciple from Jianghai Base City and was not considering any more for the time being. Instantly, the siblings, Yang Miao and Yang Qi, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. A bucket of cold water poured over them, from head to toe. After calming down, he, having obtained the inner court badge, inquired for a long time and was nearly driven to the point of vomiting blood. Upon learning the truth, the student who secured the core disciple position from Jianghai Base City was actually just a 3rd tier 2nd level clown. How could Mentor Zhong Huang treat someone with such a low realm, poor cultivation speed, barely a 3rd tier 2nd level, as a treasure? This was unacceptable to him, who had always been proud, and he couldn't help but want to find this student named Lu Chen immediately. Then, in front of all the students in the academy, he would challenge him to prove that the Yang siblings were the most qualified students to obtain the core disciple positions this year. So, as soon as the school started yesterday, he rushed to the academy under the protection of family guards. He waited at the academy gate all day but didn't see a single purple badge. Thinking it might arrive the next day, he came back early this morning to inquire about the situation. But as the registration deadline approached and the person still hadn't arrived, he was filled with confusion. Time is running out. Prepare to close the formation, someone suggested as they noticed Yang Qi had stepped aside and stopped speaking. Alright, get ready. What the heck? At that moment, a figure appeared between the distant mountain walls. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw a young boy in black quickly charging along the mountainside. Dust swirled up as he landed, and the boy revealed a brilliant smile. Sorry for the delay, I'm not late, am I? Although the outer court students had entered a year earlier, their progress in strength was not necessarily fast. Some who had entered a year ago at the late 2nd stage were only at the early 3rd stage now. So, upon witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying speed, they all realized he must be a prodigy from the inner court. Thinking of this, someone shook their head and laughed. You're just 30 seconds late, you made it just in time. Hearing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had hurried and finally caught up. First, he was besieged by 3 fools, then chased by a 5th stage old rascal. And while healing, he unexpectedly discovered an unusual sect member. Finally, to shake off Peng Nantian, he set a trap. He first spent some of his violence points to learn the secret technique of concealing his aura from the book between the ends of the earth, and then took a long time to find a 5th stage exotic beast. Ultimately, he lured Peng Nantian to the beast's cave, attacked first, and activated the aura concealing technique, letting 2 tigers fight. He used the exotic beast to kill that old rascal Peng Nantian. Although he successfully escaped afterward, the old forest outside the city at night was not a place where a mere 3rd stage perfectionist could roam freely. He proceeded cautiously, only daring to rush along the path with all his strength after dawn. If it weren't for his immense stamina, he might have truly become the first core disciple to miss enrollment due to tardiness. As long as you made it, may I ask how to report? The outer court students immediately smiled and replied, show your waist token for registration, and then you'll be considered enrolled. Lu Chen nodded at this, casually taking out the waist token hidden under his clothing. As soon as the purple waist token was revealed, everyone present was stunned. The outer court students' pupils dilated and then constricted, their breathing becoming rapid. Meanwhile, Yang Qi, who had not yet left, was breathing heavily, his eyes wide. The person before him was the one who had snatched the core position from him and his sister. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing that something was off. Suppressing his inner delight, he presented the waist token to several outer court students. Gentlemen, could you assist with the registration? The outer court students finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly took the waist token. No problem, just a moment, it'll be ready soon. But just as they were about to register the information, an untimely voice came through, cold and icy. Wait! Everyone was taken aback, and the outer court personnel instinctively looked over. Seeing it was the inner court's Yang Qi from earlier, they asked in confusion, what's the matter, senior brother? He's late. According to the rules, he can't register for school. Actually, that's not true, senior brother. There were still a few dozen seconds left. Yang Qi sneered, that was just now. What about now? The outer court student responsible for registration's face stiffened, then realized that with this delay, the time had just passed by a few seconds. At this moment, Yang Qi continued to look at Lu Chen, the disdain on his lips unmistakable. A core waste token, and you almost missed the enrollment time. It would be better to hand it over to someone else. Lu Chen felt a wave of refreshment. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. Truly, this was a top-tier academy. He had just arrived at the entrance and already encountered the arrogant prodigy template. Lu Chen was beginning to look forward to university life. If everyone here was so easy to provoke, wouldn't his violence points come in abundance? Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Yang Qi thought he had intimidated him with his aura. So, he smirked, reaching directly for the purple waste token in the registrar's hand. Humph. Such a coward. I wonder how Mentor Zhang Huang chose him, must be blind? Ha! In the moment Yang Qi was distracted, he found his outstretched hand grasped by a slender white jade-like hand, and, looking up, he saw it was Lu Chen. I have a question, is medical care expensive at Huahua Academy? The outer court students were taken aback by the question. And before they could respond, a terrifying scene unfolded. Liu Chen twisted his palm, and immediately Yang Qi's wrist bent at a strange angle, accompanied by a bizarre cracking sound. Yang Qi's eyes widened, and pain surged through him, causing him to cry out in agony. Ah! Lu Chen's gaze was icy cold, daring to reach for my things. After saying this, before Yang Qi could react, he saw the boy lift his leg and kick fiercely towards his chest. The remaining arm raised to block, but it was also broken by the kick, and finally, the sole of the foot landed on his chest. A tremendous force erupted, sending Yang Qi's body flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the spot. Please register me, I'm here for enrollment. Lu Chen wiped his hands and smiled at the others. Seeing this, the crowd shivered and quickly nodded to register. Until Lu Chen left, everyone felt a sense of relief breaking out in a cold sweat. Is he really the only core disciple this year? I think his name is Lu Chen. I heard he made a life and death pact during the assessment battle, and directly killed a genius at the 6th level of the 3rd stage. Damn, 6th level of the 3rd stage? That's a strong disciple even in the inner court. Of course, otherwise how could he be worthy of being a core disciple? There are only about 40 of them in the entire academy. Forget it. This kind of prodigy is too far from us. Let's hurry back to report and collect our credits. Lu Chen continued forward following the signposts, and after a full 10 minutes he arrived at a square. At this moment there were quite a few newly registered students lingering here, seemingly too obvious in their confusion. Lu Chen was soon approached by someone. Hello, classmate, are you just registered? Lu Chen turned around to see a thin boy talking to him. Is there something you need? Nothing major. My name is Yen Ju, and I'm a sophomore. I'm here to provide some services, such as guiding and introducing new students. Lu Chen nodded at this. What's the fee? Yen Ju smiled. Talking to a smart person was simple. One first stage beast crystal core will do. A first stage crystal core? That price isn't exactly cheap. After all, first stage crystal cores start at tens of thousands outside. However, for Lu Chen at this moment, it wasn't much, so he casually tossed out a crystal core to save trouble. Just take me to meet the mentor for enrollment, and I'll familiarize myself with everything else later. Yen Ju was very pleased to see this, nodded, and immediately entered work mode. I wonder if you have a preferred mentor after enrolling. If not, I can help introduce you. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Students choose mentors? You go ahead and tell me. Alright, we have a total of 300 mentors at Huahua Academy. Among them, there are 200 ordinary mentors, whose strength is generally around the 5th stage, responsible for teaching most of the outer court students. However, some with deeper qualifications or unique insights also take on the role of mentors for inner court students. Among the remaining 100 mentors, 85 are senior mentors at the 6th stage, mainly responsible for teaching and working with inner court students, occasionally accepting some elite outer court students with potential. Finally, there are the remaining 15 director-level mentors, whose strength generally starts at the 7th stage. Besides being responsible for public lectures, they only teach a small number of elite inner court students and mentor core disciples personally. As he spoke, Yen Ju looked at Lu Chen's waist, and upon not seeing a specific badge, he quickly realized, although you just entered, you look like a prodigy. You must be an inner court student, right? My suggestion is to honestly choose a senior mentor according to the specifications. The chances of being rejected are very low. Oh. Lu Chen nodded slowly, then shook his head. I'm not an inner court student. Yen Ju's face stiffened, and his expression became extremely awkward. He thought to himself that he usually had a good eye for people, but how did he make such a big mistake today? The outer disciples must be feeling incredibly awkward being held like this by me. I never expected that my so-called strong connections in the academy would almost lead to a mishap here. Haha, no worries, classmate. There are quite a few outer disciples in our academy who have worked hard to upgrade to the inner court. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Before I could finish my sentence, Lu Chen spoke again, his tone calm. I never said I was an outer disciple. Yan Zhu's expression froze again upon hearing this, and then he blankly asked, core student? There are a total of 15 director-level mentors at Huahua Academy, each starting with a strength of at least level 7. In the Chi Master realm, these individuals are already quite renowned, and further advancement leads to the half-step master level. Some of them are still quite young, with the potential to reach the master realm in the future. Out of the 8,000 to 9,000 students across the 4 grades in the entire academy, only about 40 have been recognized and accepted as core disciples by these 15 mentors. And the young man in front of me is actually one of that small group? Yan Zhu felt he was unusually lucky today to have met a core disciple. Who would believe it if he told them? Lu Chen calmly looked at him and said, my mentor is Mentor Zhong Huang. She told me to find her when I reported in, but now I don't know where to go. Yan Zhu came back to his senses, his expression becoming more friendly. Senior brother, could I see your waist token? As Lu Chen pulled out a purple waist token from his pocket, Yan Zhu's anxious heart finally settled. Senior brother, please follow me. The disciples of director-level mentors visit their mentors directly. I'll take you there right now. Thank you. Yan Zhu excitedly walked ahead, while Lu Chen followed, casually admiring the scenery within the academy. Soon, the two arrived in front of a small estate. Director-level mentors all have their own estate residences. I can't go in, but you can enter by yourself, senior brother. Lu Chen looked at the large gate in front of him, seemingly unguarded. Alright, thank you. You're too polite, senior brother. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, Yan Zhu bid farewell gracefully and left without another word. This alone was already far beyond the average person, earning Lu Chen a bit more respect for him. Entering the estate, Lu Chen still wandered aimlessly, feeling quite lost. Coming to report at Huahua Academy left him feeling bewildered. He was confused after being chased by some sect from across the world, and after the scheme to eliminate Peng Nantian, he was still dazed. Now that he was enrolled, not seeing his mentor only added to his confusion. Sigh. I'll just take it one step at a time. Just then, a female voice called out, stop, who are you barging into the teacher's residence? After returning to the academy, Zhong Huang parted ways with Lin Jinhai and went back to her residence alone. Lu Chen's failure to report made her feel quite upset. Although she pretended to be indifferent in front of others, deep down, she cared a lot. That was a core disciple slot. After all, each mentor has a limited number, and giving one away is a huge gamble. Yet, she had already faced 2 consecutive years of investment failures. Other mentors at least had 1 or 2 core disciples under them, but she, as a newly appointed director-level mentor, had not had a single personal disciple for 2 years. If this got out, it would not only be a laughingstock but also undermine some of her students. Not having a personal disciple would imply her incompetence, right? Therefore, Zhong Huang was particularly keen on this year's slot, and Lu Chen was her breakthrough from 0 to 1. But what happened? She hadn't even seen him. Zhong Huang, thinking of this, angrily sat on the cultivation stone platform, pounding her fists in frustration, her cheeks puffing up in anger. Do I really have to lower my standards? Sigh, Lu Chen's strength shouldn't be an issue. Zhong Huang muttered to herself, looking quite puzzled. In her view, being able to kill someone at the 3rd level, 6th stage indicated that he at least had late-stage 3rd level strength. With that level of power, how many peers under 22 could kill him? At least, aside from the top talents from prestigious academies, he was hardly seen outside. In such circumstances, who could easily take on Lu Chen? Could it be that the Lu family disregarded her words and took action? But why hasn't there been any news yet? Zhong Huang had many questions, and her disappointment only made her more restless. Just then, a wave of energy fluctuations from outside caught her attention. Someone was actually making a move within her estate. However, before she could get angry, the battle fluctuations quickly dissipated. Zhong Huang frowned and flashed into the estate, her expression shifting from irritation to her usual aloofness. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was one of her elite disciples from the inner court, but the disciple was in a bad state, embedded in the wall. Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been somewhat desperate, immediately felt a spark of hope upon seeing her teacher's figure appear in the air. Teacher, someone has intruded into the estate. Following the direction of her finger, Zhong Huang's pupils constricted and her gaze brightened. Lu Chen? Seeing the main person had arrived, Lu Chen didn't want to ruin his image in front of his teacher, so he decisively bowed and said, "Greetings, teacher. Why did you only arrive now? I thought you wouldn't make it." Zhong Huang beckoned, and the purple waist token at Lu Chen's waist flew into her hand. After sensing the information inside, which showed successful registration, her mood instantly brightened. Successful registration meant Lu Chen had entered within the stipulated time. Valid. Ahem, there were a few unexpected incidents on the way that delayed me. Zhong Huang returned the waist token to Lu Chen and then landed beside him, looking around a few times. Seeing that he was unharmed, she nodded in satisfaction. Good, now that you're here, you will officially become my core disciple. Since you've been traveling all day, I won't elaborate further. I also need to report to the school about successfully adding a core disciple. Later, I'll have someone take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. After saying this, Zhong Huang turned her gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still embedded in the wall. Xiaoxiao, this is Lu Chen, my direct disciple. Please take him to get acquainted with the surroundings. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This person is actually a core disciple? What the hell? So I just got beaten up by a core disciple? Well, that's fine, I can accept it now. But this newly enrolled senior brother seems to lack martial ethics. He was so ruthless against a girl like me? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Chen and then at her teacher, ultimately having to accept the reality of having taken a beating for nothing. Alright, teacher. Seeing this, Zhong Huang continued, consider it your credits. Okay, teacher. I will definitely serve senior brother Lu Chen well. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly filled with enthusiasm, and after failing to pull herself out of the wall, she could only awkwardly wave her hand. After Zhong Huang's hurried figure disappeared, she looked at Lu Chen with a hint of embarrassment. Senior brother, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, can we? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen raised his hand and waved, immediately releasing the energy that had been holding her down. Since the moment he entered, this girl had suddenly warned him and made a move, so Lu Chen had been holding back. One reason was that the other party hadn't shown any killing intent, and the second was that since this was Zhong Huang's estate and the other party claimed it was her teacher's residence, it was likely one of Zhong Huang's students. So simply put, if he acted too harshly, it would be awkward, right? Where are we going now? Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and said, first, I'll arrange your accommodation, and then. For some reason, Lin Xiaoxiao revealed a hint of a smile and said, then I'll take you to a great place, the cultivation holy land in the eyes of most students at Huohua Academy. Hearing this, Lu Chen became interested and gladly accepted the sudden arrangement from this junior sister. Lin Xiaoxiao led Lu Chen further into the academy. Senior brother Lu, I'm really sorry about earlier. Zhong Huang's estate is usually in a locked state, so I didn't expect any new students to come for registration. It's fine. Lu Chen waved his hand casually, indicating that she didn't need to worry. After all, the fact that he hadn't used lethal force meant he wasn't angry. Otherwise, with Lin Xiaoxiao's build, she would likely be in the hospital by now. Brother Lu, ahead is where your core disciples reside. The strength and talent of our school represent all resources. Outer disciples can only stay in single apartments, while inner disciples can apply for suites. As for core disciples like you, the standard accommodation is a standalone villa. Although it's not as large as the mentor's estates, it's still a very high level of treatment. Lu Chen looked towards a row of completed villas not far away. So big. There will be dedicated staff for regular cleaning, and core disciples also have a quota to bring a helper for study companionship. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly explained, then led Lu Chen to a standalone villa and pushed the door open. It's already cleaned, you can move in directly. After putting down his luggage, Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. You enrolled before me, so why do you call me brother? The academy stipulates that students of the same realm can address each other according to their enrollment order, but for higher level students, regardless of when they enrolled, they must be respectfully called brother. After all, this place values strength above all. While Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her slightly sore backside, she sized up Lu Chen. The boy had a somewhat cold expression, and his black martial arts uniform looked very ordinary. His delicate face gave off a very obedient vibe. She couldn't help but sigh, realizing that one shouldn't judge by appearances. This guy was anything but obedient. If it weren't for the recent beating he took, she might have almost believed it. However, she had heard that students with purple waist tokens often had big tempers. After all, they were the best of the best. Lu Chen looked around. The standalone villa that belonged to him was well decorated, luxurious, and quite imposing. There were dozens of such villas divided into independent residential areas, and not many people were moving about, making it seem a bit desolate. However, Lu Chen didn't mind much. He was used to living in rental places, so this was naturally not a problem. After a simple look around, he actively turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, let's go. You just mentioned taking me to a good place? Lin Xiaoxiao, who had almost dozed off on the sofa, sighed in her heart about the quality of the villa's furnishings. The sofa was exceptionally comfortable, and sitting on it made her sleepy. Huohua Tower, our Huohua Academy's unique cultivation sanctuary, is a place that all of us students dream of. It's also one of the foundations for our academy to become one of the 6 top institutions. Sounds impressive. What are the benefits? There are many benefits, Lin Xiaoxiao said mysteriously. Do you know what lies beneath our Huohua Academy? Lu Chen shook his head. What the heck? Everyone said top institutions were amazing, so he came here. Because there were more geniuses and more resources, he could earn more violent points. But no one specifically told him what made Huohua Academy one of the 6 top institutions. Seeing his confusion, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and continued, actually, beneath our Huahua Academy is a semi-dormant volcano. Since the disaster occurred and the world's energy mechanisms were revealed, many dangerous places have transformed into extraordinary lands. Some have opportunities, while others are perilous. Our Huahua Academy occupies a place of opportunity, constantly accumulating fire energy from the semi-dormant volcano. This energy is guided and filtered through formations set up by the big shots in our academy, ultimately becoming the most popular place for fire energy body refinement, which is now the Hua Tower. As they talked and walked, soon Lu Chen followed Lin Xiaoxiao's direction and saw a 5-story ancient-style building appear before him. The plaque in the middle of the building had 3 large characters, Hua Tower. Are there any requirements to enter here for cultivation? No requirements. As long as you are a student of our academy, you can enter. The higher the floor, the better the effects, but since the spots are limited, well, you understand, right? Got it. Lu Chen nodded. With that said, what else was there to not understand? To put it bluntly, it's all about relying on fists, right? Whoever has the harder fists and higher realm can go up to the 5th floor. Those without enough strength naturally stay obediently on the lower floors. Although our school doesn't have as many people as an ordinary undergraduate program, we still have around 8 or 9,000 students, so it's basically packed here, and the higher you go, the more competition there is. Moreover, the 5th floor has 20 of the best effect array chambers, which are much better than other spots, but they are basically exclusive to the top 20 on the core leaderboard. Although the array chambers can actually accommodate 2 or 3 people without any problem, geniuses tend to be a bit arrogant and usually occupy 1 room each. Lu Chen nodded and said, yeah, some people just love to use public resources for personal gain. Those kinds of people are the worst. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, thinking that this senior in front of her was indeed quite brazen. The ones competing for the array chambers are all core disciples, who among the purple waist badge holders would be mediocre. Besides, he enrolled before her. How dare a newcomer like him speak so arrogantly? Although what he said made sense. Lu Chen turned and walked towards Huahua building, and Lin Xiaoxiao immediately followed suit. Are we going now? Actually, I suggest you adapt by cultivating on the lower floors first. No need. Which floor do core disciples usually stay on? The 5th floor, I guess. It's fine, senior, as long as you don't disturb the array chambers. There shouldn't be any issues. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't continue to explain and simply let this cheap junior sister lead the way. The body tempering effects were significant, enhancing cultivation, and there were also a group of arrogant geniuses inside. With all these buffs stacking up, Lu Chen felt he couldn't wait any longer. With these conditions combined, he had to go. Who could resist the joy of accumulating points through violence? The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Huahua building, which had dedicated reception staff, most of whom were outer disciples working part-time, conveniently reaping some benefits. Upon seeing the two approach, a sweet-looking young lady immediately walked over. Excuse me, which floor would you like to go to? Lu Chen looked around. The entire Huahua building was made of special firestones, and the restrained brilliance indicated it was no ordinary place. Students in the 1st floor hall were bustling about, seemingly very busy. Most of them were at the late stage of the 2nd tier or the early stage of the 3rd tier, which left Lu Chen feeling somewhat disappointed. The scene he had imagined of being mocked upon entering did not occur. He could only hope to encounter a few lofty geniuses once he reached the 5th floor. Is there still space on the 5th floor? Lin Xiaoxiao directly spoke for Lu Chen, as it was perfectly normal for a core disciple of his caliber to go up to the 5th floor. Yes, there are spots available, except the array chambers are full. Other areas still have some vacancies. Just a friendly reminder, the 5th floor is currently mostly occupied by mid-stage 3rd tier seniors cultivating, so you too should assess your own situation. The young lady spoke sweetly, and her meaning was clear. If your strength isn't enough, don't force it. It would be easy to get swept out. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, pointing to Lu Chen beside her. Take him up, I'll pass. After saying that, she quietly told Lu Chen, I won't go up, I have a fear of heights. I'll wait for you on the 4th floor. Lu Chen smiled, glanced at the stubborn and prideful Lin Xiaoxiao, and followed the reception staff up the stairs. As they reached the separation between the 4th and 5th floors, Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. Senior Lu, the array chambers really aren't anything special, I suggest. Before she could finish, Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, I just want to see if there's anything to lose. Seeing his eagerness, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know what else to say. They were all core disciples, after all, and naturally had a competitive mindset. Alright. Then, after saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the 4th floor, while Lu Chen continued to follow the young lady up to the 5th floor. However, along the way, the guiding young lady was quite curious about the boy beside her, frequently glancing at him. The senior sister who had just come down from the 4th floor said not to think about the array chambers. Didn't that imply this boy came up specifically for the array chambers? What? Did that mean, this meant that the boy in front of her was also a core disciple with a purple waist badge? If she could follow such a prodigy, her own path would surely be broader in the future, right? The girl thought to herself, but in the blink of an eye, she was already on the 5th floor. In an instant, dozens of terrifying gazes were cast upon her, startling her awake. For a moment, facing the pressure brought by the realms of so many people, she found it hard to breathe. At this moment, Lucien stepped forward, walking easily ahead, and the pressure on the girl vanished instantly. Is this the 5th floor? Yes, senior brother, you can cultivate here. But the time cannot exceed 2 hours at a time. Okay. Then I'll head down first, senior brother, feel free. Seeing Lucien respond, the girl dared not continue her earlier wild thoughts and just wanted to leave the 5th floor quickly. However, just before she left, she seemed to remember something and looked at Lucien, saying, by the way, senior brother, if you want to try entering the Array secret room, you need to go to the exclusive counter over there on the 5th floor for a test. Only after obtaining the qualification can you compete for the Array secret room. Upon hearing this, Lucien raised his eyebrows and then smiled in gratitude. Alright, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl hurriedly disappeared down the stairs, while Lucien turned around to face the many scrutinizing gazes calmly. Looking around, Lucien had a rough idea. Most of them were at the late stage of the 3rd realm, and among them were quite a few experts at the 8th level of the 3rd realm. Only then did Lucien let out a slight sigh of relief. Now this felt right. Finally, it was a bit interesting. He just wondered if there would be even more surprises inside the Array secret room. With that thought, he ignored the gazes and strode over to a counter on the side, where a girl immediately stood up upon seeing him. Hello, classmate, how can I help you? Looking at the girl's realm, Lucien secretly thought that she was indeed a staff member of the 5th floor at the 6th level of the 3rd realm. This person must not be some connected individual, right? Such a good job would definitely have many people vying for it. Lucien nodded. I want to enter the Array secret room. The girl paused at his words, then revealed a smile. You know the rules, right? There are only 20 Array secret rooms, and most of them are booked by the top 20 core disciples. Unless they are not present, only then can other students enter to cultivate. But can't one room accommodate several people? In response to Lucien's confusion, the girl explained, the effect is different for one person and 2 people. They are all prodigies who would want to cultivate in front of others. Moreover, our academy advocates for sparring and communication. As long as it doesn't lead to fatalities, having some disputes is quite normal most of the time. Lucien nodded slowly upon hearing this. Alright, I understand. In simple terms, it was all about strength. Before entering, we will have a basic test here to protect the cultivation time of those inside, and it also serves to protect some newcomers who may not understand the gap in strength. After saying this, the girl took out a sphere that resembled the material of the Fire Blossom Tower, its surface glowing with fluorescence. This is the testing item. You can try to destroy it with all your strength. It will assess whether your qualifications are sufficient. Lucien took it and asked, if I break it, I won't have to compensate, right? Don't worry, so far very few people have been able to destroy it. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucien calmly squeezed the glowing sphere with his large hand. With a bang, the sphere instantly shattered into powder, spilling onto the ground from between Lucien's fingers. Lucien flicked his hand and picked up a tissue from the table. Is this good enough? If not, I can squeeze a few more. No joke, this thing was simply a piece of cake for Lucien's current physical strength. The power of his golden body transformation allowed him to grip over 10,000 pounds with one hand, and he could crush it without much effort. But to be honest, it was quite relieving to squeeze. The girl across from him was completely stunned. She hadn't even finished her sentence when the boy effortlessly crushed it under her astonished gaze. The key was that the other party's performance could only be described as casual. His expression was calm and relaxed, without a hint of strain, and he even asked if he should squeeze a few more. So you still haven't had enough, huh? The implication is, sorry, my lord, I couldn't let you enjoy yourself? Testing the fluorescent ball for my peanuts. Seeing the urging gaze from the other party, the girl finally realized how exaggerated the physical strength of this new core disciple was. She could only open her mouth, and then her voice sounded a bit dry as she said, alright, I'll take you in. Regaining her composure, the girl's tone became respectful, and she continued, you can enter 20 rooms from this side. Currently, there are still a few rooms that are not full, but since many of the top 20 students are out on missions, there are quite a few core students ranked lower who are likely willing to share a secret room. Lucien nodded. What if they are unwilling? Generally, they won't be. Those who can enjoy a secret room alone are basically the top 20 students. Sometimes, good communication can also gain permission, as long as you don't disturb others. As they spoke, the two had already walked into the Array's secret room area, one in front of the other. Unlike the sitting on the floor cultivation in the main hall, outside here there were individual doorways. Many of them displayed red lights, indicating that they were already full. Finally, under the girl's guidance, Lu Chen stopped at the entrance of a white-lit cultivation room. Green light means vacant, white light means occupied, there should be students inside. Saying this, the girl first knocked a few times on the door, then swiped her card to push it open. Lu Chen followed closely behind, and as soon as he entered, he felt a wave of scorching special energy enveloping him, constantly drilling into his pores. Truly amazing. If he cultivated and added points here, his progress should be faster, right? But just as Lu Chen was selecting a small compartment inside, a cold voice filled with chill came over. Who let you in here? The girl's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. She recognized the voice as belonging to the core disciple ranked 17, Wu Jikong. I'm sorry, senior brother Wu, I didn't know you were using this room. But before she could finish her sentence, the other party continued to scold her without any courtesy. Get out! As the words fell, a boy in a blue training outfit with a buzz cut walked out from inside. His gaze towards the two was extremely unfriendly. Wu Jikong, ranked 17th among the core disciples of Huahua Academy, had been enrolled for over a year, having entered from the Nanchuan Bay City, with outstanding strength and incredible talent. In just a year, he had surged to the upper ranks of the core disciples. This had earned him quite a reputation throughout the academy. At this moment, Wu Jikong looked displeased at the two in front of him, even carrying a hint of anger. Did you not take a good look before coming in? When have I ever shared a secret room with someone else? The girl's face turned even more anxious upon hearing this. She was considered to have decent strength in the inner court, and being able to work part-time on the 5th floor of Huahua Tower was due to a lot of connections. If she offended a core disciple because of this, it would be a huge loss. She glanced at Lu Chen beside her and saw that he looked calm and unflustered, then suddenly remembered that the young man beside her was also a core disciple. Moreover, he didn't seem to fear the other party at all. Combining this with the earlier incident where Lu Chen easily crushed the testing ball with one hand, the girl gritted her teeth and attempted to negotiate. I'm sorry, senior brother Wu, but this Lu Chen is also a core disciple, and since your room just now wasn't full, I thought it was being used by someone else, so I brought him along. Could you please? Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Jikong's expression suddenly turned ferocious. The look on his face scared the latter half of the girl's words back into her stomach. Core disciple? Wu Jikong took a similar purple waist token from his waist and tossed it onto a nearby table with a crisp sound. Who isn't a core disciple? Is it impressive? Does a newly admitted core disciple deserve me to step back and change the rules? As his words landed, the girl was finally so frightened that she couldn't say a word. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Wu Jikong turned his attention to Lu Chen beside him. Kid, I've already shown you the greatest tolerance by repeating myself twice. Now, get out of here immediately. Lu Chen pressed his lips together, trying hard to suppress the smile that threatened to rise. He was happy, excited. The arrogant genius persona he had been looking forward to for days had finally appeared. Just look at this. Little thing's haughty demeanor, look at his imperious face. Lu Chen was becoming more and more eager. At that moment, the girl beside him bowed slightly to Wu Jikong to express her apology, then whispered to Lu Chen, senior brother, don't be anxious. There's another white light room, maybe we can go in there to cultivate. Ha! Lu Chen, who had originally planned to take action, suddenly held back. He almost forgot that there were other secret rooms here. What if there were more arrogant geniuses in the other rooms? Wouldn't taking action now scare away the fish? Then everyone would treat him with utmost respect and it would be hard for him to act. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled. Alright, take me to the next room. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this core senior brother had a much better temper. If he had a bad temper too, it would have been troublesome. She turned and led Lu Chen out of the room. Before leaving, Wu Jikong noticed Lu Chen giving him a meaningful glance but didn't pay it any mind. Just a soft persimmon. Well, at least he knows his place, saving me the trouble of teaching him a lesson. Wu Jikong scoffed. In his view, the other party must have cowered under his intimidation. Exiting the secret room, Lu Chen followed the girl as they continued walking to the other side. While observing his surroundings, Lu Chen casually asked, what was that guy's background? You seem quite afraid of him? The girl pouted at his words, looking a bit aggrieved. His name is Wu Jikong. He's been in school for a year and his strength is said to have reached the 3rd stage of great perfection. He has a preliminary understanding of power, ranking 17th among core disciples. It's said he once independently killed a 3rd stage great perfection beast during a mission and managed to escape unscathed from a 4th stage chi master. But senior brother Wu's temper is notoriously bad. He often gets angry. It's common for someone to be taught a lesson by him in the secret room. It's already good that he didn't act today. Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this. He thought to himself, it wasn't that impressive, just a year in school and already at third stage great perfection, boasting about killing a beast of the same level? It seemed the current geniuses were still quite overrated. Seeing Lu Chen silent, the girl comforted him instead. It's okay, senior brother Lu. You're becoming a core disciple shows you have great potential. After cultivating for a while, you might rank even higher than him. By then, he won't dare to speak to you like this. Lu Chen smiled. Looks like strength represents everything here. Of course, the university is a microcosm of real society. The competition here is no less than outside. As she spoke, the girl stopped in her tracks. We've arrived. We were delayed for a bit, and it seems this is the only white light room left. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, the girl swiped her card to open the door and led Lu Chen inside. Just when Lu Chen thought nothing would happen, a cold voice suddenly emerged again. What? Is it easy to bully me here? Get out. A slightly angry voice came, a crisp female voice. Then Lu Chen saw a girl in a tank top and tight-fitting clothes walk out, her brows furrowed in anger, her short hair giving her a fierce look. This is interesting. What identity does she have? Lu Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter, looking happily at the girl leading the way and asking. The girl felt like she was about to cry. Didn't they say many of the top 20 big shots were out on missions? How did she suddenly run into two? That's Gao Mei, ranked 20th. As she spoke, she looked at Gao Mei with fear. Sorry, senior sister Gao. However, Lu Chen didn't seem to care and continued to ask, what's there to be sorry about? Are there rules here just for them? Gao Mei coldly stared at Lu Chen. You don't accept it? The academy has no regulations, but the top 20 is still the top 20. Even if you are a newly promoted core disciple, it's nothing impressive. Just honestly roll out, or don't blame me for taking action to ruin your mindset. As she spoke, Gao Mei stepped forward, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire secret chamber. The guiding girl quickly waved her hands and advised Lu Chen, senior brother, why don't we just let it go today? You'll get to experience it more in the future. Lu Chen ignored her and instead asked, you just said there are only these two white lights, and the others are all red and full, right? The girl nodded instinctively, yes. But it's okay, if something opens up later, we can prioritize arranging for you to go over. Just then, Lu Chen gently patted her shoulder and took 2 steps forward. No need to be so troublesome, I think this place is just fine. Oh, ha? The girl was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. The implication of this was, he wasn't planning to back down. Was he going to confront head-on? Wait. Although senior sister Gao is. Just as she was about to remind Lu Chen that the opponent was still 3 ranks lower in the martial arts competition, but their strength was still not something a newly enrolled core disciple could compare to, she was shocked to find that Gao Mei had suddenly vanished from her spot. In an instant, the air pressure in the secret chamber plummeted, and a terrifying killing intent filled the space. It's over. They're really going to fight. In a flash, figures flickered. Gao Mei's sudden outburst instantly stirred up a whirlwind in the secret chamber. A pure white hand shot out, aiming directly for Lu Chen's chest. Accompanied by this terrifying strike, Gao Mei's cold face reappeared before Lu Chen. I told you. Get lost. The rapidly compressed wind pressure blew Lu Chen's black hair, revealing his deep-set eyes beneath. He grabbed the girl's collar and tossed her back, then calmly reached out to catch the palm aimed at his chest. Instantly, the energy dissipated like a stone sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Gao Mei's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in disbelief. This strike, fueled by her anger, was not less than 70 or 80% of her strength. How could it be easily caught like this? Lu Chen let out a contented sigh, then narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, his body spun around sharply. The next moment, with tremendous inertia, a whip kick landed squarely on Gao Mei's dazed face. Boom! The force was immense. Gao Mei felt as if her head had been struck by something, and then everything went blank. When she regained her senses, it was accompanied by excruciating pain. She had been slammed against the wall of the secret chamber by that kick. Lu Chen reached out, his palm like a dragon's claw gripping Gao Mei's crown, then forcefully slammed it down to the ground. The floor shattered with a loud crack, with splinters flying, mixed with Gao Mei's screams and blood. In just 3 seconds, Lu Chen had rendered Gao Mei incapable of fighting with 2 swift moves. Once her senses returned, Gao Mei groaned, struggling to believe what had just happened. Why was it so fast? She hadn't even seen a single move clearly, let alone dodged or defended against it. After those 2 moves, she felt she was close to death. Stop. I admit my mistake. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen clicked his tongue. My mistake, and you can still speak. Saying this, he grabbed Gao Mei's short hair, tightening his grip on her head and forcefully slammed it down against the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. It was hard to tell how long it lasted until Gao Mei's gaze became vacant, and she completely fainted before Lu Chen finally let go and tossed her aside. This Fire Blossom Tower's body tempering is indeed different. If It were anyone else, they wouldn't need to swing so many times. Lu Chen wiped his hands on Gao Mei's clothes, then stood up, feeling a sense of wonder. The guiding girl, who had been thrown to the door, was completely stunned in place. My god, how ruthless can this be? She had just thought Lu Chen had a good temper. Turns out he was a hidden thunder, either silent or deadly. The core disciple ranked 20th, Gao Mei, had just been knocked unconscious like this. Looking at Gao Mei's bloodied face, where her features were indistinguishable, the girl shivered all over. Liu Chen strode towards the door, causing the girl standing at the entrance to retreat in fear. Senior brother, it's nothing. I'm the kind of person who uses strength to command respect, and I always repay a grudge. If they hold you accountable, just report truthfully. The girl immediately recalled something and hesitated to advise. How about we just forget it, senior brother? How can we do that? There are two people who have been arrogant towards me. Why should only she be punished? It must be fair. After saying this, he stepped forward, retracing his path. Along the way, the originally red-lit rooms all opened a crack, revealing many curious heads. However, upon seeing that the room where the fight occurred was actually Gao Mei's secret chamber, they quickly shut their doors. Those who could use the secret chamber for red lights were mostly core disciples from the back ranks and some inner disciples. Compared to Lu Chen, who could handle Gao Mei, naturally, no one dared to provoke him. Thus, Lu Chen continued on his way to the original secret chamber. Wu Jikong slowly retracted his combat skills into his spatial equipment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Although his mood had just been disrupted, the good news of mastering his combat skills still made him feel happy. Now, he just needed to wait for his realm to break through, and he would have the chance to see the top 10 positions. Thinking of this, Wu Jikong's heart burned with excitement. Just as he was pondering, a violent wave of energy erupted from outside. Wu Jikong paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Probably frustrated here, now looking for a soft target to squeeze? It's a pity that the only empty spot now should be Gao Mei's, right? A newcomer just enrolled, he's probably heading to the infirmary. Wu Jikong instinctively scoffed, not taking it seriously. This kind of newcomer often thought that core disciples were invincible, only to end up getting beaten up and becoming obedient. After all, Wu Jikong had gone through the same experience. So, having been through the rain himself, he decisively unleashed a hailstorm on the newcomers. No one could be arrogant right after enrollment. Even the current number 1 had been taught a lesson by seniors back in the day. Moreover, the feeling of educating juniors was quite satisfying. Fortunately, the medical techniques on campus are excellent. As long as they don't get killed, it's fine. Bang! The sounds of fighting outside, accompanied by a loud boom, came to a complete end. Wu Jikong instinctively smirked, somewhat disdainful. That ended a bit too quickly. Gao Mei really is as merciless as ever. If I had known, I might as well have stepped in, at least it would have been lighter. He. With that thought, Wu Jikong stood up, preparing to conclude today's intensive training. However, just as he got up, he quickly became alert. After the sounds of scuffling in the corridor ceased, a terrifying and sharp aura directly locked onto the secret chamber, followed by a series of hurried footsteps, drawing closer. Something's wrong. Someone is targeting him. Gao Mei? Has she gone mad? But as the aura approached, Wu Jikong's blood boiled, and the terrifying pressure made his breathing quicken. It wasn't Gao Mei. This sense of crisis could never come from her. Wu Jikong's expression changed drastically, his gaze fixed on the door of the secret chamber. Since enrollment, aside from executing tasks outside, the only ones who could exert such strong pressure on him were the top 3. There was no time to think further. He activated his energy, his muscles swelling as if they had come to life. His entire body tensed as if facing a great enemy. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Here it comes. Boom! The door of the secret chamber was blasted off its frame with a loud bang, flying out in an arc due to the immense force. Lu Chen, dressed in black, charged into the room like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Wu Jikong's eyes narrowed slightly, and upon locking onto the target's figure, his pupils constricted sharply. It's you! He had thought it was the top 3 coming to trouble him, but he never expected it to be the newcomer from just now. It seemed that the one who had been quickly taken down outside was Gao Mei, not this guy. Lu Chen's figure showed no signs of stopping. He had already locked onto Wu Jikong before opening the door. After breaking through the door, he stepped forward and executed a lunging kick. His foot sliced through the air, aiming directly at Wu Jikong's face. Danger! Extreme danger! Wu Jikong's combat instincts screamed at him, a reaction almost instinctual. He quickly went into defense mode. Martial arts talent. Copper body, iron bones. S-class combat skills. Defying the heavens. Force of might. Enhancement. In an instant, Wu Jikong stacked all his strongest buffs, crossing his arms for defense. But the next moment, he felt a terrifying force ruthlessly lift his body and throw him into the air. The pain in his arms felt almost like they were breaking, and a storm of turmoil surged within Wu Jikong's heart. As he landed, he instinctively looked up, but in the blink of an eye his gaze met a pair of icy cold eyes. Wait a minute. Lu Chen couldn't help but snicker. Wait a minute? As he raised his hand, Lu Chen's sleeves tightened, the solid muscles causing his clothes to bulge. Then, the energy surged forth like a tsunami, his right hand swinging in a wide arc, a punch that seemed capable of shattering the earth's crust. This punch erupted with a terrifying sound. The air exploded in visible waves. The overwhelming force pressed down, and Wu Jikong felt that he was not facing a teenager's fist but a mountain, crashing down upon him. Wu Jikong believed he had honed his physical body to a superior level compared to other core disciples, his physical strength absolutely leading by a tier. This advantage stemmed from relentless grinding and refining. But now he saw a vast gap in Lu Chen. Boom! Wu Jikong's body instantly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was embedded in the wall. A mouthful of old blood spewed out, and more. Then half of his energy vanished instantly, his whole body feeling like it was about to fall apart. Lu Chen stepped forward, gripping Wu Jikong's neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. You seemed pretty arrogant. Just now, telling me to get lost? Wu Jikong forced down the blood in his throat, struggling to look at Lu Chen, filled with regret. He never expected this newly promoted core disciple to be so terrifying, having been beaten up in just 2 or 3 moves. At this moment, the youth's anger surged, his black hair dancing, ice cold, his aura reaching a peak of arrogance. It made him feel as if he were facing one of the top 3 disciples. Ha, you're at the 4th stage? Lu Chen sneered, just like you, at the 3rd stage, great perfection. Killing you is no different from killing a dog. How ridiculous, still trying to find some self-comfort in the realm? Hearing that they were at the same level, Wu Jikong's heart shattered. Being crushed at the same level was the worst blow to one's pride. One must have enough talent, eventually, they could cultivate to a higher level. But being beaten at the same level only proved that he was inferior. At this moment, Wu Jikong was completely subdued, just like when he first entered school, unaware of the world and being taught a lesson by seniors, except this time he was schooled by a newcomer. A wave of frustration surged up. He looked at Lu Chen, forcing out an extremely ugly smile. Old buddy, I was just joking, don't be angry, I admit my mistake. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, releasing him and tossing him to the ground. Joking is fine, I like jokes too. How about this, let's make a joke now. Guess whether I'll kick you away or punch you away next. If you guess right, I'll let you off. Wu Jikong's eyelids twitched violently, feeling something was off. The youth before him seemed a bit ruthless, clearly not planning to let him go. But the situation was stronger than him, so he swallowed hard and said, with a punch? Lu Chen slowly stood up. Looks like you prefer being kicked. With that, his leg shot out like a shadow. Bang! Dust filled the air, and the wooden decorations in the room shattered and flew everywhere. Accompanied by the spine-chilling sound of breaking, Wu Jikong lay peacefully in the corner of the secret room. Ding! Player violently crushes a peerless genius of the same level. Brutality points. Plus 2700. The amount added is getting less and less. Just now, Gao Mei only added over 2500. Lu Chen gently clapped his hands and then shouted towards the outside of the secret room. Hey, could someone please take him away and hurry to the infirmary? The girl who had arrived late to guide them dared to peek into the room, and then she saw an astonishing scene, her facial muscles stiffening. Okay, senior brother. I'll call someone to carry him away right away. Don't waste time, if he dies on the way, it's not my fault. Soon, 3 part-time staff members from Huahua Tower walked in, respectfully greeted Lu Chen, and then carried Wu Jikong away. Once the secret room was empty, Lu Chen quietly began to cultivate. Outside the secret room of Huahua Tower, a group of 3rd-tier Qi masters gathered at a distance. Upon seeing the staff carry out Wu Jikong and Yao Mei, they immediately began to discuss. Both of these individuals were famous geniuses in the school, one ranked 17th and the other 20th. Their strength was already a force to be reckoned with. But now, they had been knocked unconscious by a newcomer, looking like they wouldn't be coming around for at least 10 days to half a month. That was quite a brutal hit. Does anyone know the name of this big shot? I don't. No, they said he's a newcomer, just that he's the only one to receive a core spot this year from Jianghai Bay City. I heard someone got beaten up at the school gate this morning. It was a freshman beating another freshman. Could it be this guy? Stop discussing it, this dude came in and smashed the 17th ranked Wu Jikong. If he keeps this up, he might break into the top 15 or even the top 10. Sigh, the gap between people. Inside the secret room, Lu Chen slowly opened the game interface and began the lottery draw. Realm, 3rd tier, 9th major perfection skills, golden body transformation, active, unity of heaven and man, passive, blade of metal, active, enchantment, active, racial talent, devour, weapon mastery combat skills, demon suppression prison technique, dragon roar sky technique, heavenly Dao insight, force of might overall. Evaluation, the player's cultivation has made some achievements. You can now attempt to oppress the weak. Violence points, 87,200. Can draw treasure chest sting. The player has fought fiercely and their foundation is solid. Please improve your strength as soon as possible. Over 80,000 points, which is indeed not much for Lu Chen's current promotion needs. The only regret is that the old man Pang Nantian wasn't the one he finished off, so it couldn't be counted towards him, otherwise, it would have added quite a few violence points. Lu Chen slid his fingers across the interface and then began the tedious lottery draw. In no time, the gray-black interface flickered continuously, and in just a few minutes, over 40,000 violence points were spent. Then, Lu Chen skillfully devoured all the white-haired monkeys in the card pool. After a flash of light, the entire screen welcomed a brand new realm. Realm, 4th tier, first level skills, Golden Body Transformation, active, Unity of Heaven and Man, passive, Blade of Metal, active, Enchantment, active, Racial Talent. Devour, Weapon Mastery Combat Skills, Demon Suppression Prison Technique, Dragon Roar Sky Technique, Heavenly Dao Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation, the player's cultivation has made initial progress. Violence points 47200, can draw treasure chest sting. The player has just broken through, it's time to solidify the foundation. Seeing this, Lu Chen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. A full 40,000 violence points had upgraded him to the 4th tier. Based on past experience, breaking through major bottlenecks generally requires a bit more. So, the increase to a small realm after the 4th tier shouldn't exceed 40,000, estimating it to be between 20 to 30,000. If that's the case, the current violence points can only help him break through to the 3rd level of the 4th tier. Ah, the pressure is so great. Lu Chen frowned, just hoping to leave the school soon, otherwise how frustrating would it be not to be able to kill anyone. After breaking through to the 4th tier, Lu Chen felt that his state of cultivation was somewhat different. As he operated the cultivation technique, the major acupoints around his body opened and closed continuously, giving him the sensation that the acupoints were alive, autonomously circulating energy. This feeling was completely different from before. This is the manifestation of a 4th tier living body. The physical organs are beginning to fully activate, and the chi mechanism is nurturing and returning to its innate state. Lu Chen murmured to himself while also sensing his physical strength growing stronger. In the secret chamber of the Fire Hua Tower, a special energy continuously washed over his acupoints and meridians. Although there was no qualitative change for Lu Chen at this moment, it was already quite rare. It should be noted that before upgrading the Golden Body Transformation Furnace, it ensured that he was constantly evolving his physical body. And after upgrading the furnace, the strength of his body became even more exaggerated. It was enough to make him feel some effect, making it indeed a precious cultivation place for an ordinary chi master. After the advancement, Lu Chen stood up and left the secret chamber. This place wasn't particularly beneficial for him, but he could come here occasionally in the future. For instance, during breakthroughs, the energy here still had some auxiliary effects. As he went downstairs, he found Lin Xiaoxiao waiting for him on the 1st floor. As soon as she saw him come down, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately looked him up and down. How does it feel? How was the effect on the 5th floor? Lu Chen thought for a moment. It's okay. Ah, I'm so envious. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's envious expression, Lu Chen was speechless. You could just go up yourself. You don't understand, the hierarchy in the Fire Hua Tower is very clear. Lin Xiaoxiao said helplessly, the 5th floor is for core disciples and the top inner disciples. Core disciples go without saying, but the top inner disciples mean they can compete with some core disciples. Lu Chen felt a bit confused. If they can compete with core disciples, why are they still inner disciples? Because of age. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to explain, can a junior in their 3rd year be the same as a freshman? If a freshman can defeat a core disciple, then you become a new core disciple. If you can only defeat the weakest core disciple in your 3rd year, then you can just be a top inner student. So someone like me, who is still decent as an inner disciple, can only cultivate on the 4th floor. Saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao led Lu Chen out of the Fire Hua Tower. The two of them followed the same path to the villa area where Lu Chen lived. Senior Lu, I'll just let you know this much for today. It's tiring to travel, so you should rest early. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's one more thing. The teacher just sent a message telling me that for the next few days, you should cultivate on your own. In a few days, 2 core disciples from Mentor Lin will go on a mission, and you can join them. It will be your first campus mission. Lu Chen was puzzled upon hearing this. Mentor Lin's disciples? Yes, Mentor Lin, Lin Jinhai, is a senior brother to our mentor Zhong Huang, and they have a good relationship. With Mentor Lin's students accompanying you, you don't have to worry about being oppressed too much. After Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she looked towards the entrance of the villa area not far away. Alright, Senior Lu, I'll head back now. Lu Chen nodded and then turned to walk into his residence. Inside the villa, the lights were bright. To be honest, living alone in such a large villa was really quite boring. It felt less comfortable than the previous rental room. With nothing to do, Lu Chen could only sunbathe in the yard, lying on a lounge chair and dozing off. It wasn't until the waist token at his waist began to vibrate that he woke up. The waist token of Fire Hua Academy was actually a unique communication device. All students would automatically connect to the network. If they left the city, they could choose to open their waist token signal, and if they encountered fellow students from the same school, they could guide each other to meet. When he opened the waist token, he saw a message from the campus official. Congratulations to core student Lu Chen for joining the campus network. After review, you have been approved and granted mentor rights, S-level combat skill *1, S-level secret technique *1, credits *100. Please accept it as soon as possible, Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Mentors were indeed good, always thinking of him. As soon as he arrived, he was given 2 S-level treasures. If this were outside, wouldn't it take a life and death struggle to establish a sect? It's just that the Shao family let him take advantage a few times. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have a single advanced combat skill now. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly clicked to accept, and soon the combat skills and secret techniques were sent to his waist token. Lu Chen opened it and immediately smiled. S-class combat skill, Heavenly Travel into the Void. S-class secret technique, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent. Heavenly Travel into the Void allows the practitioner to partially mist their body into gas, negating 30% of the force and damage from attacks. At the same time, the practitioner's short distance speed will explosively increase, granting them the ability to hover briefly in the air. Lu Chen looked at the description of the combat skill and his heart filled with joy. The body misting that reduces damage combined with his physical strength made it hard for him to imagine how many peers could break through his defenses in the future. Moreover, the short distance hovering ability was something he particularly liked. Hovering is a capability that only 5th tier experts possess. When Pang Nantian was chasing him, he used this ability, but unfortunately he wasn't very skilled at it. This made him less agile in the forest, which was full of obstacles. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have been in real danger at that time. Now, utilizing the characteristics of the combat skill, Lu Chen could also hover for a short time. Which boy doesn't dream of soaring through the sky with their own strength? This is a pursuit ingrained in our genes from ancient times to the present. Lu Chen made a note of it, preparing to use his violence points to upgrade it later. Then his gaze turned to another secret technique. S-class secret technique, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent. When the practitioner's body is harmed, their combat power will increase. Lu Chen quickly understood the hidden gameplay. This was a typical life and death secret technique. Simply put, before a fight, one would first reduce their health to a critical level, then unleash a powerful attack. To be honest, this secret technique wasn't very useful for him. Its functionality wasn't that outstanding and could only be considered one of the necessary means of survival in critical situations. As for what could push him to this extent, aside from the relentless Pang Nantian, no one else could do it. Lu Chen stored it away and then opened the gray-black light screen. Just as he noticed two new training options appearing in the combat skills section, a presence suddenly emerged in the villa. Lu Chen's body stiffened, and he quickly stood up, looking towards a corner. Chi energy circulated, ready for an explosive battle at any moment. To be able to approach him silently, the strength of this presence must far exceed his own level. So what he needed to do was attract the attention of the school's experts to this unexpected situation. But soon, a female voice interrupted his tension. "Don't be nervous, it's me." Lu Chen found the voice somewhat familiar and looked at the figure walking out from the corner, feeling a bit speechless. "Hello, mentor. You could have knocked and used the front door." Zhong Huan's expression stiffened as she glanced at the front door and then at Lu Chen. She looked a bit awkward. "I'm used to traveling through the air, so I just came in directly." Saying this, Zhong Huan walked up to Lu Chen and carefully examined her hard-won disciple. "There's not much time this noon, so I can't explain in detail." "Now there's just enough time. Tell me why you almost missed the registration deadline." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood Zhong Huan's meaning. She was also a smart person and naturally knew that under normal circumstances there was no reason for Lu Chen to be delayed, unless an unexpected strong opponent intervened. Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush and briefly recounted what had happened on the way. Zhong Huan didn't ask much about the 3 students who had attacked him, as this was within the rules, and if Lu Chen couldn't handle these 3, then being a core disciple was pointless. However, when she heard that Pang Nantian, the old servant of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave, had acted without regard for her established plans, Zhong Huan's expression immediately turned grim. Someone was slapping her face. Slapping the face of a peak 7th tier half-step master was also a slap to the face of the prestigious Huahua Academy. Humph. A mere guest from a third-rate sect dares to disregard the rules of Huahua Academy. It seems I need to find some time to go out and gather some wind. Zhong Huang had a fierce look on her face, showing no regard for the hidden sect of the 9 Suns Immortal Cave. Lu Chen hesitated and said, "Is it really appropriate for the teacher to intervene? After all, Wohua Academy represents a part of the facade of the Xia Kingdom. Zhong Huang was indeed unconcerned. Don't say it's a third-rate sect, even a top sect like Taishan Mountain wouldn't matter much. This is ultimately the territory of the Xia Kingdom. After the anomaly, to avoid internal conflicts and with the border being unstable, we need these sects to guard some secret realms, so we give these so-called hidden sects some face. Otherwise, with a single order from the Xia Kingdom, we wouldn't need all 6 academies to act together. Just 3 of them could easily suppress them all. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Initially, he thought it was a delicate balance of power, but now he saw that the Xia Kingdom had the capability to handle these troublemakers completely. At this moment, Zhong Huang continued speaking to Lu Chen. Whether before or after the disaster, never underestimate the power of a country's machinery when it gets into motion. Remember, our 6 top academies represent the future pillars of the Xia Kingdom. If these hidden sects dare to be blind, then just kill them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He liked this direct and decisive teacher. Otherwise, it would be exhausting to deal with all that this can't be done and that can't be done concerns. Thus, his target expanded from the alien beasts to the troublemakers of the sections. Seeing Lu Chen a bit excited, Zhong Huang nodded in satisfaction. She liked decisive disciples, otherwise, it was too boring to be like senior brother Lin Jinhai, who was always so fussy. So, how did you escape? Lu Chen recounted how he had designed a trap, lured them in, and ultimately used a 5th-tier alien beast to counterattack Peng Nantian. This outcome surprised Zhong Huang. It was not easy for someone at the 3rd-tier level to deal with a 5th-tier pursuer, no matter how much external force was borrowed. Zhong Huang nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Knowing when to advance and retreat is not just about being hard-headed. However, even if Peng Nantian is dead, I will remember this debt. Lu Chen nodded, then seemed to recall something and continued. Actually, besides Peng Nantian, there was another 5th-tier expert who attacked me. The Lu family? Zhong Huang instinctively said. Lu Chen shook his head uncertainly, not sure. I found a waste token on his corpse with some writing on it. After saying this, he took out the waste token from his space. Zhong Huang reached out to take it and her pupils suddenly constricted. Tianya Jian. Yes, it's Tianya Jian. Is there a problem? Zhong Huang's expression darkened significantly, and after pondering for about 10 seconds, she spoke seriously. Tianya Jian is the #1 assassin organization within the Xia Kingdom and is also among the top hidden sects. Lu Chen hadn't expected that this so-called Tianya Jian was actually a specialized assassin organization. So, someone had indeed put out a contract on him, hiring assassins from Tianya Jian to kill him? No need to guess, it should be the Lu family. Lu Chen immediately thought of the most likely scenario. The relationship between the Lu family and himself was definitely one of no survival, but the Lu family had to consider Lu Chen's identity as a core disciple of a top academy and the direct disciple of the director-level mentor Zhong Huang. They wouldn't dare to break the rule of not acting against someone under 22. Unlike the arrogant hidden sects, the Lu family was a genuine urban family and wouldn't dare offend Zhong Huang. So there was only one way left, which was to hire professional assassins. Even if things were exposed later, it would have nothing to do with the Lu family. You need to be careful when you leave the academy in the future. Careful? The mission has already failed. Do you mean the Lu family will continue to issue contracts? Zhong Huang shook her head. It's not just that. The rules of this organization, Tianya Jian, are extremely arrogant. Every time they target a person for assassination, they do so with a determination to win. If they fail, they might reassess whether the task is worth taking. But if the target manages to counterattack and kill their assassin, they will act like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing that target. In their view, as long as the target isn't killed, they should be satisfied. Now, trying to resist and killing the assassins trained by the organization is simply provoking Tianya. Every day the target lives is a humiliation to the organization. So not only did you survive, but you also killed someone from the assassin organization. Even if the Lu family doesn't assign more tasks, they won't let you go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was immediately displeased. How arrogant can you be? So you failed the assassination and now blame the target for not cooperating? You're allowed to kill, but retaliating is unacceptable? Typical of someone who can't handle the game. Lu Chen despised such people the most. This time it was a failure at the early stage of the 4th level. It seems the next time will be an even higher level assassin. Zhong Huang nodded, but it's likely still at the 4th level. Using a 5th level assassin to kill a 3rd level Chi master would be embarrassing. If it got out, the late stage of the 4th level? Send one my way and I'll take them down. Lu Chen sneered. When faced with such a shameless organization, he was determined to eradicate them completely. Zhong Huang looked at Lu Chen's abdomen with confusion, scrutinizing him for a moment before revealing a look of surprise. Your acupoints are autonomously breathing, your treasure body is activated, and there's a trace of Innate energy, you've reached the 4th level. She was not only shocked by Lu Chen's rapid advancement but also that she had almost missed it. What level was she at? The 7th level, great perfection, on the verge of becoming a master. As long as the opportunity arose, she could break through the bottleneck at any moment. Moreover, she was still young, barely nearing 30. In the entire Xia country, she was considered a super genius. In less than 10 years, she could hope to become a 9th level grandmaster. But now, she had almost missed her disciple's breakthrough. How was that possible? Ahem. I just broke through not long ago. You know, under the pressure of life and death, it's easy to break through the bottleneck, Lu Chen said, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his nose after his concealment technique was seen through by his teacher. Indeed, the gap in realms was too great, the secret technique couldn't hide it. However, if one didn't look closely, it could still be somewhat misleading, and that effect was already good enough. Zhong Huang felt a bit sour upon hearing this. Look at what he's saying. Breaking through under life and death pressure? What kind of prodigy talk is that? After thinking for a while, Zhong Huang could only helplessly accept that her disciple was a monster. Alright, I understand the situation. For now, you should familiarize yourself with your cultivation. I'll remember the matters regarding the 9 Suns Immortal Cave in Tianya. In a couple of days, someone will take you out on a mission. Consider it a trial run. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, teacher. After finishing the conversation with teacher Zhong Huang, Lu Chen decided to rest in the courtyard. He had originally thought about quickly upgrading the 2 newly acquired S-level combat skills and secret techniques, but now he wasn't in a hurry. After all, this wasn't his previous rented place. Although he was living in a large villa, there were no formations or defenses, making it far from safe for cultivation. It would be better to find a time to cultivate in the secret room of Huohua Tower, where it was safe and isolated from prying eyes. However, not long after enjoying his leisurely time, the door of the villa was knocked on again. Lu Chen scanned with his senses and immediately perceived that 2 people were knocking at the door. With a strange emotion, Lu Chen stepped forward to open the door, revealing 2 boys around his age. One had a noble demeanor and an air of superiority, while the other was clearly his subordinate. Upon seeing Lu Chen open the door, the noble-looking boy flashed a very professional smile. Brother Lu Chen, I'm Lu Xiao, and this is my companion Lu Kuei. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to have a detailed chat. Lu Xiao, Lu Kuei? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the names and then revealed a strange smile. Sure, come in and talk. The 2 entered the courtyard, and Lu Chen waved his hand to close the door. He then directly sat down on the only chair, looking down at the 2. The 2 frowned at this and felt a bit displeased with Lu Chen's attitude. Liu Xiao suppressed his displeasure and smiled, saying, Brother Lu, this time you have truly soared to great heights, unexpectedly obtaining the core position at the Fire Hua Academy, as per the family's expectations. My second uncle specifically asked me to come and express his congratulations. No need for pleasantries, just get to the point, Lu Chen said directly, causing Lu Xiao to hold back the words he had prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiao continued to smile. Actually, it's still about the previous matter. My second uncle asked me to remind you, Brother Lu, not to forget what was agreed upon before. Lu Chen naturally remembered. After the major examination outside the city, Lu Chengyang from the Lu family in the Jinghai Bay city had come to find him. At that time, the other party believed he had a chance to obtain a spot in a top academy, suggesting he find a way to be under mentor Zhong Huang. If he performed well, he could learn the special secret techniques from Zhong Huang to make up for Lu Nan's shortcomings. But now the situation had clearly exceeded the Lu family's expectations. Not only had he successfully entered the Fire Hua Academy, but he had also secured the position of a core disciple. The immediate contact was meant to express a desire for closeness, to solidify relationships and maintain cooperation. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen smiled and said, Of course I remember, but the Lu family hasn't shown me any sincerity yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a sense of relief. He had been worried that Lu Chen might turn hostile, but at least they could talk now. According to his second uncle Lu Chengyang, it would suffice to offer something to satisfy Lu Chen. As long as the secret techniques were obtained, with Lu Nan's talent, even if Lu Chen was a core disciple, it wouldn't mean much. After all, there were still differences among core disciples. With this in mind, Lu Xiao waved his hand decisively. Here are 10 4th-tier crystal cores, and 1 5th-tier crystal core. Whether in the external market or internal transactions, this is a substantial sum, enough to exchange for at least 20 credits. After speaking, he quietly watched Lu Chen, hoping to see some change in his expression. Unfortunately, there was none. If this were before, I might have liked it very much, but now, do you think it's hard for me to obtain? As soon as he said this, Lu Kuei couldn't help but speak up. Lu Chen, that's enough. The Lu family doesn't owe you anything. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao shot him a glare, instantly silencing him. Sorry, lack of discipline, Lu Xiao said, then asked, so, what does Brother Lu want? Lu Chen pretended to think for a moment before saying, how about this? I've heard that the Lu family has a signature combat technique and I'm quite interested in that. Lu Xiao's expression changed. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to have such high demands. He was asking for one of the core combat techniques of the Lu family right off the bat. Even he had only just obtained the upper part. Brother Lu, isn't that a bit too much? I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. I heard Lu Nan mention before that this combat technique is SS level, divided into upper and lower parts. I only need the upper part. Lu Chen had a clever plan in mind. Once he got the upper part, the lower part wouldn't be far behind. Don't forget he had a cheat. When he met Lu Nan later, he could flaunt the Lu family's ultimate technique in front of him. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then recalled Lu Qingyang's instructions and could only grit his teeth and nod. Fine, I'll give you the upper part, but I don't have the lower part. Don't worry, I just need to observe the upper part. Alright. With that, Lu Xiao took out a book of rubbings from his spatial waste token and tossed it to Lu Chen. This deal wasn't too much of a loss. After all, the essence of this combat technique lay in the lower part. Even if Lu Chen learned the upper part, it wouldn't be of much use. It was just a half-finished product. As long as he successfully obtained what Lu Chunyang had instructed, he would have merit. When Lu Nan rose to prominence later, he could consider himself a contributor. Lu Chen smiled as he received it, tossing it into his waste token without even looking. He then gestured to the two that they could leave. This gesture eased the tension in their hearts. So when can I come to collect the goods? Collect goods? What goods? Lu Chen's surprised expression left the two stunned. Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? That's right, Lu Chen. Are you trying to go back on your word? Lu Chen feigned innocence and said, I don't understand what you guys are saying. When Lu Chungyang told me that as long as I got into Huahua Academy, it meant the family would reward me, he never mentioned anything about delivering goods. At this point, the two of them realized they had been played by Lu Chen. The sarcasm on Lu Chen's face was unmistakable. Alright, Lu Chen, you are challenging the authority of the Lu family in Jinghai. Lu Kuwei shouted angrily, pointing at Lu Chen's nose. Do you think that just because you are now a core disciple, no one can deal with you? The power of the Lu family is far beyond what you can imagine. Moreover, you will also be resented by Lu Nan because of this matter. How many lives do you think you have if you offend Lu Nan? His talent is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned cold, his tone indifferent. So you think Lu Nan can kill me? Seeing this, Lu Kuei thought Lu Chen was feeling guilty and continued to shout. Lu Nan has already broken into the 4th stage in his 2nd year of high school. Do you even qualify to compare with him? It won't be long before you regret your current decision at the competition organized by the 6 major academies. You should honestly return the combat skills and promise to hand over the secret techniques to us, or else you can wait to be crippled. Just as soon as the words fell, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the courtyard. Whoosh! The sudden gust of wind rushed towards the faces of the two. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had leaped from his chair to stand before them. Then, amidst their shocked and terrified expressions, Lu Chen extended his hands and his fists came crashing down on their chests like a dragon smashing through. Bang! Bang! The sound of flesh hitting the wall was quite pleasant. As dust filled the air, Lu Chen looked at the two embedded in the wall, continuously spitting blood, his tone grim. Do you think you are worthy to shout at me? I will get the secret techniques, and if you have the ability, let Lu Nan come find me personally. I want to see if he is worthy. On a cliff outside Ginghai Base City, one of the 6 top academies, the Longjing Academy, was established. At this moment, in a villa within the academy, a young man dressed in golden dragon-patterned attire slowly opened his eyes. Xiaonan, there's news from Huahua Academy. A middle-aged man hesitated to speak beside the young man. What did they say? Originally, the second master had communicated before Lu Chen enrolled that the Lu family would provide some training resources in exchange for Lu Chen obtaining the Zhanghuang secret technique at Huahua Academy to give to us, but now Lu Chen has gone back on his word. Lu Nan squinted his eyes, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems my brother is feeling a bit upset. Lu Chen has also obtained the position of core disciple, and his strength and progress have exceeded the expectations of some in the family, but he is still far from being comparable to you, Xiaonan. To be so ungrateful now. Lu Nan's gaze turned sharp as he swept it towards the middle-aged man, instantly silencing him, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Lu Chen is still my elder brother. My discord with him is my own business, and it's not your place to stir the pot. Secondly, it's normal for him to hold a grudge against me now, but he needs to have the strength to back it up. After enduring for so long, it's time to show his fangs. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and then added, he injured Lu Xiao and the others and had them send a message that if you want the secret techniques, you should come find Him personally. Lu Nan chuckled a few times as if he had discovered something amusing. A core disciple indeed has enough capital, but he will never understand my current strength. Saying this, Lu Nan stood up. It's not a big deal. Since he wants me to personally ask for it, then let's wait for the competition to start. At that time, I will make him willingly hand it over. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew Lu Nan's strength better than anyone. Exceptionally admitted to Longjing Academy as a second-year student, he had only just started school a week ago, and his strength had already reached the late fourth stage. His understanding of momentum was also terrifying. While others were still exploring, he had already formed a prototype. It is no exaggeration to say that even a fifth-tier powerhouse might not be able to take down Lu Nan. This is the confidence of a super genius. Tell the family that I will acquire the secret technique myself, and no one else needs to approach Lu Chen. Understood. After saying this, the middle-aged man slowly exited the villa's hall, leaving Lu Nan alone in the hall to ponder. After a moment, Lu Nan smiled and spoke softly to himself. Good brother, I know you have grievances, but that's just how this world is. I hope that, when we meet again, you can surprise me even more. Inside the secret chamber of the Fire Academy's fire tower, Lu Chen sat upright, with 3 newly acquired battle techniques and secret arts laid out before him. Realm. 4th tier, first level skills: Golden Body Furnace, Unity of Heaven and Man, Blade of Metal, Enchantment Racial Talent, Devouring, Weapon Mastery Battle Techniques, Demon Suppression and Prison Law, Dragon Roar. In the Sky, Heavenly Travel into the Void, can be learned. Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars can be learned. Secret Arts, Breath Concealment Technique, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent can be learned. Heavenly Tao. Comprehension, Force of Might Comprehensive Evaluation, Initial Small Success in Player Cultivation. Violence points 51,200 can draw treasure chest sting. The player has just broken through. It's time to solidify the foundation. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Suddenly having 3 battle techniques and secret arts to cultivate made him feel that his violence points were increasingly insufficient, especially since one of them was an SS battle technique that needed to be deduced, which would likely consume a lot. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to first learn the 2 battle techniques. The secret arts could wait. This secret art was not very useful to him at the moment, while the battle techniques could directly enhance his combat capabilities. With that in mind, Lu Chen decisively poured in his violence points. Ding! The player begins to learn the battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void. Ding! The player consumes 1,500 violence points and acquires the battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void. Ding! The player chooses to deepen the understanding of this battle technique. At this moment, the Unity of Heaven and Man skill exerts its maximum effect, and with the special cultivation environment, the speed boost increases by 30% and the consumption of violence points decreases by 30%. The player's cultivation speed is as fast as an AE-86 descending the mountain road of Akinashi, smoothly navigating the bends without any hindrance, mastering the essentials in just a short moment. Ding! Consumed 1,500 violence points. Battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void, entry level. Ding! The player continues to comprehend the profound content of the battle technique. Ding! Consumed 3,000 violence points. Battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void, small success. Ding! Consumed 6,000 violence points. Battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void, great success. Ding! Consumed 12,000 violence points. Battle technique, Heavenly Travel into the Void, perfection. Lu Chen looked at the rapidly depleting violence points with a pained heart. In just a few seconds, the violence points had decreased by 24,000. Now only 27,200 points remained. Forget it. A man who spends money will make money continue to consume. So he focused his thoughts, and the battle technique Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars began to learn. Ding! The player begins to learn the battle technique, Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars. Ding! The player consumes 5,000 violence points and acquires the battle technique, Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars. Ding! It has been detected that the battle technique is incomplete. Does the player wish to consume violence points to deduce the complete method? Yes. Ding! Deduction begins. The difficulty of the SS level battle technique is extremely high. The player is truly unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. As this game operates on the principle that the player is God, the forced deduction begins, the Unity of Heaven and Man activates, and the effects of the secret chamber environment are triggered, reducing the deduction speed by 20%. The progress bar was much slower than during previous learning, and Lu Chen watched the slowly decreasing progress bar with a sense of anxiety. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, the deduction finally concluded. Ding! Deduction complete. Consumed 15,000 violence points. Deduced the complete battle technique, Wandering Dragon Shattering Stars. Damn! No wonder it's an SS level battle technique. The consumption is really high. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and chose to continue learning. Ding! The player consumes 5,000 violence points. Battle technique: Wandering Dragon, Shattering Stars, small. Success. Ding. Learning failed. Player's violence points are insufficient. Please obtain enough violence points before continuing to improve your cultivation. Ding. Current violence points 2200. Lu Chen looked at the gray-black light screen in front of him, and the information had changed. Realm, 4th stage, first level skills: Golden Body Transformation, Unity of Heaven and Man, Blade of Metal, Enchantment, Racial Talent. Devouring, Weapon Mastery, Martial Techniques, Demon Suppression and Prison Law, perfect. Dragon Roar in the Sky, perfect. Heavenly Travel Through the Void, perfect. Wandering Dragon, Shattering Stars, minor achievement. Secret Techniques: Breath Concealment Technique, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent, can be learned. Heavenly Dao Insight, Force of Might, Comprehensive Evaluation. Player's cultivation has reached a preliminary small achievement. Violence points 2200, can draw treasure chests. Ding. The player has just broken through. It's time to consolidate the foundation. A mouthful of turbid air was slowly exhaled, and Lu Chen felt an immense anxiety. Violence points: he must leave the school as soon as possible. He didn't know when those 2 disciples under Mentor Lin would return. He just wanted to hurry and take on a mission. Whether it was beasts or humans, he had to start killing. The next day, bored, Lu Chen took out his waste token and began browsing the campus platform. Core disciples receive a portion of initial credits upon enrollment, and since Zhong Huang felt he had worked hard on the way and had broken through to the 4th stage, he rewarded him with a considerable amount of credits. Currently, he had a total of 33 credits in hand. What he needed to do now was to purchase some useful items, such as volcanic crystals. After his 2 sessions of cultivation in the Fireflower Tower, he felt that this Array secret room was beneficial for his training. Not to mention, just using violence points for in-game purchases had a slight amplification effect. That few percent effect might seem small, but it could save a lot when he used violence points on a large scale. So he was quite eager for this item. The raw material for making the Fireflower Tower was the volcanic crystals found in the semi-dormant volcano. This could be exchanged on the campus platform using credits. Soon, he found what he wanted. He had his eye on the largest piece, a volcanic crystal that was a full 1.5 meters long, perfect for use as a meditation stone. Lu Chen clicked to exchange, and it quickly showed that the reservation was successful. The waste token indicated cash on delivery, and a student from the logistics department would be responsible for delivering it to his door. Seeing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the lounge chair to wait quietly. He didn't know how long had passed, but as noon approached, he suddenly sensed a few people approaching the entrance of his villa. Opening his eyes, he released his chi and opened the door, and the people at the door were clearly taken aback. Upon seeing Lu Chen in the center of the courtyard, they immediately clasped their hands. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. We are the delivery disciples from the logistics department of the academy, here to deliver the treasures you ordered. Finally, you've arrived." Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this, thinking that the delivery speed was indeed a bit slow. He had placed the order last night, and it was only being delivered at noon today. The internal logistics of the academy seemed a bit pressured. Sensing the implication in Lu Chen's tone, the leading delivery disciple felt a bit awkward. It was supposed to arrive by 8 in the morning, but there were some unexpected issues, which delayed the time. "We sincerely apologize, Senior Brother Lu." "No worries, as long as it has arrived," Lu Chen replied, not wanting to be unreasonable, especially since they had such a good attitude. The other party breathed a sigh of relief and then signaled a few of his subordinates to come forward, carrying a piece of volcanic crystal. This is the high-quality volcanic crystal. Carrying it while cultivating can achieve the effect of the 4th floor of the Fireflower Tower. Although it can't compare to the secret room on the 5th floor where you are, it is convenient to carry. Moreover, this crystal cannot be stored in the storage waste tokens of ordinary disciples. Only elite-level inner court tokens can accommodate it. Lu Chen nodded, glancing over and quickly frowning. "This size is different from what I saw, right?" "Yes." The leading delivery disciple smiled bitterly. "I apologize, Senior Brother Lu. Due to some issues, the size you saw is temporarily out of stock, so we can only deliver this 1 meter size. Of course, the corresponding credits will also be less. Only 18 credits are needed." Lu Chen was speechless. What kind of situation was this? Such a prestigious institution actually had a shortage of stock. It seemed that sought-after cultivation resources were in short supply everywhere. "Forget it, a little less is fine." Lu Chen raised his hand and directly stored it in his waste token space, casually transferring the credits over. After all, they were just doing their job. There was no need to make things difficult for them. The delivery disciple immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Core disciples were often proud and had strange tempers, and many would teach others a lesson at the slightest disagreement. He had been taught a lesson more than once before. Today, it seemed he had encountered someone with a good temper and high cultivation. With that thought, he relaxed. In that case, we will take our leave. Brother Lu, you can continue to place orders on the platform if you have any matters. Lu Chen nodded, not paying much attention. Just as a few of them were about to leave, he casually asked, by the way, just out of curiosity, why is that 1.5-meter crystal missing? Did you forget to take it off the shelf? The delivery disciple, who had already reached the door, was momentarily stunned. His expression changed awkwardly before he quickly regained his composure and said, it was exchanged earlier, there was an inventory error on that side. This was the most common excuse. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to the storeroom, so they wouldn't know the reasons behind it. That's why he thought this excuse was the easiest to explain. But who would have thought that Lu Chen's senses were exceptionally sharp, far more so than others of the same rank? He quickly caught onto the other party's odd behavior. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, his previously friendly demeanor replaced by a hint of coldness. Are you sure? I'll ask again, what is the reason? As he spoke, he stood up and moved closer. I advise you to answer truthfully, otherwise, I can't say what will happen next. The delivery disciple's expression changed instantly, his face turning pale. He didn't understand how his casual answer had been caught as a flaw. The key was, how did the other party know he was lying? Watching Lu Chen slowly approach, the pressure fell upon them like a 1,000-pound boulder. In an instant, their breathing became difficult. How terrifying. This was the power of a core disciple. Just the aura of anger could make their situation difficult. The delivery disciples looked bitter, feeling a sense of helplessness. Think carefully before you answer. I usually only give people one chance. The authoritative, irresistible voice came, becoming the last straw that broke their psychological defenses. Sorry, Brother Lu, we indeed lied. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen secretly thought, as expected. Fortunately, he had asked one more question, otherwise he would have been played. Such a situation of mismatched goods was not unacceptable. He had encountered it countless times in his past life when buying express deliveries. However, such matters should be treated equally. If someone was targeting him, that would be a different story. So, he inquired about the reason. Speak. The delivery disciple looked bitter, almost in tears. Brother Lu, this matter really has nothing to do with us. Even if you gave us 100 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to downgrade the treasure you valued without permission. There are other reasons. Someone spoke up, and the others followed suit, lamenting. Moreover, they were just scapegoats, but this burden was too heavy for them to bear. Rather than this, it was better to clarify things directly. With that thought, the leading delivery disciple gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lu, we originally prepared a 1.5-meter crystal to deliver, but when we were really about to send it, someone exchanged it on site in the storeroom. We certainly explained it clearly, stating that this treasure was reserved by Brother Lu and was about to be delivered. But the other party was also a core disciple with a purple waist token. Upon hearing your name, they claimed not to know any Tom, Dick, or Harry, directly transferred the credits, and took the crystal away, giving us no room for negotiation. Brother Lu, you know our strength, we couldn't do anything about the other party. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. It's good to have someone reckless. He just fears there's no one jumping around in front of him. Was it intentional on their part? That's hard to say, but we mentioned your name, and they said if you had any objections, you could go find them. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Chen smiled. Alright, then I'll fulfill his wish. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the delivery disciples were momentarily stunned. The leader immediately advised, Senior Brother Lu, please don't act impulsively. The other party is a highly ranked core disciple. Although Lu Chen was also a core disciple, he had just enrolled. The other party had been in school for over a year and a half. Even if he couldn't match Lu Chen in potential, it was hard to say when it came to strength. After all, with more than a year of head start, it was difficult to catch up in a short time, so he immediately tried to persuade Lu Chen. If his words led to Lu Chen getting hurt, no matter who was held accountable later, he and the others would be in trouble. Lu Chen, however, wore a calm expression, his gaze serious. You don't need to worry about that, just tell me his name and where he lives. Let's forget it, Senior Brother Lu. I promise I'll notify you as soon as there's stock in the warehouse. There's no need to offend an older disciple over this. What's his name, and where does he live? Lu Chen's voice grew firmer, his expression tinged with anger. Suddenly, the pressure in the courtyard intensified. The leading delivery disciple could only sigh helplessly, youth and impulsiveness. But he had already done his part in reminding Lu Chen, so if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Thinking this, he spoke honestly. Xiaoxi, currently ranked 23rd among the core disciples in the academy, with at least 3rd-tier perfection. After a pause, he continued, it's said that after returning from this mission, Senior Brother Zhao's strength has improved again. So Senior Brother Lu, you see. Lu Chen felt a wave of disappointment at this. After all the build-up, he thought he would be strong. If it were a disciple in the top 15 or even the top 10, he would indeed be very interested, but it turned out to be just 23rd? You still haven't told me where he lives? Or where I might find him now? After taking the crystal stones, senior brother Xiao said he was going to the publicity department. I think he's probably still there now. Lu Chen nodded and then strode toward the courtyard entrance. The leading delivery disciple gritted his teeth and finally said, Senior brother Lu, you just enrolled, and your potential is certainly not inferior to Xiao Shi's, but he's been in school for over a year, so you don't need to rush to regain your face. You're quite kind-hearted, but you don't need to worry about that. With that, Lu Chen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind one last remark in midair. Close the door when you leave. The delivery disciple could only shake his head helplessly. Lu Chen was clearly going to stir up trouble, and what happened next was beyond his knowledge. All he could say was that he had said what needed to be said. With that thought, he waved his hand lightly. Let's go back to the logistics department. In the publicity department of Huahua University. Inside the office, several people sat across from each other, seemingly discussing something. Xiao Shi, what brings you to our publicity department today? Don't tell me you want us to do an interview for you to gain fame again like last time? A short-haired girl bluntly criticized, and the other members nodded in agreement. Exactly, you said you were going to challenge a fourth-tier beast and almost took our external reporters to heaven with you. Xiao Shi looked displeased, feeling quite annoyed with this group from the publicity department. Their words were sharper than knives, as if they were laced with poison. Of course, it's not something so boring. I'm here today for an important matter that requires your witness. You say that every time, but the key is that you always drop the ball. This time it's for real. Xiao Shi said with a dark expression. You should have heard about the incident where Wu Jikong was beaten up by newcomers yesterday, right? The short-haired girl's eyes lit up at the words, and she immediately asked, Of course I know, this news spread yesterday. Why? Do you have insider information? Xiao Shi noticed the other party's interest and smirked. It's not exactly insider information, but I've already found out who the newcomer that defeated Wu Jikong is. And then? Can you get them to accept our interview? A lot of people are paying attention to this matter. It's quite a spectacle. Is this something a person would say? Xiao Shi was furious. He had been wanting to arrange his own interview to boost his fame. But the news department said interviews were only for the top 20 core disciples, and he, being 23rd, should work harder. Now, hearing about this newcomer, they were rushing to do an interview? Humph. My matter is more explosive than an interview. I will accept this newcomer's challenge, and then you can report on this challenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the publicity department was stunned. Xiao Shi was going to accept the other party's challenge? There was no news about it at all. When did he set up this duel? Wait, Xiao Shi, are you sure the other party will challenge you? Yeah, and why do you want to do this? Isn't Wu Jikong your old rival? The other party beating Wu Jikong is not helping you vent your anger? Xiao Shi chuckled at this. It's precisely because I don't get along with Wu Jikong, and he defeated Wu Jikong, so as long as I beat him, I can slap Wu Jikong in the face. As for whether the other party will challenge me, you don't need to worry about that. I intercepted the treasure he had reserved, and with his temperament he will definitely come to challenge me. As he spoke, Xiao Shi waved his hand, and a fire-red crystal, a full meter and a half tall, appeared before him. The crowd showed a look of realization. One must admit that Xiao Shi was really shameless. He intercepted the treasure that someone else had reserved. Anyone would be furious about this, especially Lu Chen. The other party was someone who had beaten Wu Jikong in a fit of rage over a disagreement in the Formation I secret chamber. It was unreasonable not to be angry. At this moment, the short-haired girl said with a hint of confusion, Wait, I understand the challenge part, and I get that you want to strike at your old rival Wu Jikong, but the problem is... She paused, sizing up Xiao Shi. The problem is you seem to have been unable to defeat Wu Jikong for a long time, right? If you can't even beat Wu Jikong, what do you have to win against Lu Chen? Others also noticed this issue and nodded in agreement. How could someone who couldn't beat Wu Jikong win? Don't end up getting beaten to a pulp. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Shi wore a confident expression, a proud smile on his face. If Wu Jikong can't win, that's because he's useless. It doesn't mean I can't win. This time on the mission, my strength has greatly increased. Don't say Wu Jikong, even the top 15, I dare to weigh in on. Seeing the doubtful expressions on the faces of the publicity department, Xiao Shi became even more displeased. The short-haired girl openly displayed her disbelief. After all, this guy had boasted many times before. You don't believe me? Fine. Then I'll prove it to you. With that, Xiao Shi stood up. Instantly, an incredibly terrifying aura surged towards everyone, and an inexplicable pressure filled the conference room, making everyone feel immense pressure. The crowd was shocked, looking at Xiao Shi in disbelief. Seeing this, Xiao Shi was immensely satisfied, saying with a smug expression, I'm not talented. I just went through some trials during the mission and successfully broke through to the 4th stage. Wu Jikong couldn't win because he's weak, but I've now broken into the 4th stage. What can Lu Chen use to fight me? What can he use? I'll use my fists. Bang! Before the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted like a tyrannosaurus. The conference room door shattered into pieces. In an instant, and then a black figure charged in. The conference room fell silent, and everyone's gaze was drawn to the suddenly appearing black figure. As the door fragments fell to the ground, everyone finally saw the face of the newcomer, with delicate features, black hair, and cold eyes. The youth in a black martial arts uniform looked incredibly sharp. However, the boy's aura was like a volcano waiting to erupt, making everyone restless. Lu Chen scanned the crowd, his assessing gaze akin to that of a ruler surveying his subjects with disdain. A short-haired girl swallowed hard, unsure if it was out of fear or desire. "Classmate, who are you? What brings you to the publicity department?" Lu Chen's expression was casual, as if he were in his own courtyard. After a moment, he parted his lips and said, "My name is Lu Chen, I came to pay a visit." He then continued to look at everyone and ask, "Is there someone named Xiaoxi here? I need to find him for a small matter." Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room froze for a moment. Lu Chen? Wasn't he the new prodigy they had just been discussing? The one rumored to have defeated Gao Mei in 3 moves, and Wu Jikong in 5. Instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiaoxi. The meaning was clear. Lu Chen understood immediately, his eyes locking onto Xiaoxi. "Are you Xiaoxi?" Xiaoxi frowned, his expression displeased. "I am Xiaoxi. Lu Chen, you came at the right time. I happen to have something to discuss." Before he could finish, a wave of goosebumps surged over Xiaoxi, and an alarm bell rang in his mind, the heightened alertness after breaking through to the 4th stage constantly reminding him. In an instant, he felt an immense threat approaching, the terrifying pressure comparable to the life and death crises faced during missions. Before he could find the reason, he suddenly noticed that the boy who had been standing far away had vanished. The shadow flickered in the air for less than a second before abruptly appearing right in front of him. Wait, what the hell? Xiaoxi's heart tightened, a chill rushing through him. How is this possible? He hadn't even seen the opponent's movement clearly. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, subtly carrying a hint of contempt. Then, without any further ado, he threw a punch. Boom! This punch sent ripples through the air, the sound of the explosion echoing throughout the conference room. In an instant, the punch was right in front of Xiaoxi. Although Xiaoxi was taken aback, he was, after all, a seasoned veteran who had experienced life and death battles. In that brief moment, he reacted immediately. He crossed his arms to block the punch. Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out. Xiaoxi felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, an overwhelming force coursing through his arms and into his body. Instantly, he was uncontrollably sent flying, blood surging within him, a metallic taste filling his throat. Lu Chen continued stepping forward, each step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Then he threw another punch. But this punch, as it was thrown, was enveloped in a grayish-white mist, and behind Lu Chen, a massive star seemed to rise and fall. When the fist made contact with Xiaoxi's body, the mist solidified and the massive star shattered. Boom! This time, Xiaoxi had no time to defend himself. A solid punch landed squarely on his chest. Put! Blood splattered, and Xiaoxi felt his body go numb, his vision spinning until he crashed through 2 or 3 walls of the publicity department before smashing into the ruins with a thud. Then he began to cough up blood, unable to stop. How is this possible? 2 moves. He was defeated in just 2 moves? Damn it, Wu Jikong at least took 5 moves. And he was done in 2? Xiaoxi completely broke down. He had originally planned to make a grand declaration of challenge in front of the publicity department. He intended to set the stage and then win the battle handsomely. At that point, with the publicity department's support, he could not only gain fame but also get back at his old rival Wu Jikong. It was supposed to be a win-win situation. But now, reality had shattered his fantasy, and he was being beaten down by Lu Chen like a wild dog. At this moment, Lu Chen finally spoke. His voice was cold and laced with killing intent, his entire aura erupting like a volcano, utterly terrifying. Xiaoxi, weren't you planning to step on me to humiliate Wu Jikong? Now I'm right in front of you, stand up. Continue. When Lu Chen rushed over from his villa, he happened to catch the exciting part. Xiaoxi was shouting in the conference room, wanting to use his defeat to humiliate an old rival, and that nearly made him laugh out loud. So the other party's interception of his crystal stone was premeditated. It was all to provoke him into challenging him. Standing at the door, Lu Chen thought, isn't this just perfect? He was just worried about not having any points for violence, and now someone was delivering a pillow just as he was about to sleep. Truly wonderful. So Lu Chen directly matched up and chose to battle. However, this guy turned out to be much weaker than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through to the 4th level, combined with the 2 combat techniques he had just practiced, and surprisingly, the second move made him kneel. At this moment, Xiaoxi finally regained his composure, kneeling in the ruins and looking up at Lu Chen filled with horror. The others in the publicity department also gaped, speechless for a long time. A monster, this is a real monster. It even felt like he was not inferior to the top 3 in the school rankings. Xiaoxi had indeed broken through to the 4th level with a dynamic aura and innate energy, but the result was that he was taken down in one encounter. Was this a newcomer? If so, what did that make all the old students who had worked so hard to cultivate? What about the inner court disciples who barely broke through to the 4th level after 4 years of graduation? Had they all become a joke? Lu Chen stepped forward. Slowly. Where's the volcanic crystal? At the mention of this, Xiaoxi trembled, feeling like he had been hit hard. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he hadn't disposed of the volcanic crystal in any other way. Otherwise, if he couldn't produce it now, he would probably be in even worse trouble. Thinking of this, his expression changed several times, finally revealing a flattering smile. It's here, the volcanic crystal is here. He reluctantly raised his hand, and the 1.5 meter volcanic crystal reappeared. Seeing this, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the volcanic crystal fell into his waist badge space. Wouldn't it be better if you understood earlier? You little brat deserve a beating. Xiaoxi could only smile bitterly at this, thinking about how to ease the atmosphere, but then he saw Lu Chen's energy surge again. I have a bad temper, I can't kill anyone at school, so I'll give you a serious injury instead. Xiaoxi was shocked. No, Lu Chen, I already gave it to you. Heh, that was originally mine, why would I need you? Seeing this, Xiaoxi realized how difficult the other party was to deal with, and in a moment of panic he hurriedly spoke up. I am a disciple of the top sect, Nai Luohi. If something happens here, you won't be able to bear the consequences. This statement would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. I like people like you who can't see the situation clearly, good luck. With that, Lu Chen flicked his fingers, and countless black energy blades erupted, falling like rain. In an instant, they engulfed Xiaoxi in the ruins. Moments later, as the dust settled, everyone saw Xiaoxi, now flattened into the ground, his eyelids twitching. At this point, Xiaoxi was no longer human, he was covered in countless wounds, with several visible tendons severed. In this condition, he was probably half done for. Ding! Player publicly beats down a 4th level genius, violence points plus 6,000. Lu Chen lifted him up and then hung him on the broken beam of the publicity department, turning to look at everyone. Take photos for the record, remember to make a front page. After saying that, Lu Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave. The group from the publicity department was left speechless. They were also shocked by Lu Chen's crazy actions. Xiao. She had already revealed his background. In this situation, most people would take a step back. After all, the other party was from a top sect, and such a slap in the face would surely lead to enmity. Moreover, as if that wasn't enough, Lu Chen even hung him up for display, making it so they could report on it. Wasn't that trampling on the sect's face? He had offended them to death. What should we do? Are we going to report this? Someone swallowed hard and asked. The short-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Report it. It's not like we did the beating, we're just the transporters of the truth. If anyone's to be held accountable, it should be Lu Chen. Besides, this is such a hot topic, it must be reported. Upon hearing this, everyone began taking photos of Xiaoxi hanging on the wall for documentation. A few of them were writing repair requests. They didn't dare to approach Lu Chen about the losses in the publicity department, so they could only apply for reimbursement under Xiaoxi's name. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxiao quietly knocked on the door of Lu Chen's villa. After they met, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her new senior brother with a strange expression. Just say what you need to say. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and said, Senior brother Lu, isn't this a bit too high profile? It's easy to offend people. How long had Lu Chen been in school? He had already beaten up 3 core disciples, 2 of whom were ranked in the top 20. Moreover, the one he had just beaten up in the morning, Xiaoxi, was from a top sect, and according to the news from the infirmary, this guy was basically half crippled now. Lu Chen's actions could only be described as brutal. While his reputation soared, it also attracted unnecessary hostility. Lu Chen was strong, but how long could he stay at Huahua Academy? Even if no one dared to openly attack him during his years at school, what about behind the scenes? Even if they wouldn't act against him in secret, what would happen when he left school? At that time, the people from the underworld river wouldn't let him off easily. Lu Chen naturally knew what Lin Xiaoxiao was talking about and glanced at her. Did the teacher send you? Not exactly. If the teacher isn't anxious, why are you? Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Lu Chen could tell that this junior sister was actually quite afraid of him. She wouldn't come to find him for no reason. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke up. Oh, Lin Sherbu's disciple has returned. The 2 of them will be going on a mission the day after tomorrow, and they want to take you along to familiarize yourself. They've arranged to meet you at the school gate at 10 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, a mission. There were so many restrictions within the school and he couldn't go all out, which had greatly reduced his gains from violent acts. But once he stepped outside the school, it would be different. Core disciples outside had a status equivalent to that of the deputy director of the local management bureau, and in special circumstances they could kill first and report later. As for what constituted a special circumstance, it all depended on how one framed it. In short, it was about one thing: let the killing begin. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. That morning, Lu Chen arrived punctually at the school gate. By the time he got there, 2 people were already standing not far away, looking like the 2 core disciples under Lin Jinhai. When they saw Lu Chen approaching, they immediately showed friendly smiles. "Brother Lu." Lu Chen returned the greeting, smiling at the 2. "Brother Lu, I'm Lu Xian, and this is my junior brother Huang Nianan, both under our master Lin Jinhai." "Brother Lu, Brother Huang, I appreciate your help with this mission." "Not at all." After a bit of polite exchange, they all headed towards the pipeline down the mountain. Along the way, the 2 shared the general information about this mission with Lu Chen. Although they were nominally in charge, it was clear that they regarded Lu Chen as the central figure. But this was unavoidable. A person's name carries their shadow. Although Lu Chen had just entered school, his reputation was not small. His several battles had made him famous, and his ranking had directly risen into the top 20. Among the 2, Lu Xian was ranked 21st, and Huang Nianan 25th. To put it bluntly, having a good relationship with Lu Chen would definitely be beneficial for them in the future. After a moment, Lu Chen nodded, digesting the information. In simple terms, there had been some disturbances in a small secret realm outside the Jianghai base city. 3 days ago, this was reported to the task department of Huahua Academy, and now the 3 of them were tasked with inspecting the situation and eliminating all potential hazards. Lu Chen murmured, filled with curiosity, "A small secret realm. I haven't looked into that before." Lu Xian smiled and said, "Brother Lu, it's quite normal that you were immersed in your cultivation before and didn't know about this. Since the Great Disaster, our Xia country has reduced its population to the 6 major base cities. On one hand, it facilitates defense, and, on the other, it prevents the front lines from stretching too far. The cause of the Great Disaster was the sudden appearance of strange beasts, and the source of these beasts was the sudden emergence of over 1,000 secret realms. In fact, 90% of the strange beasts are born within these secret realms. The ones that appear in the outside world are actually a minority. Therefore, every force is responsible for guarding these secret realms. Beyond the 6 major base cities, there are also some hidden sections. The existence of these hidden sects not only ensures the continuation of some ancient legacies but also maintains the stability of the secret realms within hundreds of kilometers nearby. Of course, relying solely on them is far from enough, so the largest secret realms in our country are basically guarded by our 6 academies, while the remaining medium-sized secret realms are jointly guarded by dozens of ordinary undergraduate universities. Additionally, there are some small secret realms around the cities, which are managed and guarded by the respective city management bureaus. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard such detailed information. Previously, he had only heard about secret realms, who knew that the source of strange beasts was actually within them. No wonder it was said that opportunities and dangers coexist. "Brother Lu, you just mentioned over 1,000 secret realms. Does that mean there are many that are not under guard?" At this moment, Huang Nianan smiled and explained, "Naturally, it's impossible to guard them all. There are many secret realms, and sometimes new ones appear, which cannot be prevented. Therefore, in remote areas far from the 6 survival bases, there are some unguarded secret realms, and even some at sea. In these places, even if we wanted to guard them, we would be powerless." With this, Lu Chen finally understood completely. So this mission is to assist the local management bureau in investigating the abnormal secret realms. Once we confirm there are no exceeding danger sources, we can return to report back. Originally, this mission was meant for disciples from the inner court, but I heard that a late-stage 3rd-tier strange beast has been spotted in the secret realm, so it was temporarily upgraded to core disciples coming over. As he spoke, Lu Xian looked at Lu Chen and continued, "Brother Lu, don't worry. We can complete this level of task in at most 2 days. Alright, no rush." Lu Chen nodded, but in his heart he was in no hurry to return. It was hard to come out, and if time allowed, he would love to kill more strange beasts in the secret realm to replenish his violence points. 80 kilometers east of Jianghai Base City, there exists a small secret realm. To facilitate long-term guarding here, a small village composed of official personnel has formed over time. However, this village is actually comparable in scale to a normal town. To ensure safety, top domestic formation masters have set up defensive formations, which not only prevent strange beasts from entering the secret realm but also protect the station personnel from attacks by external strange beasts. At this moment, in the central area of this village, 2 people were frowning in a spacious and bright office. Guarding such a Small secret realm that has not been in turmoil for years is considered a good job, with good benefits and not much work. However, it seemed that a slight change had occurred. Gu Qianjun looked around, feeling somewhat helpless. What should we do now? He took a puff of smoke and then said gloomily, what else can we do? If I had known, I wouldn't have reported it. People are coming right now. Are we really just going to let it go? I feel there must be something good inside. It might even help us break through our bottleneck and become 4th tier. Gu Qianjun said excitedly, his tone intense. This immediately silenced He beside him. He knew very well what the other party was saying, even a fool could tell there were treasures inside. A couple of days ago, the two had been patrolling the secret realm as usual, and everything was very calm. Aside from a few second-tier strange beasts that were not very bright, there were no other abnormalities. But just as the two were preparing to return, an unexpected change occurred. At that time, the few third-tier beasts in the secret realm all seemed to have gone mad, rushing towards a certain location within the realm. The two were also startled, thinking that a beast tide was about to erupt. If that were the case, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. After all, usually only 1 or 2 third-tier beasts would attack the formation, and it was rare for them to appear together. This was because third-tier beasts had a strong territorial awareness and basically did not cooperate unless a 4th-tier beast appeared. With this thought in mind, the two hurried back to report and requested support. However, the twist in the situation came last night when the two discovered that the riot in the secret realm had actually stopped. After bravely going in to take a look, they were both dumbfounded. They saw that a small mountain had inexplicably risen in the secret realm, and a stone door had appeared on the mountainside. All the beasts that had previously been rioting had lost their breath and died near the stone door. The two hesitated for a long time before slowly approaching the stone door. Fortunately, there was no danger during this process, but the two had some difficulty trying to open the stone door. Their instincts told them that there was something good behind this stone door, with a high probability of treasure. But now the problem arose. The Firehua Academy had contacted them, and someone was about to come over to take over the investigation. Once the stone door was exposed, what would happen to the two of them? So now they sat here worrying, unwilling to let the treasures behind the stone door be taken away by others. He sighed, Old Gu, maybe this is our fate. What the hell fate? Why should I have this fate? Gu Qianjun said. Excitedly, I've been cultivating for so long, finally joined the management bureau, and spent so many years building relationships, suffering so much just to get this job. Now this treasure stone door appears in front of me and is about to be taken away by someone. You tell me this is fate? Bah! This is clearly a reward from the heavens. He saw this and could only shrug. Do you think I don't want it? So what do you suggest we do? The top students from Firehua Academy are already on their way. Let them come. He was puzzled, while Gu Qianjun looked disdainful. According to the scale we reported, it's at most just a small beast tide, and there's a formation blocking it here. In this situation, Firehua Academy will at most send inner court disciples. He nodded slightly at this. I've looked into it. Although the students from Firehua Academy are all geniuses, the inner court disciples are at most at the 3rd tier, similar to us. But we have come out of life and death battles. Can these students who have been pampered in a honeypot compare to us? When the time comes, we can first fool them. If it works, great. If not, we'll just force them to leave. Upon hearing this, He frowned slightly. It wouldn't be good to resort to violence, right? What's there to be afraid of? We're not killing anyone, we just need to scare them off. Once we get the benefits behind the door, we can just accept the punishment, Gu Qianjun said nonchalantly. As long as we gain the benefits and break into the 4th tier, who's afraid of not having the opportunity to advance? I have to say, the allure of this statement was quite strong. At least He was tempted. According to Gu Qianjun's plan, at worst, they would just face some punishment. But the benefit was breaking through to the 4th tier and elevating their status. The choice was clear. But what if we're not their match? If we're not, we'll just admit defeat. At least we tried, no regrets. Yin's gaze sharpened, and he blurted out, alright, let's do it. When Lu Chen and the others arrived at their destination, it was already lunchtime. They saw a small village from a distance and landed, heading inside. Not far along, they saw a dozen people lined up at the entrance to welcome them. Each one was smiling happily, their expressions extremely warm. Hello, distinguished talents. I am the village chief of the 0067 Small Secret Realm Village, and I welcome your arrival to help us solve our problems. The term Secret Realm Village is a unified name for such settlements, and the village chief is a leader among the personnel stationed here long-term. Unlike the two from the management bureau who would be transferred once their term was up, Lu Xian nodded gently and said, we have accepted the mission, and now we need to check the latest information. Please take us to meet the personnel stationed at the management bureau. Upon hearing this, the village chief smiled. The personnel from the management bureau weren't bad, but they acted cautiously and were reluctant to take responsibility, which meant that the changes within the secret realm had not been communicated to others. To be honest, the village chief and the others were still completely unaware of the situation inside. Now that the students from Huahua Academy had arrived, there was finally some hope. Let's go, I'll take you all there right now. At the office building in the center of the village, Gu Qianjun and Hein stood by the glass window, watching the crowd slowly approaching in the distance, knowing that the people from Huahua Academy had arrived. How is it? Is there a big problem? Gu Qianjun sneered. What problem could there be? The strongest among the inner court of Huahua Academy are definitely not these three, they are all unfamiliar faces. Ah, that's good. It proves that the ones who came are just ordinary inner court members. We, in the late stage of the third rank, can easily handle them. Hein laughed happily, and Gu Qianjun also cracked his knuckles. Let's go and give these young talents a lesson in society. I hope they know their place and don't get themselves into trouble. The two chatted and laughed as they pushed the door open and walked towards the first floor. The two sides quickly met at the plaza on the first floor. The village chief, seeing this, immediately smiled and said, "You two arrived just in time. These are the young talents from Huahua Academy, here to support us. 3 of you, these 2 are the station personnel from the Management Bureau, Captain Gu and Captain He." Before the village chief could finish his sentence, Gu Qianjun and Hein strode directly to the 3 of them. "Sorry, 3 young talents, the crisis here has been resolved and you can return to submit your mission." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xian and Huang Yan frowned, momentarily unsure of what had happened. The scene fell into silence, and Lu Xian and Huang Yan exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. According to past experiences, disciples from Huahua Academy were always treated with respect wherever they went to carry out missions. At least on the surface. They had never encountered a situation where they were being sent away before even entering the door. This was quite rare. Even if the mission crisis had been resolved or there was some misunderstanding, most people would invite a few in to sit down. Why were they being sent away here? The village chief's face darkened, feeling very displeased. It was one thing for this group of station personnel to lack ability, but now that capable people had arrived, they were being sent away? Thinking of this, he quickly spoke up. "Captain Gu, Captain He, there was quite a commotion in the secret realm a few days ago. How can you be sure the crisis has been resolved? I think it would be better to let the 3 young talents go in and take a look." Gu Qianjun became even more nervous upon hearing this. He was already feeling guilty. Moreover, if the 3 were allowed to enter, wouldn't the matter be exposed? "Village chief, who is stationed here, you or me? Who knows the situation inside better than I do? Besides, haven't you noticed that the situation in the secret realm has stabilized a lot since last night? There hasn't been any commotion?" Hein, seeing this, smiled and said, "It was indeed a misunderstanding. We were too tense. It was just normal territorial disputes among the exotic beasts. They fought a few times, and after establishing a hierarchy, it calmed down." Saying this, he turned to smile at Lu Chen and the others. "Thank you 3 for making the trip. The mission has indeed been resolved." Seeing this, Lu Xian and Huang Yan had nothing more to say. Since the station personnel themselves said the mission was resolved, there was no need for them to press the issue. The only regret was that the mission credits were gone, which left them feeling somewhat displeased. So, they nodded. "Alright, since that's the case, we'll head back. However, if any problems arise later, you will be responsible for it and it has nothing to do with us." With that, the 3 turned to leave. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. He thought that the 2 people opposite them definitely had issues. But it had nothing to do with him. After all, this mission was primarily for learning, and the main responsible parties were still Lu Xian and the others. "There's no need for me to intervene." The village chief, seeing the 3 leave, felt a bit helpless. Whether there was a crisis or not was secondary. These 2 station guards were completely disregarding the others. If they offended someone, would Huahua Academy still come to their aid in the future? "Captain Gu, Captain He, what's the point of this? Even if the crisis is over, can't they at least check things out and earn some task points? If there are hidden dangers, they can be eliminated. Is it really necessary?" Gu Qianjun chuckled lightly. 3 students, even if they are the best of the best, doesn't mean they are that strong. Who among them has more real combat experience than our station troops at the 3rd stage? Don't drag us down if they have no skills. His words were not loud, but Lu Chen and the others heard them clearly. "Can I ask something? We're not on a mission right now, right? So can I express my thoughts?" Lu Xian was taken aback by the question and replied, "Of course." "Got it, I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gu Qianjun, looking down at him from a height. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression emerged, and everyone felt as if the air around them had been sucked dry, making it hard to breathe. Gu Qianjun's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he looked at the black-clad youth who had suddenly appeared before him, feeling as if he were staring at a humanoid beast ready to kill him at any moment. "Kneel!" Lu Chen shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Bang! With no chance of resistance, Gu Qianjun crumpled under the pressure and knelt before Lu Chen, his body slightly bent, unable to raise his head. Lu Chen glanced sideways at Yin, who was standing aside. "You should kneel too." Thud. Yin offered no resistance and obediently knelt on the ground under the immense pressure. "Why do you have to be so mouthy?" Lu Chen muttered to himself, the pressure on the two of them increasing continuously. Eventually, their leg bones began to crack and blood beads seeped from the pores of their limbs. We were wrong, my lord." Yin gritted his teeth and spoke, his heart filled with terror. Gu Qianjun couldn't even utter a word, only looking at Lu Chen with a pleading gaze. At this moment, the shocked Lu Xian and the others hurried over. "Brother Lu, the station troops are here to protect the civilians, don't kill them." "Yes, Brother Lu, just teach them a lesson." Lu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, but realizing they had a point, he coldly spoke. "I'll give you 30 seconds to get out of my sight. Let me remind you, I usually only give this kind of opportunity once." In the next moment, the pressure vanished completely, and the two, still shaken, gasped for air, their eyes filled with fear as they hurried away in another direction. It wasn't until they had left Lu Chen's vicinity for several kilometers that they dared to stop and rest. Gu Qianjuan's face was still pale, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Old he, that was a fourth stage aura, right?" He adjusted his breathing, feeling numb all over. "It should be. No way, is Huahua Academy really that terrifying? They sent a fourth stage disciple for a small-scale secret realm task? What's that all about?" Both of them were drenched in sweat, looking as if they had just been pulled out of the water, utterly disheveled. "Damn, that's too freakish. Are you okay?" "How could I be okay? I was almost scared to death. What do we do now?" "Let's go back to the dormitory. Anyway, I'm not daring to show my face as long as those three are around." After some discussion, they decided to hide back in the dormitory. The boy had said to get out of his sight, so as long as they didn't appear, they shouldn't get into trouble. As for the treasures in the secret realm, they might as well wash up and sleep. In front of the office building, the village chief looked at the young man before him with a shocked and excited expression. Just the aura alone was enough to scare the two like that. How much more could be said about his strength? With such a master around, the dangers in the secret realm should be minimal. "Gentlemen, I've already had someone prepare meals. Why don't we take a moment to rest?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Xian and the other two and said, "What do we say? Should we continue with the mission?" The village chief, seeing the hesitation on their faces, quickly replied, "Of course we should continue. We can't let the three of you come here for nothing. Even if there's no crisis, we can still go in and take a look, right? Besides, I have a feeling that there will be more disturbances in this secret realm." Why do you say that?" "Well, the disturbances in this secret realm have been going on for a while now, in waves. It's quiet now, but it will start up again in a few days." The village chief sighed helplessly. "So please, the three of you, investigate a bit. That way, we can feel more at ease. If it's too dangerous, we'll activate the formation to prevent any accidents." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and Huang Nianen looked at Lu Chen and said, "Since we're already here, how about we go in and take a look?" Lu Chen smiled at this. He was eager to go in. Regardless of the danger, he wanted to go in and kill a dozen or so exotic beasts. After having a free late lunch, Lu Chen took charge and occupied the office of Gu Qianjun and Yin. Seeing this, the village chief wisely excused himself, leaving the three to talk. At this moment, Lu Chen sat in the middle, with the two of them sitting on either side. Their gazes fixed on him, clearly treating him as the core of the discussion. "Lu Chen, when shall we enter the secret realm? This mission is about the turmoil in the secret realm caused by the indigenous exotic beasts inside. Although it's just a small secret realm, we still need to be cautious. How about we first check the previous investigation data?" Lu Chen nodded without hesitation at their words. "Whatever you say, I'm the type who prefers to take action rather than think. If a problem can be solved with action, I definitely won't waste my brain power on it." The two fell silent. If it were anyone else, they would have looked down on them. But for Lu Chen, they could only begrudgingly say 666. The reason was simple. His strength had conquered them. In just a few days since school started, 3 core disciples had been sent to the infirmary, with Xiaoxi even advancing to the 4th rank, still hanging on the wall after being beaten. This made headlines on the campus network, instantly making a name for himself. However, this was all hearsay. The two had just returned from a mission and hadn't seen it firsthand. But what had just happened was different. The 2 mid-stage 3rd rank captains of the stationed army were directly pressured to kneel on the ground by Lu Chen's aura. It should be noted that these two were not rookies, they had rich combat experience. If they hadn't sensed a life-threatening crisis, they definitely wouldn't have crumbled so easily. This showed just how terrifying Lu Chen's strength was. Thus, the two had subconsciously begun to treat Lu Chen's opinions as central. When he spoke, they could only nod and comply. An hour later, the two rubbed their temples after reviewing all the observation records regarding the secret realm during this period. The disturbances are very regular. According to the records, it started as a small-scale issue and gradually escalated to a large scale, which is why it was reported to us to issue a mission, Huang Yan'an said, looking exhausted, the dense text giving him a headache. But that makes it seem off. Lucien frowned and said, think about it, since this disturbance has been recurring from the initial slight issues to the current large-scale ones, the intervals are clearly regular. Based on this pattern, there will definitely be another occurrence. If we all think there will be another disturbance, why did those two just insist that the crisis has been resolved? They are certain there won't be another one? This made Huang Yan'an fall silent, as it was indeed a valid point. After Lucien said this, the most bizarre part was the two station soldiers. What do you think is the reason? Well, it's hard to say. As they spoke, both looked at Lu Chen simultaneously. This left Lu Chen somewhat speechless. Did the thinking also have to be done by him? Lu Chen helplessly said, there are only two possibilities. One is that the crisis has indeed been resolved, and it was these two who resolved it, so they can be certain there won't be another occurrence. That's unlikely. If that's the case, the two of them could completely report and receive generous rewards. There's no need to stay here, right? Lu Chen glanced at Lucien and nodded in agreement. So I think it's the second possibility, which is that the two of them have something in the secret realm that they don't want us to touch, and it's very important, to the extent that they're willing to risk the chaos that might arise and the punishment for their negligence. As soon as these words were spoken, both of their eyes lit up. No doubt about it, this speculation is reasonable. It's possible. Brother Lu, what do you think it could be? Something that they would willingly accept punishment for? Huang Yan'an sighed and asked. What else could it be? What is most attractive to Qi masters? Lucien pondered for a moment. Advancement, strength? You're being too specific. I'm saying it more broadly, which is opportunity. Or let's say, treasure. Brother Lu means there are treasures appearing in the secret realm? Treasures that could enhance the strength of the two? But if that's the case, why don't they take the treasure away? Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth. It's obvious that this treasure is temporarily difficult to obtain, and the two are still figuring out how to get it. I see, reasonable. Huang Yan'an's tone shook, and then he quickly articulated Lu Chen's conclusion. Lucien was also enlightened upon hearing this. It made sense. No wonder those two behaved so strangely, showing strong hostility towards the three of them. They wanted to assert dominance as soon as they met and insisted that the task crisis was resolved, wanting to drive the three away. In this light, it all makes sense. Because there are treasures in the secret realm, they are afraid of being discovered by others. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the treasure is already in their pocket? At this moment, Lu Chen directly stood up and walked towards the door. Brother Lu, what are we waiting for? While it's still light, let's go in and take a look. Maybe the treasure is waiting for us. In the core area of the secret realm village, an old-style loft was built here, with all the surrounding houses far away, naturally leaving an open space. The village chief stood at the door and said, Gentlemen, this house is the entrance to the secret realm. The house is the first layer of the formation set up by the formation master back in the day, and the disciples of Huahua Academy can enter directly with their waste tokens. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took the lead, and Lucien nodded to the village chief, then quickly followed. He pushed open the wooden door, and looking inside, the facilities resembled an old house, nothing unusual. But as soon as Lu Chen stepped in, he immediately felt a strange energy fluctuating around him, and then the environment flickered, finally transforming into a desolate mountain landscape. Behind Lu Chen, Lucien and Huang Yan'an followed in. It's a mountainous type of secret realm, not bad. Oh, are there several types of secret realms? Huang Yan'an nodded. Secret realms are their own worlds. The environment and terrain inside can be of any type. But this mountainous type is still considered good. I heard that there are a few secret realms near Jinghai that are ocean types, with no place to set foot in the entire secret realm. Qi masters below the 5th rank can't even enter. Right, and there are swamp-type secret realms filled with toxic gas, where those below the 6th rank can only maintain about 30% of their strength inside, making it extremely dangerous. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard such information and found it quite interesting. The environments in the secret realm vary, and the exotic beasts are different as well. He should explore such places more often in the future. Where should we go now? Lu Chen thought for a moment, then looked at the two and said, to save time, how about we three split up? The two were taken aback, hesitating a bit. Lu Chen was bold and skilled, but they didn't dare to be so confident. Although they were all core disciples and had once been known as prodigies, life was more important than anything else. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a small secret realm. There are still 4th rank exotic beasts inside. If they were unlucky enough to encounter one, either of them could die. Lu Chen immediately understood this point and thought for a moment before saying, let's add each other as friends. You two can choose a direction to explore, and I'll explore on my own. If there's any problem, call me right away. Hearing Lu Chen say this, the two of them felt they couldn't lose face. Alright, let's do it. After quickly exchanging contact information, Lu Chen chose a direction and vanished in a flash. In the secret realm, after parting ways with Lu Xian and his companion explored very cautiously. There was no choice, their lives and fortunes were more important. Although it was a small secret realm, most of the creatures inside were second-tier beasts, but there were also third-tier beasts occupying certain areas, and even the possibility of fourth-tier beasts. With their strength, dealing with third-tier beasts was quite easy, but if they accidentally disturbed a fourth-tier beast, it would be a headache. Fortunately, the two of them were acting together, so they had some maneuvering space if they encountered a fourth-tier beast. Thus, they advanced in one direction for over an hour. When they noticed something was off, at first they would encounter second-tier beasts along the way that required them to take action. However, as they delved deeper, they had not encountered any beasts for a full half hour. This strange situation left them feeling inexplicably uneasy. It's been so long without any creatures appearing. I feel like something's not right, Huang Yan'an said, and Lu Xian agreed. Could it be that we've entered the territory of a powerful beast? Not likely. If a powerful beast's territory had no other beasts, how would they hunt? Plus, we've been moving for half an hour. If a beast's territory was that large, it would have to be a fifth-tier beast, right? After saying this, the two exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat stiff. A fifth-tier beast, if that were the case, they wouldn't need to struggle, they would undoubtedly die. That's unlikely. There are no large numbers of third-tier beasts here. The emergence of fourth-tier beasts is merely theoretical, and the existence of fifth-tier beasts is even less logical. Huang Yan'an slowly nodded. I think so too, but if it has nothing to do with powerful beasts, then it might be related to some turmoil, perhaps the treasure that Lu Chen speculated about. Exactly. I think we can continue forward and contact Lu Chen immediately if there's a problem. All right. The two continued forward, and after another half hour, they finally noticed something different. Along the way, they began to see the corpses of beasts. At first, most of the corpses were of first and second-tier beasts, but eventually, they even started to see the corpses of third-tier beasts. Instantly, their pace slowed down. Finally, they stood before a small hill, looking at the stone door in front of them, both in shock. There's a stone door in the secret realm? This is a secret realm with cultural depth? Lu Xian said dumbfounded, his mind blank. The reason these various secret realms were called beast secret realms was that, apart from treasures, the only creatures found in all the discovered secret realms were beasts. Although the beast race could communicate with intelligence at the third tier, they were inherently murderous and almost devoid of culture. The entire beast race communicated through bloodline inheritance, not to mention the construction of a stone door with decorative patterns. So when Lu Xian and his companions saw this, it completely overturned their understanding. Huang Yan'an was more concerned about whether the stone door could be opened, so he stepped forward immediately and tried to push it open with all his strength. Lu Xian quickly reacted and came to help. Together, they finally managed to push the stone door open half a person's width. The moment the door opened, they both felt a rush of cool air surge out. What do you think? Should we go in and take a look, or should we notify Lu Chen? Lu Xian asked, while Huang Yan'an hesitated for a moment. What if there really is a treasure inside? What do you mean? Huang Yan'an paused. What I mean is, Lu Chen is too strong. We can ensure we don't greedily take his share, but I'm afraid he might want to keep it all for himself. This was a direct statement, but it made sense. Lu Xian, after listening, gradually understood the other person's meaning. They could ensure that their judgment wasn't clouded by interests, but if Lu Chen wanted to monopolize everything, that would be another matter. At that point, they might not be able to leave this secret realm. How about we go in and take a look first, and then decide based on the situation? I agree. With that, the two reached a consensus. Lu Xian stepped forward and squeezed inside, with Huang Yan'an closely following. Lu Xian took out a fist-sized volcanic crystal, and after infusing it with energy, it quickly illuminated the surrounding environment. Before them was a vast hollow space, and as the light spread, they saw a massive altar. Surrounding the altar were hundreds, if not thousands, of white human skeletons. These skeletons were in various postures. Some knelt on the ground, while others stood with their fists raised, appearing as if they had died. In an instant, Lu Xian and his companion cautiously took a few steps forward, and then they saw that the center of the altar was marked with grooves, and in the middle of these grooves were black bloodstains. No matter how they looked at it, this place didn't seem like it held treasures. Instead, it felt like a site of great danger. They exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This space is completely exposed. It shouldn't be like this. Even if there are no treasures, where did the source of this scene go? The two were puzzled, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Until Huang Yan'an, out of the corner of his eye, instinctively glanced upward and was immediately startled, stepping back a few paces. What the hell? Look above. Lu Xian followed suit and looked up, only to see a gigantic jade coffin hovering in the air, suspended by 4 iron chains attached to the cave walls several meters away. What is this thing? Not sure, but it's definitely not a treasure. Lucien felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart as he looked at the slightly swaying massive jade coffin, and then he activated his communicator. Lu Chen, come quickly to this coordinate, we've made a major discovery. Lu Chen was feeling bored on his end. When they entered, everyone had said that the secret realm was full of dangers, teeming with exotic beasts. Ordinary chi masters wouldn't dare venture deep inside, otherwise, they would either be unable to fight back or would exhaust themselves to death. But as soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded. After parting ways with Lucien, he had wandered for over an hour and hadn't encountered many genuine exotic beasts at all. Most were just first or second tier kalami. With his current level, he could wipe them out without gaining many points for his violent acts. This made him furious. Where were the promised third or even fourth tier exotic beasts? Why hadn't he seen a single one? Just as he was wondering if the mission information was incorrect, he heard a noise from his waist token. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Lucien, who had just been added. Come quickly, I've made a major discovery. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Lucien and his companion were both core disciples at the peak of the third tier. If they said it was a major discovery, it definitely wasn't just first or second tier exotic beasts. It might even be fourth tier. With that thought, Lu Chen changed direction and vanished in a blur. Soon, with all his might, he arrived at the marked location in less than 10 minutes. A rising mountain appeared before him, and at the foot of the mountain, a stone door that had opened halfway immediately caught his attention. Inside the stone cave, Lucien and Huang Nianen could only keep dodging and fleeing. Just after Lucien contacted Lu Chen, the jade coffin suddenly shook and the massive iron chains began to emit strange sounds. In less than a few seconds, before they could even react, the chains snapped one after another. Then, the enormous jade coffin crashed down to the ground. Accompanied by a loud bang and a cloud of dust, the ground was covered in cracks from the impact. Lucien, with a vigilant expression, waved his hand to disperse the dust. With his energy, and then he saw the lid of the coffin slowly opening. Following that, a figure of a man sat up from within. The man was clad in armor, and there seemed to be a cloak behind him, but it had long since decayed and corroded. His face was obscured by a strange black mask, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. He extended his dry, fleshless hand and placed it on the edge of the coffin, then his entire figure leaped out from within. 300 years. At this moment, Lucien and the other person, who were huddled to the side, were shocked not only by the fact that they could understand each other's words but also by the content of those words. 300 years? 300 years ago, humanity was still in the technological era. If it weren't for the outbreak of the beast disaster 100 years ago, humanity might not have even embarked on the path of cultivating chi. This thing is actually a creature from 300 years ago? At this time, the armored man who had jumped out of the coffin seemed to have noticed the two people beside him, his gaze sweeping over flesh and blood, the scent of freshness. As he spoke, he took a step forward, walking towards the two. The two were not fools. With their combat experience from executing missions, they could clearly see the other party's intentions. To sit and wait would be tantamount to seeking death. So, gritting their teeth, they both sprang into action at the same time. In an instant, the two joined forces to engage in a struggle with the black figure. At first, they thought it wouldn't be a big deal. The opponent's strength seemed to be at the early stage of the fourth level, and their cooperation was enough to counter it. But as time passed, they gradually felt something was off. The strength of the black figure was continuously increasing, and the momentum of the battle realm was also rising. In just a few minutes, it had already broken through to the mid-stage of the fourth level and was heading towards the late stage. This won't do. While others weaken as they fight, this thing, neither human nor ghost, only grows stronger. Something's wrong, old Lu. Huang Nianen said while dodging an attack. This ghostly thing is getting stronger. At this rate, won't it reach the fifth level? If the fourth level was already this hard to fight, if it reached the fifth level, the two might as well wait for death. Lucien gritted his teeth and said, "It's very strange. This guy's realm increases with the passage of time in battle." Just then, the armored figure unleashed another chi strike, forcing the two to roll and crawl. Lucien nearly got hit, feeling an immense sense of dread. But at the same time, he seemed to have discovered something. Something's wrong, old Huang. It's not just this guy getting stronger. We are getting weaker. The speed of the consecutive strikes just now didn't change, but I felt like I could barely dodge. Huang Nianen was startled upon hearing this. Just as Lucien said, his own strength was actually declining. Normally, strength would indeed drop over time in battle, but it shouldn't happen this quickly. How long had they been fighting? So there was only one possibility: they were continuously weakening. I think I understand. This guy is absorbing our chi while enhancing his own strength. We can't drag this out any longer, old Huang. Get ready to gather our strength. We need to strike for life or death. Huang Nianen gritted his teeth, but he had no choice. Lucien was right. Dragging it out would only lead to a more miserable death. They might as well take a gamble while there was still a glimmer of hope. With that thought, the two simultaneously gathered all their chi, then charged towards the armored figure with a roaring sound. Battle technique. Flying tiger pounce technique. Battle technique. Solar finger. The space seemed to freeze. At that moment, the armored figure appeared to become much more relaxed. 2 juniors. You are not worthy to break my defense. You are not worthy to receive my attack. Just as these words were spoken, Lu Chen arrived at the stone door. Hearing someone so arrogant, he immediately got fired up. He didn't like letting anyone show off in front of him. He had to see what was going on. Inside the stone door, the armored figure suddenly trembled violently, then convulsed all over. Following that, to the astonished gazes of Lu Xian and the other person, the battle techniques they unleashed transformed into pure qi and surged towards the armored figure, ultimately being absorbed through the 5 holes in its face. In an instant, despair engulfed the two. Their strongest strike was actually absorbed just like that? Moreover, as the qi was absorbed, the momentum of the armored figure broke through to the late stage of the 4th level. How the hell are they supposed to fight now? The two truly lived up to their names as prodigies. It was already no easy feat for them to join forces in battle across such a large realm, but the scene before them had become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise instantly startled the two. They saw the heavy stone door being smashed open by a tremendous force. Then, a figure soared through the air and hundreds of terrifying energy blades erupted, slashing at the armored figure, causing a series of furious roars. Come, let's see if you can break my defense. Can you take my punch? Lu Chen's arrogant voice rang out, instantly bringing hope to the two. Brother Lu. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling that no further words were needed. He took a big step forward, charging towards the armored figure with the gait of a dragon and tiger already closing in on it. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! This punch landed directly on the opponent's armor, instantly creating a dent. Quite tough. Lu Chen followed up with a kick, the immense force knocking the figure down to the ground, and then Lu Chen mounted on top, raining down punches left and right, bang bang bang. He was not joking, he was really angry. From the moment he entered the secret realm, he had been aiming to kill the alien beasts, striving for those violence points as his goal. But after entering, he found almost no third-tier alien beasts, only small karami. To make matters worse, on his way here, he saw a trail of third-tier alien beast corpses. Well, he thought he had been tricked, but it turned out he had been intercepted. All the third-tier alien beasts had been killed by this damn thing, and those were all his violence points. Just this one crime was enough for this thing to die 7 or 8 times over. Now that he had found the culprit, how could Lu Chen not be furious? Boom boom boom. The sound of hammering like wrought iron continued, accompanied by the increasingly weak wails, until Lu Chen finally stopped. At this moment, Lu Xian and Huang Nianin bravely moved a little closer. Then they witnessed an incredibly terrifying scene. The once humanoid armored figure had now transformed into a large round ball. The entire armor, encasing the body inside, had been smashed into a spherical shape. It was unimaginable how much pain the one inside must be feeling at this moment. Lu Chen reached out, securing the head trapped between the legs, and then yanked off the mask. What was revealed was a face covered with a transparent membrane, lacking any distinct features. What the hell? This is a molting corpse. Lu Chen turned back, looking at Lu Xian and Huang Nianin with a puzzled expression, but his hands did not stop, unleashing a series of rapid punches. Molting corpse? What the heck is that? Ah, there's no time to explain, just take him down first. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't waste any more words, his energy surging and enhancing his fists. Bang bang, 2 punches smashed the opponent's head to a pulp. Ding! Player has killed the evil entity molting corpse, violence points plus 27,000. Withdrawing his fists and standing up, Lu Chen casually took out a clean towel from his belt space and elegantly wiped his hands. Now can we talk about what's going on? Huang Yan'an looked at the scene, his eyelids twitching slightly. What kind of monster was this? He had just entered his first year of college and had already become a 4th-tier Qi master, and he could even overpower a late-stage 4th-tier evil entity. Especially Lu Chen's pair of superhuman fists, which had smashed the armor that even their combined battle skills couldn't breach into a spherical shape. If not considering their positions, Huang Yan'an actually felt a bit sorry for the armored creature. The armor that was supposed to protect him had ultimately become a deadly cage. Lu Xian had the same thought, but quickly snapped back to reality in response to Lu Chen's question. At first, I didn't know what this thing was, but after you took off its mask, I realized. It seemed to be a type of evil entity I knew, a molting corpse. Soon, Lu Xian summarized the information he knew, mainly explaining the horror and origins of the molting corpse. A molting corpse, as the name suggests, is a corpse that can continuously shed its skin. Strictly speaking, this existence can be called a living corpse. It originated from a certain era in the ancient times of the Xia kingdom, and at one point, it was lost to history, until the Great Catastrophe began. A hidden sect obtained this sinister inheritance. Practitioners could condense their own blood essence to nourish a piece of jade, and when their lives were about to reach their end, they could lie in a coffin made of jade in advance. At this time, as long as there was sufficient blood essence supply, the jade could continuously warm the body inside the coffin, allowing it to slowly shed its skin. Once the shedding was completely finished, the person inside the coffin could regain a young body. The only drawback was that this new body lacked the characteristics of a living person. It had no heartbeat or pulse and could only be driven to act by a special form of chi. This is also the reason why its existence is referred to as a living dead. The biggest problem with practicing this technique is that the blood essence required for the jade coffin is enormous. If the blood essence supply is interrupted during the shedding process, the entire progress will be halted. The person lying inside would fall into a deep sleep as if sealed away. Whenever the blood essence supply is replenished, the shedding would continue. As for the shedding corpse that had just fought with a few people, it was clear that it had not yet completed the shedding process. Their intrusion had forced an interruption. Lu Chun felt that the world was full of wonders upon hearing this. Such a cultivation method was truly disgusting. According to you, this shedding corpse has already been inherited in the real world? Yes, Lu Xian nodded and said. The second-rate sect, the Corpse Immortal sect, is well known for practicing the shedding technique, and it is currently under severe control and warning from the Xia Kingdom. Indeed, it seems that the Corpse Immortal sect gets warned once a year. After all, this cultivation method is too sinister. If they were to use human blood for cultivation, who knows how many ordinary people would be harmed? Lu Chen nodded at this and continued, so, does that mean many people in the Corpse Immortal sect are old folks? Lu Xian replied, yes, that's why almost no one in the entire Qi cultivation world is willing to form a marriage bond with someone from the Corpse Immortal sect. You never know how many times they have undergone the shedding technique. They might look like a young girl, but in reality, they could be old enough to be your great-grandmother. However, those who are willing to practice in the Corpse Immortal sect are basically those with insufficient talent who have no hope of breaking through and are unwilling to die of old age. Over time, their minds become twisted and they end up as pitiful people with unclear consciousness. Lu Chen didn't think so. Those who robbed him of so many beast brutality points were, in his eyes, unforgivable scoundrels. There was nothing to pity about them. They should all be killed. At this moment, Lu Xian took a couple of steps forward, glancing at the dead, unmovable armored figure, somewhat puzzled. The current problem is simple. The techniques of the Corpse Immortal sect won't fall into the hands of others, so this person must be from the Corpsean sect. Right, this matter is a bit strange. This secret realm is guarded by the Zhanghai-based City Management Bureau. How could there be someone from the Corpsean sect hiding here? Lu Chen spoke up. Does it comply with the rules? Naturally, it does not comply, Lu Xian responded. Since it doesn't comply, then just kill him. We can take the body out and report it. After saying this, Lu Chen strode towards the cave exit, and Lu Xian exchanged glances with the others, feeling that there was nothing wrong with this statement. They then stored the armored man's corpse into their waste tokens. As for the imagined treasure, the three of them did not mention it again. This time, they felt they had been deceived. After exiting the secret realm, the three of them returned to the office building in the village center at the first opportunity. They then called the village chief and a group of responsible individuals, and in front of everyone, they recounted the news of the turmoil being quelled, though the reasons would naturally not be disclosed to these people. The village chief and others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The disappearance of the turmoil in the secret realm was good news for everyone. After sending everyone off, Lu Chen sat in the office chair. So, this task is considered complete? I suppose so. Let's rest for a night and we can return to school tomorrow to submit the task, Lu Xian explained, while Huang Yan'an added, ultimately, we have to thank Brother Lu this time, otherwise, the two of us would have been done for. Yes, who would have thought that a fourth-tier late-stage monster would appear in an ordinary task? Such tasks are usually only available to the top 10 students. As they spoke, both of them were taken aback. With that said, didn't this mean that Lu Chen had indirectly proven his strength to be no weaker than the top 10 core disciples? Damn it, just thinking about it made them feel frustrated. This guy had only been in school for a few days. In the evening, the village chief suddenly came to the office building. Gentlemen, I've heard that the turmoil in the secret realm has been completely resolved. The three major Qi master guilds that usually have the most access to the secret realm would like to express their gratitude and invite you to a banquet. Lu Chen sat up from the lounge chair. Qi master guild? The secret realm has dangers and opportunities. It's too dangerous for an ordinary Qi master to enter alone, so some people organized everyone to enter the secret realm together to seek opportunities. Over time, such organizations were formed. Huang Yan'an explained, knowing that Lu Chen had little knowledge of these matters. The village chief quickly smiled and added, yes, our secret realm is rich in silver snakes and bluegrass and the energy gathering. Pills used by low-tier Qi masters are produced from these materials. That's why many Qi master guilds come here to search, and among them, 3 guilds have the most power and influence in our village. Oh, which 3? The Silver Sea Guild, the Blood Wolf Guild, and the Hongwei Group. Even within the Jianghai base city, they are quite powerful organizations, but they are somewhat gray in nature, so their reputation isn't that great, the village chief explained with a smile. Gentlemen, they are being very hospitable. Why not go together? At this point, Lu Xian and the others had already stood up, but Lu Chen waved his hand. You guys go ahead, I'm not interested. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, with Lu Xian and the others unsure whether to sit or leave. Seeing their embarrassment, Lu Chen said helplessly, I really don't like such occasions. You should go, don't worry about me. Huang Yan'an hesitated for a moment. Brother Lu, such social interactions are actually quite normal and unavoidable in the future. Why not go and observe a bit? The village chief quickly chimed in, yes, it would be good for the three of you to go together. Forget it, I'll just rest here. It was much more enjoyable to sleep than to spend time there. Whether there were any exotic beasts to hunt or not, the guild's invitation to dinner was likely just to curry favor with them, which seemed boring to him. If someone were to tell him that 2 or 3 arrogant prodigies would appear at the dinner, Lu Chen might actually rush over, because such people could easily yield points for violent acts. Seeing this, Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an no longer insisted. But after all, Lu Chen had the confidence, with his strength, he really didn't need to care about the rules of social interactions. Just as the three were about to set off, the village chief's communicator rang. He squinted and glanced a few times before finally recognizing who was calling. Hello, village chief, when will the 3 prodigies from Huahua Academy arrive? Soon. 2 are coming, and 1 has something else to attend to. Perhaps due to his age, the village chief had his communicator's volume turned up particularly high, allowing the 3 present to easily hear the conversation. What? That's not acceptable. They should all come together. The village chief felt a bit awkward. There really is something. At this point, the voice on the other end changed, sounding somewhat displeased. Oh, in this day and age, you can't even invite someone? No wonder they are the pride of Huahua Academy. Old Soon. Say less. Old Xian, you're wrong here. How am I saying too much? The fact is, they are just not giving us face, right? The voice on the other end became a bit chaotic. Then the person referred to as Old Sun continued, but he wasn't speaking to the village chief, he was addressing Old Xian, who had interrupted him. Old Xian, in my opinion, they just look down on us. There are people who get invited to banquets and still don't show up, which shows we are completely insignificant in their eyes. Who knows how they think they are so great? Not all who come out of Huahua Academy are doing well, so why act so high and mighty? The voice from across was immediately interrupted, and then the one who had started speaking, Old Xian, continued, Sorry, village chief, Sun Shang has had too much to drink. His words do not represent our Blood Wolf Guild, nor do they represent our Silver Sea Guild. Village chief, just pretend you didn't hear that. We are fortunate to have made the acquaintance of 2 outstanding talents. It would be a hassle for you to come here. The village chief felt a bit awkward. His communicator was quite loud, and surely the elderly could understand that, right? They should have heard it, right? Ahem. I understand. I will bring the 2 outstanding talents over shortly. Let's not talk about it for now. Alright. The communicator was hung up, and the village chief awkwardly looked at Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an. Shall we just go over now? This time, Lu Xian and the others were unhappy. They had already said something offensive. How could they still go over? If they went, wouldn't that be slapping Lu Chen's face? Compared to the small benefits from these local bullies, building a good relationship with Lu Chen was the key. Anyone with common sense would know which side to choose in this situation. Forget it, village chief, we won't go. That's right, it seems the Hongwei group has no respect for the Firehua Academy. There's no need to go. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression changed slightly, then he forced a smile. But at that moment, Lu Chen became spirited. That tone, that attitude. It was clear he was ready to unleash some violence. Go! Why not go? Let's all go together. Ha! Huang Yan'an was taken aback for a moment. Lu Xian, however, quickly reacted and looked at Lu Chen. Brother Lu, are you sure we should go? Absolutely. If we don't go, people will start looking down on the disciples of Firehua Academy. Let's go. Saying this, Lu Chen stood up first, while Lu Xian began to sigh. Truly living like he had a long life to spare, anyone could guess what Lu Chen was planning. It was obvious he wanted to confront them face to face. After all, this guy was known for not letting grudges go overnight. In the center of the village, inside a 5-story restaurant, the decor was luxurious, clearly not a place for ordinary people. A crowd gathered in the hall, with only 6 people seated at a round table. These 6 were from the 3 major local organizations. Xian Buduo looked at Sun Shang beside him, who wore a disdainful expression. You guys are just too cowardly. What's wrong with Firehua Academy? A bunch of kids who haven't even grown up yet. Do you really think they are something special? Sun Shang, what you just said only represents your own thoughts. It has nothing to do with our Silver Sea Guild. At this moment, the leader of the Silver Sea Guild, Wang Qing added with a dark face. It has nothing to do with me either. It's just you putting on a show. It has nothing to do with me. Hee hee, look at you all. You're so cowardly. If I wasn't here, he could kill me. Today, Sen Sheng said nonchalantly, as if the words Fire Hua Academy held no power at all. But just then, Xian Budwa spoke up. The village chief has sent word that all three of them are on their way. They are coming. Upon hearing this, Sen Sheng immediately laughed. See, we need to be a bit tougher. We have many ways to deal with these kids. Isn't it time for them to obediently come to the banquet? Alright, Sen Sheng, don't speak so recklessly in front of others later. Hee hee. Lu Chen and the others followed the village chief into the restaurant. Upon entering, they saw a group of people with 6 seated at the large round table in the center. At this moment, Chen Budwei immediately stood up and Wang Qing beside him did the same, both displaying bright smiles as they clasped their fists towards Lu Chen and the others. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to finally invite the outstanding talents of Fire Hua Academy. Wang Qing continued, as expected of the disciples of the top academy, each one of you is impressive. Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an exchanged polite greetings, but their expressions showed little change. After all, Lu Chen was there, and they couldn't quite grasp what he was thinking. Seeing this, Xian Budwa and Wang Qing immediately gestured for them to sit down. Come, please take a seat. As soon as this was said, Lu Xian and the others looked at Lu Chen simultaneously, causing the people across the table to be momentarily stunned. No one expected that the youngest among the three was actually the core of the team. Even in this situation, they subconsciously looked to Lu Chen for his opinion. Lu Chen was not polite. Upon hearing this, he took the lead and sat down on a chair. He was very direct, getting straight to the point, and looked at the others with a smile as he spoke. I just seem to hear some inappropriate words and attitudes from the village chief's communicator. I wonder which of the three of you it was. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze, and everyone's expressions turned strange. Sun Chang, the younger brother of the chairman of Hongwei Group, was the nominal second in command of the group, wielding power that could be said to be second only to one. Over time, Sen Shang had become quite arrogant. Sometimes he even disregarded his brother Sun Wei's words, and he was notorious for being domineering and overbearing in external affairs. It was not uncommon for him to resort to violence over trivial disagreements, and forcibly abducting women was a regular occurrence for him. In contrast, the two from the Blood Wolf Guild and Silver Sea Guild were completely different. Although they occasionally revealed a hint of brutality and murderous intent, at this moment, they were trying their best to suppress it in front of Lu Chen and the others. Clearly, they were very fearful of the identities and the forces behind the three. The significant difference here could be seen just from their names. Two of them were called something like guild, while only Hongwei was referred to as a group. Simply put, Hongwei Group had successfully cleaned up its image and established itself, far surpassing the two Chi Master Guilds in social status and credibility. This was why Blood Wolf and Silver Sea showed immense respect when facing the disciples of Huahua Academy, while Hongwei Group had already become a legitimate business, transforming into a local leading management company after paying all the necessary fees. Coupled with years of management and connections, Hongwei Group had gained a significant advantage in this small secret realm village, to the extent that even someone as arrogant as Sun Chang, a disciple of Huahua Academy, felt emboldened. After all, he believed he was different from the other two. He was now representing Hongwei Group, upright and above board. With this mindset, why should he be afraid? With such thoughts, after Lu Chun spoke, Sin Shang slammed his hand on the table. However, he was immediately pulled back by his assistant, who whispered a warning. Second Master, don't forget the chairman's words. Hearing this, Sun Chang slightly restrained himself. At this moment, Wang Qing stood up and cupped his hands in apology. Lu Tianjiao, right? Please don't take the words from the communicator to heart. Someone here drank too much and offended the three geniuses. Xian Budwei immediately followed up with a smile. Yes, don't take the drunken words to heart. As the three largest Chi Master Guilds in this secret realm village, we absolutely won't go against Huahua Academy. Hearing this, Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an's expressions finally softened a bit. However, Lu Chen's face remained impassive, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Since that's the case, I suppose it wouldn't be a problem for me to teach you all a lesson since I'm in a bad mood, right? Silence. Lu Chen's words were so straightforward that everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that someone could be so oblivious to social niceties. The Chi Master Guild had already given them enough face, yet this young man was still aggressive, clearly refusing to give anyone an out. Sun Chang, realizing this, could no longer hold back and coldly snorted, "Kid, do you really think you're that important?" Saying this, Sin Sheng directly sat across from Lu Chen, sneering as he spoke, "In your age, you haven't even grown a full set of hair, yet. You don't know how to leave some leeway in your actions. Do you really think we are all nice guys? Besides, how powerful can so-called geniuses really be? I don't believe that the three of you can take down my three Chi Master Guild members on the spot." If that's the case, I can keep you three here anytime. Even if Huahua Academy holds us accountable later, that's a matter for another day. One thing is certain, you three are as good as dead. Wang Qing's expression kept changing, but in the end he still spoke up. Son brother, you shouldn't be so rude. After all, the three of them are geniuses from Huahua Academy. The intent behind those words was malicious, implying, if it weren't for the power behind you, who would be afraid of whom? Heavenly talents? Only those who live to become great can be called heavenly talents. Those who die along the way, they are nothing but a stinking fish. Sun Chang expressed his dissatisfaction, standing up arrogantly. It seemed he had said quite a bit and his mouth was suddenly a bit dry, so he casually picked up a cup of water. At that moment, as soon as Sun Chang finished speaking, Lu Chen raised his hand to interrupt. So it seems you are the one who just denounced me over the communicator? What if I am? I am the executive president of Hongwei Group. Lu Chen smiled indifferently. Indeed, since I entered, I felt your gaze fixed on me, as if I had killed your entire family. Turns out it was you, too. Be honest, you make me feel very uncomfortable. Sun Chang said. Heh, and so what? Before he could finish, a thin black shadow streaked through the air, moving so fast that everyone was stunned for half a second before reacting. Before anyone could express their confusion, a crisp sound echoed from a pillar in the banquet hall. A black chopstick was seen, embedded straight into the pillar, its tail still trembling, the tip buried several centimeters deep. And on the chopstick, Sun Chang's throat was pierced from front to back, the force propelling him directly onto the pillar. His eyes widened in disbelief. But the consequence of his crushed Adam's apple was that he would suffocate within seconds. Blood dripped from the chopstick onto the ground, and for a moment the entire hall was silent. If you're uncomfortable, you have to kill, otherwise people might think I'm afraid to kill. Lu Huang, what do you say? Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an's eyebrows twitched and they finally smiled helplessly. Lu, you killed well, it was necessary. The core badge holder has the authority equivalent to the deputy director of the management bureau and can report killings within the city. Besides, this is outside the city, so Lu has no issues. This killing god really kills when he says he will. Just a moment ago, the two thought there would be a back-and-forth dialogue and that Lu Chen would eventually step in to warn everyone. But who knew this guy would directly pin someone to the pillar with a chopstick? Throughout this process, the two merely blinked and did nothing. Lu Chen turned to the others. Do you have any objections? Chen, Budwa and Wang Qing quickly shook their heads to indicate they had no objections. Meanwhile, the personnel from Hongwei Group who had come with Sun Chang were now pale, slumping in their chairs. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sun Chang acted recklessly. I have no intention of targeting the heavenly talents of Huahua Academy. Surprisingly, Lu Chen nodded in understanding. I know, it has nothing to do with you. The man was stunned, and Lu Chen continued. However, I have one thing to ask of you. What is it? The man was tense, not daring to relax at all. He feared that Lu Chen might take his life at any moment. After all, Sen Shang had died in an instant. He might die even faster. And someone like Lu Chen clearly had no qualms about killing, likely taking his life in a casual conversation. It's simple. I want you to report everything that happened here to the top brass of Hongwei Group, just like that. The man was dumbfounded, and the others gasped in shock. Was this guy out of his mind? He killed someone's brother and then wanted that person's subordinate to contact them immediately, while he just sat there motionless? What if Hongwei Group jumped the wall in a hurry? In that case, who would bear the loss? Only Lu and Huang behind Lu Chen felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly guessed Lu Chen's intentions. This guy wanted to take down Hongwei in one fell swoop? How brutal. Lu Chen's request was bizarre, but the man dared not hesitate in the slightest. He feared that any hint of hesitation would lead him to meet the same fate as Sun Chang. As for the others, they sat at the banquet like they were on pins and needles, feeling numb all over, especially when Lu Chen's gaze swept over everyone. Brother Lu, we've completed our mission. Do we really need to complicate things further? At that moment, Huang Yan'an walked up to Lu Chen and suggested in a low voice. Lu Chen raised his eyes and shot him a glance, causing Huang Yan'an to catch his breath. How is this complicating things? Someone has disrespected the Fire Hua Academy. As one of the 6 top academies guarding the largest and most dangerous secret realm in the Xia Kingdom, do you think this is a trivial matter? Huang Yan'an opened his mouth but then chose not to argue further. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. I agree with Brother Lu. A gray organization that has a shady past dares to disrespect the Fire Hua Academy now. If we don't deal with it, what will happen in the future? You both are right. My perspective was too narrow, Huang Yan'an said, closing his mouth and not daring to persuade Lu Chen any longer. In his view, Lu Chen's radical approach would bring considerable trouble, but hearing the other party say this, he had nothing more to say. From the standpoint of the Academy's righteousness, no one could find fault. At that moment, the man who had been following Sun Shang cautiously returned to the hall. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he shivered and said, Lu Tianjiao, I've already reported to the boss. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. What did he say? The man's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly in disbelief as he said, the boss said Lu Tianjiao did well to kill him. His brother brought this upon himself, and he already has a path to death. Killing him saves him the trouble of doing it himself, and he wants me to thank you on his behalf. Everyone in the banquet hall was stunned, remaining silent for a long time. This world was simply insane. His own brother was killed, and he still had to thank the murderer. Has the Hongwei group become cowardly? Lu Chen felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed he couldn't underestimate everyone. The other party clearly knew something, or rather, had guessed something, and was now retreating without engaging. Indeed, the leader of a group was a person of deep strategy, not easily fooled. Lu Xian and Huang Nianen were also taken aback by the other party's cowardice, directly showing their stance. What should we do about this? Lu Chen patted his clothes and then stood up, feeling bored. It's extremely dull. I'm leaving. With that, he walked straight out of the banquet hall, leaving a group of Chi Master guild members in a daze. On the way back to the office building, Lu Chen fiddled with his waist token. Seeing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu, the Hongwei group is quite patient, huh? If they can endure, then let them. It's best if they can endure for a lifetime, otherwise, they'll eventually fall into my hands, Lu Chen said, a hint of joy appearing on his face. You guys said that as long as you execute a mission with you once, I can unlock my own task-taking privileges, right? That's right, this is a process every student has to go through. After this, Brother Lu can take tasks on his own through the waste token. Lu Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Xian. The mission is already complete, you should report it now. I just checked the task hall, and I'm eager to take on a new task. So eager? Normally, one would rest a bit after returning, as executing tasks continuously is quite dangerous. Just do as I say, I know what I'm doing. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to compromise under Lu Chen's eager gaze. He took out his waste token and quickly submitted the task report and proof, emphasizing Lu Chen's performance in this mission, which was nothing short of perfect. Soon, the report results came out, and Lu Chen received the notification of his privileges. Seeing this, he gratefully patted Lu Xian's shoulder and smiled. Thank you, let's part ways here. I'll head back to the academy on my own. That works, Lu Xian said, but then saw Lu Chen had already turned to leave. After thinking for a moment, he called out, Brother Lu, on the 8th of next month, our academy will have a core disciple ranking competition. If you're interested, remember to come back and participate. Lu Chen did not turn back, merely waving his hand. Watching his figure quickly disappear, Lu Xian felt a bit emotional. With Lu Chen's qualifications, he would definitely be among the top core disciples in the future, even having the chance to compete alongside the top 3 freaks. Just thinking about their future achievements made Lu Xian a bit excited. After all, he had dealt with them before. Uncle Zhong has finally waited for his treasure. This time, Huang Nianen had a worried expression. Seeing this, Lu Xian patted his shoulder and said, with such terrifying talent and amazing gifts, don't overthink when dealing with them. Hey, I'm just worried about safety issues, and I only made a suggestion, I didn't say anything else. Do you really think this group of freaks doesn't use their brains? They're just so strong that they often don't need to think. In fact, they're smarter than anyone else. Our little schemes can be seen through at a glance. Huang Nianen pondered for a moment, then showed a look of realization. What a pity, it feels like I've already offended him. Just go with the flow. With Lu Chen's personality, he probably won't hold a grudge. As they spoke, they were already walking towards the office building. On the other side, Lu Chen was hurrying to the next location. The reason was simple, he had just received a very suitable task. It is said that after becoming a disciple of a top academy, the benefits are substantial. As long as students focus on their cultivation, they will definitely become significant figures after leaving school. However, these figures vary in status. Those from the outer sect can at least enjoy wealth and honor, while those from the inner court are guaranteed to hold public office within the system. As for core disciples, they at least become local lords. However, Lu Chen felt that these were not very important. What he preferred were privileges and exceptions, such as access to secret realms that ordinary people cannot approach. Now, he could casually take on a task and enter and exit freely, even managing it for a period of time. For example, the task he was currently undertaking. In another area of the Zhanghai Bay City, there was a small secret realm where the main beasts were of 2nd and 3rd rank, with a few 4th rank as support. Due to the special geographical environment of this secret realm, the managing unit of the secret realm village was not primarily the local management bureau, but rather a few universities jointly overseeing it, mainly to defend against the incursions of 4th rank beasts. However, some time ago, the management personnel of this secret realm suddenly died, and the incoming personnel did not expect such a sudden change. They all had urgent matters to attend to, so they could Only issue a task request for support. Thus, this task appeared on the student task list of Huahua Academy, which Lu Chen came across. The task required sufficient strength to ensure the safety of the secret realm, with a duration of half a month. After half a month, several universities' joint committee would send personnel to take over. The task reward was also quite good, a full 8 credits. Such tasks could only be taken on by disciples with strength in the top 10 among core disciples. But who among the top 10 disciples would always guard a badge? Their reputations are well known, and they are all extremely busy. Coincidentally, Lu Chen was in urgent need of a task, so he decisively accepted it. Lu Chen glanced at the successful task connection information in his badge, then received a message from the administrator. The landmark has been sent. Proceed to the task location to guard the secret realm for 15 days, during which you will take on the responsibility of guarding the secret realm village and handle all affairs inside and outside the village. Lu Chen opened the location. Then his feet moved swiftly as he rushed towards the target. Half a day passed quietly, and when Lu Chen stopped, he had already arrived at the entrance of a small town along a relatively safe route. Following the task instructions, Lu Chen successfully entered the secret realm village covered by formations after using his badge for identification. Secret realm. Village number 0081. It seems larger than the previous one, Lu Chen said as he followed the guidance towards the central office area. Before long, a 5-story building appeared before him. By this time, the village chief and others, who had already received the news, were waiting at the entrance of the office building. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, the expressions of the crowd slowly froze in anticipation. It wasn't their fault, it was mainly because Lu Chen was too young. Dressed in a black martial arts uniform, he even looked a bit thin. Such an appearance made it hard for ordinary people to associate him with the word powerful. Village chief, didn't they say the task was a priority? We agreed that they would send us a powerful and reliable garrison officer, but this guy doesn't even look as strong as I am, a young man murmured beside the village chief, complaining under his breath. You ask me. Who should I ask? What if we apply again for a replacement? After all, this is no small matter, even 15 days is very important, the young man said, glancing at Lu Chen out of the corner of his eye, and that one glance made him shiver. He didn't know when, but the boy walking from afar had already fixed his gaze on him. The village chief also sensed something unusual and quickly reacted, stepping forward to greet Lu Chen. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to Officer Lu on his appointment. I am the village chief of Secret Realm Village, Gao Shuefu. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. Lu Chen, I've taken on a task to guard here for 15 days. During this time, all matters in your village will be handled by me, so I hope unnecessary discussions will not be brought up to avoid any negative impact. The young man's expression changed, and he immediately lowered his head, feeling guilty. It seemed like this new garrison officer was hinting at something. The village chief smiled and agreed, then led Lu Chen into the building. After a brief introduction, Lu Chen familiarized himself with the work environment for the next 15 days. He also learned that there were quite a few types of exotic beasts in this secret realm, which made him very happy. This meant he could start preparing to enter the secret realm to harvest points through violence. Lu Chen returned to his office and plopped down in his chair, while the village chief smiled and said, well, several local organizations in our secret realm village would like to invite you for a meal. When would you be available? Lu Chen frowned. Is the reception process the same for all in your secret realm village? The village chief was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Lu Chen waved his hand. I won't go, it's pointless. The village chief immediately became anxious upon hearing such a firm refusal. Officer Lu, you may not know some of the rules of Secret Realm Village. Villages like ours, far from the city defense lines, generally rely on these local organizations. Although we have an official identity, in such remote areas, we still need to lower our status a bit. Oh, so if I don't go, will it make future tasks difficult? Not exactly, it's just, it would be best if you could show some face and go. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen became interested and pointed to the chair opposite him, indicating for the village chief to sit down. I can go, but it's rare for me to come to a place like Secret Realm Village. So tell me, what exactly is the situation you just mentioned? The village chief, hearing Lu Chen say this, could only nod in agreement. After all, as the village chief, he hoped that there wouldn't be too many disturbances in the village. The more experienced the garrison officer, the better. Lu Chen, being a rookie, was a cause for concern. If a conflict really broke out with the local forces, it would be the weakest village chief who would suffer the consequences. A few minutes later, Lu Chen roughly understood the reasons behind it. Although the Xia kingdom had already contracted its defense lines, with such a large population, the territory remained vast. This meant that defending the border was very important, and Qi masters were precious. Most military departments were stationed at the border to fend off external forces and the occasional beast tide of various scales. This led to the secret realms relying on local manpower for defense. However, this was clearly insufficient, which resulted in the establishment of secret realm villages utilizing the scarce resources and opportunities within the secret realm to attract more local forces to participate in the village's construction. Once both sides had mutual interests and goals, personnel from various local organizations would directly participate in the defense of the secret realm. Over time, this evolved into a situation where a secret realm village would have three parties, one being the officially dispatched garrison personnel, another being the weaker village chief system focused on management, and finally, the profit-driven local organizations. Some places have even become so dominated by grassroots organizations that when the official stationed here arrives, they have to bow their heads and concede. Although this 0081 secret realm village has not yet reached that point, it is already showing signs. The power of grassroots organizations is strong. Several have united, and despite their conflicts, they can collectively resist the entry of official forces. As for why the officials do not take action to rectify this, the reason is simple. If you eliminate the people who will guard it, in the end, it will be themselves who suffer heavy casualties. Some grassroots organizations have seen through this point and are becoming increasingly arrogant. Sometimes they even dare to overstep the rules and touch some untouchable bottom lines. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, his feet propped up on the table, relaxed. The village chief finished speaking with a helpless smile. So, you should understand now, right? The vast majority of secret realm villages cannot do without these grassroots organizations, so let's give them some face and pay a visit tonight. Lu Chen nodded. Understood, just a bunch of pure self-interested individuals. As soon as these words were spoken, the village chief's expression stiffened. But strictly speaking, Lu Chen was not wrong. The loss of the secret realm threatens everyone in the 6 major bases. These grassroots organizations are part of that, and no one can escape. Once something happens, everyone will die. Logically, it is normal to protect the safety of the secret realm and gain corresponding opportunities and benefits. But these grassroots organizers are not only getting rich but also want to become local tyrants, which is a typical case of self-interest. They only care about their own enjoyment and have never considered that guarding the secret realm is also for their own sake. They are clearly showing the face of exploiters. Lu Chen stood up. By the way, where is my dormitory? The building across, is it? You live on the 3rd floor. Lu Chen nodded and then strode out of the office. The village chief hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to remain silent, only able to inform a few leaders of the grassroots organizations about this news. Officer Lu has urgent matters for now. Everyone in charge, shall we reschedule for another day? Before long, a reply came. Tian Baishan Group. This new officer has quite the attitude, huh? Indeed, but we will still go for this meal. If Officer Lu doesn't come, we'll just have to gather ourselves? Let's gather then. If someone doesn't give us face, we need to think about how to regain it. Just a fool. Wait for him to come begging us. The village chief watched as one sarcastic message after another appeared, and his expression immediately darkened. The dormitory on the 3rd floor was not shabby. Lu Chen tidied up a bit and prepared to head out. Just as he went downstairs, he ran into the village chief. Officer Lu, what are you doing? Just bored, going to check the situation in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face immediately showed difficulty. Seeing Lu Chen about to walk past, he hurriedly stopped him. Officer Lu, there's something I still need to tell you. The secret realm of this village is different from others. The entrance has been monopolized by some grassroots organizations. If the villagers want to enter, they have to pay. You just refused their invitation and now you want to go to the secret realm. If they find out, they might have an issue with you. An issue with me? Lu Chen laughed. As the station officer sent by the higher-ups, the most powerful person in the secret realm village, do these grassroots organizations really dare to have an issue with him? It seems this secret realm village is indeed different from the others. They even dare to privately occupy the official secret realm for profit. Truly, they are overstepping their bounds. Although the grassroots organizations here have not yet reached the point of controlling everything, they are getting close. The previous station officer died mysteriously. It might have something to do with him. Lu Chen pondered for a moment but still decided to go to the secret realm first. He strode purposefully toward the secret realm. The village chief, seeing this situation, looked helpless but had no choice but to follow. The secret realm of this village is located in a valley, narrow at the bottom, with 2 figures stationed at the entrance. As Lu Chen approached the valley entrance, the guards reached out to stop him. Who are you? Don't you know the rules here? This month, the secret realm is maintained by our Baisishan group. Anyone entering the secret realm must pay a certain fee. The village chief, who was closely following Lu Chen, quickly took out money upon hearing this. We'll pay right now. Just as he pulled the money from his pocket, there was a loud bang, dust flying everywhere. The figure of the person who had spoken earlier was suddenly embedded in the wall beside them, his chest caved in blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, his breath instantly weak. Although he was still alive, it was clear that, without timely treatment, he was doomed. Since when did a waste dare to ask me for money? Lu Chen calmly withdrew his hand, his gaze sharp and filled with coldness. His eyes fell on another person, only to find that the other was frozen in place as if scared stiff. Seeing this, Lu Chen directly ignored him and continued walking towards the secret realm. The village chief, recovering from his shock, saw Lu Chen walking away and hurriedly followed, his face full of worry. Lu Chen slightly raised his eyes and said lightly, "If you have something to say, say it here, or else once I go in, there won't be another chance." The village chief could sense the youthful arrogance in Lu Chen. After walking a few steps behind him, he finally sighed and spoke up. "Lu, the station official, you are too impulsive." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen showed no expression, quietly waiting for the village chief to continue. "Although you are the station official sent from above, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I had hoped you would have a smoother half-month, but I never expected you to provoke the Bizetian group. They are the leaders among civilian organizations and throughout the generations of stationed officials. In this village, they have all had to show some respect towards them." Since Lu Chen entered the village chief had not said much on the surface, but inside he felt that Lu Chen was not up to the task, especially after Lu Chen refused the banquet. The village chief thought it would be good if Lu Chen could get through this half-month safely. Regarding the incident at the valley entrance, he had intended to pay to smooth things over, but who would have thought that Lu Chen would take the initiative and punch someone straight into the wall? It would not be an exaggeration to say he was young and reckless. Lu Chen understood that the village chief meant well, but he was not someone who needed others' kindness. He looked ahead and said lightly, "Just a bunch of insignificant factional wastes. In front of me, they don't even have the qualification to jump around. The only reason they can still stand and talk is that I know I am the one responsible. For this village, I must distinguish between what is light and what is heavy." Lu Chen feared nothing more than madmen and ruthless people, because no one was more ruthless and wild than him. From waste to now being called a genius from a top academy, did Lu Chen rely on retreating in cowardice to establish himself? No, it was through his fists. Only absolute strength could make all wastes forever shut their mouths. "Just watch, if I come out of the secret realm and they dare to block me at the valley entrance, I won't mind resolving everything." Lu Chen smiled slightly, entering the secret realm under the puzzled gazes of the villagers. The village chief stopped at the entrance of the secret realm. He did not dare to go in. No matter how inexperienced Lu Chen was, his strength would still surpass his own. This secret realm was filled with dangers, and stepping in carelessly could lead to death. Only someone like Lu Chen would dare to enter. "Well, I hope that during this half-month of his tenure, there won't be any more stationed officials dying." The village chief trudged back to the valley entrance, planning to negotiate on Lu Chen's behalf. The aura of this secret realm is much stronger than that of the previous village. It seems there are quite a few fourth-tier exotic beasts. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. The place was dark and damp, accompanied by the eerie sounds of wind blowing through the cave, and there were bones of exotic beasts scattered everywhere, indicating the vast number of exotic beasts present. However, the more exotic beasts there were, the more excited Lu Chen became. Collecting points for violence is not urgent. I need to first understand the situation in the secret realm. Faced with two paths, Lu Chen chose the right one, where the number of bones was greater. As he walked along the passage, the wind grew stronger the deeper he went. This wind is problematic. As Lu Chen walked, he suddenly felt something was off. The further he walked in, the more painful the wind felt against his body, like a fierce gale, each gust scraping at him like a steel blade. A typical fourth-tier cultivator relying solely on their physical strength would likely have been reduced to a pile of bones by now. This wind is somewhat reminiscent of my metal energy, Lu Chen thought, still able to withstand the fierce winds with his physical strength, so he decided not to waste his energy. After walking for more than half an hour, Lu Chen still hadn't seen what he was supposed to. However, along the way, the corpses of strange beasts had become increasingly numerous, almost piling up into a mountain. Judging by the increasing trend, it seemed that the strange beasts had been maliciously driven here by something, only to be stripped of their flesh and blood by the fierce winds. Could it be that I took a wrong turn? Lu Chen glanced back at the path he had come from. By this point, his body was starting to struggle, and if he continued forward, he would have to use his energy to protect himself. Generally speaking, if one hadn't seen the end of the path by now, an ordinary person would choose to turn back. But Lu Chen didn't think that way. The more he walked, the more he felt that this fierce wind wasn't naturally occurring, nor was it the result of some treasure. It felt more like the breath of a living creature. This was a secret realm, and aside from the strange beasts, no other creature could produce such a lethal wind. Having come this far, I might as well keep going, Lu Chen thought, unwilling to give up just yet. If it came to it, he still had many ways to retreat safely. After another 10 minutes, Lu Chen's energy consumption had increased by dozens of times compared to the beginning. Just when he thought it was unnecessary to continue, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a beam of light shot in, dispelling the darkness before him. Lu Chen quickened his pace, following the beam of light through the passage. When he reached the end of the passage, he was momentarily stunned. How could there be this in a secret realm? Standing at the end of the passage, the brightness and scene before him left him dazed for half a second before he continued forward. At this moment, he was no longer in a narrow and cramped passage, but in a place resembling a paradise. As he looked around, there were mountains and waters, trees and grasses, and even sunlight. Is this the secret inner realm? Lu Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, taking in everything around him, feeling as if he had returned to reality from the secret realm. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the environment here was quite different from the outside. The sunlight was harsh, the wind sharp as a blade, and even the forest below the cliff was eerily silent. All the wind here was funneled into the passage, which was why the wind inside felt like a bone-scraping knife. At the end of the passage, the wind was not as fierce. Lu Chen retracted his energy, looked around, and after some thought, decided to go down and take a look. He lightly pushed off with his toes, landing gracefully against the cliff wall. This place is too eerily quiet, there's not even a trace of strange beasts. Something must be wrong. Lu Chen walked through the silent forest, the sharp energy in his hand quietly gathering, ready to strike at any strange beast that appeared. He strolled around the edge of the forest but still saw no signs of life. Just as he was about to enter the forest to investigate, he suddenly heard a series of roars coming from the direction he had come from. Strange beasts? Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and in the next second, his figure turned into an afterimage as he quickly made his way back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lu Chen returned to his starting point, he was nearly torn apart by the raging hurricane. He hurriedly dispersed his energy to stabilize himself. The wind in the secret inner realm seemed to be drawn in by the passage, surging inward in a frenzy. This wind was dozens of times stronger than when Lu Chen had come, and even a fourth-tier cultivator standing in the wind would soon find their skin stripped away to the bone. Lu Chen glanced into the passage and noticed a large group of dark shadows inside. They appeared to be the strange beasts. They seemed to know how fierce the wind was here, yet they continued to run this way, as if something even more terrifying was driving them from behind. It's a pity that this wind and the group of strange beasts are blocking my view, otherwise I could have seen the culprit driving them. Lu Chen stroked his chin, sighing at the missed opportunity. He stood aside, watching the scene inside the passage. As soon as the strange beasts encountered this wind, they were indeed shredded into a bloody mess in no time, and in the blink of an eye, only a pile of white bones remained. Dozens, even hundreds of strange beasts turned into bones in an instant, while the blood and flesh all fell to the ground. At that moment, the ground seemed to come alive, writhing as it absorbed the blood and flesh bit by bit. There's something underground. With the death of the strange beasts, the wind dissipated. Lu Chen saw that it was still consuming the blood and flesh and seized the opportunity to deliver a punch directly. The energy burst forth, pouring out of Lu Chen's body like a torrent, and with a single punch, an explosive sound erupted. Boom! This punch made the air roar, the cracking of bones sounding like firecrackers. Buzz! As soon as Lu Chen struck, the creature underground let out a strange cry. The wind that had retreated surged back toward the passage. Go! Lu Chen raised his right hand, the energy of metal swiftly slashing toward the upper part of the passage behind him, causing a massive rock to fall and instantly block the passage. Although he couldn't delay the hurricane's speed indefinitely, he could buy himself enough time to act. Approaching the writhing ground, he smashed his fist down. The energy coursed through the earth veins, instantly impacting the creature underground. It let out a strange cry, abandoning the blood and flesh it had yet to consume, and fled in a panic toward the outside. To take a punch from me and still run? Not bad. Lu Chen raised his fist, a slight smile on his lips. Strength equated to points for violence. The stronger this creature was, the more excited he became. Watching the direction in which the creature fled, he moved and chased after it. After finally finding a clue, how could Lu Chen let it slip away? He followed the creature's aura all the way. Although this creature had taken a punch from Lu Chen and could still run, as time dragged on, its speed slowed significantly due to its injuries. It seemed to know it was no match for Lu Chen, so it never showed itself to fight back, just kept fleeing. Lu Chen pursued all the way. Listening to the system continuously reporting the increase in points for violence, he felt wonderful, so he didn't strike to kill immediately. He wanted to see how many points this guy could provide him. The underground creature ran from the right passage to the left, which was clearly much more complex, with many forks. It thought it could shake off Lu Chen using these forks, not realizing that Lu Chen was following closely behind. Finally, when he heard that the points for violence provided by the creature were running low, he gradually quickened his pace. The underground creature had fled for a long time, and only when it saw that Lu Chen was not pursuing did it finally relax. But just then, a voice like a ghost echoed from behind. Still running? Demon suppression and prison law. Lu Chen had quietly approached the underground creature without it noticing. His right hand surged with energy, a powerful aura bursting forth. Buzz. Seeing it had no way to retreat, the underground creature could only retaliate in fear. Its scream carried a certain kind of magic, eerie and cold, ignoring the energy surrounding Lu Chen, and directly attacking his mind. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was not afraid of mental attacks. In other words, his mind was tougher than that of any opponent of the same level, and this creature's sonic attack could not shake him. You've wasted so many points for violence, so I'll have you repay me. Lu Chen's second mission in the secret realm was to kill strange beasts to earn points for violence, but the strange beasts here had been driven away and killed by this underground creature, leaving him with no beasts to slay. He slammed his fists down onto the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack open, the entire passage trembling. If Lu Chen hadn't controlled his strength, it might have collapsed by now. Bang! The ground exploded, and a gnome-like figure flew out from underground. After a brief moment of shock in midair, it immediately turned to flee in the opposite direction. Still want to run? Lu Chen released his palm. Fingers spread wide, as if a crystal-clear liquid flowed at his fingertips, shooting out from his body and quickly forming a cage of countless metal energy around the gnome figure. As soon as the gnome's palm touched the cage, it was torn to pieces by the metal energy in the next second. I advise you not to move recklessly, or you'll die just like that, which would be a pity. Lu Chen stared at the creature inside the cage of Gungjin energy. It resembled a goblin in both appearance and height, distinctly different from ordinary exotic beasts. It seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and soon sat down dejectedly. The sound can penetrate the flesh and strike the soul. Those exotic beasts must have been driven into the passage by your voice, right? Lu Chen focused on the collar around its neck, a product of humanity. Clearly, someone had been raising this creature in the secret realm. However, to find out who its owner was, he first needed to know what this creature was and what purpose it served. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had too little knowledge in this area. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take it out first and later ask others using his waste token. If you don't want to die, follow me. Lu Chen didn't grab it but instead moved the cage of Gungjin energy. If it wanted to live, it had to obediently follow. Sure enough, after Lu Chen said this, the creature followed closely behind him, heading towards the exit of the secret realm. Upon leaving the secret realm, Lu Chen immediately contacted Lu Xian and Huan Yenan. Using his waste token, these two shouldn't have gone far, and soon he was able to reach them. Before Lu Xian and the others could speak, Lu Chen sent them the creature's appearance and inquired, "Are you free? Can you help me identify this creature?" On the other end of the waste token, Lu Xian and Huang Yan'an stared at the goblin-like creature, stunned. Lu Chen, how do you have this? Their reaction left Lu Chen feeling puzzled. Seeing them ask about the creature's origin, he briefly recounted what had happened in the secret realm. You actually got this in the secret realm? Lu Chen, your luck is just too good. Lu Xian's tone was filled with envy. The more they reacted this way, the more curious Lu Chen became about what this thing really was. If you know it, just say it directly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead in frustration. Hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled and then spoke up. This little thing is called a soul puppet. It's a special type of exotic beast that excels in mental attacks. It usually resides in dark and mysterious places, and where it is found, there are generally no beast packs, so some places raise soul puppets to avoid disturbances from exotic beasts. But that's not the most important part. The soul puppet has an even more powerful effect. It loves to consume the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, but this flesh isn't absorbed directly. Instead, it is transformed into a blood essence which contains a large amount of vital energy and is a holy medicine for healing. As long as the creature doesn't die on the spot, taking the blood essence will most likely save it, so possessing a blood puppet is equivalent to having a second life. However, this thing is quite rare. I've never seen a living soul puppet in my life. Lu Xian was practically glued to the soul puppet. If he had the money, he would have wanted to trade for it from Lu Chen. After all, having a blood puppet was like having an extra life. After hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly found the creature much more agreeable. Can you check if this guy has any blood essence? This soul puppet is too weak. It hasn't reached the stage where it can produce blood essence. Moreover, a soul puppet can only produce one blood essence in its lifetime, and to extract the blood essence, you have to disembowel it. So generally, these things are taken by the authorities as a protective charm for a city. Although Lu Xian also wanted a second life, he preferred to sell the soul puppet to the authorities at a high price. Such things could only reach their maximum potential in the hands of the authorities. Furthermore, the authorities were quite generous to those who voluntarily handed over soul puppets, often offering rewards comparable to buying a life. By the way, Lu Chen, is this soul puppet really from the secret realm? You should be executing a task from the secret realm village, right? Is there really such a rare treasure in a secret realm that countless people have visited? Sort of, but not entirely. After confirming the soul puppet's effects, Lu Chen already knew how to find someone. He thanked Lu Xian and the others, then headed towards the valley entrance with the soul puppet. The soul puppet's slaughter of exotic beasts in the secret realm could be considered a significant achievement. If I can find its owner, and if they want it back, Lu Chen will return it. I just don't know who this thing's owner is. If it gets widely publicized, there will definitely be a bunch of lowlifes trying to impersonate and take it away. Lu Chen glanced at the soul puppet and ultimately decided to take it back first. Having explored the secret realm roughly, he found that even the number of exotic beasts inside was pitifully small, and the greatest threat, the soul puppet, although an exotic beast, was clearly something someone had raised inside. If the previous station officer's unexpected death had nothing to do with the secret realm, then the biggest suspect would probably be the local organization. Although the path into the secret realm on the right side is dangerous, as long as one doesn't take the initiative, they won't die. And the station officer isn't a fool, they definitely wouldn't seek death on their own. As for other possibilities, they are even slimmer. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Given the rampant situation of the local organization, the probability that the last station officer was killed by them is very high. But generally speaking, even if a local snake grows strong, they wouldn't dare to casually kill officials assigned by the government unless they want to provoke them. After all, capturing someone requires evidence, while suppression only needs a list. The main reason for the station officer's death could very well be that they touched upon the interests of the local organization. Or perhaps they discovered secrets that shouldn't have been uncovered, leading to their murder to silence them. Interesting, my first time as a station officer, and I get a group of guys who dare to kill government-assigned personnel. Heaven really favors me. Lu Chen had been pondering how to improve his strength in the past half-month with the exotic beasts gone. Now, it seems, there are new people for him to kill. Although he wasn't 100% sure that the local organization was problematic, judging by their practice of charging fees just to enter the secret realm, it was almost certain. After analyzing, Lu Chen gradually quickened his pace, preparing to return to the village to ask the village chief. At the valley entrance, a large group of people stood ready outside the valley, with the three leaders looking at the valley with mocking expressions, speaking playfully. They say a new official brings 3 fires. I didn't expect the first fire to burn us. It's normal, the new station officer doesn't understand the rules. When he comes out later, we'll teach him a lesson. I say, you guys, he's at least an official stationed by the government, we should be a bit more respectful. Heh, as if you're some kind of good bird. The 3 of them, led by a bald man, included one who appeared somewhat effeminate, dressed in red and green, and another who looked cynical. These 3 were the 3 directors of the Baizi Mountain Group, second only to Chairman Baishan. The village chief of the secret realm village, hearing their conversation, looked exceptionally grim. Gentlemen, this station officer is still very young and doesn't understand things. It's excusable. I hope you will consider my old face and not hold it against him. The village chief stepped forward, personally pleading for Lu Chen. The previous station officer had died in their village, and it had been a sudden death in the middle of the night. If this one met the same fate, the next time the government might not simply send another station officer. These local organizations might have ways to evade blame, but as the village chief, he would definitely face punishment, and the entire secret realm village could be disbanded. The leader, Yuan, glanced at the village chief and said lightly, "Village chief, this station officer is young. Aren't you still young?" Charging fees to enter the secret realm was a rule set by the previous station officer. Are you going to let a newcomer break it? That's not respecting the old traditions at all. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face turned ugly, and he was about to argue. I have advised him, but all right, village chief, the young don't understand, we'll teach him for you. You just watch from the side. Yuan signaled to his subordinates, and those people immediately dragged the village chief out. The village chief struggled desperately, but it was of no use. At the valley entrance, Lu Chen had already arrived here. He was just about to return to his dormitory to rest when he suddenly saw a group of people outside the valley and immediately understood. I was planning to come find you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves right to my door. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly and his steps became lighter. Just as he walked out of the valley entrance, Yuan and the others approached. The 3 were about to make a teasing remark when they heard Lu Chen's indifferent voice. Do you know what crime it is to surround the official stationed here? Yuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't even spoken yet, and they were already being put in their place? However, the 3 were clearly familiar with such situations, and their expressions quickly returned to normal as they spoke up. What are you saying, Officer Lu? We just heard that you came to the Secret Realm Village to inspect the situation, and we thought it was only right to come and welcome you. Yuan smiled slightly. As a member of the Secret Realm Village, we are glad to have an officer like you. He extended his hand, his smile unwavering, appearing quite friendly. Lu Chen, however, didn't even glance at him, bypassing him and walking straight out of the valley. Seeing this, the smile on Yuan's face instantly froze and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. But soon, he concealed the killing intent and caught up with the departing Lu Chen, smiling as he spoke. Officer Lu, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yuan, a director of the Baizishan group. Before I left, the chairman specifically instructed me to invite you to our group for a discussion. I wonder if Officer Lu could give me this favor? As soon as Yuan finished speaking, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Yuan smirked inwardly. Sure enough, no matter how powerful the officer was, he would still have to yield upon hearing the name of the Baizishan group. But just as he was reveling in his triumph, Lu Chen's next words darkened his expression. Do you think you have that much influence? Do you need me to flatter you? Lu Chen turned around, looking at Yuan and the others with indifference. Seeing their faces contort with anger, he continued, if you want to see me, have your chairman come find me himself? A bunch of useless people think they can make me come to see you? Do you think you're worthy? Worthy. That single word ignited a blaze of fury in the three of them. They had originally planned to use the Baizishan group's authority to force Lu Chen into submission, thus avoiding the need to kill another stationed officer. They never expected this Pratt, who hadn't even grown a full beard, to speak so arrogantly, treating them like they were nothing. Yuan, if this goes on, I feel like we're going to be looked down upon. Why bother with so much nonsense? Just take action. The two beside him could no longer hold back and stepped forward towards Lu Chen. Yuan coldly nodded. You don't drink the toast but prefer the punishment. With a glance, the people around immediately blocked Lu Chen's path. Yuan slowly approached Lu Chen, coldly saying, Officer Lu, since you are unwilling to meet the chairman, then we have some other accounts to settle. My people were guarding the secret realm well, yet you injured them for no reason, leaving their lives in limbo. Even if you are an officer, you shouldn't treat lives so carelessly. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? If you can't, then don't blame us for forcibly inviting you to the group as a guest. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen slowly turned around to face Yuan and the others. He felt quite emotional. The pros and cons of the secret realm village were indeed mutual. Being far from the core hub allowed civilian organizations to grow faster, and once they grew, they became lawless, daring to directly surround even the officials sent by the government, and even bold enough to arrest people on the spot. However, this was exactly to Lu Chen's liking. He looked at the three with a cold expression, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Do you know what crime it is to surround an officer in the secret realm village? Yuan scoffed. What does it matter? In this village, our Baizishan group is the biggest. Even if an officer comes, he has to bow down. Lu Chen ignored them, simply coldly uttering two words. Death penalty. Before the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Chen's body. The sand and stones beneath his feet flew up, and the sound of bones cracking echoed continuously, like a savage dragon that had been asleep for a long time suddenly awakening at that moment. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Just a mere initial stage of the 4th rank, and you dare to boast here? Attack! Yuan waved his hand, and the 3rd rank fighters around surged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen made no movement at his feet, but the sharpness in his hands grew increasingly intense. Even the air around him felt sharp. Whoosh! The faint sound of wind breaking echoed, the energy of metal tearing through the sky, swiftly attacking the surroundings. In just one encounter, countless heads were sent flying, blood gushing from the severed necks, forming a small pool of blood before the bodies even hit the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Yuan and the others could react, the surrounding 3rd rank fighters had already been killed. Attack! The three finally reacted, shouting in anger before immediately taking action. The aura of the 4th rank was fully exposed, their robes rustling, and a constant roar emanated from within them. They all struck towards Lu Chen. A bunch of fools, Lu Chen muttered lightly, yet his movements did not stop. He gently raised his hand, the energy of metal condensing in his palm, the sharpness even more intense than before. With a flick of his finger, the energy of metal shot out like lightning. This condensed energy was dozens of times faster and more powerful than before. One effeminate fighter, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through the chest by the energy, and in an instant flesh and blood vanished, even the bones were shattered to pieces. What? Yuan and the others watched as the 4th rank was killed so easily, their pupils constricting in shock. Don't be anxious, one at a time. Behind them, Lu Chen's voice echoed like a ghost. He had somehow appeared behind the two, his body shimmering with golden light. Then he clenched his fist and smashed it down on the head of the person next to Yuan. Bang! With a crisp sound, that person's head exploded like a watermelon, yellow and white matter floating in the air, the smell of blood permeating the surroundings. Yuan was completely panicked. He quickly retreated and said, I have a close relationship with the chairman. As long as you are willing to spare my life, we can let this matter go, and during your tenure, the Bization group will always stand by your side. Yuan was truly afraid. Clearly just at the initial stage of the 4th rank, yet he could kill a mid-stage 4th rank fighter with a single punch. The main point was that Lu Chen acted effortlessly, like a butcher killing a chicken. Such a person was definitely not someone he could contend with. I already said, you are not worthy. Lu Chen's gaze was calm, as if he were not killing but merely squashing a group of ants. Yuan trembled all over, even his speech was shaky. Our chairman, Bai Shan, is at the 6th level of the 4th rank. Offending us will bring you no good. Why not let the two sides shake hands and make peace, so that? Lu Chen interrupted him, you talk too much. Whatever you have to say it on the road to the underworld. No. Yuan had just shouted one word when he was killed by Lu Chen's punch, his chest pierced through. After doing all this, Lu Chen took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped his hands clean, exuding elegance. Not far away, the village chief watched this scene, shocked into incoherence, not even realizing when Lu Chen walked up to him. Let's go back, I have something to ask you. Lu Chen didn't even mention the Bization group. In his view, this so-called grassroots organization was nothing more than a group of idiots and useless people playing house.